Damn. Enchantress. Leave my kidneys alone. Bang. A warm sensation spread from his forehead through his whole body, turning red and swelling into a small bump. The old courtyard with its parasol tree drooping leaves finds sunlight filtering through the gaps, quietly falling on the slightly swaying bamboo chair under the eaves which creaked. Huai climbed up from the ground, holding his lower back, sweat still beating on his forehead from lingering fear. The familiar green tiles and white walls, the familiar faint scent of leaves. The feeling of the ice dagger stabbing into his kidney from his previous life still echoed in his mind. Killing someone is one thing, but using 2 ice daggers to remove his kidneys face to face was just too much. Where is the quality? Where is the law? Where is morality? Where is compensation? Thinking of himself as the 6th strongest in the world, if not for the ability to rewind and reincarnate, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? To become the first 9th-ranked venerable in history to die from kidney removal. Alas, things are unpredictable. I managed to survive until the end this time, but still got cocky. Drinking ruined everything. Drinking ruined everything. Huai's side got up and slumped back onto the bamboo chair in the house. He turned his head and saw the maid sweeping leaves in the courtyard, staring at him with her mouth open, looking foolish. Looking at that face so reminiscent of a certain star from adult films, Huai's heart, which had been saved by a kidney thief, finally regained some vitality. His gaze moved slightly downward. Long time no see. This girl still has curves in all the right places. As the family heir designated by the former clan leader of the Su family, it was necessary to properly supervise the maids to ensure they carefully completed the courtyard cleaning. And, by the way, care about her physical and mental health. Shall he come here? Hearing his call, the little maid tightly clutched her broom, trotted over, and stood 5 meters away, refusing to come any closer. She stood under the tree, timid. Her face was red, charming, and lovely. Young master, what are your orders? Ahem, Xiaohe, I just observed that you have a dark aura on your forehead, you're sweating profusely, and your steps are unsteady. These are indeed signs of a great misfortune. Ah, young master, you said big. Big what? Big misfortune. Huai nodded seriously. Come, I am well versed in the art of divination and the 8 trigrams. I can give you a thorough checkup and help you get rid of this troublesome omen. With a clatter, the broom fell to the ground. Then the little maid quickly bent down, picked up the broom, blushed, and ran out of the courtyard without looking back. Help, 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 the young master is really a pervert. I Xiaohe am just a hired maid, I didn't sign a contract. How can I just? Whoa, I'm never coming to this courtyard again. Watching the little maid flee as if she'd seen a ghost, Huai couldn't help but sigh again. These days it's hard to be a person, even harder to be a good person who wants to help. He just wanted to help her resolve her bad omen. What bad intentions could a 17-year-old young master of the Su family have? Huai reached out, felt a teapot on the low table beside the bamboo chair, and poured himself a cup of clear tea. Looking down, he saw a clear, handsome face full of scholarly elegance in the cup. Mut, there is such a handsome man in the world. These features, this face, this skin. Oh, it's me. Never mind. He raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips, finding it tasteless. For this matter of reincarnation, Huai was indeed calm and unfazed. Don't ask, just say he's used to it. Ever since he transmigrated from a certain 996 world, he had lived through 8 roughly similar lives in this world where demons and immortals coexist. Once upon a time, he was a kind-hearted, well-read, and sunny good boy, but time aged him. After dying so many times, he just let it go. Back when he first arrived in this world, his excitement was indescribable. Although judged by the clan elders as a waste unable to cultivate, he still retained a soaring spirit. Before Huai, there was no heaven above. As a veteran web novel reader who had been on Bikuch for 10 years, no one knew more about the waste-to-strong trope. From the moment he was born, he carefully tested every possible opportunity around him. Necklaces, rings, jade pendants. He even hit the bricks in the courtyard with a hammer. At 17, when he learned that a certain clan's daughter was coming to break off the engagement, he was so excited he shouted the famous line, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Never bully the young and poor. Unfortunately, after the engagement was broken, he didn't encounter the so-called fateful encounter, as in the novels. He was still a waste. Couldn't cultivate, couldn't do alchemy, no talent awakening, no fate-defying change. Never bully the young and poor slowly turned into never bully the middle-aged and poor. Then turned into never bully the old and poor. Never bully. Until finally death brings peace and the deceased are the greatest. Overall, in his first life, Huai spent most of his time in this small city. The ring grandpa from the novels never appeared, nor did a system suddenly ding in his mind. The so-called 30 years on the West Bank was like a joke. He seemed to accept his fate, muddling through life until his 30s, when he suddenly realized, without a golden finger, should I just muddle through the rest of my life in this small city? A waste of the transmigration granted by heaven. In the original world, he was mediocre and accomplished nothing. When life came again, he was born into another world, still a worthless loser. He understood. Hard work pays off. What did it matter that he had wasted those years? How many people in the novels had awakened late and achieved great success? Heaven gave me talents, I must use them. Why shouldn't die here? My path lies far away. So Su Huai packed his bags and resolutely set out on his path to strength. Indeed, transmigrators are the chosen ones. Less than 100 li from home, he encountered the first opportunity he had anticipated in the forest. It was a cave filled with sky-blue flowers in full bloom. Outside the cave a mountain stream flowed, inside the cave glowed with a soft light. It was so ethereal, so hidden and enchanting. Naturally, it reminded one of the legendary caves hiding ultimate secrets and treasures, reigniting the invincible dream in Su Huai's weary heart. He plunged into the cave. At first it was very narrow, barely allowing one person to pass. After walking dozens of steps it suddenly opened up, and there lived a giant snake, 8 zhang and 6 chi long. The snake was puzzled and asked hiss hiss hiss. Su Huai fearfully replied, "I'm a streamer, let me go." The dream shattered. He only remembered that the sun was very harsh that day, and there was not even a trace of warmth inside the big snake's belly. But what he never could have anticipated was that heaven seemed to be playing a huge joke on him. With a blink of his eyes, he found himself back on the bamboo chair at home on the morning when his engagement had been broken off. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and his 17-year-old body was brimming with youthful vigor. What the hell? I've gone back in time. Unfortunately, he hadn't reverted to infancy, nor could he alter the constitution he already possessed. In this life, he suppressed his excitement and joy at having transmigrated and been reborn, and began planning for the future early on. Drawing from his first life's experiences after completing the engagement annulment procedures, Su Huai did not foolishly wait at home. Then he only remembered that the wind was fierce that day and the tigers in the western mountains were enormous. And they weren't afraid of sliding tackles. His dreams were once again crushed by cold, ice-like fangs. Su Huai perished once more at the age of 17. His second rebirth, he jolted awake from his death, froze in a dream, sitting dazed on the bamboo chair for a long while before emerging from the nightmare of his body being torn apart. Among his relief, a faint realization also dawned on him. He had reset again. Could this damn thing actually be his golden finger? Damn it. Who taught you to cheat like this? No instant kill move that deals 999 damage, no ability to shout deep blue to add points. Just given a respawn token. And it's damn useless without save functionality. A life simulator would at least come with 3 innate talents. What does he have? After moping for a long while, Su Huai reluctantly through tears accepted this overpowered golden finger. Next came the familiar 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Oh, this time he didn't utter that pretentious line. After all, he had shouted it in his first 2 lives, and neither time had it come true. He suspected this pretentious phrase was cursed, even more poisonous than boasts like, "When I return triumphant, I will surely take you as my wife." Such self-fulfilling prophecies of doom. Furthermore, he was too embarrassed to say it again. After all, let alone 30 years, Su Huai had already experienced 3 lifetimes. The peach blossoms a mile long should have bloomed by now, yet he still hadn't reached the west side of the river. In his third life, bearing the bitter lessons of his first 2, he no longer rashly ventured into the mountains alone. Instead, he found companions with like-minded aspirations and set forth together toward poetry and distant horizons. The vast ocean lets fish leap freely, the high sky allows birds to soar. A lone boat, an old man in straw raincoat and conical hat fishing alone in the cold river snow. This mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. Something strange seems to have crept in. Oh, it's mountain bandits. Bandits. A pure and innocent youth had encountered ruthless highwaymen who didn't even blink after killing, their eyes still dry. They plundered all his money and spared only his life. Young Su Huai died once again with dreams in his heart during the rainy season of his 17th year. After being reborn once more, after several repetitions, he had grown remarkably calm. Even at the moment of rebirth, as soon as he recovered from the shadow of death, he was already contemplating the path ahead. Drawing from the bloody lessons of his first 3 lives, after much deliberation, he decided to attach himself to someone sufficiently powerful. Gritting his teeth, he spent a fortune to infiltrate a major merchant caravan, finally succeeding in leaving the small mountain town. However, the outside world was complex and dangerous. Like a fledgling just learning to fly, hopping out of its comfortable nest, he tilted his foolish head and plunged headfirst into dangerous thickets. Life was nothing but constantly starting over from scratch. In the several rebirths that followed, there were natural disasters and human calamities. He was swindled by unscrupulous merchant guilds into mining while job hunting, captured by demonic cultivators to serve as alchemical ingredients while gathering herbs, killed by the shockwaves from a great expert's battle while napping, and even devoured by a passing demonic beast during a casual stroll. Across multiple lifetimes, his cultivation varied from high to low, but each time his physique limited him from reaching even the 3rd stage. It wasn't until his 8th life that the experiences accumulated from his previous 7 became his most precious asset. After decades of mining in the mountains, his heart had grown as cold as his hoe. Finally, Relying on a philosophy of extreme caution, Huai successfully seized an opportunity, freed himself from his crippled constitution, and steadily advanced along the path, until he broke through to the 9th stage venerable realm, ascending to immortality in a single step. But as his cultivation and power grew, so did the interests tangled around him. On a dark, windy night, a drunk Huai who had consumed a mortal brew fell victim to an assassination attempt by a mysterious faction. After gaining the upper hand in several rounds of combat, he was unknowingly lured into a verdant bamboo forest. The assassin's movement techniques were formidable. Within a few leaps, he vanished into the dense sea of bamboo, disappearing without a trace. Burdened with pent-up anger and grievance, and compounded by the fact that the immortal brew he'd consumed earlier was undiluted, Huai lost control. As the alcohol coursed through him, he raised his palm and unleashed a wave of flames that engulfed the entire bamboo grove. And then the true master of the bamboo forest emerged from the sea of flames, one step at a time. She was a woman who had been living in seclusion here, her cultivation reaching the 10th stage of the martial emperor realm. He couldn't recall what he had said or done afterward. He only remembered that the female emperor's face showed neither joy nor sorrow. Wrapped in a white towel and wielding 2 piercing ice blades, she had dispatched him with mere slashes. To die beneath a queen's skirt is a glory. Huh, it hurts. So painful. Revenge. I must take revenge. His memories abruptly ceased. Huai couldn't help but clutch his kidney and sigh deeply twice. At this moment, the blushing maid Xiao He returned, appearing at the courtyard entrance with a nervous expression. Huai gazed at her, reined in his wandering thoughts, and broke into a grin. Xiao He, why have you come back? You've thought it through, right? After all, you wouldn't want anyone to know about your failure to clean the courtyard properly. Young master, the clan leader requests your presence at the council hall. The young maid, terrified he might utter something scandalous, once more pouted and spoke first. Huai paused, then looked up, squinting at the blazing sun high in the sky. Indeed, noon was approaching. Here comes the much-anticipated engagement annulment scene again. Engagement annulment. The young maid froze for a moment, broom in hand, shuffling her feet, as she tried to finish her task and escape. But the young master remained slumped in his bamboo chair, showing no sign of rising. Yes, you know, Situjura, the one I had a childhood betrothal with. I'm too handsome, and this wicked woman felt she wasn't worthy of me, so she took the initiative to demand the engagement be broken. Why, young master, please don't make jokes like this. Huai felt his authority as a young master was being challenged. His expression turned serious, his gaze melancholic and profound. Xiaoyi, the truth is that in my past life, I was a supreme powerhouse ranked 6th in the world. Clap, clap, clap. Young master is so amazing. The young maid applauded graciously, though her lovely face clearly screamed insincerity. Damn, you don't believe me. Huai pointed to the stone pillar beside him. With one slap, a stone pillar like this would crack right on the spot. So impressive. TCH. Are you patronizing me? No, young master. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I break the pillar, you come warm my bed tonight. What do you think? Xiaoyi shook her head frantically. No, that won't do. Don't be so quick to refuse. Huai raised his eyebrows and continued. If I fail to break it, your monthly stipend will be multiplied tenfold starting next month. Xiaoyi's delicate frame shuddered. 10 times. Well, dare you take the bet? Then, I accept. That was 10 times her monthly allowance. Besides, there was no way the young master could possibly succeed. Everyone in the Su family knew the eldest young master was physically weak, unable to even carry a single load of water, let alone splitting a stone pillar thicker than one's waist with bare hands. The young maid's abacus clicked away in her mind, while on the other side, Huai had already raised his palm. He merely wanted to tease the little girl, a servant responsible for cleaning the courtyard, and 10 times her monthly allowance was nothing more than 3 days of his pocket money. His palm made a soft slap as it gently struck the pillar. An unexpected event occurred. A muffled boom echoed through the air, and a shockwave surged outward for dozens of meters. His house, along with the bamboo chair that had accompanied him through 9 lifetimes, was instantly torn apart by the violent gusts, reduced to scattered debris. Xiaoyi froze on the spot, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. I'm finished. I'm no longer pure. Meanwhile, Huai's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the surging blood and spiritual energy coursing through his body, experiencing for the first time the dreamlike opening that protagonists in fantasy novels should possess. Holy shit. Cultivation. At this point in time, I should still be a good-for-nothing drifter. Where did this cultivation come from? This was the darkest day in Cheng Xiaoyi's 16 years of life as a maid in the Su family. During her rare moments of leisure, when she didn't have to work, she often heard the other girls working in the Su mansion talk about how the gambling house in the East District was a place that devoured people. Sister Zhang, who was responsible for washing the household's clothes, had a brother who was addicted to gambling. He had lost his parents' burial money at the gambling tables and couldn't even keep his undergarments. In the depths of winter, completely naked, he was thrown into the snow and had to scavenge a rotten cabbage leaf to cover himself, jogging all the way home. But Cheng Xiao he never expected that her first experience with such an exciting game would result in her losing to the notorious eldest young master of the Su family. Her life was already shrouded in darkness. She had heard that poor girls whose innocence was taken by rich young masters never met with good endings. The lucky ones were kept as concubines or reduced to the lowest status chamber maids, while the unfortunate ones were cast out once they were no longer desired, spurned by their village neighbors. Sigh. She could only hope that after this the young master would show some conscience and not steal her undergarments in the dead of winter, then drive her out of the Su mansion. Being Cheng Xiao, he was just too difficult. Slap. Ouched. The young maid clutched the back of her head and turned around, glaring angrily at Su Huai, who had just delivered a blow to her beliefs. What are you thinking about? You can space out even while walking. Don't you worry about falling into a ditch. Woo. Young master, my mother said hitting women is wrong. Only scum would hit women randomly. Your mother is lying to you. In fact, she got beaten by your father quite often, behind closed doors where she would scream so loudly. How is that possible? Why not? Think carefully. When your parents were alone in the room during your childhood, didn't you ever hear any unusual sounds? Cheng Xiao he was completely stunned. Upon reflection, she indeed often heard her mother's faint crying when she was young, especially around midnight. Holy crap, so the scum is her own father, beating her mother behind closed doors every night. But why had her mother never told her about this and instead grown increasingly tender toward her father? Cheng Xiao he felt her brain was about to short-circuit. Su Huai smirked, reached out, and patted the little girl's head, then pinched her slightly chubby cheeks. All right, your task is considered complete. I'll handle the rest myself from here. Be a good girl, and go wash up in the courtyard waiting for the young master's favor. Watching Cheng Xiao he slowly disappear around the corner of the mansion like a little quail with her head bowed, Su Huai exhaled gently, flicked his sleeves flamboyantly, and stepped onto the bluestone path that symbolized the turning point of fate. Creek. The Su mansion's council hall shared the same ancient history as the Su family ancestral shrine. Its weathered wooden doors had endured centuries of wind and frost, still bearing hardships no door should have to suffer at this age. The first sight was a long-haired girl in a moon-white dress, followed by a straight-backed youth and an old man with what appeared to be a herniated disc. Sigh. It was no wonder he had waited so long for the ring grandpa in his first life. This engagement annulment script was too similar to that of Xiao Huahua, who had declared 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Glancing past his fiancée, who had broken off their engagement 8 times, Su Huai surveyed the packed assembly of Su family elders. Eventually his gaze settled on the middle-aged man seated at the head of the council hall, staring directly at him. What are you looking at? What? Still looking? Keep looking and I'll beat you up. Su Jingheng felt veins throbbing on his forehead. He was regretting his impulsiveness from 18 years ago once again. Regretting that he hadn't pulled the brakes in time and hadn't plastered this brood against the wall while he was still just a single cell. Rebel. Kneel down. Damn. If I kneel whenever you tell me to, wouldn't that lose me face? With a sharp crack, the side table beside the main desk shattered into pieces. Brute. Have you grown tired of living? The middle-aged man at the head of the table rose to his feet, his hands trembling with rage, spiritual energy beginning to surge visibly around him. Su Huai pursed his lips, his posture remaining straight and upright. Su Jingheng, once the #1 genius of Black Iron City, now the head of the Su family, and Su Huai's father in name only. From the moment Su Huai was born, he had looked down on this eldest son, who couldn't cultivate for he was a rootless waste who brought shame to the family name. He had even proposed multiple times to strip this useless son of his heir status, replacing him with Su Huai's half-brother. But alas, the Su family patriarch happened to favor this mischievous eldest grandson and regarded the system of primogeniture as more important than anything else. Coming to break off the engagement, Sidu Zhao and her 2 companions seated as guests watched this scene of filial piety with great interest. Beside the main seat, the white-haired second elder of the Su family sighed and raised his hand to rest on the shoulder of the clan leader Su Jingheng. Jingheng, let's discuss other matters in private later. Don't let outsiders see the Su family's disgrace. Huh, disgrace. What disgrace is there to fear? The Su family's face has long been thrown away by this beast. Su Jingheng cast a cold glance at Su Huai, then sat down again and closed his eyes as if shutting out the sight would bring peace. The second elder felt weary. He had to take over Su Jingheng's duties and looked at the slouching eldest young master. Su Huai, let me introduce you. These 3 over there are guests from the Situ family. As for their purpose, Situ Zhao, who had been sitting quietly, stood up, first bowed in the direction of Su Jingheng and the second elder, then turned to face Su Huai. I am visiting the Su family today to discuss the marriage agreement my grandfather made with the Su patriarch 17 years ago. Su Huai glanced at the Su elders seated in the high positions and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Even though it was not the first time being directly confronted by a junior to break off the engagement, a humiliating act for the family, these old fellows showed not a trace of anger in their eyes. If they hadn't received some benefits, Su Huai absolutely wouldn't believe it. A A family like this had long lost the unity and cohesion of its heyday. Su Huai's mother had died early, and now the only ones in the Su mansion who truly treated him as the young master of the Su family were probably the old patriarch and some servants working in the estate. As for this farce of breaking off the engagement, as the party directly involved, he had never been consulted. It was a decision already made. The engagement could be broken. He could even remain silent about the compensation offered by the Sidhu family. But at the very least, he should have been given basic respect as the person concerned. This so-called home indeed held little worth clinging to. He withdrew his gaze and looked into Situ Zhuo's cold, clear eyes, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, engagement. Can't wait to marry me. Or, have you finally realized you're not worthy of me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire meeting hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a moment, the younger members of the Su family in the corner began to whisper among themselves. How dare he? He probably really thinks he's the eldest young master of the Su family. But it's understandable that he's angry. After all, waiting for a fiancée for over a decade only to have her break off the engagement a year before the wedding and being the last to know. It's truly humiliating. That makes sense. I used to look down on him, but this time he's acting like a real man. A real man he is, but no matter how hard the arm struggles, it can't twist the thigh in the end. So-called youthful recklessness. Compared to the elders who had experienced the world and put personal interests first, these Su youths who had never been tempered were clearly more naive and innocent. But their whispers changed nothing. Situ Zhuo raised her hand to stop the elder from the Sidhu family behind her who wanted to reprimand Su Huai and faced Su Huai from across the hall. Young Master Su, before coming here I had already sent a visiting card, and the Sidhu family had offered sufficient sincerity, obtaining the consent of clan leader Su and the elders. I believe I have observed all proper etiquette in this visit. Sufficient sincerity. As expected. Su Huai turned his head, his gaze scanning the elders seated in the high positions one by one, his eyes gradually turning cold and indifferent. What the hell do I care whether you got their consent? Or are you breaking off their engagement? Situ Zhuo frowned slightly. Young Master Su, I was fortunate enough to pass the entrance examination of the Tianhan Palace some time ago, and I will soon be going to the immortal sect for cultivation. You should understand what this means. The implication was indeed very straightforward. I'm not deliberately throwing you over. I'm going to a major sect to cultivate. From now on we'll be in different worlds. Let's part amicably. Su Huai raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Mainly because in his previous lives the broken engagements had been so humiliating that he had just put on a brave face and fled without the patience to listen to Situ Zhuo reveal such information. Thinking about it this way, Situ Zhuo's behavior was indeed understandable. If a village girl got a chance to live in a big city, who would still care about a childhood betrothal back home? Even if the betrothed was the son of the neighboring village chief. But understanding is one thing, whether the aggrieved party can accept it is another. As for why in his previous life, when Su Huai had cultivated to such a high level, he had never heard of Situ Zhuo's name in the immortal domain. Su Huai could only say that the immortal domain was too vast. Not to mention the entire domain, even the Tianhan Palace that Situ Zhuo was about to join was far beyond what someone from a small place like theirs could imagine. The Tianhan Emperor who presided over the Tianhan Palace had once ranked fourth on the heavenly ranking of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. His disciples were all monstrous talents, each bold enough to loudly proclaim that they possessed the qualifications of an emperor. As for Situ Zhuo, she had talent, but at best she could only rise to fame within the remote Great Yin Empire. Viewed from the perspective of the entire immortal domain, one could only sigh, who are you? And Tianhan Palace head this sect is indeed somewhat interesting. Why was there a once before the Tianhan Emperor's fourth place ranking on that heavenly ranking? That starts with the inner disciples who occasionally went missing within the Tianhan Palace, and the rebellious Grand Elder who liked to refine pills from cultivators' flesh and blood. In Su Huai's previous life, after the Grand Elder of the Tianhan Palace was exposed for using cultivators' flesh and souls to refine pills, the palace was besieged by numerous righteous forces. The Tianhan Emperor, learning that his old brother had strayed, called the Grand Elder into his room to talk things out. He said, "Old friend, how could you have done such a beastly thing? You can't do this." The Grand Elder wept profusely. "I'm sorry, big brother, I was momentarily blinded by greed. It's just that this method improves cultivation too quickly, and I couldn't resist." The Tianhan Emperor, "Alas, it's too late for regrets. I'll try to save your life, but your cultivation will definitely be lost." The Grand Elder, "Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind." The Tianhan Emperor helped up the old brother kneeling before him, and they embraced, reminiscing about the past, and weeping bitterly. But the moment he turned around, the Grand Elder stabbed a knife through the good brother's heart, crying as he stabbed, "Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely refine you into the finest pill in the world, so we can be together forever." Of course, the above scenarios were all imagined by Su Huai. An emperor-level powerhouse could not possibly be stabbed to death with a knife. Even if ambushed, one would surely need to set up a grand array supplemented by numerous secret methods to completely kill an emperor. But the Tianhan Emperor was indeed assassinated by the Grand Elder and his body was taken away and refined into a pill. When several righteous giants attacked the Tianhan Palace, it was already deserted, leaving only rows of human-shaped, medicinal herbs, soaked in spiritual liquid in the secret chamber. There were both men and women among them. Who knew whether Situ Zhuo later became one of those herbs? If so, Su Huai couldn't help but sneak another glance at Situ Zhuo. Human-shaped medicinal herbs. How strange. Let me look again. His previous lives were indeed miserable, but if this woman really went to the Tianhan Palace to cultivate, as she said, her fate would be no better. Thinking of this, Su Huai's lingering resentment toward her dissipated. As the saying goes, from now on I'll walk my sunny path, and you'll crawl into your alchemy furnace. Barring any accidents, we'll never see each other again in this life. As for warning her, warning was out of the question. Even if he told her there was 100% chance, she wouldn't believe him. Why bother to be disliked? If someone finally gets into a university abroad and a hick from the countryside says it's a diploma mill, you'll be accused of being jealous. You'd have to argue, and how pathetic would that be? This is a dream that someone would give everything to pursue. Why cruelly disparage someone else's dream? I see why I'm not that cruel. The confrontational attitude from before instantly transformed into warmth and kindness. Su Huai even smiled, and gave Situ Zhuo a thumbs up. The Tianhan Palace is a great place. Every one of them is a talent full of medicinal potency. Miss Situ, you're right. From now on we'll be in different worlds. It's time to part amicably. Sorry I was too loud earlier. You want to break off the engagement? Go ahead. I wish Miss Situ a straight ascent to the clouds, and I hope you become an inner disciple as soon as you enter the sect dominating all. Situ Zhuo raised an eyebrow. She was somewhat surprised by Su Huai's sudden change in attitude, but after a moment's thought she assumed he was intimidated by the Tianhan Palace's reputation. After all, immortals and mortals were different. From now on she would be someone he had to look up to. 100 years later, when he turned to dust, she would still be in her prime. He must be hurting inside. The calmness and relief he showed now were surely just a facade to protect his pride. Situ Zhuo pursed her lips, her clear autumn water eyes fixed on Su Huai's. Young Master Su, I'm glad you can understand. Su Huai nodded vigorously. Understand? Absolutely. Situ Zhuo continued. I know this visit to break off the engagement has caused you psychological harm. You and I were supposed to marry in a year and spend our lives together. But romantic feelings compared to the path of immortality are but a fleeting pleasure, not what I seek. Between you and me, in the end it is I who have wronged you. What the hell are you saying? Confusion was written all over Su Huai's face until Situ Zhuo took a letter from the elder accompanying her and pressed it into Su Huai's hand. Take this as a token. If you are willing, wait for me for 10 years. If after 10 years I find no hope on the immortal path, you may come to the Situ family to find me. At that time I will honor the childhood betrothal and marry you, spending my life with you. Su Huai's hand trembled, almost slapping the envelope right into Situ Zhuo's face. Wait for you for 10 years. You break off the engagement, and then you want to keep me as your ultimate backup. If after 10 years you find no hope on the immortal path, you'll marry me. But what if you succeed? Make me wait 10 years for nothing. No, not exactly for nothing, because maybe after 10 years she'll turn into a pill that's great for nourishment. But, damn, this woman actually wants to use an illusory promise to tie down a man whose heart belongs to all the world. She has no idea of her place. Su Huai blinked. Miss Situ, before we part, let me give you a word. Situ Zhuo nodded lightly. I am all ears. Overconfident woman, truly cringe. After tossing out that remark, Su Huai ignored the stunned Situ Zhuo in the meeting hall and the grim-faced Su elders. Whistling a tune from his hometown, he left this heart-wrenching place without looking back. As an old man who had lived for centuries in his previous life, this childish, broken engagement did not stir much turmoil in Su Huai's heart. The peaceful dissolution with Situ Zhuo also meant that he had finally cast off the youthful indignation and obsessions from his first transmigration, stepping into a life truly his own. This was his 9th life. Standing by a small lake, Su Huai took the time to calmly observe the place where he had grown up. The Su family, as the sole overlord of the small town called Black Iron City, occupied a vast estate that covered nearly a tenth of the entire city. Within it, there were not only hills and a lake, but also a street. Every direct blood descendant of the Su family had their own small courtyard. At this moment, Su Huai was like an idle dandy wandering along a mossy path that grew more and more secluded. Half an hour later, he stood before an old small courtyard, quietly gazing at the ancient wooden door marked by the passage of time. After a long while, he raised his hand and knocked softly. Tap, tap, tap. Don't knock, just come in. You little rascal, when did you become so polite? As soon as the wooden door opened a crack, Su Huai wrinkled his nose and sniffed lightly. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he grinned at the stone table in the courtyard, which was set with a set of white jade wine vessels. Oh, old man having a drink. The elderly gentleman referenced by Su Huai was named Su Chang'e, the former pillar and now the unshakable anchor of the Su family. Decades ago, after his wife passed away, Su Chang'e left this small town alone to wander the world, returning to the Su estate only years later, battered and broken when Su Huai was 11. No one knew what had transpired during those years. It was only known that upon his return Elder Su said not a word, locking himself in his private chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, ignoring all who came to visit or counsel him. It was only when the young Su Huai, having sent his foolish younger brother to steal his father's prized vintage, found himself chased and beaten by Su Jingheng that he accidentally stumbled into the back mountain where Elder Su was in seclusion. The scene was utterly spectacular. He fled, he pursued, there was no escape. Even if Su Jingheng loathed the boy, he would never truly beat him to death over a jar of wine. But the boy's wails of agony and pleas for help ultimately pierced through the stone walls, disturbing Elder Su from his reclusion. A sharp "how dare you," another "worthless brat," and finally get lost. Su Jingheng shuddered, shot off a few parting threats with his neck stiff, and was driven from the back mountain. But Su Huai, displaying remarkable nerve, remained, even following the old man as he slipped into his secluded chamber. "I can't leave, my father despises me. If I step outside he'll beat me to death. Let me buy you a drink. Stop looking so miserable. Look, you protect me from now on, and I'll have my brother steal Dad's wine to sustain you. What do you think?" Before Su Chang'e could respond, the young Su Huai had already crafted an excuse to stay. Su Chang'e asked him, as the elder brother, "Why would you endanger your own younger sibling?" Su Huai clutched the wine jar and forced a wry smile. "It's not endangering him. He's father's treasure, treated like glass, too precious to ever discipline. To father, when my brother takes this jar, it's merely taking. But if I reach for it, it becomes theft. He drinks without consequence, but I'd be branded a worthless bastard. Do you understand?" The old man studied the youth before him in silence for a long while. "What is your name?" The boy tilted his head back as though he could see through the thick bluestone slabs to the vast starlit sky beyond the chamber. "Chengnian Jum Yizhen Huai." Su Huai. Perhaps it was the bond of blood, or perhaps the old man was swayed by the youth's sheer audacity, or maybe it was those clear, unguarded eyes that reached him. And so Su Chang'e, who had been radiating such bitterness, somehow came to accept this grandson he'd never met. From that night on, after tasting the wine, he truly became his protector. Only when the wooden door swung fully open did Su Huai take in the courtyard's full scene. Su Chang'e was indeed drinking, but not alone beneath that tree. Seated across from him was an elder with white hair and beard draped in a gray cloud-patterned robe. Before him stood a vermilion alchemical furnace towering over 7 feet, its walls etched with countless demonic figurations, within which azure spiritual flames churned. An alchemist. Su Huai softened his steps, crept noiselessly to Su Chang'e's side, and fixed his gaze squarely on the furnace. Noticing the boy's stare, Su Chang'e's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his hand, thumb brushing against a brown jade ring, and suddenly a white jade wine cup appeared between his fingers. "You little rascal, want to share a drink?" As Su Chang'e reached for the wine flask on the table, Su Huai, startled awake, quickly intercepted his hand and took the empty cup from it. "Oh, no need, no need. Grandson can manage himself. How dare I trouble you to pour my wine? That'd shorten my lifespan." Su Chang'e watched with amusement as Su Huai filled all 3 cups on the table, then gestured toward the elderly alchemist at work. "That old man is an old friend of mine, Lu Qingmu. His aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired, but he's made considerable achievements in the art of alchemy. Tell me, are you interested in alchemy?" Su Huai hesitated, then offered a bitter smile and shook his head. "No, grandson isn't cut out for it." "Oh, you actually know your limits." "Elder, if you put it that way, there's nothing more to discuss." At this, Su Chang'e burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, didn't you used to boast daily about being the chosen one, the destiny's favorite? What happened? Got your engagement broken off, and now even your ambitions have been ground to dust." "Oh, let's not talk about that." Su Huai took a delicate sip from his cup. The fiery taste flooded his mouth, making his throat tickle. He quietly set the cup down. Having caught that rich aroma, he'd expected the elder to produce some rare vintage to entertain his guest, but it turned out to be merely fire bamboo brew, the cheapest stuff available for a few coins per jar. Stingy old man. Fire bamboo brew was akin to the fiery spirits of his previous world, too harsh, and Su Huai's tolerance for alcohol was poor. As for using cultivation to eliminate intoxication, that would be nothing short of waste and profoundly disrespectful to anyone sharing the drink. Su Chang'e noticed the boy's subtle movements, but said nothing, merely gazing at him with an amused smile. "I thought you came seeking comfort from this old man after that broken engagement. But looking at you now, you seem rather relaxed and at ease. Doesn't look like someone who just suffered humiliation. Have you come to terms with it on your own?" Su Huai nodded gently. "Yes, I've moved on. There are plenty of fish in the sea." The elder clicked his tongue and lifted his cup. "Good that you found peace. When you were born, I was meditating before the Tao Comprehension Stele on Tingyan Mountain alongside that old ghost Sima, and we formed a bond. When your father sent word about the family's circumstances, that old ghost happened to be nearby. Upon hearing I had a grandson, he shamelessly insisted on pushing his 6-month-old granddaughter onto me as your bride. Now that Sima old ghost is dead, I never expected his granddaughter to be so independent-minded. She looked down on you and came straight to the house to break off the engagement. Damn his guts, what a dishonorable bunch. If this old body weren't so weakened, I'd go pay their Sima family a visit myself." The old man drained the strong liquor in one gulp, the alcohol warming his face and lending a hint of color to his otherwise haggard features. Huai refilled the elder's cup with both hands, grinning. Calm yourself, elder. A true man need not worry about finding a wife. If she doesn't value me, I certainly don't value her. In a few years, grandson will bring back a fairy guaranteed to be thousands of times better than that Sima Zhuo. Oh, Su Chang'e raised his eyebrows. By the tone of your voice, you've someone in mind. Yes, indeed. There's a woman I've cherished in my thoughts day and night. Which family does she belong to? Yue Immortal Sect. Oh, you know girls from Yue Immortal Sect. I've heard tales that every immortal maiden there possesses breathtaking beauty. I figured the most beautiful one among them must be my future bride. Su Huai turned his gaze back to the furnace blazing with fierce flames, imagining he could see through the azure fire a girl wrapped tightly against the heat. In such a scorching pill-refining chamber, surely she couldn't be unaffected by the temperature. Just as Su Huai was entertaining the thought of approaching and removing those heavy layers, the girl suddenly looked up at him, her slightly pale face breaking into a pure radiant smile. She opened her palm to reveal a small light brown pill, still radiating warmth. Su Huai, look, I did it. Quick, try it. This is my first 8th-grade pill. From now on, you won't need to risk your life in secret realms competing with those old men for resources. I'll refine pills to support you. Damn, what a wicked rich woman. Su Huai raised his hand to press against his chest where a dull ache had taken root. Later, Su Huai encased that pale brown 8th-grade spirit-returning pill in spirit crystal and fashioned it into a pendant, a token of affection between him and that wealthy woman which he wore close to his body. Alas, the pendant remained an external object unable to transcend with his cultivation upon his rebirth. For centuries they had been inseparable, their souls intertwined, each utterly dependent on the other. But then came the accident. Betrayed by those he trusted most, he was reborn, never knowing whether that little girl had collapsed in grief upon learning of his death. Su Huai. Elder Su Chang'e's voice pulled him back to reality. He lowered his eyes, concealing that tenderness within them, and smiled up at Su Chang'e. Elder, what's wrong? Bloody hell, why are you zoning out staring at that damn furnace? Did you lose your mind? No. Su Chang'e shot him a sidelong glance and pursed his lips. I'm asking, what are your plans going forward? Coming back to his senses, Su Huai picked up the wine flask once more and refilled the cup Su Chang'e had just drained. Grandson wishes to venture out and see the world. Actually, this visit was meant as a farewell. Elder, if you put it that way, there's nothing more to discuss. At these words, Su Chang'e burst into hearty laughter. Ha, didn't you used to boast daily about being the chosen one, the destiny's favorite? What happened? Got your engagement broken and now your ambitions have been ground to dust. Oh, let's not talk about that. Su Huai took a delicate sip. The burning sensation flooded his mouth, making his throat tickle. He quietly set the cup down. Having caught that rich aroma, he'd expected the elder to produce some rare vintage to entertain his guest. But it turned out to be merely fire bamboo brew, the cheapest stuff available for a few coins per jar. Stingy old man. Fire bamboo brew was akin to the fiery spirits of his previous world, too harsh, and Su Huai's tolerance for alcohol was poor. As for using cultivation to eliminate intoxication, that would be nothing short of waste and profoundly disrespectful to anyone sharing the drink. Su Chang'e noticed the boy's subtle movements, but said nothing, merely gazing at him with an amused smile. I thought you came seeking comfort from this old man after that broken engagement. But looking at you now, you seem rather relaxed and at ease. Doesn't look like someone who just suffered humiliation. Have you come to terms with it on your own? Su Huai nodded gently. Yes, I've moved on. There are plenty of fish in the sea. The elder clicked his tongue and lifted his cup. Good that you found peace. When you were born, I was meditating before the Tao Comprehension Stele on Tingyan Mountain alongside that old ghost Sima, and we formed a bond. When your father sent word about the family's circumstances, that old ghost happened to be nearby. Upon hearing I had a grandson, he shamelessly insisted on pushing his 6-month-old granddaughter onto me as your bride. Now that Sima old ghost is dead, I never expected his granddaughter to be so independent-minded. She looked down on you and came straight to the house to break off the engagement. Damn his guts, what a dishonorable bunch. If this old body weren't so weakened, I'd go pay their Sima family a visit myself. The old man drained the strong liquor in one gulp, the alcohol warming his face and lending a hint of color to his otherwise haggard features. Su Huai refilled the elder's cup with both hands, grinning. Calm yourself, elder. A true man need not worry about finding a wife. If she doesn't value me, I certainly don't value her. In a few years, grandson will bring back a fairy guaranteed to be thousands of times better than that Sima Zhuo. Oh, Su Chang'e raised his eyebrows. By the tone of your voice, you've someone in mind. Yes, indeed. There's a woman I've cherished in my thoughts day and night. Which family does she belong to? Yue Immortal Sect. Oh, you know girls from Yue Immortal Sect. I've heard tales that every immortal maiden there possesses breathtaking beauty. I figured the most beautiful one among them must be my future bride. Su Huai turned his gaze back to the furnace blazing with fierce flames, imagining he could see through the azure fire a girl wrapped tightly against the heat. In such a scorching pill-refining chamber, surely she couldn't be unaffected by the temperature. Just as Su Huai was entertaining the thought of approaching and removing those heavy layers, the girl suddenly looked up at him, her slightly pale face breaking into a pure radiant smile. She opened her palm to reveal a small light brown pill, still radiating warmth. Su Huai, look, I did it. Quick, try it. This is my first 8th grade pill. From now on you won't need to risk your life in secret realms competing with those old men for resources. I'll refine pills to support you. Damn, what a wicked rich woman. Su Huai raised his hand to press against his chest where a dull ache had taken root. Later Su Huai encased that pale brown 8th grade spirit returning pill in spirit crystal and fashioned it into a pendant, a token of affection between him and that wealthy woman which he wore close to his body. Alas, the pendant remained an external object unable to transcend with his cultivation upon his rebirth. For centuries they had been inseparable, their souls intertwined, each utterly dependent on the other. But then came the accident. Betrayed by those he trusted most, he was reborn, never knowing whether that little girl had collapsed in grief upon learning of his death. Su Huai. Elder Su Chang's voice pulled him back to reality. He lowered his eyes, concealing that tenderness within them, and smiled up at Su Changa. Elder, what's wrong? Bloody hell, why are you zoning out staring at that damn furnace? Did you lose your mind? No. Su Changa shot him a sidelong glance and pursed his lips. I'm asking, what are your plans going forward? Coming back to his senses, Su Huai picked up the wine flask once more and refilled the cup Su Changa had just drained. Grandson wishes to venture out and see the world. Actually, this visit was meant as a farewell. Elder, if you put it that way, there's nothing more to discuss. At these words, Su Changa burst into hearty laughter. Ha, didn't you used to boast daily about being the chosen one, the destiny's favorite? What happened? Got your engagement broken and now your ambitions have been ground to dust. Oh, let's not talk about that. Su Huai took a delicate sip. The burning sensation flooded his mouth, making his throat tickle. He quietly set the cup down. Having caught that rich aroma, he'd expected the elder to produce some rare vintage to entertain his guest, but it turned out to be merely fire bamboo brew, the cheapest stuff available for a few coins per jar. Stingy old man. Fire bamboo brew was akin to the fiery spirits of his previous world, too harsh, and Su Huai's tolerance for alcohol was poor. As for using cultivation to eliminate intoxication, that would be nothing short of waste and profoundly disrespectful to anyone sharing the drink. Su Changa noticed the boy's subtle movements, but said nothing, merely gazing at him with an amused smile. I thought you came seeking comfort from this old man after that broken engagement. But looking at you now, you seem rather relaxed and at ease. Doesn't look like someone who just suffered humiliation. Have you come to terms with it on your own? Su Huai nodded gently. Yes, I've moved on. There are plenty of fish in the sea. The elder clicked his tongue and lifted his cup. Good that you found peace. When you were born, I was meditating before the Tao Comprehension Stele on Tingyan Mountain alongside that old ghost Sima, and we formed a bond. Su Huai stepped out of the old man's courtyard and raised the ring, examining it carefully in the sunlight. It was a spatial ring, and a high-grade one at that. Cool to the touch, it possessed qualities that could nourish the body, far superior to the one he had picked up from a certain favored son of heaven in his past life. It seems the old man also had a glorious past. But alas, his blood and chi had grown frail, and his cultivation strength had dwindled to almost nothing. With his current realm, he could easily perceive the cultivation levels of the two elders in the courtyard. That alchemist was merely at the 7th rank. Old Master Su was even more peculiar. His body was like a sieve, his spiritual energy reserves barely meeting 2nd-rank standards, with an eerie aura still lingering at the collapsed sea of chi. No doubt this was the reason the old man had returned to the Su family in disillusionment 6 years prior. Yet the old man always kept silent about his past experiences. Even when Su Huai occasionally asked, he would simply gaze blankly at something, offering no explanation. Once Su Jingheng had insisted on pressing about the old man's past. After being soundly beaten, he had only managed to wring out 4 words. No enmity, no grievance, no regret, no comment. Seeing Su Jingheng refuse to believe it, the old man had lifted his foot and struck him again, making clear that the enemy was already dead and no enmity was no idle boast, urging his disobedient son to let go of those pointless worries. 11-year-old Su Huai had then crouched under the eaves with a bowl of melon seeds, watching with great interest as his own father received a severe beating from the old man. Shaking off his thoughts, Su Huai placed the ring on his index finger, the most accessible position, and separated a wisp of soul imprint to attach to it, formally confirming his ownership of the ring. When his spiritual sense probed inside, he was immediately startled. The ring's capacity was roughly thousands of cubic feet, with half of its interior filled to the brim with spirit stones stacked like mountains. In the corner stood 2 rows of bookshelves, yet they held only a dozen or so yellowed ancient texts. Flipping through them, he found that apart from 1 basic cultivation method and 2 low-grade martial techniques, the rest were records of the continent's creatures and a handful of secret lore. Su Huai's gaze settled on the ancient text about secret lore in the farthest corner. Among all the books, only this one had a tattered cover showing obvious signs of extensive wear. It must be some long-buried forbidden secret of the continent that the old man had read over and over again. With reverent anticipation, Su Huai gently extracted it from the shelf. On the cover were boldly printed golden characters: evaluation of demoness of other races. This title. Upon flipping it open, Su Huai was immediately captivated by its contents. After 10 minutes of reading, he tilted his head back toward the sky, attempting to stem the flow of blood from his nose. Closing the ancient text, Su Huai finally understood why all the other books remained in perfect condition, while this one was battered beyond recognition, its pages worn thin from constant reading. But why had the old man given it to him? Could it be that this was some kind of inheritance? Placing the evaluation back on the shelf, Su Huai sighed. I never expected the old man to be such a hidden tycoon. Indeed, he was quite the passionate man. What a carefree life. Under the blazing noon sun, the aroma of cooking food wafted through the Su residence. Su Huai wandered lazily through the mansion grounds, eventually making his way back to his own courtyard. But at the entrance he spotted a ridiculously flamboyant white robe. If his memory served correctly, this was that quiet little follower who always trailed behind C2 Giraud. Su Huai didn't have a bad impression of him. After all, during the marriage contract annulment, he had been quite polite, neither looking down on Su Huai with his gaze, nor behaving like certain brainless villains who would leap out to mock him. You are finally back. The young man in white robes held a sword leaning against the courtyard gate frame. His sharp gaze resembled that of an aloof swordsman, complete with the aura of loneliness at the peak. Su Huai raised his hand to greet him. Are you waiting for me? Indeed, I have been awaiting you for quite some time. Su Huai's entire body tensed. What brings you here, sir? I am Yen Shu, the third prince of the great Yin dynasty. I can tell. You certainly look stern. Say no more. Yen Shu's eyes turned cold, and his arms holding the sword began to tremble with anticipation. I would prefer not to waste words with you, but before descending the mountain my master instructed me to sever all worldly ties that junior sister Giraud may have in this mortal realm. Su Huai was utterly astonished. What the hell? Did you kill her parents? Never speak such nonsense. Yen Shu's small hand trembled, and the 3-foot-long sword in his embrace revealed a glint of steel, as if ready to draw blood at any moment. Hand over that contract document your junior sister gave you at once. Do not force me to take action. Su Huai paused. That so-called contract was nothing more than a spare tire certificate. Once outside the deliberation hall, he had used it to wipe his shoes and tossed it into the ditch by the entrance. Want it? Go pick it up from the ditch yourself. Psycho. Su Huai rolled his eyes, sidestepped Yen Shu, and pushed open the courtyard door. In an instant, he spotted Cheng Xiaohan leaning silently beneath the old parasol tree in the courtyard. A parasol leaf covered her face, and her dedicated broom lay discarded nearby. He wrinkled his nose. A faint scent of blood reached his nostrils, and an immeasurable killing intent erupted instantly, causing the temperature throughout the entire courtyard to plummet. Did you do this? Staring into Su Huai's icy gaze, Yen Shu shuddered. He felt as though a terrifying, ferocious beast were fixing its eyes on him, his limbs growing cold and immobile. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single sound. Seeking death. Su Huai raised his hand, grasping Yen Shu's neck and lifting him completely off the ground. His fingers tightened gradually, and the bones in Yen Shu's neck soon began to crack under the unbearable pressure. His breathing grew rapid, his face flushed crimson, and in a daze he saw his imperial grandfather, long dead, beckoning to him. Young master, what are you doing? The atmosphere froze suddenly. Su Huai turned his head, and discovered that Xiaohan, supposed to be long dead, was now crouched beneath the tree, trembling with terror. Her wide eyes stared at her young master as he committed murder, clearly fearing she would be silenced. You are not dead. Young master, should I be dead? But I still want to live a few more years. Is that okay? She quickly shut her eyes. I saw nothing. This person did not attack you. Xiaohan tugged at her clothes, swallowing hard. Is he not your friend? Hiss. Wait a minute. I clearly smelled blood. Oh right, I almost forgot I had a nosebleed just now. Never mind then. It was all his fault. In his past life as a rogue cultivator, he had always been accustomed to striking first whenever unexpected situations arose. Only after eliminating all potential dangers did he have the right to consider the truth. Otherwise he might have died out there someday. He had nearly forgotten that he was no longer in the Jianghu, where lives were as cheap as grass. This was the Su residence, and he was the young master. Su Huai released his grip, and Yen Shu thudded to the ground, frantically gasping for breath as he pushed himself up. The culprit's lip twitched. He hastily put on an awkward yet polite smile, helped Yen Shu up from the ground, and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding, brother Yen. If you were not the one attacking, why did you not simply tell me straight away? What are you pretending to be aloof for? You should have said so sooner. If you had, how could I possibly have attacked you? Sigh, this is all your fault, brother Yen, making me mistake a good person. Are you some kind of devil? Did you even give me a chance to speak? Blame me. So I took a beating for nothing, and now I am supposed to apologize to you. Su Huai naturally had no idea of the grievance in Yen Shu's heart. Seeing his silence, he enthusiastically picked up the fallen sword for him. Are you hurt? Brother Yen, tell me where it hurts, and I will treat you. Come, let me see. Is it your neck that is uncomfortable? Your face is very red. It is clearly excess blood and qi. I have a bloodletting technique. Yen Shu shrank his head back, looking at Su Huai with sheer terror. Struggling from his swollen throat, he forced out a few words. I am not in pain. Not in pain. That is good then. If it does not hurt you are fine. How about you stay for a meal, brother Yin? Shall I go have the kitchen prepare some dishes? Yin Shu began to struggle. No, will not eat. I still have matters to attend to. I must take my leave first. Damn it. He had almost been strangled to death just by standing at the door with a sword for a while. If he ate this meal, would they not scatter his ashes as well? Yin Shu scrambled and stumbled out of the small courtyard, too terrified even to accept the sword from Su Huai's hand. He sped toward the resting quarters arranged for them by the Su family, stumbling all the way. He would order the execution of that spy responsible for gathering intelligence on the Su family as soon as he returned. Damn it. The spy had confidently told him that the young master of the Su family betrothed to Si Tuzhe was a useless waste incapable of cultivation with no strength to bind a chicken. Have you ever seen a useless waste who could paralyze a spirit condensation period cultivator like him just with his oppressive aura? He was clearly more terrifying than his father. Meanwhile, in Su Huai's courtyard, watching Yin Shu flee as if seeing a ghost, Xiaohan, slowly piecing together the sequence of events, hugged her broom and crouched beneath the tree, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Admittedly, now that she understood what had happened, the way her young master had stood up for her had indeed been somewhat handsome. Thinking about it this way, warming his bed did not seem entirely unreasonable. Xiaohan's face turned red. To her surprise, Su Huai suddenly turned his head and glared at her. What are you laughing at? This is all your fault. As punishment, you will not get lunch today. Instead, you will bring a stool and sit beside me while I eat. Pa, the young master is both ugly and perverted. How despicable. I would rather warm the bed for a dog than for him. After lunch, Su Huai thoroughly enjoyed the treatment befitting a wealthy young master. The newly purchased bamboo chair swayed incessantly, emitting faint creaking sounds. Su Huai half closed his eyes, letting the sparse sunlight bathe him as his body went limp, unwilling to move. Young master, is this? All right. Harder, it's fine, don't go easy on me. I can't, young master. Su Huai bared his teeth with a ferocious expression. You have to do it even if you can't. Keep moving or I'll deduct your monthly wages and throw you out of the mansion. Woo-woo. After another 20 minutes or so, Su Huai patted Xiao He's hand with a look of disdain. Useless. For all your good looks, you can't even massage my shoulders. So girly. I am a girl after all. How dare you? Talk back to the young master. I'll deduct 3 days of your wages. Xiao He opened her mouth, weak and helpless. Poor girl had been massaging the young master's shoulders all afternoon, her hands sore and numb, only to be scolded. She might as well just warm his bed. Rich young masters were truly heartless. He hadn't even played with her yet, and he was already thinking of throwing her out. If he actually got tired of her, what then? Enough. Su Huai stretched, flexed his limbs and pinched Xiao He's tender, moist cheek. I'm leaving. Remember to sweep the courtyard. Oh. The door closed softly. Su Huai's departure was silent, undisturbed by anyone. Dressed in a black robe, he slipped out of the Su residence and plunged into the crowded throng, ambling leisurely toward the commoner residential area on the other side of Black Iron City. At the entrance to the commoner district stood 2 buildings that reaped the most profit in the mundane world: Green Silk Pavilion and Fortune Pavilion. Their names sounded elegant, but one was a brothel trading in flesh, and the other was a gambling den that had ruined countless families. Green Silk Pavilion harmed the body, Fortune Pavilion drained wealth. For the common folk struggling to make a living, neither establishment at the street corner was a good place. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Huai tucked his hands into his sleeves, crouched by a fruit stall, and bought a large bag of assorted fruits. After a moment's thought, he also picked up a bag of candies from a small eatery run by the Su family. Then, meandering, he wandered into a poor household at the end of the alley. Black Iron City, built upon a vast black iron ore vein, was remote, but not impoverished. In fact, it was far wealthier than over 80% of ordinary cities in the immortal domain. Yet even the most prosperous places had corners forgotten by prosperity. The Chung family lived at the very bottom of Black Iron City. The family's pillar had met with an accident while hunting with others. Though his companions fought desperately to save his life, he lost his legs forever. The housewife who managed the household was frail and often ill, surviving on bitter, cheap medicines that barely kept her alive. Moreover, the household included 2 elderly, often confused seniors, and a little girl of 6 or 7 who could only help with light chores. A family of 6, the burden of life crushing the young maid who was barely 16 or 17. Fortunately, Su Zhengheng, the lord of Black Iron City, though disdainful of his good-for-nothing son, Su Huai, was not a bad city lord to the common folk. The Su residents hired servants from impoverished families on the brink of ruin, paying them generously. For instance, Chung Xiaoha had a job from the Su household that offered compensation far exceeding the labor required. All she had to do was sweep the courtyard of this useless young master every day, and that was enough to barely sustain her entire family, with a little left over to buy cheap herbs for her mother. But sustenance was merely sustenance. Her mother's illness grew worse. To cure it would require an astronomical sum of money. Chung Xiaoha had even considered selling herself to Green Silk Pavilion to save her mother's life when she witnessed her mother coughing up blood. But though she couldn't see her toes when she looked down, her face was hardly a great beauty, and she knew neither song, nor dance, nor poetry, painting, or music. The price green silk pavilion offered for her was even less than 2 months' wages from the Su family. So Chung Xiaohe loved money dearly. That was why when Su Huai bet her 10 times her monthly wage, her heart pounded. And then she successfully lost herself to the perverse, evil, eldest young master of the Su family. Tap, tap, tap. Who is it? A little girl with pigtails peered through a hole in the door and saw Su Huai standing at the entrance, smiling, carrying 2 large bags. Who are you? Ba, I am a humble monk from the Great Tang in the east. Wow. Dad. Mom. Look, a bald donkey. Kid, open the door. I'm your sister's friend. I don't believe you. Bad people always say that. You're dressed all in black carrying sacks. Definitely not a good person. Fine. You've got a future, kid. Even Sidu Zhuo couldn't leave me speechless, but you've done it twice in 1 minute. Open the door. I really am your sister's friend. Eventually, after Su Huai named Chung Xiaohe and even accurately reported her height and measurements, the brat finally let him into the house. A guest had arrived. Mother Chung rummaged through the house for a long time, then awkwardly washed the fruits Su Huai had brought to serve him. 2 elderly, deeply wrinkled seniors sat in the hall, dazed occasionally, holding each other's hands and counting the lines on their palms. Father Chung was a swarthy man who, having lost his legs and unable to move, could only lean on the Kong bed and offer Su Huai a kind but bitter smile. In this honest man's view, Su Huai was probably a wealthy young master who had taken a liking to his daughter. But given their family situation, it would only drag her down, and he would surely be scorned. While he was sizing up Su Huai was also sizing him up. He particularly noticed the rough scars on his forehead. Those scars were in subtle positions, either from a fall from a height or self-inflicted by banging his head. It was hard to imagine how desperate this middle-aged man felt when he smashed his head against the cold wall. The backbone of the family had suddenly snapped, becoming a burden. He had mustered the courage to end his life and lighten the load on his family, but upon hearing his little daughter's cries and his wife's pleas, that courage quietly dissipated. Human beings are such complex creatures. Death is not frightening. What is frightening is having something you cannot bear to forget before you die. Big brother, are you really my sister's friend? But I never heard my sister mention you. Eat your candy. I don't want to talk to you. With a slap, he stuffed a piece of candy into the little girl's mouth, tugged her pigtail, and looked up at Father Chung with a warm, sunny smile. Uncle Chung. At dusk near sunset, Su Huai emerged from that alley waving goodbye to the Chung family. He left a sum of money for the Chung family, neither too much nor too little. It wouldn't make them rich overnight, but it was enough to solve all the difficulties they currently faced. Though he offered it as a loan rather than a gift, and had Father Chung write an IOU, Father Chung knew in his heart that this was merely charity and pity. But he didn't have the courage to refuse. He couldn't even utter words of decline. At such a moment, stiffening one's neck and shouting, "I will not eat the food of charity," was not pride, nor was it backbone. That was selfishness. Would he rather let his daughter sell herself, let his wife die of illness, let his little daughter live in the shadows her whole life, sacrificing her own future to care for him, as a cripple, than swallow his pride and accept help from others? If that's not selfishness, what is? In the end, the little Chung girl, after threats of pigtail pulling and a candy offensive, finally acknowledged Su Huai's handsomeness. Father Chung and Mother Chung watched him go until his figure completely disappeared into the crowd. Night fell. In the Su family's small courtyard, Chung Xiaohe had washed herself clean, wrapped herself up tightly, and crouched under the eaves looking like a nervous little cat about to be petted. She had been anxious for nearly 2 hours. From sunset until now, when the moon hung above the branches, she had been so tense, she was almost falling asleep. Why hadn't that perverted young master returned yet? Did he still want the bed warmed, or not? Damn it, since you're not coming back, I'm leaving. I'm going home. Xiaohe stood up and trotted to the door. But just as she stepped across the threshold, her face fell. If I run away, will the young master be angry? What if he hits me? I've heard rich young masters love to whip people. It hurts a lot. Even if he doesn't hit me, what if he gets furious and drives me out of the Su residence? Sigh. Chung Xiaohe have it too hard. Chung Xiaohe hugged herself sadly, crouched by the side of the door, and stared at the bluestone path leading to the main gate of the Su residence, motionless. After about another quarter of an hour, the cleaning woman passed by and stared at Chung Xiaohe for a long while. Xiaohe, are you pretending to be a stone lion? No, Annie Lu, I'm waiting for the young master to come back. Oh, little girl, have you fallen in love? Chung Xiaohe blushed and lowered her head. In a sense, whether she had fallen for him or not, it seemed she couldn't escape tonight. But Auntie Lu's next words made her eyes widen. Don't wait, Xiaohe. I just passed by old Master Su's place and heard them say that young Master Su has left home on a long journey. He probably won't be back for a while. Don't go home quickly. The Su residence gates will close soon. Okay, thank you, Auntie Lu. Chung Xiaohe didn't know how she got home. Black Iron City's public security wasn't bad. Anyone who dared to cause trouble was tied up by the Su enforcement squad, their corpses still hanging on the city walls. So she wandered, dazedly greeted by a few familiar neighbors, and encountered no mishaps along the way. Even when she reached home, she just crouched at the door afraid to enter. Su Huai's departure filled young Cheng Xiaohe with confusion and sorrow. She suspected that her massage had displeased him, and that was why he had decided to abandon her. Maybe tomorrow the Su resident steward would stop her at the gate and tell her, "Cheng Xiaohe, you don't need to come anymore." But if she lost her job, what would she do next? Rich young masters were so heartless. Whoa. Sis, why are you squatting here and crying secretly? The little girl with braided pigtails poked her head out from the doorway and patted her sister's shoulder. Don't cry. I'll treat you to some candy. A sweet thing was suddenly stuffed into her mouth. Cheng Xiaohe wiped her tears and looked at the precocious Cheng Xiaomiao. Where did you get candy? From my future husband. Cheng Xiaohe was stunned. You're only 7 and mom and dad have already betrothed you. No, mom and dad didn't arrange it. Then who? It's the eldest young master of the Su family. He came to our house today. Dad said he came for you. But I don't think so, because he likes to pull my pigtails. Zhang Lanlan says that if a boy likes to pull a girl's pigtails, it means he has a secret crush on her. So the young master must like me. Cheng Xiaohe's mind went blank. Now there was only one thought in her head: that perverted young master had come to her house. She lifted her foot and ran inside, then ran back halfway, and with a thud flicked Cheng Xiaomiao hard on the forehead. Still not satisfied, she thudded again. Then she took all the candies from her hand and pockets, stuffed them into her own pockets, and turned back to run inside. Loud crying immediately erupted from the doorway. After listening to her mother recount everything that had happened during the day, Cheng Xiaohe and her mother hugged each other and wept. Father Cheng heard the soft sobbing inside the room and the loud crying of Cheng Xiaomiao outside. He looked through the window at the pitch-black streets and alleys and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in life. Crying, Cheng Xiaohe fell asleep. She was truly exhausted. No matter how optimistic a person, when the heavy burden is suddenly lifted, the long-suppressed spirit becomes weary from the abrupt relaxation. Next time the young master returns, she would definitely warm his bed. In the middle of the night, Cheng Xiaohe had a vague dream. The young master rode a white horse from the Su residence to her doorstep, lifted her onto the carriage, and took her back to the Su mansion. He said he wanted Cheng Xiaohe to warm his bed for a lifetime. But the day after she warmed the bed, he grew tired of her, threw her out of the Su residence in the dead of winter, and even took away her underwear. So she had to pick up a rotten vegetable leaf. With a thump, Cheng Xiaohe rolled off the bed. Sitting up, she clutched her aching head and began to cry loudly. As she cried, she cursed Su Huai as a pervert. The pervert being cursed, Su Huai suddenly sneezed. The sneeze startled the 3-meter-tall, colorful demon tiger not far away. He shook his head. Since he was exposed, he decided not to hide anymore. He pulled out a dagger and faced the demon tiger, which had just finished eating and was annoyed at having its sweet dreams disturbed. Found you. You're the one who caused my death in my second life. Roar. The tiger roared to the sky, then lowered its head and snorted white mist spraying onto the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Su Huai flexed his feet. The colorful tiger before him was a third-ranked demon beast roughly on par with Yin Shu, whom he had scared to tears earlier today. But he himself was a 9th-rank immortal sovereign. Overwhelming power made revenge lack thrill. So he decided to have some fun. He would defeat it with the exact same sliding tackle he had used back then to appease his own spirit in heaven, so that his spirit would bless him. How didn't that sound a bit off? Never mind, don't sweat the details. Here I go. The dagger twirled a beautiful arc in his palm. Su Huai gathered momentum and charged forward. Just as the colorful tiger leaped and pounced at him, he leaned his upper body back sharply. A perfect sliding tackle. But who would have thought that the beast wouldn't play by the rules? It abruptly halted its forward pounce mid-air, then dropped down its head close to the ground and opened its massive maw. Holy shit! Su Huai slid directly into its mouth. With a crack, the sharp fangs snapped shut, clamping onto his waist. Only 3 thoughts crossed Su Huai's mind at that moment. First, Newton's coffin lid was about to blow off. This damn tiger had no inertia. Second, the people on Jihu who taught sliding tackles to kill tigers deserved to die. Even he, an immortal sovereign, couldn't do it, so how could a mere mortal? Third, sorry, but you broke the rules first. Boom. Su Huai blasted a concentrated spiritual energy bomb right into the tiger's face. The clever, colorful demon tiger hadn't even had time to pat itself on the back when its soul directly ascended to heaven. Su Huai touched his waist. His clothes were torn in a row of large holes, but underneath his skin wasn't even scraped. The colorful tiger's moves were flashy but didn't deal any real damage. Good thing his cultivation level from this life was saved. Cursing under his breath, he kicked the tiger's corpse, picked up a round demon core, wiped it on the tiger's fur, and tossed it into his spatial ring. After doing all this, he sighed in relief and turned to walk eastward into the forest. Over there, a snake brother was still waiting for him. As a rule, serpentine demon beasts prefer to dwell in dark, damp groves and marshlands. Of course, there are always exceptions. Some eccentrics enjoy basking in the desert sun, while others soak in pools of molten lava. After pinpointing the general direction, Su Huai spent nearly another half-hour before discovering on a sun-drenched slope the cave that had haunted his dreams. He paused at the entrance, gazing at the pale blue flowers carpeting the ground, and couldn't help but sigh. In his first life, he had died an ordinary man with little worldly experience, merely finding these wildflowers beautiful. Now he realized these were no ordinary wildflowers. They were countless second-grade spirit herbs known as moon dew chrysanthemums. Spirit herbs commanded high prices. In the trading house of Haiti City, 5 moon dew chrysanthemums could buy a generous-hearted Cheng Xiaohe, no haggling required. Adhering to the principle of thrift and household management, he channeled his spiritual energy, carving out a 5-meter radius of rock and soil around the cave mouth, and shoved the entire mass into his spatial ring. After surveying the now bare entrance, he nodded in satisfaction and ducked into the cave. The cave was cool and damp with dark green moss clinging to the walls. A faint rancid odor drifted from the depths, prompting Su Huai to quicken his pace. After a few dozen steps, Su Huai finally spotted by the faint glow of little glowing grass the pool, where he had met his end in his first life. A stone pillar rose from the water carved with 8 deep grooves, each one more forceful than the last. A purple-striped black viper over 20 meters in length coiled atop the pillar. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto the uninvited intruder who had dared to enter its lair, sword in hand. Hiss! Hiss! A fifth-order demon beast. Su Huai frowned. The immortal domain had always been a world where immortals and mortals coexisted. Cultivators seemed to be everywhere, but in truth those with talent for cultivation were scarce, less than 0.5% of the total population. Of that 0.5%, at least half remained stuck at the initial body tempering stage for their entire lives. The 10 stages of cultivation were body tempering, foundation, establishment, spirit concentration, mortal transformation, ascension, to immortality, earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, immortal king, immortal sovereign, and finally immortal emperor. The first 4 stages were known as the mortal realm. Only upon reaching the 5th stage, the ascension to immortality realm, could one be considered truly on the path of immortality, qualified to establish a sect. But breaking through to the 5th stage was exceedingly difficult. The strongest publicly known figure in the entire Dian Kingdom, its ruler Yin Potion, was merely a cultivator at the late ascension to immortality stage. Minor city lords like Su Huai's father Su Zhengheng, who were content with their own little domains, were mostly at the spirit concentration stage. Su Zhengheng was slightly stronger, having just broken through to the mortal transformation stage. Who would have thought that in a small forest less than 100 li from Haiti City a 5th-order demon beast would be lurking? With your power, why not challenge Yin Patian to establish your fame, instead of slumbering here like a coward? Furthermore, a 5th-order demon beast's intelligence should be comparable to that of a human. After all, at the 6th order they could assume human form and speak human language. Yet Su Huai found that the purple-striped black viper before him seemed like a moron, merely staring at him blankly. Could there be idiots among demon beasts as well? Su Huai released a trace of aura at the ascension to immortality level. The purple-striped black viper's massive body trembled, but after the tremor it remained coiled there motionless. Its eyes wide, it neither attacked nor fled. Damn, it really is an idiot. And this thing ate me in my first life. Staring at this foolish snake, Su Huai suddenly recalled the idiom of waiting for a rabbit to dash against a tree stump. This snake was the farmer who waited by the stump expecting a rabbit to come running and kill itself. And he, Su Huai, had been that foolish rabbit in his first life. What a ridiculous joke. Su Huai twitched the corner of his mouth, gripping his blade as he stepped forward. Since he was already here, the debt of being devoured must be repaid today. But to his surprise, as he slowly approached the pool, the purple-striped black viper suddenly stirred. Its icy scales shimmered with an eerie dark light. The massive serpentine body appeared and disappeared in the water. Then it opened its mouth, bit its own tail, and swallowed it, gradually forming a circular ring that connected head to tail. The Ouroboros. Su Huai was stunned. A flicker of understanding arose in his mind, only to vanish in an instant. Before he could think further, the foolish snake suddenly sank into the pool. At the same time, the clear water surged upward, forming a gigantic transparent serpent head in the air. The serpent head glanced at Su Huai, then opened its massive jaws and swallowed him whole. Su Huai's vision went pitch black, but his heart was filled with astonishment. With the power of an immortal sovereign, he had just felt when facing that transparent serpent head a sense of being like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant gazing at the sky. Please step forward. When light returned to his eyes, Su Huai found himself no longer in that low cave. He now stood before a heavy metal door upon which coiled a massive silver Ouroboros sculpture. The serpent's eyes, made of gemstones, glowed with a bloody crimson light. Please step forward. Who are you? Su Huai stared into the serpent's eyes on the door, his spiritual energy swirling wildly around him, ready to unleash his most powerful strike at any moment. After a long standoff, the silver serpent seemed to lose patience. I said step forward. The serpent's eyes flashed. Suddenly Su Huai felt all his power drained away in an instant, reducing him to the ordinary self of his first life. An invisible hand enveloped him, forcibly pulling him forward, then slapping his palm onto the stone platform before the metal door with a loud crack. Energy level 9. 3 potential level 0, rating 13, unqualified. Mirant. Incompetent. Waste. Garbage. What the hell? You even insult people. Who the hell are you? Come out and fight me. When it came to verbal sparring, Huai had never feared anyone. The silver serpent seemed to be rendered speechless. After a long silence, when it spoke again, its voice returned to its initial flatness. 5 years unqualified death. You son of a... Damn it. Before he could finish, Huai suddenly felt someone push him. He stumbled, and when he looked up, the metal door had vanished. In its place were the original cave, the pool, and that foolish snake coiled in the water staring at him with wide eyes. He clenched his fist. The power of an immortal sovereign had returned. But on the middle finger of his right hand now rested a silver Ouroboros ring. It seemed to have exhausted its power. The once blood-red eyes were now dim and lifeless. Huai frowned carefully, injecting a wisp of spiritual energy. A message instantly appeared in his mind. Energy level 9. 3 potential level 0 rating 13 potential enhancement, Tingyun Mountain Enlightenment Steel. What does this mean? Key. Qualified. Boat escape. Key. What key? Escape from what? Huai's mind suddenly flashed to that metal door embedded in the mountain. Was the key that the Ouroboros ring spoke of meant to open that door? What lay behind the door? A boat. An escape. What did that mean? Was he supposed to escape, or was he meant to help something behind the door escape? Huai reached up to twist the ring, but found it seemed to have fused with him. No matter how he pulled, it wouldn't come off. Never mind. Huai sat by the pool, organizing the events that had just transpired. It seemed his intuition in his first life was correct. This cave indeed held a tremendous opportunity. That idiotic purple-striped black viper was the first trial. That was why, as an ordinary man in his first life, he had barged in recklessly and died immediately. Now returning with the cultivation of an immortal sovereign, he had triggered the second trial, but it seemed he still hadn't passed. The potential level corresponded to his physical talent. After all, this body, though inheriting his past life's cultivation and power, had not inherited the hard-earned improvement in his root, bone, and aptitude. So strictly speaking, Huai was still a waste, an immortal sovereign level waste. If he didn't find a way to improve his root, bone, and aptitude, he would remain stuck at the immortal sovereign realm for the rest of this life, never advancing further. And the grudge of having his kidney cut out in his past life would remain unavenged. Most importantly, he needed to figure out who the assassin was that had come for him in his past life, luring him into the territory of that enchantress. Why had they targeted an honest man like him? Shaking his head, Huai was too furious. He raised his hand and slapped the foolish snake beside him. Now that this wretched thing had become the key to opening the secret realm behind that metal door, he couldn't kill it, but a beating shouldn't be a problem, right? So before the foolish snake could react, Huai gave it another slap. Smack. Purple-striped black viper, bewildered expression, Tingyun Mountain, huh? Well, it's not far from the Dian Kingdom capital anyway. After I gain enlightenment there, I'll head to the Yenue Immortal Sect. Sigh. In this life, I got the invincible protagonist script, so why are things getting more and more troublesome? Smack. Purple-striped black viper, crying face, life is hard. Huai sighed. The Dian dynasty, one of the many mortal dynasties in the immortal domain, bordered the Ming Sea to the east, the Ice Plain to the north, the Dao dynasty to the south, and the Zhongxing mountain range, which stretched across most of the immortal domain to the west. As one of the 3 forbidden zones of the immortal domain, the Zhongxing mountain range concealed countless mysteries. Deep within the mountains, spirit beasts roamed everywhere, and high-ranking demon kings were ubiquitous, making it the paradise of the demon race. Dangerous it was indeed. Yet in return, the region boasted superior natural surroundings, dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and numerous precious mineral veins and spirit herbs that had formed due to various reasons. Wherever there were benefits, humans were inevitably drawn to venture. Long before the founding of the Dian dynasty, countless predecessors had gathered at the edges of the mountain range, some making a living by hunting spirit beasts, others by seeking spirit herbs. Over time, more and more people settled near the mountains, gradually forming different settlements and villages, and eventually, to defend against spirit beast attacks, they began building city walls. Luo City was the largest city near the Zhongxing mountain range. Unlike the Black Iron City, which was embedded in the mountains and nearly isolated from the world, Luo City was directly under the Dian royal family, serving as a key border stronghold established by the Dian dynasty at the edge of the Zhongxing mountain range. Its commerce thrived, countless spirit herbs and spirit beast materials flowed through Luo City to the entire immortal domain every day. At this moment in the wilderness, less than 50 li from Luo City, 5 young people, 2 men and 3 women, were seated around a blazing bonfire. Not far away on a patch of open ground lay the carcass of a second-rank forest horn ox from which a considerable amount of flesh had already been cut away. Brother Yin, you only stopped at Black Iron City for half a day, so why have you been looking so dazed since you returned? Oh, by the way, Brother Yin, where is your sword? The young man who spoke was named Luo Yuanhe, the only son of the city lord of Luo City, whose cultivation level was infinitely close to the 3rd level, the spirit concentration stage. The Brother Yin he referred to was no other than Yin Shu, the 3rd prince of the Dian dynasty, who had just left Black Iron City around dusk. Yen Shu picked up a piece of dry firewood from the ground, listlessly tossed it into the flames, then continued hugging his knees, staring blankly at the bonfire, his dark red pupils seemingly unable to focus. My sword. I lost it. Lost. Luo Yuanhe was stunned. A fourth-rank artifact, you just lost it. Weren't you saying just a few days ago that it was your father's coming-of-age gift to you? Yes, a coming-of-age gift. I am useless. Yen Shu covered his face with both hands, his hands trembling slightly. Sitting opposite, Yen Shu Sidu Zhirao was also puzzled. They were supposed to rest for a night in Black Iron City before setting out for the imperial capital, but yesterday around noon, Yen Shu had suddenly disappeared for a while and returned looking utterly disheartened. When asked what had happened, he refused to say and only urged them to leave. The dry firewood crackled in the flames. Seeing the expressions of the two guests were off, Luo Yuanhe quickly signaled to the two girls beside Situ Zhirao. One of the girls was Luo Yuanhe's younger sister, Luo Xian. She was talented, but usually somewhat spoiled and arrogant, yet at this moment her entire attention was fixed on the silent Yen Shu, whose face was buried in his hands. She thought that a prince was indeed a prince, even his melancholic aura was so perfectly managed, truly a worthy match. As for this Situ Zhirao beside her, just a woman from a small city, she had merely happened to climb onto the royal family's high branch. Wasn't her former fiancé a good-for-nothing? What was she playing at with all this aloofness? The other girl was Chao Yi, daughter of Chao Yang, a magnate of the Luo City Chamber of Commerce. As a merchant's daughter, she had been well-versed in emotional intelligence since childhood, her prenatal education being a book titled Don't Lose at Not Knowing How to Express. She did not rashly approach Yen Shu. Instead, she divided the small handful of beef that was sizzling with oil into 4 portions, sprinkling them with spices and Sichuan pepper. 2 portions she handed to Luo Yuanhe, 1 to her good friend Luo Xian, and the last one she personally delivered to Situ Zhirao. Sister Situ, would you like something to eat? Chao Yi's conversation was very tactful. She skillfully avoided anything that might involve Situ Zhirao's privacy, merely chatting about trivial cultivation matters and life hacks. Luo Yuanhe watched the two girls' relationship warm up rapidly, then glanced at his own sister, who was devouring beef and letting her imagination run wild over Yen Shu's handsome face, and couldn't help but sigh. He had previously thought his sister was quite adorable. But everything pales in comparison. He shook his head, casting aside stray thoughts, and following Chao Yi's lead, he brought up the unpleasant topics from before, turning instead to recall some fascinating anecdotes from Luo City. As it happened, there was one recent matter that greatly interested him. Luo Yuanhe divided a portion of the beef in his hand and handed it to Yen Shu, saying, "Brother, Yen, you are a distinguished disciple of the Tianhan Palace. Does your sect have methods for taming spirit beasts?" Yen Shu's voice remained somewhat dull. "Yes, there are. But those techniques are quite unremarkable, requiring the beast to be trained from infancy. Methods for controlling adult spirit beasts exist only in Wanshou Island, and they are closely guarded secrets. Brother Yin, you are too modest. Most spirit beasts are fierce and hard to control. Being able to tame a cub is already quite impressive." Luo Yuanhe deliberately lowered his voice, leaning close to Yen Shu's ear. "Brother Yin, come to my tent at the 5th watch later. I will offer you a stroke of luck. How about it?" "What stroke of luck?" "I have some interesting things in my tent. It's not convenient to talk here. Just come and you'll see." A certain part of Yen Shu's body suddenly tightened. He glanced at Luo Yuanhe and subtly moved a little to the other side. "What can't be said? There are no outsiders here. You just say it plainly. Or do you consider Miss Chao Yi an outsider? Or do you think junior sister Zhirao would snatch the fortune you mentioned?" Luo Yuanhe, seeing Yen Shu suddenly raise his voice, opened his mouth dumbly. He turned his head and found Situ Zhirao, casting him a cold glance, his own sister also frowning at him, while only Chao Yi remained expressionless. Luo Yuanhe was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why do you have to shout so loud? He didn't know that Yen Shu had just misunderstood him. He only thought that this guy's emotional intelligence was even lower than his sister's. Thank goodness he was a concubine's son and had been sent to the Tianhan Palace to cultivate since childhood. Otherwise, with such low EQ, wouldn't he have been secretly killed by his 2 half-brothers long ago? Fine. He had originally planned to secretly tell Yen Shu this confidential news, doing him a favor so he could enjoy the benefit alone. But since he didn't appreciate it, don't blame him for being inconsiderate. Ahem. Luo Yuanhe first threw a few pieces of dry wood into the fire to ease his embarrassment. Then he cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "This news was told to me by my father this morning. In all of Luo City, no more than a handful of people know it. This matter involves a demon king in the Zhongxing mountain range." Around the bonfire, everyone instantly fell silent, their gazes fixed on Luo Yuanhe. For a moment, only the faint sounds of wood burning could be heard. Luo Yuanhe was quite satisfied with their reaction. Just how terrifying was a demon king? One must know that only an 8th-rank spirit beast dared to claim territory deep in the Zhongxing mountain range and call itself a demon king. Even in the Tianhan Palace where Yen Shu belonged, there were very few powerhouses capable of contending with a demon king. A smile curled at the corner of Luo Yuanhe's mouth, and he stopped beating around the bush. More than half a month ago, strange disturbances suddenly came from deep within the Zhongxing mountain range. The nearest human sacred ground, Tingyan Mountain, worried that the disturbance might trigger a beast tide specially sent in Earth immortal realm expert skilled in concealment to infiltrate the mountains and investigate. And just last night my father received that expert. From him, he learned that the disturbance in the Zhongxing mountain range actually stemmed from a territorial conflict between the red-eyed Wutuan Demon King and the moon-howling Wolf King. The two clans had erupted into a brutal population war. At the height of the war, the strong of the Luyun Bei tribe sneaked into the red-eyed Demon King's lair. They killed almost all of the Demon King's wives and offspring, leaving only the youngest Wutuan cub who, being naughty and playful, had been wandering outside at the time and escaped the catastrophe. Upon learning of this, the moon-howling Wolf King, fearing that the red-eyed Demon King would be driven by rage to drag him to mutual destruction unexpectedly, withdrew his troops for hundreds of li and promised to temporarily set aside their conflict and join the Wutuan clan in punishing the treacherous Luyun Bei tribe. Now the red-eyed Demon King is both slaughtering the Luyun Bei tribe wildly and dispatching a large number of his demon subordinates to search for that last descendant. After speaking a long paragraph in one breath, Luo Yuanhe felt parched and took a swig from his water pouch. He looked at Situ Zhuo and the others who were stunned by the news and raised an eyebrow before dropping another bombshell. Guess where that red-eyed Wutuan cub is? Yen Shu's breathing grew rapid and his eyes widened. You don't mean just what you're thinking. My father learned of this news this morning and didn't think much of it at first, but just before lunch he suddenly recalled an incident that had happened not long ago. The day before yesterday at dusk, a group of beast hunters was attacked by an unknown spirit beast, and several people died. According to the survivors, the beast that attacked them was a pitch-black, half-human-tall creature with blood-red eyes. Though small in stature, it possessed a third-rank cultivation. Small in size, third rank, with red eyes and black skin. All of this pointed to the beast's identity as the cub of the Qi Mu Wu Gui Demon King. With careful nurturing, it might even reach 6th rank. And with particularly good fortune, there was a possibility of breaking through to 7th rank. As for becoming a Demon King, just dreaming about it was enough. To reach 8th rank, bloodline and talent alone would not suffice. One needed massive opportunity to support such advancement. In the demon beast realm, examples of offspring surpassing their great demon parents were exceedingly rare. In other words, obtaining this cub meant that in years to come, possessing combat strength rivaling the emperor of the Yin dynasty would be an inevitability. Yet the lord of Luo City, who stood the best chance of acquiring it, abandoned this monumental opportunity without the slightest hesitation. Chao Yi readily perceived the city lord's reasoning. Confirming the cub's approximate location made finding it no difficult task. Concealing its aura was equally manageable. The true challenge lay in severing the Demon King's bloodline guidance. The Qi Mu Demon King would inevitably trace its offspring through some innate connection. When that occurred, the entire city of Luo would face an irresistible calamity. As for fleeing far away with the cub, that was an even greater gamble. No one could guarantee the Qi Mu Demon King would abandon its pursuit due to distance, nor could anyone ensure that other powerful figures would not discern the cub's potential and seize it by force. A common man commits no crime, yet possessing a treasure becomes his offense. The lord of Luo City was unwilling to surrender his current status and peace for an uncertain bright future. He was a remarkably clear-headed individual, rare throughout the entire immortal domain. Thus he relayed this information through his son to Yen Shu, and the burning rock instantly transformed into a colossal favor at virtually no cost. It was worth noting that Yen Shu was not merely the third prince of the Yin dynasty, but also a direct disciple of a certain elder from Tianhan Palace. Upon obtaining the Qi Mu Wu Gui cub, he could have departed immediately to return it to Tianhan Palace. The Qi Mu Demon King was after all no demon venerable, far less a demon emperor. For all its power, it would not dare prowl among factions bolstered by immortal venerables. In the end, it could only swallow its grievance and seek new mates to breed another litter. Luo Yuanhe paid no mind to others' stares. He simply gazed at Yen Shu's reddened eyes and smiled. Brother Yen, what say you? Does this opportunity meet your standards? Yen Shu regarded Luo Yuanhe. Though somewhat slow on the uptake as a member of the royal lineage, his intellect was hardly deficient. He could perceive what Chao Yi had already considered. He could only offer Luo Yuanhe a respectful salute. The Luo family's kindness shall be forever cherished by my Yin clan. Pray tell, where is the cub now? I beg your guidance, brother Luo. Haha, brother Yin, follow me. As Luo Yuanhe rose and made for a particular direction, Chao Yi's eyes flickered, her suspicions growing ever more certain. It appeared the Luo city lord had not only pinpointed the cub's location, but had already secured it, perhaps entrapping it somewhere, waiting only for Yen Shu to come and claim it. No wonder Luo Yuanhe had summoned them beyond the city walls for an overnight camp so late in the evening. This was clearly a flawlessly executed plan. Before this, the Chao family might still have contended with the Luo family through sheer wealth. But henceforth with backing from the Deyin royal house the Luo family's standing was unassailable. Luo Yuanha's invitation to join this gathering likely carried more than mere goodwill. It was also a display of strength. The group extinguished their campfire and followed Luo Yuanha into the darkening forest. This lay not far from Luo City within the outermost reaches of the Zongxing mountain range, where even second-ranked demon beasts were rarely encountered. After only a brief sprint through the forest, they arrived at the entrance of a concealed valley. But as Luo Yuanha turned to speak with Yin Shu, an unusual fragrance suddenly filled his nostrils. The formation Luo City Lord had strategically positioned at the valley entrance had been deliberately sabotaged. His expression darkened, and he hurriedly charged into the valley. Within the narrow gorge a flickering flame suddenly emerged. Through the firelight Luo Yuanha caught sight of a dark figure beside the blaze where a small beast lay split open on a spit. Thunder cracked like a bolt from the blue. "It's over." Luo Yuanha's body shook violently. In an instant all strength deserted him, and he collapsed to the ground. Yin Shu, witnessing the scene from behind, seemed to grasp what had transpired. With a furious roar he charged toward the fire. "Stop! Let go of my demon beast! What the hell?" Smack! Chao Yi and the others watched, as Yin Shu launched himself toward the figure near the fire with tremendous force. Then they heard a startled cry followed by a sharp crack. Yin Shu, clad in white robes, spun mid-air before crashing to the ground. "Damn it, what was that? You scared me." The dark figure retrieved a torch and shone it on the prostrate white-robed form, then burst into laughter. "Oh, it's you. Brother Yin, haven't seen you for a day, and look at that outfit. Quite distinctive, isn't it? You?" A quarter hour later, Chao Yi sat bewildered beside the valley fire with the others. Next to her was an equally baffled Luo Yuanha, and beside him Yin Shu, with half his face swollen like a pig's head yet hunched and trembling. "Brother, Yin Shu, what fate brings us together far from home? Come eat meat. I was planning to treat you to a meal at noon to make amends, but you seemed to have urgent business and took off running. But making it up now is hardly late. Do give my cooking a try. This beast tastes wonderful, absolutely delicious." Yin Shu dared not voice his anger. He could only tremblingly accept the pig's trotter from Huai and tear into it voraciously. His opportunity. His Chi Mu demon beast. His future companion. His fifth-rank partner. So fragrant. The fall from heaven to hell could scarcely be starker. Tears like beans rolled down his cheeks. The young ambitious third prince of the Deyin dynasty, whose future shone brightly, was certain. He had met his lifelong nemesis. Luo Yuanha swallowed hard. Though infuriated that someone had stolen the fruits of his father's carefully laid plans, he could discern certain truths from Yin Shu's attitude. Besides the image of spirit-gathering realm, Yin Shu being backhanded away remained vivid in everyone's minds. This robed figure clearly possessed strength, at least at the mid to late third rank. What could a lowly cultivator at the late stage of second-rank foundation establishment possibly do? Circumstances simply overpowered him. So Luo Yuanha sat upright with hands on his knees like a well-behaved child. "Brother Yin, might I ask who this is?" Before Yin Shu could answer, Situ Zhihua, who had fixed her gaze on him since witnessing Su Huai's movements, spoke up first. "He is Su Huai, eldest young master of the Su family from Black Iron City." Su Huai. Confused Luo Xian suddenly sprang to her feet and pointed at Su Huai, who was devouring a pork hock. "He's that good for nothing you broke off your engagement with, Su Huai. Cast off a waste." Chao Yi found it hard to associate these two words with Su Huai, who had just sent a certain third prince of the spirit convergence realm flying with a slap. Luo Yuanha covered his face, gaining a new understanding of his sister's brainless nature. His lips trembling, he bellowed at her, "Luo Xian, put your hand down." "Oh." Luo Xian shrank back dejectedly, withdrawing her fingers. However, as a blind fan of the white-clad youth, Yin Shu, she still couldn't bring herself to like this young man who had just slapped her beloved idol across the face. "What? You say Luo Yuanha didn't get hit?" Luo Yuanha was merely her foolish biological brother. The Gidge she referred to was naturally not that obnoxious fool who only knew how to flatter others and scold his own sister, but rather the elegant and handsome third prince Yin Shu. Luo Yuanha smiled apologetically at Su Huai. "Sorry, brother Su, my father is busy with government affairs and neglected my sister's upbringing. She's used to being willful at home." Su Huai grinned. "No harm done. Your sister is actually right. I am indeed a waste who was just jilted. See, the very person in question is sitting right beside you." Luo Yuanha shut his mouth. Why is this guy's emotional intelligence so low? How am I supposed to respond to that? To bluntly say that Situ Zhihua was blind. The 3-year period had arrived, so why stay in the Situ family? Situ Zhihua, however, did not feel offended. At this moment, she had only two thoughts. First, how did Su Huai, a notorious waste from Black Iron City, suddenly possess strength no less than her senior brother Yin Shu? Second, why was Su Huai here? Could it be that he had never been able to let her go, and thus had followed her trail all the way from his hometown to Luo City? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Such devotion. Such sincerity. And so she directly spoke up. Su Huai, you've worked hard. Su Huai's motion of brandishing the pork elbow paused, and 3 question marks slowly appeared above his head. Well, not really hard work. Situ Jiro shook her head, her eyes tender as water. It's fine, Su Huai, no need to be shy. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, why not join me in entering the Tianhan Palace? The master is a person who cherishes talent. Once he sees your aptitude, he will agree to take you in. Su Huai blinked. Talent? I have no damn talent. Besides, who is qualified to take me as a disciple? In the Tianhan Palace, there are only 2 powerhouses that I deem worthy of respect. Is your master the Tianhan Immortal Emperor or the Grand Elder of the Tianhan Palace? The former has been in seclusion for 100 years and no longer takes disciples. The latter is obsessed with alchemy, and I have no interest in becoming a medicinal ingredient. Stop it, Miss Situ. I am not going to the Tianhan Palace. Su Huai, you really don't need to be shy. TSK. I'm not shy. Let me tell you the truth, I do have the intention of joining a sect, but my target is not the Tianhan Palace, it is the Yanyue Immortal Sect located in the Qinyue Valley. Situ Jiro was slightly stunned. What are you going to the Yanyue Immortal Sect for? To pick up girls. Su Huai raised an eyebrow. The Yanyue Immortal Sect is the sect with the most female cultivators in the entire immortal domain. And I heard that every one of them possesses beauty that could make fish sink and wild geese fall, capable of toppling kingdoms. So I thought I might try to coax a fairy maiden back home to be my wife. Situ Jiro opened her mouth. But the Tianhan Palace is not bad either. Su Huai glanced at her. I think it's far from good. Situ Jiro fell silent. Although calling off the engagement was her fault, it couldn't be helped. At that time you were such a waste. We were indeed from different worlds. A fairy maiden cannot fall in love with a mortal. But now that you can cultivate, I take the initiative to invite you, yet you are unwilling and instead want to flirt with other fairies. Why can a man's heart change so quickly? Huh, scumbag. Among the people present, Situ Jiro was gloomy. Yanshu dared not speak. Luo Yuanhe had nothing to say, and Luo Xian was throwing a small tantrum, unwilling to pay attention to Su Huai. Only Chao Yi, having taken in the expressions of everyone and overheard the conversation between Su Huai and Situ Jiro, was now as clear as a mirror in her heart. Mr. Su, my name is Chao Yi. Oh, hello, Miss Chao. Su Huai turned his head to look at Chao Yi. She wore a simple light green long dress with far fewer ornaments than the neighboring Luo Xian. But the single pendant hanging around her neck was enough to outshine all the glittering metals and jewels on Luo Xian's body. Because it was a 3rd-tier demon core. Moreover, it was an extremely rare ice-fire dual attribute demon core. At first, seeing Chao Yi follow the group, but remain silent, he had thought she was a cold, aloof woman who didn't like to talk. Unexpectedly, she suddenly spoke to him. Chao Yi noticed that Su Huai's gaze inadvertently swept over her fair neck and collarbone, but she didn't feel annoyed after all. The 3rd book she had read was titled, Analyzing Psychology from Gaze. As a psychology expert, she was quite certain that there was no excess desire in Su Huai's gaze. He was mostly just looking at the pendant on her neck, perhaps instinctively glancing at other places as well. Mr. Su just mentioned your intention to join the Yanyue Immortal Sect. Are you going to attend the Imperial Capital gathering in 1 month? Yes, that's the only legitimate way. Are there illegitimate ways? Of course. For example, directly grab the elder in charge of recruiting disciples at the Yanyue Immortal Sect, beat him up, and then threaten to hang him from the city wall if he doesn't accept me. Mr. Su is joking. Right? I think it's quite funny too. Chao Yi noticed that although Su Huai was smiling, the amusement in his eyes was very faint. Through her analysis of his eyes, she reached a terrifying conclusion: that sentence just now was clearly not a joke. Somewhat alarmed internally, Chao Yi's face remained impassive. But there is still a long time before the gathering begins. So Mr. Su, do you have any other plans before the Imperial Capital gathering? Su Huai tossed away the bone in his hand, wiped his mouth, and glanced at Situ Jiro, afraid that the woman would think he was following her again. So he told the truth. I still need to go to Tingyun Mountain. To see the Enlightenment Stele, eh? Yes. Chao Yi blinked. It seems that my itinerary overlaps considerably with Mr. Su's. How about we travel together? You're going to Tingyun Mountain too. To visit a family elder, and also to test my own aptitude, making some trivial preparations for the upcoming gathering. So Miss Chao is actually my competitor, Su. Chao Yi chuckled lightly. Mr. Su is joking. You haven't responded to my invitation yet. Well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Our Chao family happens to have some properties along the way which can spare you from many trivial troubles on the journey. Then I'll trouble you. It is my honor to travel with you, sir. Calling me sir makes it so formal. Just call me Su Huai. If you don't mind, Su Huai, you can also call me by my... Never mind, just call me by my name. Alright, Chao Yi. Damn it. Luo Yuanhe watched Chao Yi's textbook performance from the side. In just a few minutes, she had directly befriended Su Huai. The Chao family had once again latched onto a potential stock. He then glanced at his own sister, who was holding a handkerchief and trying to wipe the swollen face of the impatient Yin Shu, and felt an impulse to vomit blood. Dear sister, cultivation is not about fighting and killing, nor is it about romance. Cultivation is about worldly wisdom. You cling to Yin Shu and grovel. If you could actually win him, fine. Our Luo family might even produce a princess consort or something. But Yin Shu obviously doesn't fancy you. Sigh. His sister was unreliable. He had to do it himself. Su Huai. Luo Yuanha's words were interrupted again. He turned his head to look at the gnashing Situ Jiro. At the same time, he kept complaining in his heart, how could you be so rude? Don't you know that suddenly interrupting others while they are speaking is very offensive? No wonder Su Huai didn't want you. You deserve it. Situ Jiro, however, ignored him and stared straight at Su Huai. Her current psychology was strange. It was she who had called off the engagement, and before yesterday, she had never even met this fiancé. They were not even friends. Saying she liked him very much was clearly bullshit. But for some reason, seeing Su Huai and Chao Yi chatting happily as if they were getting along so well, her heart flared up with anger, feeling very uncomfortable. This psychology is actually quite normal. It's like a couple, you were the one who first cheated like someone else and proposed a breakup. But when you find out your ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend is with someone else, you still feel very upset and uneasy. In other words, someone has been chasing you. You clearly don't like them, but when you reject them, you find that they immediately get together with your best friend. Damn, so infuriating, so infuriating. In short, it's just being cheap. Su Huai looked at Situ Jiro. Something? And why are you shouting so loudly? Are you crazy? Situ Jiro gritted her silver teeth. Do you know what kind of demon beast you are roasting on the rack? Who is Li Gang? Li Gang. He's a very fortunate father. Oh. Sitong Zhuo nodded subconsciously but quickly realized what was said, her eyes widening again. No, forget Li Gang. I'm asking if you know the identity of this beast cub. I know. It's a little black pig, crispy and delicious. Sitong Zhuo was nearly furious. She stood up, pointing at the half-eaten roasted pig above the fire. This is a red-eyed demon swine. It's the offspring of an 8th-rank demon king, and its last one at that. Do you realize the trouble you've brought upon yourself? I see. Now you're scared, aren't you? No wonder it tastes so good. If you want to eat, sit down and eat. If you don't, dare dig some dirt over there and make do. Don't disturb my meal with your fussing. Su Huai curled his lips. From the moment he first saw this little black pig, he had sensed the faint aura of a demon king upon it. But so what? Even if that demon king truly came seeking vengeance, what could it do? The only way it could avenge this little pig was by offering its own flesh to fill Su Huai's. Moreover, the demon beast race is notoriously indifferent to emotions, especially creatures like the Tun, also known as swine, or simply pigs in common parlance. A male boar avenging its piglets. Don't be ridiculous. A demon king level swine can have over a dozen offspring in a single litter, and with its immensely long lifespan, the notion of a child born in old age, unless one of its offspring possessed exceptional talent enough to become its right hand, it wouldn't feel a sliver of heartache, even if all its young perished. Of course, if an ordinary person broke into a demon king's lair and killed its offspring, they would indeed face an unrelenting pursuit. But is that really because you killed its child? No, it's because you slapped its face and trampled on its dignity as a demon king. Similarly, taming its offspring as a mount is also an insult. The saying, a swine may be killed but not humiliated, captures this truth. Sitong Zhuo was left speechless by Su Huai's retort, her very hair trembling. She simply couldn't understand why he could remain so nonchalant in the face of anything. A demon king. That's a demon king. Huff. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Huai patted his belly and turned to the others. Can any of you point me in the right direction? Luo Yuanha finally managed to speak. Which direction? To Luo City, of course. Oh, I know it. Brother Su, just head straight. Let's go together, Su Huai. Luo Yuanha's words were cut off again. Chao Yi stood up. Tonight, under Su Huai's enthusiastic invitation, she had eaten a bit too much, with traces of grease still glistening at the corners of her mouth in the firelight. She stretched lazily, her silhouette cast by the flames revealing an alluring curve. Just in time. I'm feeling a bit tired. Brother Luo and ex-Iner, I wish you a wonderful evening with young Master Yin and Miss Sitong. I'll take Su Huai back to Luo City to rest. Seeing Yin Shu nod, Chao Yi turned and left. Although the destined opportunity had been disrupted by Su Huai, the Luo family's favor had already been delivered when Luo Yuanha disclosed the location of the demon swine cub. With the support of the great Yin dynasty, the Luo family's position was now unshakable, and this border stronghold would never bear the Chao surname again. That being the case, Chao Yi saw no need to maintain her high emotional intelligence. Even a clay figurine has a temper. You Luo Yuanha called me out to be your wingman. Fine, I thought we were just bonding. But who knew you'd play dirty, using an opportunity to cozy up to the royal family, right in front of me at Chao, and even flirt with the great Yin crown prince? What's showing off your power to me? Do you think I care? Since there's no hope of contending for the city lord's position, why should I bother with these hypocritical pleasantries? Better to deepen my bond with this formidable man named Su Huai. What if he rises to great heights in the future? Chao Yi had read countless books in her life, including many tales of ordinary mortals dreaming of becoming cultivators. After all, a mysterious youth like Su Huai emerging from a remote mountain town once labeled a failure, now suddenly rising with the added twist of a broken engagement. He's practically the epitome of a future emperor. Watching Huai lead that man named Huai toward Luo City, Luo Yuanhe could only sit by the fire fuming, trembling, and cold. As one of the two major families in Luo City, the Luo and Chao families were nearly evenly matched in strength, their rivalry almost open. Yet this competition had never bred enmity. In fact, the Luo City lord and the Chao family head were old friends. Thus Luo Yuanhe and Chao could be considered childhood sweethearts. It's impossible to say he had no feelings for the beautiful, slender-waisted, long-legged, and emotionally intelligent eldest daughter of the Chao family. Now hearing her cheerfully claim she was tired and taking another man home to rest was like his girlfriend calling him breathlessly in the middle of the night, saying she was eating spicy chips while running. Damn it. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Luo Yuanhe wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes and turned to look at Sitong, who was also gnashing her teeth in heart-wrenching pain, staring at the retreating figures of Huai and Huai. Miss Sitong, my condolences. Sitong ignored him, instead turning to Yanshu, who had remained silent all along. Senior brother. Tomorrow morning, we'll set out to return to the sect. Yanshu nodded lightly. Luo Yuanhe was slightly taken aback. Brother Yin and Miss Sitong. Won't you visit Tingyun Mountain? No need. That enlightenment steel won't be of much use to us in the short term. Besides, the Tianhan Palace has other ways to improve one's aptitude. Senior brother is right. Moreover, I just want to embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible to ascend and become an immortal so that he will regret it. Sitong lowered her eyes, and neither Luo Yuanhe nor Yanshu spoke further. Luo Yuanhe was utterly confused. Why would Huai regret it after Sitong ascended? Would she seek him out, kill him, and hang his corpse from a crooked tree? Yanshu, on the other hand, thought Sitong was dreaming. Brother Yanshu, would you like an orange for dessert after the meal? Luo Xian, who had eyes only for Yanshu, noticed he had finally stopped eating to drown his sorrows. She produced an orange from somewhere and handed it to him. Thank you, but I don't want any. Why not? Oranges are too cold, I don't like them. Then I'll warm it up for you, okay? No need. Warm oranges are too sour. Oh, then if brother Yanshu won't eat it, Luo Yuanhe, you have it. Luo Yuanhe looked at the orange tossed into his lap and suddenly clutched his chest. Pain. Even more painful. My dear little sister. Don't you know that simps never come to a good end? Moonlight was obscured by thick, dark clouds. He held a piece of fluorescent stone barely illuminating the path ahead. The place where they camped was not far from the gate of Luo City, but still a dozen li away. In fact, lighting a source of light deep in the forest at midnight was a very unwise act. A large bonfire could indeed drive away some beasts, but a single torch would only attract greater danger, especially such a moving light source. Nocturnal predators would regard sporadic light as a challenge from prey and launch ambushes relying on the undergrowth in the forest. But Huai had no such worry now, because the fact that Huai could so easily slap Yanshu proved that he possessed the strength to massacre freely in this peripheral area. But as they walked, Huai suddenly stopped. Huai tilted her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Look up, something is blocking the way. Off. Huai raised the fluorescent stone in her hand and saw an old man in white robes standing quietly on a big tree branch ahead, exceptionally conspicuous in the pitch-black forest. The old man had his hands tucked into his wide sleeves, his eyes slightly squinted, his face not very clear, only the large mole at the corner of his eye appeared exceptionally comical. Youngster of the Su family, you've gone too far. Huai sighed. Who are you? Old man is a steward of Tianhan Palace. Qinshan. From Tianhan Palace. The old man shook his head. Exactly. This trip to the Su family is the first time in over 10 years that Yanshu, a direct disciple of Shijian Peak of Tianhan Palace, has descended the mountain to travel. The immortal realm is full of dangers. The Peak Master was not at ease with this reckless young man's safety, so he specifically sent me to secretly protect him. Good heavens, going out with a bodyguard? Calling it a bodyguard is not wrong. Unfortunately, it seems this bodyguard is not very competent. Huai was not flustered, instead grinning and chatting with the old man on the tree, one high and one low. Incompetent? How so? First, before arriving at Black Iron City, due to various reasons, cultivators with cultivation above the 4th rank were not allowed to enter. So Black Iron City has such a rule. But my deadbeat dad is only 4th rank. What right does he have to set such a rule? Hiss. Could there be some hidden big shot in the Su family secretly overseeing things? Otherwise, what do you think allows Black Iron City to occupy a mine's secret realm and stand firm in a region near the middle of the Burial Star Mountain range teeming with 3rd and 4th rank demon beasts? By Su Jingheng, whose cultivation barely reaches the 4th rank. Huai tilted his head. So what are you trying to say? I failed to enter Black Iron City, but I know that after Yanshu left the city, he was dazed and lost his Dao heart, damaged. I was somewhat annoyed because I couldn't find out the reason until just now, seeing you bully him. Stop. I did not bully him. How that slap, even I heard it from dozens of meters away. That was an accident. An accident, you understand. Who told him to suddenly pounce on me? That hit of mine was purely out of instinctive self-defense. The old man did not argue further. He lifted his foot, stepped onto the void, and the next moment he had already appeared behind Su Huai. His gloomy face wore a sinister smile, and his withered hand grabbed Su Huai's shoulder. A faint scent of medicine quietly emanated from under the white robe. At this moment the distance closed, and the old man's face was finally fully presented before Su Huai. His skin pale as a corpse clung tightly to the bones with pitifully little flesh. His entire face was etched with dense blood-red runes. Even the sunken eyes in his sockets were an eerie dark green, and the thing at the corner of his eye was not a mole, but a black-brown medicinal fungus. Xiaoyi covered her mouth and screamed, startled by his ghastly face falling onto her bottom. Su Huai, however, frowned slightly, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. Medicine man. Hey, you do have some insight. Tisk, it seems the problems in Tianhan Palace are truly considerable. At least the peak master of Shijian Peak you mentioned is definitely not a good person. Of course, it's more likely that the entire Tianhan Palace has rotted to the bone. The old man's expression also showed surprise. Su Huai's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations. But the next moment he felt his wrist being grasped by someone. Crack! The bones of the arms snapped like dry twigs. Then a fist as big as a sandbag rapidly enlarged in his vision, and with a boom it smashed his head into the ground. He finally reacted as dark green spiritual energy surged out, gathering into a strange plant on his body. That plant was a large flower, its stamen flowing with viscous venom, its petals covered with tiny sharp barbs like countless teeth biting towards Su Huai's head. Yo! Bone-eating flower. Su Huai reached out and grabbed the petals of the large flower, just about to tear it in half, when the silver Ouroboros ring on the middle finger of his right hand flickered with a faint crimson light. A cold sensation transmitted through his skin to his brain, and the ring seemed to transform into a real silver snake darting along Su Huai's fingertip into the flower stamen. Hiss! The basin-sized bone-eating flower suddenly folded back into a bud, twisting in midair, swaying, struggling like a lone boat battered by wind and waves. Finally it suddenly stopped, still collapsing together with its leaves onto the old man's chest, the bud gently rising and falling, leaves trembling pitifully endearing. Su Huai was stunned. This scene was somewhat indecent, inevitably reminding him an old pervert of certain pleasurable bedtime activities. But a snake and a flower. That was a bit beyond the scope, wasn't it? Before his random thoughts ended, he saw the silver snake crawl out of the bud, climb back onto his right middle finger, and turn back into a ring. Only the red light in its eyes seemed to have grown a little stronger. He subconsciously raised his right hand to stroke the ring. The snake eyes on the ring glanced at him, then transformed back into a small snake, opened its mouth, released its own tail, and bit him instead. Damn! Before he could curse, a warm stream of energy surged through the snake's fangs into his finger, then flowed into his limbs and bones. It was a very strange sensation. The meridians were nourished by this energy, emitting a faint glow. Su Huai felt even his soul let out a comfortable and joyful sound. Strength rating 9. Free potential rating 2. Comprehensive rating 13. I'm tired, need to sleep for a while. Call me when we reach the enlightenment steel. Also don't touch me randomly. The aloof little snake turned back into a ring, its crimson snake eyes dimmed again, as if it were just an ordinary craft ring made by a Chinibu enthusiast. The potential had increased by 2 points from 0 to 2. Su Huai closed his eyes to feel it and found that a colorless spiritual root had appeared in his empty dantian. Although very small, at least it was there. The spiritual root represents a person's cultivation talent and is the most important thing for a cultivator. Having only a spiritual root without cultivation would be despised. Having only cultivation without a spiritual root would be regarded as a freak, and once discovered it would very likely attract the attention of an immortal emperor who would then capture and dissect you. Su Huai hadn't expected that his talent in this life would improve so easily. After all, in his previous life, he only succeeded in condensing a spiritual root at the age of 20, and it was merely the worst first-grade spiritual root, which converted to the little snake's rating would probably be only 1 point. Later, after enduring countless hardships at several hundred years old, he finally succeeded in raising it to the 8th grade under the massive infusion of pills from his wealthy benefactress, coupled with opportunities and hard work, ultimately breaking through to the immortal sovereign. Yes, having a high-grade spiritual root does not necessarily allow one to reach the pinnacle, but those who reach the pinnacle must have a high-grade spiritual root. The saying, heaven rewards diligence, is all bullshit. The reason the ugly duckling turned into a white swan is that it was originally a swan chick. Similarly, a cultivator's realm cannot exceed his spiritual root grade by more than 1 rank. But in fact, the way of heaven has 99, leaving 1 escape. The grade of a spiritual root can actually be improved. But in fact, no faction would engage in such a losing business. After all the resources needed to upgrade a waste spiritual root, if given to a genius who already has a high-grade spiritual root, could theoretically cultivate at least 5 experts of the same strength. Su Huai's previous life was an example. Various heavenly treasures, massive amounts of precious resources, and the full support of a 9th-grade alchemist allowed Su Huai to gradually reach the end. Especially that 9th-grade alchemist. She was a woman who could make Su Huai, that old pervert, willingly give up the entire forest in his previous life and hang himself from a crooked tree with a rope. And in this life, less than a day after leaving home, he already had a second-grade spiritual root. Truly a promising future, a promising future. Su Huai lowered his head past over the bone-eating flower that had been drained of its body and looked at the old man lying motionless on the ground. He was already dead. That bone-eating flower, having lost its soil, would not live long. It would wither within, at most, half an hour. The medicine man was a sinister, even vicious secret technique. The most common method of refining medicine men used by evil cultivators was to take newborn infants with acceptable talent and plant a spiritual plant seed inside them. As the infant grew day by day, the seed would take root and sprout within their body. Finally, when the spiritual plant matured at a certain moment, the child serving as the vessel would also die. The second method was the one used on this old man. Using a secret technique to control the mind of a strong cultivator, making him willingly become a servant of the seed planter, directly planting a spiritual medicine in his heart. This method was simple and crude, effective quickly, and didn't require constant care. The only drawback was the high cost. On average, one flower consumed a fifth-rank expert. Su Huai pressed his palms together and prayed for the deceased old man. After all, this selfless old man had just generously dedicated himself, achieving Su Huai. If everyone had this selflessness, Su Huai would have already broken through to the immortal emperor, shattered the void, and ruled alone. Forget it, better not to rule the ages alone. The loneliness at the top is too damn scary. Su Huai fears solitude. After praying, Su Huai rummaged in his space ring, took out a small shovel, and tossed it to Chao Yi. Come, Chao Yi, lend a hand. Bury this old man who suddenly and accidentally died of a heart attack while walking. Chao Yi swallowed saliva. What do you mean, died of a heart attack while walking? Don't think I didn't see you punch him to death. Can't you make up an excuse more seriously? Hey! The first ray of dawn filtered through the window screen, illuminating the narrow little attic. All four walls of the attic were lined with bookshelves neatly filled with various carriers of recorded knowledge. From jade slips and stone inscriptions to bamboo strips and paper. In the very center of the attic sat a soft little bed. A girl lay upon it, clutching a book, yet a faint circle of dark exhaustion lingered beneath her eyes. Chao Yi had been thoroughly bewildered throughout the entire night. Her aptitude for cultivation was commendable. While not considered a child of destiny, she was still more talented than the prodigies spoken of in ordinary circles. However, she rarely ventured outdoors. Rather than engaging in combat, she preferred to remain cocooned in this little attic, keeping company with the sea of books. Yet last night, she had muddle-headedly accomplished something monumental. With a man she had known for barely an hour, she had dug a pit in a dim, secluded woodland, bending over and shoveling earth with all her might for nearly half an hour. While bent over digging, she would constantly glance around, terrified of being discovered. After all, doing such a thing in the dead of night was quite scandalous. What they buried was a cultivator of the nascent immortal realm, a powerhouse on par with the current sovereign of the Dayan kingdom, an extraordinarily formidable existence. At least in her view, the nascent immortal realm was beyond powerful. It was a realm she had never dared to aspire to in her entire life. Yet such a powerhouse had been casually, almost carelessly crushed with a single punch from that roguish young man. Not even his final words had been spared. Indeed, there was not once a proper tombstone. There was only a low, unremarkable mound of earth. Yet for some inexplicable reason, merely recalling that she had personally piled every shovelful of that mound herself stirred an inexplicable thrill within her heart. The girl closed the volume in her hands. After a night of careful research, she had finally learned from a book in the library just what a medicine person was. She also learned that the medicine person hailed from the Tianhan Palace, a cultivation paradise upon which countless people flocked. Chao Yi tucked the scroll recording the forbidden techniques information into the farthest corner of the bookshelf. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a long while, and ultimately resolved to forcibly dispel her drowsiness and steel her spirits to venture downstairs. The attic comprised 3 floors. The ground floor served as a parlor and practice room, while the second floor held several small guest rooms. Su Huai had been lodged there. No sooner had she descended the stairs than Chao Yi spotted him hunched over the table, meticulously tending to a bouquet of white wildflowers he had gathered from the woods the previous evening. Why are you fussing over these things? Just ordinary wildflowers, hardly worth anything. Su Huai raised his head, noticed Chao Yi, and offered her a smile. To you they may indeed be commonplace wildflowers, but to certain individuals they represent a surprise so radiant that merely glimpsing them can bring joy for an entire evening. Chao Yi also smiled, offering no rebuttal. She sat across from Su Huai, gazing at the youth who could shatter someone's skull with a single punch, watching him carefully wipe the dirt from each petal and leaf with cotton cloth before arranging them in a vase filled with spiritual nectar. Warm sunlight bathed her face, his gaze so earnest and focused that it conjured a profound sense of tranquil contentment. Having arranged the last white flower on the table, Su Huai propped himself up on his knees and looked up at Chao Yi. Well then, what do you want to say to me? Chao Yi paused, then lowered her head and spoke softly. It's about last night. Regarding that medicine person. Is something wrong with him? No, he's not the issue. It's the Tianhan Palace. I overheard him say he serves as an steward under the orders of a certain peak lord, secretly protecting Yin Shu. And Xiaoyi stole a furtive glance at Su Huai only to find him staring intently at her. She pressed her lips together and blurted out everything on her mind. I also heard you mention the name of the Tianhan Palace. So I wanted to ask, if you knew the Tianhan Palace was problematic, why didn't you warn the other cultivation factions? Why did you instead allow the Tianhan Palace to maintain its hypocritical facade, letting it recruit disciples openly throughout the immortal domain? Su Huai nodded. So that's the question. Yes, I don't mean to interrogate you. It's just that you knew everything yet you didn't even warn Yan Shu or Situ Zhihua. I feel you must have some plan. You're mistaken. I have no plan whatsoever. Xiao Yi was stunned. Su Huai looked straight into her eyes. Do you think I'm rather heartless? No. There's no need to deny it. As a normal person, your judgment that I'm heartless is justified. After all, I know full well that the Tianhan Palace is a den of devils, yet I could only stand by and watch countless young boys and girls, just like Situ Zhihua, harbor dreams as they treat that place as a holy sanctuary, throwing themselves headlong into certain death, clutching their aspirations for the future. It would seem I am indeed a selfish and heartless individual. But Xiaoyi, in this world there are countless times when one is utterly powerless. Before one possesses sufficient status and reputation, no words one speaks, no deeds one performs will anyone believe. Humans as individuals are indeed clever creatures. Yet when they congregate in masses, when their futures and prospects are at stake, they become foolish and obstinate. They cling to a certain fanaticism, convinced that the dreams in their hearts and the paths they have chosen surpass all else. And they regard anyone who questions them as heretics. The girl bowed her head, pondering deeply over Su Huai's words. Then she heard him continue. I once had a friend who, upon accidentally uncovering the secrets of the Tianhan Palace, harbored the exact same thoughts you do now. Fired with righteous fervor, he wished to become a savior. He rushed to the imperial capital of the Dayan Kingdom and shared this knowledge with others. They regarded him with loathing, warning him never to speak such nonsense again, or they would break his legs themselves and hang his corpse upon the city gate. Aware that his status was humble and his voice insignificant, he sought out elders from other righteous factions in the immortal domain who were accepting disciples. That elder, truly an upright man, did not rashly accept the claim, but reported it truthfully to his sect. That righteous faction, tolerating no impurity, immediately organized a secret team to infiltrate the Tianhan Palace and investigate. At that point, everything was already the utmost effort my friend could muster. But the result was far from ideal. Su Huai turned his head, gazing out at the street scene beyond the attic. As the morning sun ascended, street vendors streamed into the roads, claiming positions of greatest foot traffic. The clamor never ceased, brimming with the vitality of everyday life. Yet Su Huai's voice remained even devoid of ripples. The Tianhan Palace has deceived the entire immortal domain for countless years. How could it possibly leave itself exposed, easily discovered by mere investigation? The spies dispatched by that righteous faction found nothing. Thus the matter was quietly let to die. They did not persecute my friend further. They simply struck his name from the list of newly accepted disciples during the sect's evaluation. Later my friend was blacklisted by all factions. Disheartened and dispirited, he withdrew from the world. Not long after, a band of ruthlessly vicious mountain bandits, led by cultivators, suddenly appeared throughout the immortal domain. They plundered numerous villages across multiple regions. Those villages, utterly incapable of resisting such raids, were left with not a single survivor. The methods employed were extraordinarily cruel. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, had their ears and tongues severed, their eyes gouged out. Even in death they remained unseen, unheard, and unable to speak, eternally silenced and maimed. And among those massacred villages, one happened to be precisely the place where my friend had first discovered the secrets of the Tianhan Palace. When a beam of light shines into the abyss, revealing its filth and squalor, then that light itself is guilty. The friend Su Huai spoke of was none other than his sixth incarnation. At that time, though he had died many times in this world, he still retained a relatively pure sense of justice. Until his sense of justice led to the death of thousands of innocent mortals in those towns and villages. Until, disillusioned, he was eventually dragged out by the subordinates of the Grand Elder of Tianhan Palace, captured in that secret alchemy chamber filled with human materials, screaming and wailing under the scorching flames as his bones and blood melted away, finally turning into a pill. In his seventh reincarnation, he sat dazed on a bamboo chair in the small courtyard of Su Mansion for an entire day and night in the scorching summer heat, without eating or drinking, letting the meals brought by Chung Xiao cool on the table and then slowly turn sour. Was it not that after so diligently cultivating in his eighth life, he harbored the idea of breaking through to a mortal emperor and then storming Tianhan Palace for revenge? Xiao Yi sat on the sofa, her expression gloomy. She was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for her. Though well-versed in emotional intelligence, she still retained the purest kindness in her heart, yet she had long since left the realm of mindless Holy Mother. For instance, the old man she encountered last night. Although it was tragic that he was turned into a medicine man, she had no intention of asking Su Huai to spare his life. Instead she personally dug a pit and buried him. Thus, although the story Su Huai told sounded pitiful based on her own deductions, it was very likely. True, she sighed. I once thought about joining Tianhan Palace. After all Yan Shu had said, he could help me go through the back door with Luo Yuanhe and exempt me from the assessment. Then do you still want to go now, eh? Chow Yi looked up at Su Huai, her face full of shock. Do I look like someone who likes having mushrooms grow on my face? Su Huai grinned, who knows? Besides, medicine men might not necessarily grow mushrooms. Maybe they'll grow grass on their heads or flowers on their faces. Forget it. Want to go out for a stroll together? When I'm in a bad mood, I want to spend money, lots of money, buy lots of things. I'm very poor. It's okay, today's expenses are on me, Missy, all charged to my dad's account. Su Huai's body trembled, and he stood up. Go? Let's go now. Luo City lived up to its reputation as a crucial city. Perhaps its prosperity wasn't comparable to the imperial capital, but when it came to the market of cultivation materials, it was second to none throughout the entire Dian dynasty. Chow Yi was also different from ordinary women, but she had little interest in cosmetics and clothing, nor was she fond of so-called auction houses and high-end chambers of commerce. Not far from the loft, the two entered one after another a market filled with the smell of blood. The market was not large, but quite crowded. Most of the stalls here were run by individual vendors who made a living by hunting and gathering herbs in the Zongxing Mountains. A piece of ragged cloth about a foot square served as their temporary stall. Su Huai stood on one side of the street, holding a box of steaming hot poultry wings drenched in an unknown sauce. These wings came from a first-order demon beast called winged chicken. This beast was at the bottom of the biosphere, docile, low intelligence, and easy to catch. Though a demon beast, its combat power might not even match that of a village bully goose in the countryside. After all, a goose knows how to bite, while a winged chicken just spreads its wings and clucks wildly at hunters. Its only feature was an absurdly strong vitality. The demon beast's skill inherited in its bloodline was called limb regeneration. Su Huai watched as the vendor preparing the wings chopped off the wing with a single knife stroke, plucked the feathers, washed it, and directly threw the wing into the pot to cook right in front of the wailing winged chicken. The winged chicken wailed a few times, then, with a puff, immediately activated its innate limb regeneration, taking less than 2 minutes. Inexhaustible, like a perpetual motion chicken, this ingredient could no longer be described as ordinary fresh. Su Huai made a humanitarian critique of this extremely cruel act, then tearfully ate 3 big bowls in a row. Meanwhile, Chow Yi, who had changed into plain clothes, squatted in front of a middle-aged man in a straw raincoat, reaching out to lift a half-meter-long crimson fish. Big brother, how much is this? He miss you have good eyes. This fire spirit fish is a true wild king of fish. Not only is its meat delicious, but it's also very likely that a demon core has already condensed inside it. I won't ask for much. How about 20 taels of gold? Of course, it would be even better if the miss is willing to pay with spirit stones, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and you can take it away. The price is absolutely fair, no cheating. Chow Yi put down the fish. A bit expensive, isn't it? Although the fire spirit fish contains a trace of demon beast bloodline, it's not a real demon beast after all. A genuine first-order demon core only costs 7 low-grade spirit stones, and you dare ask for 5 for a mere mortal fish. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What mortal fish? This is a nearly 2-foot-long fish king. Hee uncle, how likely is it to encounter a fish king that has transformed into a demon beast? Weren't you calling me big brother just now? Why did it become uncle? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call you old man next. The middle-aged man knew he had met an expert and could only shrink his head helplessly. Then you say how much? 1 tael of silver. The middle-aged man, 1 tael? Still silver. How dare you not just rob me? My name is Chow Yi. My father is the president of the Chow Family Chamber of Commerce. If you don't sell to me, I'll tell my father that you tried to cheat me, and he'll bring people to tear down your stall. This is hardcore robbery. What does it mean to be the #1 bandit in the cultivation world? Even Somali pirates would have to kowtow to her before leaving. Su Huai watched Chow Yi beside him, dumbfounded, his scalp tingling from her display. The middle-aged man's scalp was even more tingling than Su Huai's. After all, he was the one being robbed. Seeing Chow Yi's unreasonable behavior, he could only look up at Su Huai, who was obviously her companion. Su Huai's mouth twitched. He silently turned around and calmly took a bite of chicken wing, ignoring his pleading gaze. Don't look at me, I'm broke. Seeing Su Huai's refusal to help, the vendor's body trembled. He could only raise his hand to wipe away tears from his eyes, and with a hoarse voice gave Chow Yi a sorrowful smile. Sell to you. Thank you for your patronage. Miss Chow really knows how to bargain. Please don't bargain next time. Hee. Of course, Chow Yi didn't actually pay, only 1 tael of silver. She wouldn't do something so damaging to her family's Chamber of Commerce reputation. 2 taels of gold, 0.1 Xing Xiaohe, was roughly the market price in Luo City for a fire spirit fish of this size, close to a fish king. That middle-aged man made a profit, but not much. It is worth mentioning. He who had dared to ask for 20 taels of gold ended up quite grateful to Chow Yi. This ability to manipulate people's hearts made Su Huai think even more highly of Chow Yi, the eldest daughter of the Chow Family Chamber of Commerce. When the sun had climbed high into the sky, Chao Yi, who had not slept the entire night, finally succumbed to exhaustion. The turmoil in her heart gradually dissipated along with her lavish spending. The two finally concluded their trip to Luo City. Chao Yi tossed the purchased demon beast ingredients to the chef in the kitchen, bid farewell to Su Huai, and then retreated to the third floor of the attic with a few second-hand books she had acquired. Su Huai could hear the faint sound of water flowing from above. The little devil in his mind stirred restlessly, but before he could speak, the little angel beside him, clutching a pill furnace, slapped him so hard he was driven into the wall, unable to be pried out, even with effort. He sighed and merely curled up on the sofa, pulling out the compendium of heterogeneous demon beauties gifted by the old man, and began to deeply study the anatomy of non-human races. Cat ears, foxtails, snake-like waist, nosebleeds. Time slowly slipped away. On the third day after Su Huai arrived in Luo City, Chao Yi finally knocked on his door. With a flushed face, she watched him fiddle with a few goji berries floating in his thermos, then told him to take care of his health, and that it was time to depart. Chao Yi possessed an almost fanatical obsession and love for books. Upon noticing that Su Huai often held a book while reading and occasionally reached up to wipe a nosebleed, curiosity filled her heart. She had asked him why he suffered nosebleeds. Su Huai told her that the book in his hands was an ancient divine tome cursed with forbidden knowledge. Every additional glance would incur the curse. Chao Yi believed him. After successfully borrowing the book, she bathed, changed her clothes, burned incense to purify her hands, and even invited her father to guard her. With reverence, she opened the book cover that Su Huai had specially wrapped in fine cowhide. And then, there was no further story. After reading the first page, she felt something was amiss, but still refused to believe the curse, and turned dozens of pages. The curse took effect. Yet paternal love knows no bounds. Her father bore the curse for her. The nearly 50-year-old man tilted his head back, two streams of deep red flowing from his nostrils. Afterwards, the book was confiscated by her father. Despite her repeatedly explaining that she had borrowed it from a friend, it was detained for a full night before being returned to Su Huai. Chao Yi did not know what happened that night, only that her father had suddenly spent a large sum in Luo City that afternoon to hire a group of painters skilled in copying. The journey from Luo City to Tingyun Mountain was not short. For an ordinary person traveling on foot, it would likely take at least half a year or more. Therefore, they chose to ride a flying demon beast. The Chao family kept their own flying demon beast, a winged bird with 4 great wings, a wingspan reaching 30 meters, and a small house constructed on its back using lightweight timber. A second-grade demon beast, the 4-winged journey eagle. The patriarch of the Chao family was named Chao Yang, an old man stuck at the peak of the spiritual focus realm, merely one step away from the 4th-grade transformation. Unlike Su Huai's own father Su Zhengheng, Chao Yang was a responsible and good father, treating his eldest daughter and youngest son equally, bestowing upon them equal paternal love. Even with the busy affairs of the merchant guild, he still made time to personally accompany his daughter to Tingyun Mountain and then to the imperial capital for the assessment, so that when his daughter passed the assessment, he could bless her at the first moment and share in her joy. If she failed, he could also comfort her meticulously when she faced setbacks and take her home. Su Huai greatly envied this kind of paternal love. After all, he had been an orphan in his previous world. After transmigrating to the immortal realm, Su Zhengheng favored the younger brother with excellent talent, who was sent early to the Sword Tomb for cultivation, and never paid much attention to him, this good eldest son. Yet to say he envied it, actually he did not envy it that much. Because just now Chao Yang had sent Chao Yi into the room, while he himself took out a set of tea, where brewed a pot of premium longing, and discussed that cursed ancient book with Su Huai. Chao Yang whispered to Su Huai that when he was young and immature, he had secretly kept the 2nd-grade white spiritual fox behind Chao Yi's mother's back, raising it for many years, dreaming that one day the spiritual fox would transform into a human form. Whether it repaid the kindness or not did not matter. The main point was that he was compassionate and liked to take in stray little animals. Until later he learned that demon beasts needed to reach at least the 6th grade to transform, so he was sad for a long time and gave that white fox to Chao Yi's mother. In the end, the fox maiden became his greatest regret of youth. Until yesterday, Su Huai's book fulfilled all his fantasies about a fox maiden. Thus he planned to go to the imperial capital to inquire whether there were any pills for sale that could help demon beasts transform, even if it meant bankrupting the family. As long as it did not cripple him financially, he could still try to secretly buy one. Su Huai blinked frantically at him. Unfortunately, this middle-aged old man's emotional intelligence was far inferior to his daughter's. Not only did he fail to understand Su Huai's hints, but he also kindly asked if the wind was too strong and had gotten something in his eyes. Su Huai could only give a helpless smile, then quietly told him, "Uncle Chao, please turn around." Chao Yang's first glance upon turning around was to see his own little cotton-padded jacket, affectionate term for daughter, standing by the door with a half-smile. His tiger-like body trembled, and he suddenly opened his mouth to loudly rebuke Su Huai. He said that Su Huai, though young, did not learn proper ways and insisted on fantasizing about fox maidens and cat girls, truly unworthy of being a human son. Su Huai's smile gradually disappeared. He, the king of shifting blame, who had shifted blame his entire life, finally one day became the object of someone else's blamed shift. If the person before him were not Chao Yi's biological father, if it were Yin Shu, or that Luo Yuan fellow, he would at least give him 2 big slaps to make him sober up. Damn, Yin Shu, I will remember this grudge. Fortunately, Chao Yi was not a fool. She stood there listening to her old father's every nostalgia for youth, and moreover recorded it all with a pen. Su Huai did not know the concept of 1 word worth 1,000 gold. But 1 paper worth 1,000 gold was something he saw with his own eyes, a plain white paper recording merely a few lines of words sold by Chao Yi for a sky-high price of 1,000 taels of gold. That money, if taken to Black Iron City, could buy no less than 50 Qingxiaoa. Su Huai could find a way to train them into a made legion step out of the Great Yin Kingdom and dominate the immortal realm. Forget it, Qingxiaoa didn't even know how to massage shoulders, dominate the immortal realm, my foot. Better to honestly take her precious broom and continue sweeping floors. The 4-winged journey eagle was merely a 2nd-grade demon beast, but since it could be caught by people to serve as a mounted speed, would naturally not be too slow. Though it could not compare with certain overlords of the sky covering 2,000 li a day, was still a piece of cake. 2 days slipped by in a flash. Su Huai and the others traveled through the low airspace, where inherently there were no sky overlords present. Moreover, the air routes explored over several generations were extraordinarily safe. Thus, until the journey eagle folded its wings and landed at the town at the foot of Tingyun Mountain, no accidents occurred whatsoever. Of course, except for Chao Yang, who had lost 1,000 taels of gold. Tingyun Mountain. After dismounting from the journey eagle, Su Huai looked up at this immortal mountain he had visited countless times in his past life, a trace of imperceptible nostalgia flashing in his eyes. For most people with mediocre aptitude, empty purses, yet unwilling to remain complacent at the bottom, Tingyun Mountain was the #1 sacred land in the immortal realm. This did not mean that Tingyun Mountain was particularly powerful, rather precisely the opposite. Although Tingyun Mountain could barely be considered a local immortal sect, its strongest existence within was merely a mere immortal king. The reason it was called the #1 sacred land was because of the Enlightenment Monument atop Tingyun Mountain. The Enlightenment Monument could improve aptitude. The effect was not strong, varied from person to person, but it was something nonetheless. Such resources were well-guarded treasures in other major powers of the immortal realm. Even disciples not of the same sect, or even non-inner disciples, could rarely lay eyes on them in their lifetime. Tingyun Mountain, however, was precisely the opposite. They completely opened the Enlightenment Monument to all, regardless of gender, age, origin, or even whether they were human. As long as one could breathe, all living beings under heaven could sit in quiet meditation beneath the Enlightenment Monument. It was precisely because they were willing to give everyone under heaven a glimmer of chance to defy fate that they were hailed as the #1 sacred land by those who had stood out from the bottom and those still struggling bitterly. Su Huai had also visited this sacred land in his previous lifetimes. However, the effect had been poor. He wondered what amount of aptitude improvement he could achieve here in this life with the help of that silver serpent. Su Huai gently stroked the Ouroboros ring on his fingertip. The 2 crimson snake eyes on the ring flickered incessantly, as if ready to transform back into a little snake and bite him fiercely at any moment. Talent assessment, 2nd grade, lower spirit root. Attribute none. At the foot of Tingyun Mountain, Su Huai withdrew his hand, watching the stone platform for testing talent light up with 2 white lines. A 2nd grade spirit root is very inferior. Barring unforeseen circumstances, someone with such a root would never be able to cross the threshold of foundation establishment and become a spirit condensation cultivator. Not to mention, it is the most useless, attribute-less waste root among spirit roots. The spiritual energy cultivated from such a root is merely ordinary spiritual energy, possessing neither the destructive power of fire and lightning spirit roots nor the solidity of earth and water spirit roots. It could be said, utterly without distinction. Like most of the people gathered at Tingyun Mountain, they were mediocrities. Ordinary, yet unwilling to remain so. Your turn. Su Huai turned to look at Chao Yi, whose face was full of shock, and shrugged helplessly. What, disappointed? No, just a bit curious. Disappointment was impossible. The man before her was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Yin Shu, a prodigy who had reached the 3rd rank at 18, couldn't withstand a single slap from him. Chao Yi had even suspected many times that her nearly 50-year-old father couldn't block that slap either. Such a formidable person was already incredibly strong, but what did it matter if his talent was lacking? Did he need talent? And you think Yin Shu, with his 6th grade metal spirit root, would dare to mock him? Let him try. He'd probably end up dead if he tried. Chao Yi stepped forward, slowly waiting until the 2 white lines on the testing platform faded, then reached out and pressed her hand on the exact spot where Su Huai had just pressed. She felt a gentle force flow through her palm into her meridians, circulate through her body, and then return to the testing platform through her palm. Immediately afterward, 4 water blue ripples appeared on the testing platform. Talent Assessment 4th Grade Lower Spirit Root. Attribute Water. The commotion on the testing platform drew the attention of some cultivators. Some were envious, while others were jealous. A 4th grade spirit root was already considered 1 in 1,000 in the cultivation world. Someone with such talent came to Tingyun Mountain to compete with these ordinary people for opportunities. It's almost like a high school student showing off in an elementary school campus. Huai stroked his chin and smiled. Not bad. With a 4th grade spirit root, surpassing your father in the future is a sure thing. After all, my father has invested so many resources in me. Chao Yi's face showed a smile. If I still can't surpass him even with this, I'd seem rather incompetent. What do we do next? Climb the mountain. Of course, why else would we be here? Tingyun Mountain had a total of 9,900 steps. From the foot of the mountain, one could only see the clouds billowing around the summit and the occasional eagles circling in and out of the mist. Every 100 steps a faint force would comb through the climbers' blood vessels and meridians. Every 1,000 steps, they would undergo a baptism and refinement of their physical body and bones. It was said that if one could reach the summit, they would be reborn, transforming from an ordinary mortal into a prodigy, with the potential of a great emperor capable of suppressing an entire era with their own strength. However, over the past millennia, the strongest climber had only reached 9,400 steps, and that person was a direct disciple of a major power, as well as Huai's enemy. The sword tombkeeper, Lisadeo. She was the detestable woman who in his past life had secretly lived in a bamboo grove, had her house burned down by Huai, and then killed him with 2 ice blades. Huai wasn't sure if Lisadeo, who had climbed 9,400 steps, had the ability to suppress an era, but it was undeniable that she possessed the potential of a great emperor, because she truly was a celestial emperor. But people like Lisadeo, who came specifically to tackle Tingyun Mountain's record to prove themselves, were a rarity. Once they broke the record, they would immediately leave without lingering. Most of the current climbers of Tingyun Mountain gathered on the first 3,000 steps. After 3,000 steps, the number of climbers dropped off a cliff. Sir, would you like to buy a climbing manual? Not long after they had stepped onto the stairs, a young boy, wearing Tingyun Mountain's Taoist robe, ran up to Huai with a bundle of scrolls, handing him a yellow paper still wet with ink. With this manual, climbing will be twice as effective with half the effort. It will remind you where to get supplies, where to stop and comprehend the Tao, and where to rest. Only 1 spirit stone, a good deal, isn't it? Huai recognized the young boy. He was the youngest disciple of the Tingyun Mountain Lord, gifted with great talent, but naturally rebellious, disliking cultivation. He had stolen the yellow paper used for drawing talismans, scribbled nonsense on it, and then ran to the foot of the mountain to swindle the poor wretches. Huai smiled and nodded, but before he could reach for the spatial ring on his index finger, he had already taken out 2 spirit stones from her person and stuffed them into the boy's hand. Meeting Huai's gaze, she said matter-of-factly, "I told you I'd cover all expenses along the way." Huai sighed. Another damn rich woman. After the young boy left happily to find his next victim, he looked carefully at the 2 climbing manuals in her hand. The manuals marked Tao comprehension platforms, supply points, rest areas, and even easier climbing routes. They looked very authoritative. But when she subconsciously looked at the other one, her smile froze stiff. Oh no. Tricked. The 2 manuals actually had mostly different content. Huai burst out laughing. Yi glared at him, clenching her teeth. Did you know all along that this manual was fake? Of course I knew. I'm not as foolish as you. Then why didn't you warn me, and instead acted as if you were going to pay for it? Just 2 spirit stones, consider it as an entrance fee. Huai tucked his hands into his sleeves and began to climb upward. If he remembered correctly, Tingyun Mountain, this sacred land, would cease to exist in 5 years. The Burial Star Mountain range erupted, and a Yao venerable suddenly, without warning, stirred up a beast tide. Nearly a quarter of the Great Yin Kingdom's territory was submerged by a flood of beasts in just half a day. The Tingyun Mountain Lord led almost all the disciples down the mountain to slay the beasts and escort the mortal civilians to safety. That beast tide lasted less than 3 days. A human giant personally stepped in, slaying 4 Yao kings in succession, finally quelling this calamity initiated by the Yao race. However, none of the disciples who had gone down the mountain to slay beasts ever returned to the sect, including the Tingyun Mountain Lord. The once joyful sacred land and immortal sect were left with nothing but countless spirit tablets, the unchanging climbing stone steps, and the silent Tao comprehension steels. From then on, Tingyun Mountain existed in name only. The Mountain Lord's most beloved little disciple no longer took his scribbled climbing manuals to cheat people. Instead, he took a bamboo broom and swept the climbing stone steps day after day, year after year. On the 25,000th step, Huai, who possessed only a 2nd grade spiritual root, remained effortlessly at ease. However, Yi, with a 4th grade spiritual root, was already panting heavily and sweating profusely, leaning against the stone steps. Every step felt like enduring the immense pressure of a mountain flood crashing over the body. Can you still hold on? Huai reached out and handed her a brand new cotton towel, which he had bought in bulk during his trip to Luo City. As an old man who had lived 9 lives, he had long since abandoned the vulgar pursuit of mindless austerity. He began to enjoy life while steadily improving his cultivation. Trinkets like this that enhanced the quality of life were abundant in his storage ring. I can't go on. Chowie plopped down onto the stone steps, her hair disheveled. She buried her pale, delicate face into the towel, her voice muffled. I'm definitely done for. Although I have a 4th grade spiritual root, my cultivation base is too weak, only at the late stage of body refining. I can't withstand the ever-increasing pressure any further. You go ahead, don't worry about me. I'll just cultivate here for a while. All right. Watching Chow find a step and sit cross-legged, Su Huai quickened his pace, completely ignoring the pressure the steps exerted on climbers, and strode forward with ease. 30,000, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000 steps. By the time he reached the 60,000 step, few people were visible at this height. On the vast empty platform stood only a single muscular man with bulging muscles. The giant was over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than his own thighs, and a full beard looking like a combination of Grandpa Bull and Bull Warrior. While Su Huai was sizing him up, the man was also studying Su Huai. Excellent. It's been a long time since I've seen such a brilliant young man. Young man, at your age, your cultivation base is probably at most 4th rank, yet you've managed to reach this place. Your spiritual root must be of a high grade. Could it be that our human race has produced another peerless prodigy with a 9th grade spiritual root? Which immortal sect are you a disciple of? Such a man was either a battle-hardened veteran or a ruthless bandit who had sacked cities. Either way, he was someone who risked his life and held death in contempt. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others questions? The giant was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He cupped his hands to Su Huai and said, I am Liu Kanglan, a garrison commander of Dahuang City at the Yunma Cave. Ordinary men avoid my gaze, but you, young man, not only dare to look me in the eye, but also dare to question me. You're quite to my liking. If you ever lack a place to train, you can come to Dahuang City and find me. I'll take you to charge into battle and slay demons. Yunma Cave. Yunma Cave, one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the Xian domain alongside the Zongxing Mountains and the Qigui Abyss. The Zongxing Mountains were the territory of the demon race. As early as 1,000 years ago, there were rumors that demon emperors were cultivating in the core of the mountains, and more than one. However, the demon emperors of the Zongxing Mountains were merely legends, and no one had ever truly seen them. But the Yunma Cave, another forbidden zone, had long been confirmed to have a demon emperor in existence. The demon in Yunma Cave was not an adjective, but a noun. It referred to the most brutal and vicious creatures in the Xian domain. No one knew where the demon race came from. 700 years ago, the Yunma Cave was merely a vein of spirit stones. No one knew which day it was, but the vein dried up, and from the excavated mine shafts suddenly surged a vast amount of black gas. Immediately afterward, countless demons of various forms emerged from the black mist, destroying every Xian domain life form in their sight. Later, the human race built a defensive line at the Yunma Cave and dispatched many powerful cultivators to guard it, barely managing to halt the demons' advance and confine them to the vicinity of the Yunma Cave. After learning the giant's identity, Su Huai finally withdrew his hands from his sleeves and returned the greeting with a cupped fist. Su Huai from Heidi City. Heidi Su family. The giant suddenly froze, his eyes wide. Su Chang'e is your. You know my grandfather? Su Huai noticed the giant's expression changing rapidly like a traffic light, from admiration to fear to pity to matter-of-factness. He frowned, sensing that something was not simple, but the giant reverted to his initial simple-minded appearance, clamping his mouth shut and refusing to say anything more. Damn, can these riddle talkers just get out of the Xian domain? Would Su Huai let him off? Absolutely not. He strode forward quickly. The giant seemed to read his intention, but remained unperturbed. Just a prodigy. How strong could he be compared to a battle-hardened 6th-rank powerhouse? Young people are too arrogant, aren't they? This was not good. As a senior, Liu Kanglan could just give the young man a small lesson and teach him about respecting the elderly. So when Su Huai reached him, he circulated his spiritual energy and suddenly struck. With a swift grab, just as expected, he caught him on the spot effortlessly. The giant was pinned to the ground by Su Huai, his bearded face pressed against the earth, his arms, thicker than Su Huai's thighs, locked behind his back. All the muscles in his body could not exert the slightest strength. Little man, you're just a mere 6th-rank earth immortal, and you dare to fight me. What gives you the courage? Speak, how do you know my grandfather? You won't talk, huh? Then don't blame me for rubbing itching powder on your back. I'll make you itch for 3 days and 3 nights. The giant's eyes went wide. Are you some demon from the Yunma Cave? All these muscles, the only place I can't reach is my own back, and you just have to pick that spot. Rubbing itching powder on the back of a muscular giant. Is that something a human would do? The giant finally confessed. When under someone else's roof, one must bow his head. If he were facing demons, he would naturally be fearless. Even if all the 10 great tortures of the Xian domain were inflicted upon him, he would not utter a word. Perhaps after death his name and deeds would be engraved on the loyalty monument in Dahuang City, immortalized for eternity. But if he itched to death for being cryptic in front of a junior, would he still be immortalized? He would probably become the ultimate joke for the Dahuang City garrison troops to tell their grandchildren. After hearing the giant's confession, Su Huai was not satisfied. Because the giant himself knew little. He only knew that Su Chang'e had once been the commander of the Qigui Abyss and had fought fiercely against the ghost race there engaging in close-quarters combat. Until a few years ago he fell into an ambush and was severely wounded, nearly dying. Ahem, he managed to save his old life and retired to his hometown. But he still required annual treatment to have someone help expel the ghostly qi from his body. Su Huai naturally thought of the alchemist he had seen in his grandfather's courtyard before leaving home. That must be the one treating his grandfather, but his skills seemed lacking, far inferior to the wealthy woman at home. Su Huai had watched him perform a flurry of operations only to turn the pill in the furnace into a black paste. But the alchemist seemed unwilling to admit his failure and kept stubbornly burning. Su Huai figured that the guy didn't want to lose face in front of a junior, so being emotionally intelligent, he did not expose him. From this one glimpse, Su Huai inferred that if his grandfather allowed such an unreliable alchemist to treat him, his cultivation level must not be very high. From the giant's tone, his grandfather was definitely above the 6th rank, possibly 7th or 8th. At most he was at the peak of the 8th rank. After all, his grandfather's name did not appear on the immortal ranking, which only required being an immortal venerable to be listed. He couldn't possibly be a hidden immortal emperor. How what a joke. Surely. Probably it's impossible, right? There was no need to dwell excessively on the old man's past, and once he returned to Heidi City, he could simply ask him directly. As the old man's beloved grandson, how could he possibly refuse to tell him? Having come to this realization, Su Huai released his grip on Liu Kanglin's hand with an expression of utter indifference. Liu Kanglin scrambled to his feet, brushed the sand and dust from his face, and wrenched his jaw back into place after it had been dislodged against the ground. He stared at Su Huai as if he had seen a ghost. You little Su. Moi. Seeing Su Huai's eyes narrowing slightly, Liu Kanglin waved his hand and gave an awkward chuckle. Su Huai, just what level of strength is this? Bloody hell, I couldn't even put up a fight. At least the 7th level of the heavenly, immortal realm, right? I really wonder what you've been fed on to grow up like this. Su Huai curled his lips without answering Liu Kanglin's question. Instead, he raised his hand to touch the smooth stone wall. At the 60,000th step, the pressure would instantly increase tenfold with every step upward. Although Su Huai possessed the cultivation of the 9th rank, his current spiritual root was too low grade, and his newly formed spiritual root was far too fragile to withstand a greater impact. If he went any higher, it would be like a frail, elderly man suddenly gorging on 1,000-year ginseng. The result of a weak constitution unable to absorb such richness would be outright death. Fortunately, while this was not the peak, it was already close enough to touch the base of the Enlightenment stele, which would have no adverse effect on his subsequent plans. Little snake. Su Huai tapped the ring on his finger. Little snaky. Reduplicated words so disgustingly cute. The ring on his finger moved once again, transforming into a silver little snake coiled around Su Huai's finger. It raised its head and continuously flicked its delicate pink tongue. Move closer, let me touch the Enlightenment stele. So I just press it directly. Press it. Are you sure I should press it? Are you bored? How annoying. Stop talking. Just press it. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Huai's mouth. He placed his right hand on the dark brown stone wall, feeling a cool sensation spreading from his palm. The little snake coiled around his finger, its eyes gleaming with a red light. It opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs left 2 tiny holes in the stone wall, as if piercing tofu. Immediately after, a torrent of immense power seemed to find an outlet, surging from the deepest recesses of the steel and converging through the holes toward where Su Huai stood. Damn. Rationality. How could he be rational? He had just said that a weak constitution could not handle such a rich supplement. The moment he sensed this, Su Huai's face turned pale and his hand trembled, almost making him bolt. Look at you, so pathetic. Don't move. The enormous energy did not burst Su Huai's body apart. The silver little snake opened its mouth and blocked the holes, absorbing at least 99% of the energy. The remaining fraction was exactly the limit that the tender young spiritual root within Su Huai's body could currently endure. As the energy entered his body, Su Huai's frame trembled, and his soul felt as if it were floating, drifting away as if carried to the clouds. At the same time, fragmented scenes poured into his sea of consciousness along with the energy. A solitary island, a small pavilion. For youths, 3 men and 1 woman, sat around inside the small pavilion, clinking cups and freely discussing life. With 3 parts intoxication and 7 parts sincerity, they made a pact there to gather every 5 years thereafter to journey together to the pinnacle of the immortal path. At the first 5-year mark, all 4 arrived. 1 man and 1 woman, having grown fond of each other over time, had become husband and wife, earning the protests and blessings of the other 2. At the second 5-year mark, only 3 came. The path of immortality was inherently a defiance of heaven, contending with humans, demons, monsters, and all things. To fall midway, though heartbreaking for friends and family, was ultimately unavoidable. After the third 5-year mark, the city where the couple resided was attacked by a powerful demon. Pitch black calamity fire engulfed everything. The weak human race perished in the sea of flames like ants. Amid the disaster, the demon's roar echoed, and a pair of massive goat horns supported the sky. As the most powerful cultivators in the city, the couple had no choice but to step forward with other strong warriors to face the terrifying godlike monster covering the evacuation of more people. At the fourth 5-year mark, heavy snow fell. In the small pavilion at the center of the lake, 4 wine cups were set, but only one person drank alone. The youthful face of days past had shed its innocence. 20 years of wear had filled his handsome features with stubble, and the once scholarly youth was now covered in scars. After a drunken binge, he stared at the calm lake and laughed heartily, narrating to the empty seats the amusing anecdotes and secret realms he had encountered over the past 5 years. He said he had fallen for a woman, but she was merely an ordinary mortal with a warm and simple home, and her face forever bore a carefree smile. He could not bear to shatter that ordinary life. A cultivator, especially one in his world, was powerful and respected, but also bore the responsibility of protecting the land. He could die at any moment, perhaps in the next 5 years, perhaps tomorrow. The next morning, the small pavilion on the lake was empty. The clamor of the previous night seemed like a fleeting dream. But on the small table where the 4 had once made their spirited pact and sat laughing, a line of small characters was carved. Your bones rot beneath the yellow spring mud. My hair turns white under the snow of the mortal world. The last man indeed did not live to see the next 5-year mark. That was a magnificent and grand war. He stood bare-chested, holding a pitch-black stone steel in his hand, hovering in the air with flames and lightning constantly flickering around him. And facing him, the massive goat-horned demon towered into the clouds, its pitch-black hand stretching endlessly, its nearly 1,000-meter-tall, hideous body instilling despair. The demon that had slain the couple years ago had in just 10 years become a true god. Behind him, a city of millions of people was trapped. The demon had cut off all escape routes. There was no place left to evacuate. Despair spread freely. One by one, the cultivators of the city rose into the air. Before the demon, they had no room to surrender or beg for mercy. If they could not flee, they would die. In that world, it was a disgrace for a cultivator to die behind an ordinary mortal, but to die protecting the people was glory. The man holding the steel had his hair and beard flying wildly. Lightning continuously shot from his body, leaving piercing, scorched marks on the goat-horned demon. But attacks capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas after being weakened layer by the demon's carapace only caused it to momentarily pause, or at most let out a roar when they struck. The battle dragged on for a long time. One cultivator after another cast aside thoughts of life and death, red-eyed, pouring out all the power within them. When their strength was spent, they propelled their bodies toward the densest clusters of demons, blossoming into brilliant fireworks. This fearless resistance indeed bought some time. The citizens within the city, undaunted by death, took up iron tools and weapons, hoping to drag at least one demon down with them. Those who feared death prepared painless poisons or hid in corners they thought were remote and dark cellars, praying to survive the calamity. At last, the cultivators began to run out of stamina. The man holding the steel panted heavily, then suddenly turned his head to look at the flower shop in the city. He did not see the girl he secretly admired, but it no longer mattered. He summoned the last shred of strength within him, and the light blade he condensed did not strike the demon's eyes, but instead his own brow. There a purple lightning crystal shone with dazzling brilliance, carrying his body as it rushed toward the goat-horned demon's embrace. Boom! The fireworks were splendid, and life faded away. The stone steel the man had been holding also shattered, fleeing into the deep sea and falling through the sky. Huai opened his eyes as he stood quietly beside the stone wall, gazing at the dark brown cliff face before him, the horrific battle still mirrored in his gaze. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The scripture of enlightenment monument of Tingyun Mountain was precisely the stone steel that man had held aloft in his memories. Though it was merely a fragment splintered from that monument, it still contained a fraction of the man's power from his lifetime, continuously nourishing the meridians and bones of later cultivators. But was that world in his memories truly the immortal domain from tens of millions of years ago, or perhaps another realm that actually existed? If it were the ancient immortal domain, then why were there no records preserved about those demonic creatures? That world in his memories seemed to be teeming with powerful demons and fiends. The human race appeared rather frail, able to establish only remote cities and clinging to survival behind sturdy stone walls under the protection of cultivators. And the immortal domain. Aside from the unknown deep seas, most regions were under the dominion of the human race. The demon race was confined beyond the fallen demon cave, the ghost race sealed within the weeping ghost abyss, and the demon beast race. Their only paradise lay deep within the burial star mountain range. In the remaining territories, most demonic beasts were at a disadvantage and hunted by the human race as cultivation materials. Not this place. You just witnessed something that was not of this place. You know, Huai blocked Liu Kanglin's line of sight from behind, conversing with the silver snake coiled around his finger through their shared consciousness. Actually, I also leaned toward believing it was another world. And it seems the humans there had it rather rough. but I sensed that the cultivators there were all quite formidable. That man holding the steel appeared far stronger than me, perhaps even among the finest among immortal emperors. At least far stronger than Lisadeo. Could he be an immortal emperor at its peak? Consider it so. What do you mean consider it so? Spell it out clearly. I hope that kind of riddling snake meets a wretched, and you know that. People who leave half their words unsaid deserve to have their mouths ripped open. Knowing too much would not be good for you. You need only remember. The owner of the Scripture of Enlightenment Monument is not particularly strong. If you settle down and cultivate raising your talent and potential, you will surpass him soon. Then give me a standard. How many points exactly would qualify? At least. Both must reach 10 points. Possess the authority, obtain the key. On the boat you will find everything you wish to know. Su Huai pursed his lips. He really wanted to do to this little snake what he had done to that burly man earlier. Pin it down and force it to spill everything it knew. But that was impossible. He could not defeat this snake. Recalling the sensation of having his strength completely siphoned away in that cave, Su Huai felt a chill of apprehension. This slender serpent no thicker than a finger was likely on the same level as the horned demon god from that memory fragment. Damn it, I wonder if this damn snake is male or female. If it's male, when I grow stronger I'll catch it and soak it in wine. If it's female, hey. What inappropriate thoughts are you harboring again? I didn't stop talking nonsense. The little snake glared at him with its crimson serpent eyes, then opened its small mouth and sank its two fangs deep into the flesh of his middle finger, causing him to grimace in pain. However, Su Huai, now understanding what the little snake was doing, did not resist. Carefully sensing it, he indeed felt a pure stream of energy flowing from the snake's fangs into his limbs and bones. Compared to the violent tidal waterfall of energy from the Scripture of Enlightenment Monument, this energy was merely a silent, gentle stream, nourishing Su Huai's spiritual root continuously with the most benevolent means. This method could ensure no shock to his spiritual root while maximizing the improvement of its grade. Su Huai silently slapped himself in his heart. Damn it, this snake treats you so well, and you want to soak it in wine. A true beast, Su Huai. Your punishment, no food for a month. Unlike last time when he absorbed the essence of the medicinal cultivator and condensed a low-grade second-rank colorless spiritual root, this time, Su Huai's spiritual root had leaped from a low-grade second rank all the way to a high-grade fourth rank, directly crossing the boundary between the third and fourth ranks. This was a lengthy process. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer the realm, but hard to maintain it. With sufficient energy, creating an inferior spiritual root from nothing is not particularly difficult. The true challenge lies in how to carefully nurture it and build upon its foundation to help it advance further. Su Huai stood before the stone wall with his eyes closed. Within Tingyun Mountain, arrays provided protection so climbers could not use spiritual energy to attack one another. He had no fear of being disturbed by Liu Kanglan. Only when his spiritual root approached saturation and could no longer absorb more energy did the little snake cease its transmission, incorporating the remaining energy into itself. Su Huai also opened his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Even setting aside his cultivation base for now, Su Huai could at least call himself a little genius. After all, even his father Su Jingheng, that man with such lofty standards who looked down upon his eldest son Su Huai, could barely achieve a mid-grade fourth-rank spiritual root. If Su Jingheng called him a good-for-nothing again, next time he returned home, Su Huai could simply flex and reveal his high-grade fourth-rank spiritual root, then smirk. The 3-year period has expired. The eldest young master of the Su family has made his triumphant return. Su Jingheng daring to call me useless. What kind of Macapaka are you? This Su family is blind. If they won't appreciate me, then farewell. At that time, all the elders of the Su family would surely gasp in unison and exclaim, how terrifying. Cough. Let me just forget about it. After all, he wasn't a live-in son-in-law. Moreover, he feared that before he could even manage that smirk, the old man would rip his mouth open. Su Huai raised his hands and stretched his entire body, emitting cracking sounds, proof that he had indeed been standing before the stone wall for quite some time. Looking around, Liu Kanglan, the burly muscular brute, had already left. On the ground, a white piece of paper was weighed down by a stone with a hastily scrawled address inviting Su Huai to visit Dahuang City. Su Huai casually folded the paper and tucked it into his spatial ring, then raised his head to gaze at the cloud-shrouded mountain peak before lowering his eyes and heading back toward the mountain foot. 19 days had passed since the group arrived at Tingyun Mountain. During these 19 days, Chao Yi had managed to advance further through her own efforts, climbing from the 25,000th step to the 28,000th. Though her talent had not improved dramatically, her meridians had been tempered broader and more resilient, and her strength had increased. She had successfully broken through from the body refining realm to the second stage of foundation establishment. She was quite satisfied with her trip to Tingyun Mountain. The reason she still lingered on the steps without leaving was simply to wait for Su Huai, who had not yet come down from higher up. Descending a mountain is easier than ascending it. From the moment he woke until he reached the 28,000th step, Su Huai strode forward swiftly, almost leaving afterimages along the mountain path. Even at sharp turns he never decelerated, carving paths along the mountainside with the spirit of an AE-86, one drainage ditch short of pulling off the legendary drift. But only when stopping near Chao did Su Huai suddenly remember something, hastily shaking the thought of driving an AE-86 from his mind. Damn it, who in their right mind would want to drive such a piece of junk? Su Huai certainly wouldn't. If he were to drive, it would be a Mercedes. After all, an AE-86 can only go uphill, but a Mercedes can climb trees. Su Huai, over here. Chao waved at him and jogged over. You're finally down. If you had delayed a few more days, we might have missed the Imperial Capital Grand Gathering. She had spotted this wind-like man rushing down from the mountain long ago. It had been over half a month since they last met, and this man's aura had grown ever more composed, refined, and captivating. His cultivation base had also become increasingly unfathomable. The Great Yin Kingdom, the Imperial Capital. What was called the Imperial Capital Grand Gathering was merely an initial selection by various immortal sects for new disciples. The requirements for passing were quite lenient: a spiritual root of third rank or above, solid mental fortitude, and simply catching the favorable eye of the assessing elder. After the preliminary selection, qualified candidates could follow their chosen sect elder back to the sect's headquarters for the true assessment. Those who passed would be admitted, while those who failed would be sent home. In truth, this grand gathering hosted by the Imperial Capital was spearheaded by the Great Yin royal family, designed as a team-building event to help the kingdom's most promising talents connect with one another and foster a sense of belonging to their homeland. At the very least, should they rise to greatness someday, they would not forget they were subjects of Great Yin and would be willing to lend a hand to their hometown in times of disaster. Su Huai and Chao belonged to the later arrivals, reaching the Imperial Capital on the very eve of the Immortal Sect Assessment Elder's descent. After a dusty journey, they had no interest in networking with the so-called geniuses of Great Yin. They returned directly to the room Chao had arranged and collapsed into sleep. The Chao family merchant guild held considerable reputation throughout the Great Yin Kingdom, with branches in every major city. As their business expanded, the web of connections grew terrifyingly complex. Therefore, upon arriving in the capital, Chao Yang, the guild president, was immediately whisked away by mayors of great cities for drinking and socializing. Chao, the future heir to the merchant guild, was likewise kept busy. She needed to first become intimately familiar with the circumstances of each city, at minimum leaving a general impression on those mayors. That way, should the immortal path ultimately prove unworkable and she returned home disheartened, she could smoothly inherit the family's vast fortune. They had only arrived in the Imperial Capital sometime past noon, and after sleeping through the entire afternoon, Su Huai found himself completely wide awake by evening. He then leaped across the windowsill and climbed onto the rooftop, brushing off the dust on the roof tiles, and lay down with his hands behind his head. Lying on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky, had been his favorite pastime in his previous life. At that time, with mediocre spiritual roots and low cultivation, he had not passed the Immortal Sect assessment and could only build a modest two-story cottage at the foot of Yinyue Immortal Mountain. He had converted the cottage roof into a vast terrace filled with various alchemy equipment and materials, with only a small lounge chair tucked in the corner. Sometimes when the rich woman grew tired or suffered failures from alchemy, she would run over and throw herself into his arms, seeking comfort, then lie beside him on that lounge chair, stargazing together. The two would whisper bicker about what the celestial phenomena portended. Having never studied astrology, Su Huai would simply make things up, repeating the same line over and over: "The red star is particularly bright tonight." The rich woman would ask, "What is the red star?" Su Huai would fall silent, then answer, "A star that breathes fire." She was far more knowledgeable than him, yet in every argument, he was the victor. There was no other secret. Whenever he ran out of words, Su Huai would wrap his arms around her waist, lean close to whisper against her ear, or if all else failed, simply pounce and seal her lips with his own. Shameless, but always effective. Afterward, she would simply nestle into his embrace, making soft, contented sounds, and agree with everything absurd he claimed. Things like the continent being flat, the immortal realm already conquered by lizard people, the 2012 apocalypse, or a little monster devouring 4 or 5 Ultramen every meal. Those were tranquil days. The furnace, the rocking chair, the starry sky, everything on the rooftop belonged to the rich woman. Only the rich woman belonged to him. But the rich woman seemed quite attached to his embrace, as she would never stare at the stars for long before quietly falling asleep. Creak. The wooden door always had its issues. Over time, it developed its own security system. Whoever opened it would trigger a piercing screech. A slender figure vaulted onto the rooftop from where Su Huai had climbed, wearing an elegant purple gown, and laid down beside him, gazing at the starry sky together. "How did you know I was here?" Chao Yi's cheeks were flushed an unusually rosy hue from the alcohol, and she rolled her eyes at him. "My room is directly above yours. When you came up just now, you passed my balcony, and the footprints you left were far too obvious." "Damn it. My shoes are this clean, and I still left footprints. Is the cleaning staff at your inn this diligent, wiping down even the balcony until it sparkles?" Chao pursed her lips and ignored him. It was already deep autumn, and the evening wind carried a hint of chill. She gathered her thin gown tighter around herself, glancing at Su Huai's loose black robe. Su Huai noticed her gaze and blinked. Are you cold? Yes, this dress is made of silk. It looks lovely, but it offers little protection against the cold. Indeed, I'm quite cold too. At a moment like this, as a gentleman, you should take off your coat and give it to me. Oh, then I have no charm. Chow, he sighed. Su Huai, a man like you will never find a girlfriend. You'll remain a bachelor your entire life. Su Huai raised his voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What makes you so certain? Because someone has been waiting for me at Yenyue Immortal Sect. Su Huai indignantly threw open his outer robe. Go on, come crawl in and share it with me if you dare. So I'm actually coming in. Come on, am I really coming in? Yes, come. Biting her lip, Chow propped herself up and crawled towards Su Huai's embrace. But instead of warm arms, she was met with nothing but an empty robe. Having removed his coat, Su Huai had already risen to his feet and tossed the robe onto Chow Yi's face, grumbling. Damn it, I said come in, and you actually did. Don't you understand that men and women should keep their distance? Chow Yi glanced at him. I knew you'd chicken out. Chicken out? What are you talking about? Do you think Su Huai would back down? I'm super brave, you know. If you weren't chicken, why did you dodge just now, eh? I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself and would make you scream in pain later. Why would I be screaming? Mind your own business, it's grown-up matters. Damn it, Su Huai, I'm months older than you. Chow Yi suddenly paused as if finally understanding Su Huai's earlier words. A flush of crimson crept across her face, hidden by the night. If you can only talk big. Your body is weak as anything. You're useless, aren't you? What the hell, Chow Yi, are you questioning me? Precisely. I am questioning you. If you don't want me questioning you, then prove yourself to me. Su Huai gritted his teeth. Do you believe I'll have your father holding a chubby grandson exactly 9 months from today? All talk and no action. That's a bluff. If you've got the guts, come on. My room is right below. Dare to go up. Come on, make my bedsheet bloom with plum blossoms. Next time for sure. Su Huai slipped away, thoroughly defeated and covered in disgrace. He had always been a king of empty boasts, an attractive exterior concealing a passionate but repressed heart. From childhood to adulthood, not a single pretty maid in the Su residence had escaped his verbal teasing. No wonder the rumors about the young master of the Su family lacking talent and being a scoundrel spread so wildly throughout Black Iron City. It was no wonder that the esteemed eldest young master of the Su family, the most handsome man in Black Iron City, had no maids in his courtyard beyond Cheng Xiaohe, who had been forced into service by circumstances. Heaven bore witness that at least in this life up to now he remained a virgin. The only woman he had ever had physical contact with was Cheng Xiaohe and her pest of a child Cheng Xiaomiao. And the most transgressive thing they had ever done was merely pinch each other's cheeks. Like most men, Su Huai possessed a roving heart, but lacked the courage to act upon it. Had he possessed even half the skill of a true scoundrel, Cheng Xiaohe would long ago have been coerced and seduced, consumed entirely, and then cast out of the Su residence in the dead of winter. He never expected to fail at both fronts, the heart of a scoundrel untrained, and his verbal cunning somehow still outrun by others. Damn it, how could he ever become a true scoundrel and ruthlessly dominate the ages thus? He would need to humbly study the ways of capitalists. Su Huai's departure left the rooftop desolate once more. Chow Yi clutched the garment sitting on the rooftop and shaking her head. The reason for her boldness tonight mainly stemmed from having played the obedient girl for far too long in Luo City. As the eldest daughter of the Chow family, every action and every word had to be carefully measured. She had studied emotional intelligence since childhood, and the impossibility of making everyone like her was perhaps its own tragedy. It was only after encountering Su Huai, a powerful figure shrouded in mystery, yet behaving like a street thug, that she inadvertently let her true nature surface. Combined with the significant amount of wine she had consumed today, Su Huai would certainly smell the alcohol on her. Thus whatever she had done or said could be dismissed as drunken indiscretion, and she could deny it all tomorrow once she woke. But burying her face into that dark robe, Chow Yi could not help but sigh. She had believed her body would one day become her greatest asset, yet she never expected to fall short before even attempting. Giving it away, and no one would take it. The factions of the immortal realm can generally be divided into 4 categories. The first type is the transcendent faction, requiring an immortal emperor or at least 2 immortal venerables to reside within the sect. Such factions are rare, with only 4 existing across the entire immortal realm. Yenyue Immortal Sect, Tianhan Palace, Sword Tomb, and the most formidable of all, the Zhuantian Divine Dynasty. Below the transcendent factions come the first-tier powers, each guarded by a single immortal venerable or 3 or more immortal kings, with Tiansijai Pavilion and Chanshan as notable examples. Next in rank are the ordinary immortal sects represented by Tungyun Mountain. Any sect possessing at least 1 immortal king qualifies as an immortal sect. All remaining immortal cultivation sects, regardless of size, are classified as unranked factions. These factions lack any meaningful resilience against disasters. A single beast tide could wipe them out entirely. In the perilous immortal realm, such unranked powers are the most rapidly replaced. What? You say the Great Yin Dynasty, whose strongest reaches only the 5th rank, is a threat. The Great Yin Dynasty is merely a mundane imperial house. It holds no standing whatsoever as an immortal sect. The reason these dynasties endure for so long is that all of them serve as instruments of the Xuantian divine dynasty, tasked with maintaining order in the mortal realm. Aside from those transcendent powers blessed with an immortal emperor's presence, no immortal sect dares refuse Xuantian divine dynasty or disrupt the mortal dynastic order. Even Huai, whose cultivation in his past life reached only the early stage of immortal venerable, yet whose true strength bordered on invincible within that realm, would never dare provoke a genuine immortal emperor. Otherwise the outcome would be, oh right, Huai has personally experienced what befell those who offended an immortal emperor. Never mind then. Today is another day to raise Sword Tomb to the ground. Imperial Plaza stands as the largest martial grounds in the Great Yin Kingdom and simultaneously serves as the kingdom's grandest arena. Yet today no military drills or fierce battles fill this space. Instead, thousands upon thousands of genius youths from the royal family gather here, their hearts set on the immortal path. For most youths, the imperial gathering represents the sole opportunity in their lifetime to draw near to those supreme immortal sects. Immortal sects, particularly the powerful ones, prefer to establish themselves deep within mountains and dense forests or within treacherous secret realms brimming with peril. Consider Tianhan Palace, perched atop the Great Snow Mountain in a land of extreme cold. To hone their disciples' combat abilities, they permit demon beasts and supernatural creatures to procreate unchecked at the mountain's base, forming vast congregations. Those with weak cultivation who aren't affiliated with Tianhan Palace would likely become prey to snow demons before even reaching the mountain's foot. And then there's Yanyue Immortal Sect. They've taken it even further by building directly above Sunken Moon Valley. Despite its name suggesting a valley, Sunken Moon Valley is actually a vast, boundless deep lake, and legend speaks of a mysterious demon venerable dwelling within its depths. Regardless of whether the demon venerable is real, the lake's ferocious water element beasts alone would overwhelm anyone of ordinary strength. And Yanyue Immortal Sect quite conveniently sits upon a small island at the lake's center. Without protection from a skilled expert, attempting to reach the island means certain death. So under such circumstances, who would dare venture directly to the sect's location seeking the immortal path? The leaders of the major immortal sects are well aware of this predicament, so after deliberation, they've agreed to periodically send senior elders across the immortal realm to recruit disciples. To prevent conflicts over promising prospects, the entire recruitment process is conducted with complete transparency. On an auspicious day, mortal dynasties issue announcements, then all the sect elders assemble in formation, and the gathered prodigies simply join whichever immortal sect draws their interest. The elders then conduct their screening, and those who pass earn the chance to enter the immortal sect for cultivation, ultimately facing final trials at their respective sacred mountains. Hey Su, why are you nervous? Not in the slightest. True, you're strong, and your aptitude is. Wait, a mistake. Chow, he lowered her voice. Su, why your talent doesn't quite meet Yanyue Immortal Sect's recruitment standards. They require new disciples to have at least a 3rd grade high spiritual root, but yours seems to be only 2nd grade. Don't be ridiculous. Chow, he swallowed hard. You're not actually planning to drag that elder into an alley and beat him up, are you? Su Huai stared at her with widened eyes. How rude of you. I'm a sunny, cheerful, upstanding young man. How did I become some thug who bullies the elderly in your eyes? Chow, he turned her head. Sunny and cheerful. Wait, you buried a 70-year-old man outside Luo City just over half a month ago. Su Huai sneered. Hey, you dug the pit you filled in the dirt. When did it become me who buried him? Chow, he was stunned, and upon careful reflection realized it was indeed true. All that night's work had been done by her, while Su Huai stood by with his hands clasped, doing absolutely nothing. Watching her, just a girl, sweating profusely while he remained completely motionless, it was truly disgraceful. More importantly, Shi Chao, he had inexplicably been saddled with all the blame. Gritting her teeth, she said, Fine, I buried him. I'll take responsibility for that. But you killed the man, there's no denying that. Bullshit. That old man had mushrooms growing on his face. He clearly died from overwork and staying up too late. What does that have to do with me? Tell me, are you one of his relatives trying to frame me and extort money? You're shameless, Su Huai. Thank you for the compliment. As the two crouched at the back of the line trading barbs, Su Huai's shoulder was suddenly patted. Without thinking, he instinctively executed a shoulder throw. And then he saw Luo Yuanhe lying on the ground, bewildered, his right arm already dislocated. His eyes lost all luster as he gazed blankly at the empty sky. He appeared to be pondering life's most profound mysteries, but in truth he was hovering between life and death, his vision clouded by a kaleidoscope of memories flashing before his eyes. His grandfather, who had passed away not long ago, was waving down at him from the heavens with a gentle smile. Luo Yuanhe, what are you doing here? Chowie blinked and somehow produced a tree branch, poking it against Luo Yuanhe's rigid face. Luo Yuanhe's lips twitched. A flicker of light returned to his eyes as pains surged through his mind. Reaching up to clutch his dislocated arm, he finally understood what Yin Shu had felt back then. That exquisite torment was beyond imagination. Turning his head, his gaze towards Su Huai was steeped in bitter resentment. I barely greeted you, and you promptly threw me over your shoulder. Is this proper? Good thing you weren't holding a knife. Su Huai recognized that his instincts from years of struggle in his past life had left him overly reactive, so he offered Luo Yuanhe an apologetic smile and bent down to help him up. Sorry, brother Luo, I didn't expect it to be you. Once Luo Yuanhe regained consciousness, Chao Yi reverted to her composed and gentle demeanor, as though the girl who had been prodding someone's face with a branch was someone else entirely. Brother Luo, weren't you supposed to be with the third prince and the others? Where are they? They've returned to Tianhan Palace. Luo Yuanhe grasped his dislocated arm, gave it a sharp twist with a cracking sound, reset it himself, then stretched it a couple of times before continuing. Brother, Yin is already a disciple of Tianhan Palace, a direct student of one of the peak masters. Miss Sidhu has already been internally selected, so she doesn't need to participate in these tedious trials either. That's why they departed half a month ago to return to Tianhan Palace. Then you should be with Tianhan Palace's group. Why did you come to stand in Yenyue Immortal Sect's line? Luo Yuan sighed. To be honest, there's always a gap between us due to our statuses. He's a prince, I'm a subject. If we were both at Tianhan Palace, he'd be a direct disciple, while I'd only be an outer disciple. That barrier would only grow wider, making it impossible for us to be true friends. Rather than going there out of obligation and serving under others, I'd rather choose a different faction and try to carve my own path. Hearing Luo Yuanhe speak these words actually raised Su Huai's opinion of him somewhat. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was making excuses, and his decision to abandon Tianhan for Yenyue might have been influenced by Su Huai's previous remarks. After researching, he discovered Yenyue Immortal Sect had more beautiful women. Regardless of the truth, Su Huai felt he should give him a thumbs up. No matter who he was from now on, they were sworn brothers of the same sect, sharing prosperity and bearing hardships together. After queuing for roughly half a shurchen, just as Su Huai was about to use his greatest deception skills to make Luo Yuanhe believe he was a super scion from planet Cybertron, it finally became their turn for the elder interview. The royal square of the Dian Kingdom. In the front row, 22 seats were arranged in a line, each occupied by an elder dispatched from 22 different factions. The Zuantian Divine Dynasty was a family-based power that did not accept outsiders. The Sword Grave, on the other hand, had its guardian elders personally travel the mortal world seeking children with sword talent and never accepted mediocrity. Thus, aside from the Yenyue Immortal Sect and the Tianhan Palace, the remaining 22 seats were occupied by some first-rate powers near the Dian Dynasty or other smaller immortal sects and Taoist schools. When a sect's power was inferior, it was inevitably overshadowed during disciple recruitment, picking up the seedlings others had discarded. Then the large sects grew stronger due to their capable successors, while the small sects could only struggle on lacking future strength. It was an inescapable cycle. 4th rank upper grade spiritual root, no attribute. The elder of the Yenyue Immortal Sect looked up at Su Huai, hesitated for a moment, then still raised his hand to stamp a red mark of qualification on his documents. A spiritual root with no attribute. Had never produced any strong cultivator. But seeing the boy's confident demeanor, it was just a qualification for the assessment. Giving it to him wouldn't hurt. Candidate Su Huai, congratulations on passing the preliminary selection. You are qualified to go to the Yenyue Immortal Sect. Please wait aside for a moment. Thank you, elder. Su Huai tucked his hands into his sleeves and stepped aside. Before him, Chao Yi had already passed the assessment with her 4th rank water attribute spiritual root. The only one left was Luo Yuanhe, who had later defected from the Tianhan Palace team and stood at the end of the line. Luo Yuanhe, 4th rank upper grade spiritual root wind attribute. Good, congratulations. You have passed the preliminary selection. Putting away the last document on the table, the nearly 60-year-old elder took a sip of water, looked at the 11 disciples remaining at the Yenyue Immortal Sect's admissions office, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, everyone. I, this old man, am surnamed Huai, an outer elder of the Yenyue Immortal Sect. First, let me once again congratulate you all on passing the preliminary selection. In this preliminary selection, over 5,400 eligible individuals within the Dian Kingdom submitted their documents to our sect and came to participate. In the end, only you 11 candidates remain. I know that each of you is a renowned prodigy in your hometown with pride in your hearts. Of course, standing out among over 5,000 peers has already proven that you are no mediocrities. But as an elder, as one who has been there, I still wish to remind you all, the immortal domain is vast. The Dian Dynasty is, after all, just a small nation tucked away in a corner. Such mundane dynasties are not few in the entire immortal domain. In fact, they are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. According to past experience, the number of talented youths who, like you, have passed the preliminary selection and will go to participate in the Immortal Sects assessment will exceed 100,000. And among these 100,000 prodigies, no more than 500 will truly be admitted to practice. Most of the 11 youths pursed their lips and lowered their heads. Even Chao Yi's face rarely showed a hint of solemnity. A third-rank spiritual root was considered qualified to participate in the assessment, but according to the Huai immortal sect's past assessment data, even a fourth-rank spiritual root was barely at the average standard for the formal assessment. Her cultivation was not high, and her chances of passing the formal assessment were very slim. She was not the only one with such worries. Elder Hao let the 11 youths ponder for a while before raising his voice to speak again. He said, "Opportunity always coexists with risk. In past years, many who participated in our sect's assessment ended up failing in disappointment. And due to some special reasons, our sect's rule is that candidates, even if they fail, must stay in the sinking Moon Valley for 3 years before being allowed to return home. I have already explained the pros and cons of the assessment to you. With your talents, if you give up on the immortal sect assessment now, I imagine other immortal sects with looser requirements would welcome you with open arms. But if you choose to participate in our sect's assessment, once you set out, there will be no turning back." The 11 youths stood still, already aware of the Huai immortal sect's rules and mentally prepared. The risk was indeed great, but life is short. Why not give it a try? Elder Hao waited a while longer, and seeing no one withdraw, he let out a light chuckle. He said softly, "Since no one is withdrawing, then disperse and bid farewell to your families and friends. Gather here tomorrow at the third quarter of the Mao hour around 5:45 a.m. Those who are late will not be waited for." The youths all dispersed. Regardless of whether they would succeed in the final assessment, they would not be able to return home to see their parents for a long time. Chao Yang was overjoyed that his daughter had passed the preliminary selection, but he could not hide his reluctance on his face. After all, his precious treasure had never left Luo City since childhood, and this first journey would mean at least 3 years before they could meet again. Chao Yi also felt some reluctance. On this last day, she decided to spend quality time with her unreliable father. Thus Huai, who had no family or friends to see him off, could only wander around the imperial capital of the Dian Kingdom with Luo Yuanhe. Luo Yuanhe suggested going to a brothel to relax, since there would be no such entertainment in the Huai immortal sect. Once you enter the immortal sect, it's as deep as the sea, and from then on singing girls become strangers. This decision was vetoed by Su Huai. Perhaps for Luo Yuanhe, the Huai immortal sect was the beginning of his abstinence. But for Su Huai, the Huai immortal sect was truly a paradise. It was his sacred ground to unleash himself and transform from a boy into a man. At the same time, Su Huai was not the type of dictator who used his power to oppress others, so he proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors with Luo Yuanhe. Whoever won would have their way. "Brother Luo, what will you throw?" Luo Yuanhe was startled, his eyes wide. Can I not say?" "You can, but I plan to throw scissors." "Come on, ready, 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors." Su Huai was indeed a man of his word. He said scissors and threw scissors. But he looked down at Luo Yuanhe's hand, then raised his gaze to stare into his eyes. Luo Yuanhe trembled all over his clenched fist, loosening finger by finger, changing from rock to paper. "Good brother. I win. Come on, follow me." Luo Yuanhe looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Su Huai. I'm so touched I could cry. He could have just been a dictator, but he insisted on playing democratic rock, paper, scissors with me. This guy is just too gentle. And one day the two men plunged into the Imperial City Merchant Guild, and under Su Huai's lead they bought several years' worth of seasonings, filling their spatial rings with all kinds of daily necessities. Luo Yuanhe suspected that Su Huai wasn't going to cultivate at all. He was clearly planning to enjoy life at the Huai immortal sect. What was most strange was that this guy finally dragged him across half the imperial capital just to buy a few bags of sun-chasing flower seeds. Sun-chasing flowers were not any kind of spiritual medicine. They were just ordinary ornamental flowers, and even among ornamental flowers they were considered low-grade, because their vitality was too tenacious. They could survive with just sunlight. They lacked the delicate fragility of other flowers, and thus sun-chasing flowers were always regarded by the wealthy and nobles as lowly weeds. So why did Su Huai buy a heap of weed seeds? Luo Yuanhe was very curious, but he dared not ask. After running around all day, Su Huai was perfectly fine, but Luo Yuanhe was holding his back. Under Chao Yi's shocked expression, he didn't even eat the farewell banquet that Chao Yang had spent a fortune to prepare. He went straight to his room and fell asleep. A night without words. At the third quarter of the Mao hour, which on Earth would be 5:45 a.m. At this time the sky was just beginning to lighten. The rooster that announced the time was full of spirits, standing on the fence and crowing loudly at the sun, while the chickens, burdened by life, were still wrapped in blankets, exhausted. On a long journey, naturally no one would be late. After Elder Hao counted the people, he led everyone onto a small flying boat about 10 meters long. The flying boat had no sails but extended huge wings on both sides like an airplane, presumably a flying tool inspired by the flight of birds, whom it seemed to be the external engine type. A sturdy fifth-order flying dragon draped with thick reins snorted at the front of the flying boat. Luo Yuanhe had lain for a night, and the soreness of yesterday had eased. Now leaning on the deck of the flying boat, he clicked his tongue in wonder at the flying dragon. A major power is a major power. A fifth-order powerhouse in the Dian Kingdom is already a ruler of a nation, but in the Huai zone, they can only be used to pull carts. Chao Yi slowly lowered her hand that was waving goodbye to her father, turned her head, and gave him a roll of her eyes. His Majesty the Flame Emperor would be very happy to hear your sentiment, so happy that he would challenge your father to a duel on the spot. Ahem, I didn't say anything just now. At Elder Hao's command, the flying dragon gave a low roar, flapped its wings, and surged upward. The violent gusts stirred up dust on the ground, the reins tightened, and the flying boat slowly ascended under the dragon's pull. The buildings on the ground soon became tiny, and the beautiful rivers and mountains, the magnificent imperial city, were all in full view. Xiao Yi's expression turned low again. Compared to boys who transformed into wild horses unleashed the moment they left home, girls always had a stronger homesickness. Luo Yuanhe opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort her. He gently touched Su Huai beside him, but only got a faintly affected sound in return. Su Huai pulled out a few soft tissues from his spatial ring and slapped them onto Xiao Yi's head. Cry if you want. Cry louder. Xiao Yi turned around in bewilderment and glared at him with a hint of gnashing teeth. I'm just a little sad. Who told you I was crying? Su Huai blinked and pointed at Luo Yuanhe. Luo Yuanhe was dumbfounded again. After watching the scenery for a short while, a young fellow traveler ran to the deck and invited them to drink together in the cabin. Apart from Su Huai and his two companions, the other young travelers and Elder Hao were all drinking in the cabin. They had various types of wine, but just from the aroma one could tell they were all fine brews. The long table they sat around was filled with foods and specialty fruits from various regions of the Dying Kingdom. It seemed these young people had come prepared. Su Huai, the shamelessly sociable one, quickly blended in and got along well with the teenagers who were strangers just moments ago. Xiao Yi, with her high emotional intelligence, also took out the prepared specialties of Luo City from her storage bracelet and sat at the end of the table humbly. Only Luo Yuanhe stood at the door, angry, trembling, cold. Thanks to Su Huai, his storage ring now contained only his family's inheritance of techniques and martial skills, along with various seasonings and daily necessities, with nothing presentable to offer. He couldn't possibly pull out a bottle of soy sauce and invite Elder Hao for a drink, could he? If he really did that, he feared he would be thrown off the flying boat by Elder Hao before they even left the Dying Kingdom. Elder Hao's cultivation was at the 6th order, a genuine Earth immortal level powerhouse. His status in the Yanhua Xin zone was neither high nor low, and he was gentle and approachable. Now slightly tipsy, unable to resist the persistent coaxing of the young people, he was speaking at the head of the long table about some matters of initiation. The Yanhua Xin zone, as one of the 4 transcendent powers of the immortal domain, certainly has its own heritage. The formal assessment has no fancy elements. After passing the hard examining gate to confirm that no one has malicious intentions, everyone will be collectively sent into a secret realm. Fight with demons and monsters in the secret realm to earn points. After the time ends, the 500 with the highest points will be considered admitted. His words were intermittent, seemingly drunkard slip, but Su Huai was quite sure that this elder was not drunk. His seemingly murky old eyes sparkled with wisdom. This information was deliberately leaked by him. After all, within the Yanhua Xin zone, it was not only disciples who competed, the elders were also secretly vying for promotion. If among these 11 young people from the Dying Kingdom whom Elder Hao had personally escorted back to the sect, a few more could pass the assessment, it would be beneficial and not harmful to Elder Hao. Elder Hao. The young man opposite Su Huai raised his cup and asked again, in the Yanhua Xin zone, what level of cultivation is considered accomplished? What level is considered accomplished? Haha, there is no standard measure. Elder Hao shook his head. The path of cultivation is long and endless, with countless bones of the feudal. Cultivation is not just about refining the body, but also the heart. The Yanhua Emperor once established a sect rule: when a disciple's cultivation catches up to their own spiritual root grade, they gain the qualification to descend the mountain and leave the valley. But that does not mean they are accomplished in cultivation. Those who descend the mountain and cause harm to the region will be expelled from the sect and listed as a target for execution by the sect to clean house. Those who descend the mountain help the weak slay demons and protect a region. Even if they are only at the 3rd or 4th order, the sect will recognize them as accomplished in cultivation. Those who descend the mountain and accomplish nothing, hiding in the bustling city, even if they become kings or lords, in the eyes of the emperor they are merely ordinary disciples of the sect and not truly accomplished. A group of teenagers fell silent, lost in thought. Su Huai sat aside, gazing at the soft white clouds outside the window, lost in a daze. Towards that Yanhua emperor, he had no ill feelings in his heart, but rather a sincere respect. For no other reason than the bottomless Ghost Cry Abyss beside the Chinhua Valley. As the foremost of the 3 forbidden grounds, the Ghost Cry Abyss had more than once manifested the aura of a ghost emperor. Yet in terms of fame, it was far less known than the Burial Star Mountains and the Demon Fall Cave. That was because never had any single ghost clan managed to cross the defenses of the Yanhua Xin zone and leave the Ghost Cry Abyss alive. The Yanhua Immortal Emperor was the only immortal emperor-level powerhouse who had a connection with Su Huai in his past life. When Su Huai was still at the Immortal King realm, the emperor had more than once helped him slay fleeing ghost kings. However, the emperor slew ghosts for the sake of all living beings, while Su Huai slew ghosts to exchange with the emperor for resources to strengthen himself. He could not understand the emperor's selflessness, but he respected such an upright and towering figure. The flying boat traveled smoothly, and the young people on board soon became well acquainted. In their leisure days they chatted about everything, but most of the content was just bragging. Huai of course also bragged a few times. Especially once when everyone was discussing whether it was possible to break through to the 9th grade immortal venerable if one maxed out their spiritual root grade. Huai snorted and shouted loudly, "You mundane people. What's impossible about immortal venerable? The end point of your dreams is just my starting point. My son. Ahem, I Huai have the potential of an emperor." Everyone burst into laughter, and some even stood up and laughed. Huai is bragging again. Talking about being kept by a 9th grade alchemist rich lady and charging all the way to immortal venerable. Huai glared. How can you slander my reputation so baselessly? Cultivation. Tao companions matters of Tao companions. Can it be called being kept? Then came some incomprehensible talk about 30 years on the east of the river mutual watch slaying demons and white hair and snowy nights, which made everyone laugh, and the flying boat was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They laughed, and Huai laughed too. But they laughed at Huai's bragging, while Huai laughed, because in this life he finally had enough ability to repay everything the rich lady had done for him in his past life. Such relaxing and joyful days passed one by one. The flying boat flew over countless valleys and straits, finally arriving at a lake as vast as the sea. Chinhua Valley arrived. The sky and waters mirrored in perfect harmony, clouds and objects all fresh and vivid, the gulls and herons at rest. The sunken moon valley was indeed a realm of celestial beauty. The islet at the lake's heart, though called an island, was not much smaller than a great city. At its center rose a 1,000-zhang stone mountain upon which stood pavilions, halls, and towers, everything one could imagine. At the foot of the mountain lay a densely populated town built along the lake's edge. Since the lake teemed with demonic beasts, no ordinary mortals could dwell here. The inhabitants were all prodigies from small kingdoms who had failed the previous year's assessments. Those who failed the assessment were required to stay in the sunken moon valley for 3 years. Some, after spending time here, grew attached and refused to leave. Of course, there were also those like Huai in his previous life whose charm was so overwhelming that he charmed a female disciple of the Crescent Moon Immortal sect and settled down in the town. Once we reach the town, you may rest for a few days. Elder House stood at the bow of the flying boat, gazing at the towers of the immortal sect above, then looking down at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, those who had failed to chase their dreams and were now struggling for a living. He let out a soft sigh. The assessors from other regions have not yet all arrived. The assessment will likely begin in 4 or 5 days. During this free time, you may arrange your own activities. When the official assessment begins, I will notify you through your identity tokens. Simply ascend the mountain on your own then. Yes, Elder. The flying boat landed at the port of the sunken moon valley. After setting down Huai and the others, Elder Hao returned to the sect to report. Each of the 11 youths held a 2-inch jade token with a long string of numbers engraved on the back. These were the identity tokens Elder Hao had distributed to them aboard the flying boat. Once Elder Hao left, the youths gathered together to exchange blessings, promising to meet again another day, then departed in 2s and 3s with those they knew well. Huai Chao, Yi, and Luo Yuanhun naturally stayed together. Over the millennia, the sunken moon valley had accumulated generations of lost prodigies, their numbers growing ever larger. In time, a complete industrial chain had formed at the foot of the mountain, including taverns, shops, and numerous inns, especially for new assessors to stay in temporarily. Though called a town, it was actually a cluster of settlements without walls linked together, already comparable to those densely populated great cities. After all, each assessment session brought over 100,000 participants. Even if most left after 3 years, those who remained had accumulated into a considerable number. Having chosen their lodgings, night gradually fell. After finishing dinner with his 2 companions, Huai left alone. He wandered along the town's main street, reached a corner of the bustling market, and stealthily climbed onto the eaves of a shop. The shop faced an inn. Huai sat on the rooftop, staring blankly at a certain window of the inn, utterly motionless. The candlelight cast a petite silhouette on the paper window. Even though a lifetime had passed, even though it was merely a silhouette, Huai recognized her at a glance. The one who had never abandoned him, who had stayed by his side for centuries, the one he yearned for day and night. The Tingyuan Inn. See, you open the door, will you? Listen to your uncle. Come with me to meet the Grand Prince. Your uncle wouldn't harm you. The Grand Prince has looks, family background, and top-tier talent. Following him would not be a wrong choice. Besides, he is the legitimate eldest son. If you can win his favor, you might even become the imperial consort of our great wilderness dynasty. After speaking for a while, the person inside the room gave no response whatsoever, neither agreement nor opening the door. The middle-aged man pounding on the door finally grew angry. Chu, see you. Don't be ungrateful. Your parents entrusted you to us, and I've raised you for 10 years. 10 years. Don't think that just because you can refine a few first-grade pills you can turn the world upside down. You want to join the Crescent Moon Immortal sect to escape us? I'm telling you, no way. Be sensible and open the door now. Otherwise when you get in, what do you plan to do? His words suddenly interrupted. The middle-aged man turned his head and found a stranger standing beside him appearing out of nowhere. It was a youth in a black robe wearing a gentle smile on his face. Yet from his eyes not a trace of warmth could be seen, only a chilling coldness. The moment their eyes met, the middle-aged man shuddered, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. Why are you always knocking on someone else's door? Huai tucked his hands in his sleeves, still smiling amiably. The middle-aged man stammered. He wanted to say mind your own business, but the words changed when they reached his mouth. The one inside is my niece. She's just a child being stubborn with us. Is that so? Really, I'm not lying. Her name is Chu Siu. Huai smiled and nodded. A very beautiful name. My name is Huai. Remember this name. Why? Why should I remember? Because I am your future nephew-in-law. Come let me buy you a drink at the finest tavern in town. How about it? But I still have matters. You refuse to give me face. Feeling the increasingly cold gaze of the youth, the middle-aged man shrank his head and dared not utter a refusal. Let's go. Air. All right. The noise outside the door gradually subsided. The man seemed to have been led away by the youth. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the room returned to silence. The girl inside curled up in the corner. After a long while, she finally revealed a pale little face from beneath her wide hood. She was very thin, her eyes vacant with faint traces of tears on her face, and her lips were bitten bloody. Her name was Chu Siu. After confirming that the person outside had left, she slowly pulled over the bedding from the corner of the bed. Without crying, without making a fuss, without screaming, she hugged the quilt and fell into a deep sleep in the corner. In a daze, Chu Siu had a dream. She was still young, then only 6 years old. Her mother had not suddenly disappeared, and her father had not been crushed by despair, become muddled drink all day, and eventually stumble into the river devoured by the demonic beasts within. With her parents still alive, she would not have become an orphan. Her never-met aunt would not have coveted the property left by her parents, using the pretext of caring for her to seize everything that rightfully belonged to her. But the beautiful dream did not last long. Her parents vanished, replaced by her aunt's hypocritical fake smile. Her aunt, with thick makeup on her face, took her hand and said to everyone, Chu Siu's parents had an accident. The child is so young. As her aunt, I will definitely take responsibility and raise her. Everyone praised her for her sense of responsibility. She was a good person. And so from that day on, her aunt and uncle moved into her home. But they didn't really take care of her. The one who raised her was the old servant who had watched her birth. All the expenses of the household came from the property her parents had left behind. But what could a 6-year-old girl do? Her words were dismissed as childish nonsense. If she spoke too much, no one believed her, and she was secretly called ungrateful. Gossip was a fearsome thing. In front of outsiders, her aunt and uncle were always gentle, dignified, and noble swans. Only when they returned home did they shed their disguises and turn back into two toads. Gradually, she stopped talking to people. She began to refuse all contact and buried everything deep in her heart. She longed to escape that cage. She could give her aunt the family property, the reputation, anything, as long as her aunt would let her go, as long as she could be free. But even freedom was a luxury. One day her aunt suddenly told her that she had arranged a marriage for her. The groom was the Grand Prince of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, a man of talent, handsome and dashing. As far as she knew, the Grand Prince was indeed outstanding. He had become the chief disciple under the great elder of the heavenly cold palace at a young age, and his cultivation had already surpassed the emperor of the Great Wilderness Kingdom, reaching the 6th grade earth immortal level. But the Grand Prince had long been married. His mansion housed hundreds of concubines. Any woman of notable beauty in the Great Wilderness Kingdom, whether a maiden or a married woman, could not escape his clutches and was taken into his collection. Chu Siu was terrified. The Grand Prince held a high position in the immortal domain. The only way to escape his grasp was to join the Crescent Moon Immortal Sect, another transcendent power in the immortal domain. After all, the Crescent Moon Immortal Sect paid no heed to worldly affairs. Paying no heed to worldly affairs meant they didn't have to show face to anyone. Whoever dared to pressure a sect disciple would face the sect's endless retaliation. Such a sect might not be considered righteous in the eyes of the world, but it was deeply loved by its disciples, fostering strong cohesion. So after careful planning, she, who had inherited her mother's talent, learned alchemy, gained the confidence to join the sect, and secretly took the preliminary assessment. The plan went smoothly, but she never expected that her uncle, through some unknown connections, could follow her all the way to the sunken Moon Valley. A single turbid tear slid down. Chu Siu suddenly dreamed of her long-departed mother again. Her mother held a handkerchief, gently wiping the tears from her face. Then, as she did, when Chu Siu was little, placed a blooming sun-chasing flower into the vase on her bedside table. Her mother smiled and said to her, Siu, if one day mom is not here, you must always be as resilient and happy as the sun-chasing flower. Chu Siu bit her lip and nodded heavily, tears streaming down like rain. After an unknown period, the morning light filtering through the thin window paper shone upon Chu Siu's face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her face, pristine and clear, finally emerged from her dream. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the inn room. Last night her uncle was called away and never returned. Thanks to the appearance of her mother at the end of the dream, she slept soundly in the latter half of the night. It could be said to be the only deep sleep she had experienced in 10 years. That feeling, even after she had awakened, still lingered with a faint warmth, bringing her peace of mind. However, after crying all night, her face surprisingly showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it felt exceptionally dry and refreshed, as if she had already washed her face in her dreams. Acting on her decision, she threw off the covers and was about to get out of bed when her gaze was suddenly drawn to something at the head of the bed. She fell into a prolonged daze. That was a large bunch of pale blue light-chasing flowers. At the town's marketplace, Huai yawned as he returned to the inn where he was staying. Just as he pulled open the door, he came face to face with Chao Yi and Luo Yuanhe, who were sitting at the tea table in the small hall eating breakfast. He rubbed his legs, snatched a bun from Chao Yi's plate, and grabbed the chicken leg from Luo Yuanhe's bowl before he could eat it, taking a fierce bite. Luo Yuanhe bared his teeth. The chicken leg was gone, so he could only lower his head and drink the bland white porridge. Fortunately, there was still a meat bun in front of him. Chao Yi, however, looked at Su Huai with a strange expression. "Where did you go sneaking around last night? You didn't come back all night." Su Huai was slightly stunned. "How did you know I didn't come back?" "Piss. Are you trying to ambush me at night?" "Did you hear that, Luo Yuanhe? A boy has to protect himself when he's out and about. Beware of female ruffians like Chao Yi." Chao Yi flew into a rage, snatched the meat bun from Luo Yuanhe's plate, and with a whoosh hurled it at Su Huai's head. "Who the hell would ambush you?" Su Huai reached out and caught the bun, then stuffed it into his mouth. "Exactly, a female ghost like you." "Luo Yuanhe. You two flirting. Fine, but why did you have to steal my breakfast? What did I do to deserve this? Alright, I'm done eating. I'm full of anger." He put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Huai with a forced smile. "Brother Su, back in the Great Yin Dynasty, I said, let's go to the brothel. A place of elegance to relax, and you said even dogs wouldn't go there. So, Brother Su, where did you spend the night last night?" Su Huai's mouth twitched. "Don't spout nonsense. I went to save someone last night." Luo Yuanhe and Chao Yi exclaimed in unison, "Save someone?" Su Huai nodded. "Yes, save someone. Last night, I went out for a walk. At the lake, I saw a middle-aged man fall into the water, crying for help. I, Su Huai, an upright youth, could I just watch him drown? No, that's impossible. So I immediately jumped into the lake to push. To fish him out." Chao Yi blinked. "And the person you saved, didn't save him?" Su Huai raised his head, squeezing out a crocodile tear. "That lake was damn dangerous. You didn't see it. A group of aquatic beasts saw someone fall in and pounced on him, roaring. Too dangerous. I was scared too. So I saved him, but I didn't succeed." Luo Yuanhe sighed. "Alas. Brother Su did his best. That man had this calamity in his fate. It's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself all night." "I didn't blame myself all night." "Then why did Brother Su not return all night?" "Oh, that drowning fellow said he had a young niece, lonely and helpless, quite pitiful. Before he died, he entrusted his niece to me." "A young niece? How young?" "Still a 16-year-old, a baby girl waiting to be fed." Luo Yuanhe fell silent. Chao Yi cast a contemptuous glance at Su Huai, turned away, and muttered, "Beast. Beast. What a misunderstanding." Su Huai sighed. "Was he a beast?" "Of course not. Have you ever seen a beast go into a girl's room, do nothing, just crouch by the bedside, and carefully wipe away her tears all night? He, Su Huai, was the embodiment of truth, goodness, and beauty. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm a bit sleepy from staying up all night. I'm going to sleep for a while." "Don't sleep. We're all cultivators. One night without sleep won't kill you. Get up and cultivate." "Cultivate my ass. Good night." Su Huai slammed his door shut with a bang. High-level cultivators indeed could go without sleep, but apart from those in seclusion, almost no one actually gave up sleep, because sleeping and eating were the pleasures of being human. In the ancient times of the immortal realm, an immortal emperor once said, "Those who refrain from grains, meat, rest, and all emotions can attain the Tao and become immortals." This immortal emperor's words indeed led a trend in history for a time. Unfortunately, later cultivators found that the more they cultivated, the less human they became. They lost interest in everything, ate and drank nothing, abandoned wives and children, avoided parents, had no friends, and didn't sleep. They just spent every day in seclusion in their chambers cultivating like mad. And what was the result? Their cultivation levels rose, but gradually they lost their sense of existence. They cultivated purely for the sake of cultivation, no different from stones on the ground. Later, another immortal emperor couldn't bear to watch and directly proclaimed to the entire immortal realm, Emperor Madhua was a spirit of jade embryo who comprehended the Tao and ascended to immortality. Why do you mortals try to imitate him? The meaning was Emperor Madhua was originally a stone that comprehended the Tao and became an immortal. He was born without emotional bonds and didn't need to eat or sleep. Are you mortals sick? Why imitate a stone for no reason? Only then did everyone realize they had made a mistake and woke up. In later generations, no one deliberately refused to eat or sleep. Keeping these habits of being human, retaining the 7 emotions and 6 desires might indeed breed inner demons, but it also truly allows people to find meaning in their existence. The sun was high in the sky. Su Huai was sleeping soundly in the inn, but the news of a floating corpse discovered in the town's lake was causing a stir. An eyewitness claimed that the victim was brought to the lake by a black-clad figure and kicked into the water. The victim was extremely panicked, but he was a good swimmer. Several times he managed to swim back to the shore alone, but each time the black-clad figure kicked him back into the lake. Eventually, he became desperate and shouted for help at the top of his lungs. Some onlookers felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, so they prepared to jump in and rescue him. But the black-clad figure was arrogantly suspended in midair. With a single finger, he sliced open a 100-meter wave in the lake and shouted, "The water is the boundary. Trespassers die." Everyone was shocked. Those who had entered the water silently climbed back to shore, and no one dared to mention rescue again. So the middle-aged man bobbed up and down in the lake while everyone watched. Finally, the black-clad figure grew impatient, condensed a giant hand in the void, and pressed him down to the bottom of the lake with a single palm. Truly insane. Xiao Yi and Luo Yuanhe were mingling in the crowd. After hearing the eyewitness's account, they both fell silent. This is what Su Huai called saving someone. Even Buddha would cry and beg you to stop. Chu Siyu, who was looking for a new place to stay, also fell silent after hearing this. She felt no sorrow in her heart, but rather a sense of relief. Whether it was the good quality of sleep last night, or the inexplicable bunch of light-chasing flowers that appeared at the bedside in the morning, both made Chu Siyu reluctant to leave that inn. Though she was curious, even fearful rationality told her to leave, but her emotions couldn't bear to part. If one could sleep peacefully without worries every day, who would want to be homeless again? She just didn't know who her uncle had offended to be so brutally killed, nor whether that insane murderer would take his anger out on her. Night fell. The lights of Chanyue Valley flickered on, once more illuminating every household. Chu Siyu's door remained tightly shut, her hands clutching the bouquet of light-chasing flowers. Her mind was in turmoil, torn between curiosity toward the mysterious figure who had slipped into her room the night before to leave flowers, and fear that he might truly be some sort of homicidal maniac. 1 hour, 2 hours. Until the moon climbed high above the treetops and the entire town fell silent, the flower-bearing stranger still made no appearance. With another nod, her head bumped against the bed with a soft thud, but she did not wake from the pain. She simply drifted into sleep. Su Huai, perched on the eaves opposite her room, watched the scene and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, the wealthy woman remained as foolish as ever. Socially anxious, timid, perhaps suffering from severe depression, she rejected all external information. Just like that whale named Alice from his former world. Throughout her life, whales communicated solely through song. The normal frequency of a whale's call ranges between 15 and 25 hertz, yet Alice's frequency sat at 45 hertz. Thus, within her pod, she was destined to be mute. No one could hear her voice. Amidst surging crowds, she had no kin to rely upon. This was an eternal loneliness. Prolonged solitude becomes habit. One lives without presence, then dies without a whisper. Su Huai could of course burst into her room right now, shake her awake, and menace her mercilessly. "I'm the shark who killed your uncle. Best come home quietly and become my fortress lady, or I'll turn your backside into a pincushion." But that would surely terrify her. Given the wealthy woman's stubborn and resolute nature, the outcome would be one of two possibilities. Either she would perish alongside him, or she would take her own life outright. Winning someone's heart is a delicate art, especially when the one you wish to court is as emotionally fragile as a drowning person. In his past life, Su Huai had inadvertently handed her a single straw, and later the wealthy woman came to regard him as an entire rice paddy, casting herself as the guardian of that field. And in this life, Su Huai intended to drain the very river that threatened to drown her. That evening, he did not slip into her room again. Instead, he sat upon the rooftop across from her window for the entirety of the night. Before dawn broke, having confirmed no danger lingered near the wealthy woman, Su Huai strolled through the deserted streets and returned to the inn where he resided. Day after day passed, and the town grew busier with each dawn. Most were used from every corner of the immortal domain come to Yanyue immortal sect to pursue their dreams. The genuine prodigies also began to emerge. For instance, Su Huai had heard Luo Yuanhe mention their downstairs neighbor Tang Sang over the past 2 days. Initially, Su Huai mistook it for some entangling blue-silver grass technique. Later, he learned this Sang was not that. Tang Sang was indeed a true genius. 18 years old at the 4th stage of the transformation realm, with a rank 8 thunder attribute spiritual root. Such talent was terrifying enough to earn renown across the entire immortal domain. A textbook protagonist's constitution. It left Su Huai's past life self trailing far behind. He wondered whether any other fate-blessed heroes like Xiao Yin had come to take the examination. Ding. On the morning of the 5th day, the identity token's elder, Hao, had given Su Huai and his companions finally glowed with a faint green light. The three discussed briefly and decided to ascend the mountain immediately. The spiritual mountain upon which Yenue immortal sect rested was surrounded by a prohibitive barrier. Only examinees of the current cycle-bearing identity tokens could pass through the grand formation and formally enter the sect. The first trial was the heart-testing gate, standing tall at the sect entrance. Despite its intimidating name, it was merely a towering stone door inscribed with countless runes. Those with crooked hearts or fragile could not pass through. No one knew its exact principle. By the time the three reached the foot of the mountain, many youths had already passed the test and begun ascending the stone steps. Of course, a tiny fraction remained barred at the entrance, their faces painted with anger, despair, or unwillingness. Who goes first? Luo Yuenka rubbed his hands, a hint of nervousness in his heart. Chao Yi was no better. She feared that having witnessed so much of humanity's baseness, the stone gate would reject her as well. Seeing their reactions, Huai shook his head with mild amusement and stepped forward toward the stone gate first. You see, hesitating at a moment like this only reveals a guilty conscience and lack of confidence. Look at me. Someone as kind and upright as myself feels no tension whatsoever. I will surely pass. Thud. Huai's foot struck an invisible barrier as hard as iron, and he was thrown back by the heart-testing gate, unable to advance even an inch. The smile on his face vanished instantly. What was this? Had this damn heart-testing gate malfunctioned? Was his heart crooked? What kind of bloody joke was this? Chao Yi and Luo Yuenka behind him also froze their gazes upon Huai, laced with doubt and scrutiny. This is what you call guaranteed passage. Huai's face flushed red. With a sharp slap against the stone gate, the Ouroboros ring on his right middle finger raised its serpent head, its vertical pupil glowing with an eerie crimson light. Huai leaned close to the gate and muttered under his breath, "So it's the heart-testing gate, huh? Don't be ungrateful for the courtesy shown. If you won't let me in tomorrow, I'll hire 100 people to come here and smear manure all over your face." He kicked the gate once more, but the barrier remained intact. His verbal threats were useless. Annoyed, Huai secretly gathered spiritual energy at his fingertip and thrust it forward, piercing a small hole through the barrier that blocked him. Immediately, spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the hole, spreading in all directions with audible cracking sounds until the entire formation shattered into fragments. A large opening appeared before the three. Huai passed through the heart-testing gate with complete composure. He had always maintained he was pure, kind, and handsome, who liked nothing more than helping elderly grandmothers cross the street. How could his heart possibly be crooked? Chao Yi, witnessing everything, covered her face, unwilling to speak. Luo Yuenka stood dumbfounded, never having imagined the heart-testing gate could be breached so crudely. Upon closer reflection, however, it was not entirely surprising. The heart-testing gate was merely a formation designed to test the mental fortitude of disciples, certainly not a 10th-tier grand formation. It was more than sufficient to block cultivators at the 5th or 6th stage. But Huai's strength far exceeded that. The ancestor who had originally laid out the formation would never have imagined in their lifetime that an immortal venerable would show up bored out of their mind to take Yenue immortal sect's entrance exam. Fortunately, the formation was not single-use. After the barrier shattered, it quickly dissolved into points of light, converged, and repaired itself entirely. The commotion drew the attention of other examinees, especially those who, like Huai, had been blocked at the heart-testing gate, all of them staring motionlessly at him. That gaze was much like the look delinquent students in school used to give their ringleader. Huai's eyelid twitched, but for some inexplicable reason, he actually nodded sternly at them. This nod proved to be a turning point. Those failed examinees seemed enormously encouraged and charged toward the heart-testing gate with fierce determination, bashing their heads against it, kicking with their legs, and some even producing massive hammers weighing dozens of pounds, swinging them with such ferocious momentum that they seemed poised to unleash a devastating hammer technique right there. Huai was paralyzed with anxiety. The disturbance here would surely attract the attention of the elders on the mountain, and he, the cheater, would undoubtedly be disqualified on the spot and thrown out. Though those elders could hardly defeat him, the bloody Yenue Emperor could snatch him up with one hand and make him stand in the courtyard as punishment. So, abandoning any notion of waiting together, Huai gave a quick greeting to Chao Yi, who had just passed through, and to Luo Yuenka, who still lingered at the gate, then sprinted toward the mountain. The wind was picking up. Time to scatter. Besides, none of those who witnessed his cheating actually knew him. As long as he ran fast enough, no one could catch him. Yenue Immortal Sect Square. Chu Siyu was wrapped in a loose robe, her hood covering her entire plain and delicate face. Social anxiety is a psychological disorder, and at the same time, this psychological disorder also has certain physiological effects on the patient. For instance, at this moment, the crowded square filled with the clamor of strangers caused Chu Siyu's forehead to be covered in fine beads of sweat, and she felt somewhat breathless. So she had to tighten her robe, lower her head, and strive to find a relatively less crowded area. Huai sprinted all the way until he was far from the Koshin gate and merged into the bustling crowd. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't caught red-handed, those elders would never believe that someone could forcefully break through the immortal sect's grand formation. And who the hell could poke a huge hole in the Koshin gate barrier with just a finger? Are you trying to fool ghosts? This formation was set up by an intersect elder at the 8th Order Immortal King realm. Even a powerhouse of the same order would need some time to break through it. If someone could truly break the formation with a single finger, what cultivation realm would that be? The immortal venerables and immortal emperors across the entire immortal domain could be counted on one's fingers. Such a person would need to join their immortal sect for cultivation. As for the idea that the other party was a ghost clan from the Chiguay Abyss trying to infiltrate the immortal sect and cause trouble, that's even more impossible. The immortal sect square has a grand formation personally laid by the Yinhui Emperor. Any non-human, or anyone bearing hostility toward the immortal sect, will die upon touching it. Whether he had hostility toward the immortal sect was unknown, but it was certain that he had hostility toward a certain disciple of the immortal sect. As soon as Su Huai arrived at the square, he discovered that someone was scolding his rich lady. Bah, it was a certain examinee, cursing his wealthy sweetheart. The entire speech contained not a single curse word, yet every sentence subtly invoked parents' upbringing, and such terms stabbing into the rich lady's heart like countless sharp knives. All she could do was turn pale, keep apologizing to that person. Damn, such a moron could pass through the Koshin gate, yet I had to rely on cheating to get in. That broken gate was indeed faulty. As a future member of the immortal sect, I must find the time to give it a good repair. Su Huai's face darkened. He was utterly oblivious to his own dark persona of being vengeful and always ready to dig pits and bury people. He even stood on the moral high ground of civility to criticize an ordinary youth who had a slightly foul mouth. Shut up. The sudden roar startled all the examinees in that small area. Chu Siyu, who was already struggling to breathe and nearly suffocating, was also frightened by the shout, even hiccuping from the shock. She quietly raised her head and saw a youth in a black robe striding toward her menacingly. With that aura, if he had a knife in his hand, he would be the Chun Haonan of the Yinhui Immortal Sect. What's your name? Su Huai shouted loudly at the youth who had been incessantly berating his rich lady. Really loud, the kind that was deafening. He was already trying his utmost to control his anger and could only release his fury this way. How dare he bully his own rich lady? If it were any other place, if this weren't the Yinhui Immortal Sect square. Within a quarter of an hour, Su Huai would have called Chao Yi over to dig a pit and bury the man. After all, the pits Chao Yi dug were wide and deep, and the soil she filled was thick enough. Even if the buried person still had breath, they wouldn't be able to crawl out alive. What? Reason? No reason to speak. Surely no one thinks it's cool to step in and preach fairness when your girlfriend is arguing with a stranger, right? No way, no way. At a time like this, even if you know she's wrong, as long as it's not a matter of principle, you must unconditionally stand by her side. The issue of right and wrong can be discussed privately in bed under the covers. Criticizing your partner in front of others. Oh, such an idiot could never have a girlfriend. The youth who had been cursing was also intimidated by Su Huai's manner. His lips trembled, and he weakly uttered a few words. I am Sima Liang, the fourth prince of the Dahuang dynasty. Sima Liang. Su Huai paused. From the Dahuang dynasty. Good. Su Huai raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Sima Liang was completely stunned. He covered his face and looked up, his eyes full of disbelief. What are you looking at? This is from your Dahuang dynasty's eldest prince. He owed me this. Brother's debt brother pays. Understand? And I just heard you cursing this girl. Why are you bullying her? Girl. Sima Liang swallowed his saliva, glanced at Chu Siyu, and thought to himself, this person is wrapped up tightly, you can't even tell if they're human. How do you conclude she's a girl? X-ray vision, huh? What are you looking at? I'm asking you. Sima Liang shrank his head. She stepped on my foot. Then did she apologize? No. I didn't hear clearly. Su Huai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. His rich lady's voice was indeed very soft in front of strangers. So soft that even a mosquito might win an argument against her. It was because he had the cultivation of an immortal venerable that he could accurately catch her words and knew that she had been bowing her head and apologizing continuously just now. But Sima Liang didn't know that. With the square so noisy, it was understandable that he couldn't hear the rich lady's apology. After all, his rich lady didn't bow when apologizing, nor did she make any other gestures. She just stood there foolishly and dumbly. This behavior indeed appeared to outsiders as if she had made a mistake and refused to admit it, even confronting the victim. TSK. After thinking it over, Su Huai suddenly bowed slightly to Sima Liang. Then I'll apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Sima Liang waved his hand, wanting to leave quickly. After all, the commotion just now had attracted a crowd of onlookers. He, a prince who valued his dignity, didn't want to be watched like a monkey. But just as he turned around, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed. I've already apologized to you for her accidentally stepping on your foot. So shouldn't we settle the nasty words you deliberately said to her just now? Sima Liang's body trembled. He was well aware of his own bad habit of having a foul mouth. He was born to a concubine, and there was an exceptionally outstanding eldest brother above him. He had known since childhood that the throne was hopeless, so he simply gave up and indulged in debauchery every day. With many disreputable friends, he naturally picked up a host of bad habits. He was used to having a foul mouth in the imperial city. After all, no matter how unfavored he was still a prince. No one would risk offending the royal family just because they were cursed at a few times. But here, this was not the imperial city. The black-robed man in front of him, even knowing that he was a prince of the Dahuang dynasty, had immediately slapped him as soon as he came. If you said he would fear the Dahuang royal family, he wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Sima Liang was not stupid, so he had no choice but to bend down and lower his head to Su Huai. I'm sorry. Su Huai raised his foot to kick him. Why are you apologizing to me? Apologize to her. So Sima Liang turned to another direction. I'm sorry, but Chu Siyu still didn't move. Su Huai frowned as if thinking of something, strode over to Chu Siyu and raised his hand to lift off the wide hood. The girl's face was pale, her forehead covered in fine sweat, her breathing rapid, and her lips trembling incessantly, but she couldn't utter a word. Damn this damned social anxiety. So troublesome. Su Huai had no choice but to take her hand and lead her through the sea of people in the square all the way into the adjacent dense forest, leaving behind a crowd of stunned examinees. That girl is so beautiful. On the other side, Su Huai had no idea how many people's eyes had been dazzled by his rich lady's inadvertently revealed beauty. He was now standing in the dense forest, utterly puzzled. Everyone had gathered in the square, afraid of missing the start of the second assessment, so there wasn't even a ghost in this dense forest. But why was this girl still trembling? Su Huai raised his hand and waved it before her eyes. Chu Siyu trembled all over and suddenly stepped back. Damn, are you serious about that half-step back? Such a small gesture hurts so much. Su Huai was completely taken aback. So it turns out she wasn't afraid of the surging crowd. She was damn afraid of me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Su Huai simply transformed into a forest wolf and approached Chu Siyu step by step. He advanced, she retreated. She fled, he pursued. She could grow wings. Ba ba ba. Chu Siyu kept retreating until her back met the trunk of a huge, ancient tree with nowhere to go. Bang! Su Huai braced his hands on the tree, cornering her with a tree dong. Afraid of me? Chu Siyu, like a rabbit cornered, tried to shrink her body as much as possible, trembling. Seeing this, the corner of Su Huai's mouth lifted slightly. How is this not the you who refused to get up while snuggling in my arms and whimpering? Chu Siyu's eyes widened, forgetting even her fear. No. No. Chu Siyu stared wide-eyed, their faces close together. She had thought that the man before her would surely say something exceedingly offensive to bully her, or even leer at her and make a move. However, the hand she imagined falling on her face or body never actually descended. The nanny who raised her had said that such behavior was called harassing a decent woman and should be punished by imprisonment. Even if she accidentally killed him, she would be justified when brought before the authorities. It would be self-defense. But he had just helped her. Chu Siyu's pale hand tightly gripped a small knife hidden in her sleeve, yet she lacked the courage to strike. It could only tremble within the oversized fabric. Wait a little longer. If he dares to touch me, I will. Here he comes, he's reaching out. Chu Siyu's small hand tightened, and a sliver of silver blade peeked from her sleeve. But the hand she had imagined landing on her face or body never actually fell. Su Huai sighed, gently brushed the disheveled strands of hair from her face, and tucked them behind her ear. Put away your knife. Chu Siyu looked up and suddenly noticed that the flippant smile on the young man's face had vanished. He gazed quietly into her eyes, his pupils seeming to reflect the vast starry sky. Chu Siyu, do you believe in fate? Chu Siyu lowered her head and said nothing. Su Huai didn't mind. He withdrew his hand that had been bracing against the wall casually, plucked a leaf, and placed it between his lips, then leaned beside her and pointed to the sky. The Tao of heaven maintains balance, replenishing what is lost and cutting down what is excessive, establishing order before dispensing judgment. The spirits left behind by the heavens in the mortal world are destined to feel out of place in this dusty realm. The heavens know your life has been bitter, so in your 16th year, they will send a knight to guard you, protect your safety, listen to your heart, bestow you with joy, and bring you happiness. Chu Siyu, I am that knight sent by the heavens to you. Chu Siyu pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her eyes were incomparably clear with a docile expression that seemed to say whatever you want, I won't argue, but don't think you can fool me. Su Huai closed his eyes helplessly and murmured, I know you don't believe me. I have proof. Wah. What proof? Su Huai spat out the leaf and smiled. You love spicy food, but you're mildly allergic to chili. If you eat something too spicy, your whole body turns red and you start babbling like a drunkard. You like blue because it's the color of the sky and the sea. You don't have a sweet tooth, but when you concoct pills, you have a habit of adding honey. Because you think life is already bitter enough, so you hope others can taste a hint of sweetness when they take your pills, even if it's just a little. You're extremely insecure and need to hold something when you sleep, but even so your sleep is light, so you always look tired. When you bathe, you wash from top to bottom, first your body, then your hair. And when you gargle, you like to tilt your head back and gurgle, so you often swallow the mouthwash. Chu Siyu's lips parted slightly, and her heart began to waver. This person knew her too well, as if he had lived with her for a long time. Still don't believe me. Fine, I also know you have a small mole on the inside of your left thigh. Chu Siyu suddenly sprang to her feet, stumbling forward a couple of steps with her neck stiff. Then she bolted, moving as fast as a rabbit, fleeing, an eagle vanishing in the blink of an eye. Huai's smile froze on his face. After a long while he shook his head helplessly. He had scared her again, but at least he had left a deep enough impression in her heart. Once she calmed down, she would surely become curious about Huai because of those words. And curiosity is precisely the beginning of love. Huai reached out as if to grasp the direction the wealthy woman had fled. You can't escape. Realizing he was veering toward the cliché of a greasy tyrant, Huai suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a light slap. Damn, I can't let myself be led astray. What if I one day blurt out something like, I miss your liquid? By noon, most of those who had passed the heart-knocking gate and were eligible for the next stage of the assessment had already arrived. Those who hadn't shown up couldn't be helped. If you're late for such an important exam, you'd miss out on even the hottest shit. Why wait for them? Silence. A resonant shout echoed across the entire square. Huai, who had just returned from the small forest, looked up with most of the others toward the sky above the square. 3 elderly figures had appeared on the floating platform. The one on the left wore a gray robe with white hair and beard, prominent cheekbones, and a half-meter-long beard braided into a loose, flamboyant braid, full of character. Upon closer inspection, a gleaming badge hung on his chest. The badge was engraved with a furnace pattern with 8 small spheres shining within it. This old man was Chun Tairu, an 8th grade alchemy grandmaster, the peak lord of Yaoling Peak in Yingyue Immortal Sect, and the master of Chu Siyu in her past life. The one on the right was dressed in a black robe with fiery red hair, a broad square face, and an expressionless look as if the whole world owed him a fortune. His name was Shangguan Shu, the Hall Master of the War Hall of Yingyue Immortal Sect, an 8th rank Immortal King Realm cultivator skilled in close combat, with the legendary experience of wrestling a demon king for 3 days and nights without losing the upper hand. The old man leaning on a staff in the middle was even more formidable. Huang Yuan, a 9th rank Immortal Venerable, a peerless powerhouse ranked 9th on the Immortal ranking, and one of the very few in Yingyue Immortal Sect who could make Huai wary. He could win, but it would be a narrow victory. It was he who had shouted for silence. After almost everyone had quieted down, Huang Yuan tapped the platform with his staff and slowly spoke, Everyone. I am Huang Yuan, the steward in charge of all internal and external affairs of Yingyue Immortal Sect. By the grace of the sect master, I am called the Grand Elder. All of you have passed the selection to get here, proving that you are the pride of your respective homelands. I am sure you have heard countless inspiring words growing up, so I will not repeat them. Let me directly state the rules of the assessment. Huang Yuan's eyes, though seemingly cloudy, harbored a sharp light as they swept over a few disciples with high-grade spirit roots such as Tang Sang. His gaze finally settled on Huai, who was looking around. A 4th-grade spirit root, a frail physique, seemingly unremarkable. But only Huang Yuan could see that this young man's aura was out of place among the vigorous youths in the square. He was more like a detached observer wandering through the mortal world. Though he could not see through the other's cultivation before a fight, Huang Yuan sensed a hint of threat from him based on years of combat experience. A reincarnated soul, or an old monster reborn. Huang Yuan averted his gaze and lowered his eyes. Never mind. Since he had passed the heart-knocking gate and the mountain path set by the great emperor, it showed that his character was not bad. At least he was human and bore no ill will toward the immortal sect. If the other wanted to play, Huang Yuan would let him play. And if he truly became a disciple of the sect, he could later be persuaded to fight on the front lines of Chiguay Abyss to defend humanity. The rules for this assessment are as follows. Assessment location: the Desolate Forest Secret Realm. Scoring rules: final rankings will be determined by the total points accumulated. There are 3 methods to earn points. The first is hunting demonic beasts and ghost clans. 1 stage beasts earn 1 point, 2 stage earn 5 points, 3 stage earn 20 points, 4 stage earn 1,000 points, 5 stage earn 10,000 points. After slaying ghost clans or demonic beasts, your identity tokens will automatically record your points. These points cannot be transferred or plundered, they can only be earned personally. The second is searching for spirit pearls. I have had my disciples conceal 20 azure spirit pearls throughout the secret realm. Upon completion of the assessment, each spirit pearl you hold will grant you an additional 1,000 points. Spirit pearls can be plundered or transferred between contestants. If the defeated party in a duel holds a spirit pearl, they must surrender it to the victor without concealment. The entire assessment process will be supervised by the Immortal Sect. I urge you all to conduct yourselves with integrity and not lose your moral compass to momentary greed. The third method grants special favor from the Immortal Sect to disciples who lack combat prowess, but excel in artifact refinement and alchemy. The secret realm is rich in resources with spiritual materials scattered everywhere. Disciples who specialize in refining artifacts or pills may find a secure location and leverage their expertise to earn points. A first-grade pill earns 5 points, a second-grade pill earns 50 points, a third-grade pill earns 1,000 points, and so on. For those skilled in artifact refinement, producing 7 first-grade spiritual weapons, 3 second-grade weapons, or a single third-grade weapon allows direct passage through the assessment. Of course, to prevent cheating, the secret realm contains special restrictions capable of detecting whether your pills or spiritual weapons were crafted within the realm or brought from the outside. The assessment lasts 7 days. After that, the top 500 by points will be admitted to the outer sect of the immortal sect for cultivation. Huang Yuan's words were easy to understand. The core idea was wilderness survival competing through hunting demonic beasts and ghost clans. The point distribution was quite reasonable. Most who reached here had the ability to hunt first or second stage demonic beasts, accumulating points this way. Those with stronger abilities had an edge, but not a decisive one. The point rewards for 4 or 5 stage demonic beasts and ghost entities seemed extraordinarily generous. But consider this, even among the rare disciples in the assessment who possessed 4th stage cultivation, most likely couldn't defeat a 4th stage demonic beast. There was no other reason. The gap mainly stemmed from differences in combat experience, physical conditioning, martial techniques, and many other factors. After all, not everyone was Huai. Being at the 4th stage at just over a decade old was already remarkable, yet expecting mastery of all martial arts and extensive combat experience. That was a pipe dream. So the assessors could at best hunt 3rd stage demonic beasts. If they were lazy, even 4th stage assessors might be surpassed by those with only 2nd stage cultivation who put in the grinding work. Wait. You killed 5 3rd stage demonic beasts. Amazing, but last night, I went an entire sleepless stretch and took down 50 2nd stage ones. Heh. If hunting demonic beasts was where the dedicated grinders shone, then finding spirit pearls belonged to those blessed by fortune. With a secret realm that vast, and only 20 spirit pearls hidden within it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Some might search desperately for 7 days and find nothing, while the fortunate few could stumble upon a pearl by accident. But what does plunderable even mean? Once I've tucked the pearl away, who knows whether I actually have it? Unless some lunatic starts challenging everyone they meet. As for refining artifacts and pills, that was a skilled trade. Purely talent dependent, the kind of thing you were born with. A standard first-grade alchemist working first-grade pills would spend 1 to 2 hours per batch producing roughly 3 to 5 pills. Alchemy consumed time and effort while draining spiritual energy significantly. 5 batches a day was already pushing it. That equated to roughly killing 22nd stage demonic beasts. Over 7 days, that would yield around 700 points. By previous standards, passing the assessment would pose no problem. Do not underestimate an average of 100 points per day. Killing a single first-stage demonic beast earns only 1 point. Forget about demonic beasts. Most people couldn't slaughter 100 pigs in a day. Alchemy points were indeed high, but success rates introduced an unpredictable variable. Even a second-grade alchemist working first-grade pills occasionally made mistakes. What about a first-grade alchemist? Therefore, anyone who could pass the assessment through alchemy would need to be at least a second-grade alchemist. Or like my wealthy benefactor, the type heaven-fed with cheats producing over a dozen pills per batch. Huai recalled that in his past life his benefactor's record for first-grade spirit recovery pills was 481 per batch. Though that was after she had become a 6th-grade alchemist. Artifact refinement followed a similar logic, though it consumed even more time. Overall, one would need to be at least a second-grade refiner to have a solid chance of passing. Huai kept his hands folded. He was not worried about his benefactor. She would certainly pass. Luo Yuanhe, as the son of the Lord of Luo City, possessed solid strength and had grown up hunting near the Burial Star Mountains, so killing demonic beasts would pose no challenge for him. Huai was concerned about Chao Yi, a sheltered young lady with only 2nd stage foundation establishment cultivation and virtually no combat experience. Players who excelled at emotional intelligence and scheming could strategize effectively from the rear, achieving great things. But dropped into the secret realm, they would become mere cannon fodder. Demonic beasts at the same level wouldn't even need a second strike to kill her. Unfortunately, assessment rules prohibited transferring points, and constant supervision eliminated any loophole where Huai could strike first and let Chao Yi finish off weakened enemies. Moreover, random teleportation at the assessment location gave contestants no opportunity to exploit loopholes or rely on others. He wanted to help her, but couldn't. She was on her own. The square buzzed with hushed conversations, the chatter grating on the nerves. Everyone understood roughly where the passing threshold lay and what the assessment entailed. Of the 100,000 gathered in the vast square, at least 50,000 were confident they could pass. Before being humbled by a true emperor who couldn't arrogantly claim they had emperor-level potential. Amid this commotion, people began noticing others vanishing in clusters beside them. Old man Huang Yuan showed no courtesy. He didn't even announce the start before waving his hand and activating mass teleportation. The silver ring on his right hand suddenly lifted its serpent head, eyeing the identity token with restless anticipation. Huai was startled and quickly pressed down on its head. Little ancestor, don't. You must not. This cannot be eaten, at least not yet. The little serpent seemed displeased by Huai pressing down on its head, opening its mouth to bite his finger hard. However, it no longer lusted after the token. Finally, the blue light completely enveloped Su Huai, and the surrounding space began to warp and tear at his body. When the blue light dissipated, Su Huai had already appeared upon a snowfield where bitter winds swept across the plain. Not far away stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. Looking around, Su Huai noticed that besides the other 7 assessors, no other living creatures existed on this snow-covered expanse. Where's this? A young man rubbed his hands. Though he was at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, his physical constitution was not low yet. In this snowy plain, he could still feel the biting cold. There were many wooden cabins, roughly at least 30, but without exception, all their doors were tightly shut. If I were you, I wouldn't go in there. Hearing someone speak, the young man turned around, and immediately the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Su Huai unhurriedly took out a large cotton-padded coat from his spatial ring, and within 2 minutes, he wrapped himself up tightly, looking warm. Damn it, an ordinary spatial ring only has a volume of 2 or 3 cubic meters, so the amount of things it can carry is limited. Naturally, one would prioritize bringing precious and essential items. How could anyone bring a large cotton-padded coat, which takes up space, and is useless? Watching Su Huai with his hands tucked in his sleeves looking so comfortable, it was impossible not to envy him. So the young man ignored Su Huai's warning, took out a long sword, and kicked open the wooden door in front of him. He looked around cautiously. The room was empty except for a small bed. The young man exhaled in relief. What the hell danger could there be? He walked into the room, sword in hand, with his head lowered, but for some reason he felt that it was even colder inside than outside. It must be because the door was not closed. First close the door to warm up. Let the others explore the surroundings, and then I'll go out and reap the benefits. What is this called? This is called intelligence. Let those fools outside freeze slowly. He slammed the door shut, and the little room instantly darkened, but the cold was not dispelled. You've come to keep me company. Who? The young man's long sword was drawn, and with a flick of his arm, dozens of cold glints burst forth, instantly cutting the phantom that had silently appeared behind him into a dozen pieces. It must be said he did have some skill. No wonder he was bold enough to be the first to enter the cabin. But it was a pity. Before he could even raise a confident smile, the dozen pieces of phantom fragments connected again, reforming into a blurry humanoid phantom. The young man finally saw the phantom's appearance. Bean-shaped eyebrows, thin lips, pale face, no pupils, long hair trailing to the floor, a pure white long dress. He panicked. First he slashed out a dozen more strokes, scattering the phantom, then frantically pulled at the wooden door, kicked it, and chopped it with his sword, but no matter what, he couldn't open it. A pair of icy hands suddenly reached out from behind, covering his face. Huh. Demon, taste my sword. The sword light flashed again, but this time the blade passed straight through the phantom, causing no damage at all. Outside the cabin, Su Huai and the other 6 young men watched as that person entered the cabin, closed the door, and then heard crackling sounds and the ring of the sword several times. No one knew what happened inside. The door trembled for a while, then a roar sounded from within, and soon after the door opened, and a nearly naked ice sculpture with a terrified expression was thrown out. The ice sculpture slowly dissipated, clearly because it had suffered a fatal injury, triggering the protection mechanism of the identity token, and the entire person was teleported out of the secret realm. Although he survived, the feeling of death was not false. That despair and terror would become a lifelong nightmare, and if his cultivation was high, it could even turn into an inner demon. Not listening to good advice. Su Huai sighed as he watched the ice sculpture dissipate, looking at the row of cabins. Snow Wraith. In some places it is also called Snow Maiden. Although later generations made many adaptations of the Snow Maiden story, calling her a beautiful snow spirit who would fall in love with humans and give birth to children for them. But in reality, that was just the wishful thinking of otakus. In the earliest ancient text mentioning it, Zongji Zhu wa Monogatari, and in the first formal description of this creature, Kaden, the Snow Wraith is an evil and ruthless monster. They appear during heavy snow, build warm cabins to attract passers-by, to rest, have relations with them, and take their lives. In the Chi-Gui Abyss, Snow Wraiths are among the lowest ranks of Ghost Clan creatures. Although it is very overpowered to be immune to physical attacks, it is inherently afraid of fire. Not to mention fire-attributed spiritual power, even ordinary fire continuously burning it can kill it. However, if viewed from another perspective. In a situation like this, where one can keep their life, if those young men who are not enough to pass the assessment die at the hands of the legendary Snow Maiden, could it not be considered a blessing? Ahem, of course. It is also possible to be rejected by the Snow Maiden, skipping the middle process and directly jumping to the final step of being frozen into an ice sculpture and having life taken away. After all, that unlucky guy, just now from the roar to being thrown out, the interval was only 30 seconds. What can you do in 30 seconds? Anyway, Su Huai couldn't do anything. He needed at least half an hour, half a day, half a month, half a year. How long exactly depends on the performance of the rich lady. Knowing what was in the cabin, Su Huai naturally strode toward the largest cabin. The other 6 young men exchanged glances, saying they could still withstand the cold, and decided to wait and see. Pushing open the door, a wave of cold hit him. Su Huai's body trembled, and he ducked into the room. Without a word, his immortal, venerable aura instantly filled the entire cabin. The Snow Maiden hiding under the bed had crawled halfway out, then silently retreated back. Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. But she didn't want to provoke Su Huai, yet Su Huai didn't want to let her go. A big hand reached under the bed, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her out. The Snow Maiden's eyes teared up. Damn it, I'm a ghost, and this cabin is my home. You just pulled me out from under the bed with your bare hands. Don't I have any face left? Face? It's impossible to give face. Su Huai looked at the skinny Snow Maiden in his hand, and suddenly felt utterly bored. Perhaps in the eyes of some strange people the Snow Maiden's appearance could be considered exotic. According to normal people's aesthetics, she was barely within the range of being considered attractive. But what kind of person was Su Huai? In his past life of several hundred years, he saw every day the face of his own rich lady that could topple cities. Especially since the rich lady was incredibly obedient, never refusing any of his strange requests. Things like JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, princess gowns, evening gowns, Christmas costumes, nurse, flight attendant, secretary, and so on. Even the two-dimensional wives from his original world, in Su Huai's memory, as long as he could produce the clothes, the rich lady would grudgingly put them on for him. With a wife like that, could those vulgar beauties ever catch Su Huai's eye? For example, Chao, he could be considered somewhat attractive, at least on the level of a goddess. But if one day Chao told Su Huai affectionately that she liked him, Su Huai would only sneer and pat her on the shoulder. Good brother, you are a good person. So this Snow Maiden was not worth a glance in Su Huai's eyes, and even looking at her for too long made him feel she was somewhat ugly. He looked at her with disgust. I'll give you 2 minutes. Call all your companions hiding in the other cabins over here. Otherwise I'll burn your entire clan to death. Don't question me. Killing people, you're a professional. Setting fires, I'm a professional. The Elder Hall of the Yin Yu Immortal Sect. Unlike the conventional meeting rooms one might imagine, this hall was far less grandiose. In fact, it was merely a small chamber adorned with moonstones. So small that it could barely accommodate a dozen chairs, making it more fitting to be called a little dark room than an elder hall. In this little dark room, the elders of the sect were all seated, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the big screen at the front. That was a transmission stone. Through some minor formations, it could reveal most of the secret realm, and by using the identity tokens worn by the examinees, it could also switch to specific perspectives. With tens of thousands of examinees, it was naturally impossible to cover every detail. Many scenes flashed by in an instant, and unless someone performed exceptionally, no elder would pay them any attention. At that moment, the image froze on Chu Siu, the one Su Huai had been thinking about. Her luck was incredibly good, almost explosively so. Unlike the harsh environment where Su Huai had been randomly teleported, her location was free of terrifying ghosts and demonic creatures. Truly a heavenly start. Even more astonishing was that while familiarizing herself with the surroundings and digging up a medicinal herb, she unearthed a translucent cyan pearl. If it were Su Huai, he would likely sigh, dramatically wave his hand, and say with a show-off attitude, "This assessment is way too boring. It's over before it even began. Life is truly lonely as snow." Chu Siu, of course, was not that shameless. After digging out the spirit pearl, she paused for only a brief moment, then tucked it into her pouch and continued to dig for herbs. Wisteria root. This is something used for refining second-grade pills. Chen Tairu, the peak master of the medicine spirit peak, stroked his big beard, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration. Chu Siu's information was right beside him. It included her age, life story, family background, and even detailed records of her current predicament and her feud with the Great Desolate Dynasty's eldest prince. Chen Tairu watched as Chu Siu gathered herbs along the way, then found a natural cave. After ensuring it was safe, she brought out her own alchemy furnace. That furnace was of extremely poor quality. Probably a practice piece from some apprentice artificer, not even a spiritual tool, let alone having any effect on enhancing alchemy. Igniting the flame, warming the furnace. Spiritual flames roiled, and Chu Siu's small face was filled with earnestness, her black eyes shining with a star-like radiance. Her movements were fluid and graceful. One herb after another was cast into the furnace, their impurities removed under the scorching heat, turning into pure medicinal liquid. With almost no pause, once all the herbs were refined, Chu Siu used her spiritual power to blend them together, continuously compressing and condensing. Unlike typical alchemists who carefully nurture and knead, her method was more akin to that of an artificer. Flames hammered the unformed pill embryo like a great mallet. 80. Hammer after hammer, stirring one's heart with trepidation. This method was crude and violent, yet remarkably effective. This seems like a very new way of alchemy. An elder laughed as he watched Chu Siu's movements. It wasn't really his fault. The other elders also had peculiar expressions. Though most of them couldn't practice alchemy, they had seen enough to know the basic steps of pill refinement. Warming the furnace, purification, pill embryo formation, gentle nurturing, and solidification. 5 steps. Chu Siu only followed the first 2 steps in order, then merged the remaining 3 into one, using fire as a hammer and banging away wildly. It was like solving a math problem others would deduce step by step, but then an oddball would appear, write down solution, and then directly write the answer. Normally for a big problem worth 10 points, such an oddball would get at most 3 points with no partial credit. But alchemy was not about solving problems. Alchemy only cared about results, never the process. And as a master alchemist, Chun Tairu could tell from the image whether the pill inside the furnace had taken shape. When he saw Chu Siyu extinguish the flame and use spiritual power to draw out 3 round plump pills from the furnace, the elder who had just mocked her fell silent. In fact, all the elders in the little dark room were silent. Chun Tairu took a deep breath, then pointed at the image of Chu Siyu. This girl, the medicine spirit peak, will take her. She will be an inner disciple immediately. If she is willing to formally take me as her master, she will be promoted to a direct disciple right away. Then, congratulations, Elder Chin, on gaining such a fine disciple. The other elders showed envy. A 16-year-old second-grade pill master who could refine second-grade pills effortlessly and in less than half the time of other second-grade pill masters. It could even be said that she had the ability to refine third-grade pills. A 16-year-old third-grade pill master, the medicine spirit peak, had struck gold. No one cared about Chu Siyu's feud with the great desolate dynasty's prince, even though that prince was the leading disciple of the Heavenly Cold Palace's grand elder. So what? Is the Heavenly Cold Palace so impressive? The Yan Yu Great Emperor, who spent years in intense combat with the Ghost Emperor in the Ghost Cry Abyss, could easily beat the Heavenly Cold Immortal Emperor with one hand. Besides, that eldest prince was merely a minor direct disciple. If he dared to come to the Yan Yu Immortal sect to kidnap someone, let him try. Chun Tairu declared that if anyone bullied his disciple, he would beat them until they couldn't even take a clean dump. The image couldn't stay on one person forever. After the disciple responsible for recording the meeting noted down Chu Siyu's name, Grand Elder Huang Yuan raised his hand and waved, continuing to rapidly switch scenes. Among the tens of thousands, each had a different life. There were true grinders with mediocre talent and cultivation, yet they hunted demons like madmen, accumulating nearly 100 points in less than 2 hours since the assessment began. But most elders didn't think highly of him. High-intensity slaughter was extremely taxing on both body and mind. Such reckless behavior could easily lead to burnout, and the excessive killing might even give rise to inner demons. Of course, alongside the frenzied, there were those who took shortcuts. They found hunting demons for points too strenuous, so they searched every corner, hoping to become one of the 20 owners of the spirit pearls. But this secret realm was almost the size of a mortal kingdom. Finding 20 fist-sized spirit pearls within it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The spirit pearls were not just the assessment's Easter eggs, they were also a test of the examinee's character. Would one be down-to-earth and diligent, or easily tempted, taking shortcuts and straying from the original heart? The images flickered continuously with several pauses that added more names to the recording paper. Chu Siyu Tang sang, Zhuoli Goma by Zhang Yi Li Feng Luo Yuanha. Among them, Luo Yuanha could be considered a model template, the reference answer for this assessment. His talent was not outstanding, nor his cultivation strong. But he had good combat experience, a resolute heart, knew how to balance work and rest, even scouted before hunting demons and set traps. A model student indeed. Now look at this person on the screen. Damn, if this kid isn't dealt with, he'll become a great menace. Several elders felt speechless about the youth in the image, and a few with a strong sense of justice and an intolerance for vice were filled with anger. The youth in the image was Su Huai. He had built a fire by the snow, somehow produced a reclining chair and a pile of pots and pans. 2 snow maidens tremulously prepared food by the fire, their bodies dripping with melted snow from the heat, but they dared not complain. When they couldn't bear it any longer, they would run to the snow to cool down, then return to the fire to cook. Besides the cooks, over a dozen snow maidens were dancing for him. In the heavy snow, a dozen young snow maidens in short skirts danced gracefully, striking various alluring poses. And the strongest snow maiden was even giving him a massage. Geez, what a scandal. The elders cast furious, envious eyes, wishing they could drag Su Huai out and give him a good beating. This is an assessment, and you're on vacation. Several hours into the assessment, you haven't earned a single point, and you're fooling around with a group of snow wraiths. What are you going to be, like the emperor, who never holds court in the morning? You really deserve a beating. Shui or Shues, and remember to add more chili. Shui to use a bit more strength. How can you be like Cheng Xiaohe, unable to even massage shoulders? And you Shui Si Shui Wu can't even dance the pure land of ultimate bliss, and you still dare to call yourselves qualified snow maidens. Bend down. Yes, a little lower. Damn, Shui 11, you idiot, stop lifting that ragged skirt of yours. If you keep it up, it won't pass the review. 6 youths huddled in a small wooden cabin watching that big shot command with authority amidst the service of over 20 snow maidens, utterly carefree and exhilarated. Looking at themselves amidst the frozen wilderness, not to mention earning points, even survival, was a struggle. This very wooden cabin that sheltered them from wind and snow was a gift of mercy from that big shot. Having gone hungry for a day, they could not help but let envious tears stream down their faces as they watched the snow maidens stir-fry fragrant dishes under the spatula. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. What do we do? A youth slumped on a small cot, voicing a soul-searing question. At this rate we won't earn a single point. How can we pass the assessment? Another youth sighed. What else can we do? Rest a while, then find a way out of this snowfield. Leave the snowfield. That would take a long time. So what? Staying here is just wasting time. We'll never get points. You can't go and kill those snow maidens, can you? Those snow maidens are now the big shot's lackeys. If you dare kill them, aren't you afraid he'll use you as a snack for his drinks? True. Friendly reminder, even if the big shot doesn't interfere, we can't beat those snow maidens. The youth by the window withdrew his gaze, wiped the tears from his lips, and spoke. The snow maiden massaging the big shot's shoulders is at the 4th rank. If she wanted to kill us, she wouldn't even need a second move. Pack up or we'll leave soon. Pick a direction and keep walking. We'll eventually encounter other monsters to hunt. The youths encouraged each other, strengthening their resolve. But soon their gazes stealthily drifted back to the group of dancing snow maidens. Those movements. Tisk, no wonder he's the big shot. He really knows how to have fun. With such skills, why bother cultivating immortality? Why not open a brothel and rake in money by the bucketful? Of course, if he really opened a brothel, a righteous youth like me would definitely be the first to buy a membership card. After eating and drinking his fill, Huai dozed off in his chair for a while, only waking lazily near dusk. For hours had passed since the assessment began. He stretched and finally prepared to take action. Shweta, come here. The 4th-rank snow maiden who had been building a snowman in the snowdrift trotted over to Huai. Sir, what are your orders? Need a shoulder rub. Rub my foot. How do you rub a foot? Enough, stop clowning around. I'm asking you, besides you lot, are there any other monster tribes nearby? The snow maiden tilted her head and pointed south. Over there is a snow demon fortress home to over 40 snow demons. They are our mortal enemies. My elder sister was captured and devoured by that snow demon leader. Your elder sister? What was her cultivation? 5th rank. Huai glanced at Shweta in surprise. Even a 5th-rank cultivator was devoured. What background does that snow demon have? I don't know. This secret realm holds captives captured by your human elites long ago. All kinds of creatures exist here. We snow wraiths are a ghost clan from the Weeping Ghost Abyss, while those snow demons are a demon clan from the Fallen Demon Cave. We've only clashed with them a few times over territory. I don't know much else. All right. Huai clicked his tongue. Then they're our target. Let's go crash their party. Huh? What, huh? Round up the troops. Oh. Shweta let out a sharp howl, and the snow maidens frolicking in the snowfield emerged from every corner, lining up before Huai and Shweta. Any monster that could claim a fixed territory in the secret realm was naturally not weak. Counting Shweta, there were 22 snow maidens in total, 1 4th rank, 2 3rd rank, and the rest, all 2nd rank. That was the entire combat strength of this small community. If the secret realm were compared to the immortal domain, the snow maiden community could be considered a first-rate force. Not incredibly strong, but capable of shifting the balance of power. Without delay, once Shweta had mustered the troops, Huai led the group of snow maidens straight south. The snow maidens, upon learning they were going to fight the snow demons, grew excited and immediately reverted to their true terrifying wraith forms. Their pale skin was covered in silver-white veins, sharp fangs, and claws, white dresses, fluttering hair disheveled. If the earlier short-skirt rendition of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss could gain 1 million fans overnight, then this makeup removal livestream would cause every single one of those 1 million fans to vanish. And some heartless ones might even block and report before leaving. The Snow Demon Castle was an ancient manor-style fortress with a long history. The brawny, simple-minded snow demons could never have built such a masterpiece of art. Originally, the castle belonged to a blood demon viscount. Shweta told Huai that blood demons, also known as the Blood Clan, strictly speaking belong not to the demon race, but to the ghost race. Although both the Weeping Ghost Abyss and the Fallen Demon Cave had blood clans, it was well known that the strongest blood clan member resided in the Weeping Ghost Abyss, and the largest blood clan settlement was also there. Thus, it was only fitting to call the Weeping Ghost Abyss the birthplace of the blood clan. And the blood clan belonged to the ghost race. Back to the point. That blood demon viscount had been a close friend of Shweta's elder sister for centuries. Later, the viscount fell in love with a young woman who came to train in this realm. She always carried a sheathed longsword, loved fighting, and after entering the secret realm, she challenged and defeated every leader of every creature tribe. The blood demon viscount, being a 6th-rank powerhouse and the ruler of this region, was challenged the most. Gradually realizing that fighting the viscount no longer brought her any improvement, the young woman stopped coming. However, the blood clan were deceitful creatures, and also sentimental ones. They could accept the death of their beloved, and male blood clans would even use their appearance to seduce human women, form emotional bonds, then kill them at the prime of their beauty, and collect their corpses. They could endure the pain of losing their love, but they could not bear being ignored by the woman they fancied. So after the young woman left, the viscount grew anxious and restless. Learning she had not yet departed the secret realm, he waited at the exit, suffering and longing. Finally, the young woman's training ended, and she was about to return. Faced with the viscount's accusations and confession, she drew her longsword. That battle was unremarkable. The young woman left gracefully, leaving behind only a corpse pierced by sword chi. Shweta sighed ruefully. After the Viscount died, my elder sister led us to live in that castle, becoming its second master. Until the Snow Demon tribe was captured in the Fallen Demon Cave and thrown into this secret realm. She stared at the towering castle, her eyes burning with rage. That Snow Demon was 6th rank, we couldn't resist. Under my elder sister's cover we escaped, built a wooden cabin in the snowfield, and barely survived. Sir, if you can help me take revenge, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and become your contracted spirit. Huai glanced at her. No, you're too weak. Not only weak, but also damn ugly. Better to keep a cat than you. 3 sentences warming her to tears. Shweta couldn't hold it in. She was the proud leader of the Snow Maidens, a 4th rank ghost. She had voluntarily offered to work for someone and was rejected. How dare you? Well, the one rejecting me is a big shot whose cultivation I can't even fathom. Fine, rejected is rejected. She blinked, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. If I could eat that Snow Demon, I would immediately break through to the 5th rank. And I have a 3rd form. Shweta transformed into a fluffy little ball with short limbs and stubby appendages, rivaling the ultimate cute creature of a certain game in a past life, the Poro. Seeing this form, Huai felt a flicker of interest. Not because every tough guy has a soft spot, nor because this Snow Maiden was obedient and sensible. Rather, it was because his wealthy benefactor's birthday was approaching and he happened to need a gift he could be proud of. This form of the cute Snow Maiden fit the requirements: perfectly female, decent strength, fluffy, adorable, obedient, capable of being a wingman, and most importantly, unlikely to be refused. If you're still just friends with a girl, giving her something too valuable is usually inappropriate. Most girls won't accept it. After all, those with gold digger written all over their faces are still a minority. But if you give her a cute creature, especially one whose value is hard to define, it's much more suitable. What girl can resist a fluffy little cat? These are the secrets of chasing girls. Have you learned them yet? Blood Demon Castle stood atop a cliff, at the base of which lay a forest of dark green pine needles, and beyond that a vast shimmering lake. Huai stood by the lake, inevitably reminded of a certain magical school nestled in a remote valley in England. Unfortunately, the castle before him housed no bearded Dumbledore, only a horde of ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters. Issue the challenge. Yes. Shweta reverted to her true form and let out a piercing howl toward the castle. A true wail of ghosts and wolves, startling the small animals in the forest into fleeing in all directions. Soon a roar came from within the castle. A group of monsters resembling red apes leaped down from the cliff, facing the Snow Maidens across the lake. Shwe, have you come to die? The Blood Demon leader stood over 10 feet tall with a hideous scar across his face and 2 coarse black and yellow fangs. Clearly a slovenly creature that never cleaned his mouth. Of course, it might also be deliberately keeping its bad breath. That way, when fighting other monsters, it could surprise them with a sudden exhale, a biological weapon hard to defend against. Shwe was Shweda's true name. She made no response to the Blood Demon leader's roar. Instead, after receiving a signal from Huai, she stepped forward, and the temperature around her plummeted, freezing nearly half the lake. Then a large group of Snow Maidens stepped onto the ice with a fearless demeanor, charging toward the Blood Demons on the opposite shore. Looking for death. Roar. The Blood Demon leader, seeing that the other party ignored him, pounded the ground in fury, then leaped high into the air, lunging at Shweta. The other Blood Demons, seeing their leader charge, also roared and rushed forward. When the two forces met, the strongest naturally clashed first. 4th grade. The Blood Demon leader sensed that Shweda's power had not increased and licked his yellowed fangs with a scarlet tongue. It must be said the taste of snow wraiths was truly top-notch. Tender and smooth flesh, even the blood was crystal clear, comparable to the finest sashimi. Having tasted it once, it had been longing ever since. Unfortunately, the 5th grade snow wraith it had devoured inflicted a curse with its soul, trapping it within 10 li of the castle, unable to leave. Otherwise, it would have captured and penned all these snow wraiths as the finest delicacy. But it was not too late now. Since Shwe was asking for death, it would seize this chance. Not one would escape. As the distance between them shrank, the Blood Demon leader grew extremely excited. Gnashing, tormenting. It could already imagine the despair and screams Shwe would soon display. However, Shweta in her wraith form charged halfway, then suddenly curled her lips at him, her eyes full of mockery. Prepared, she dodged aside, revealing Huai, who had been following her all along. Human. The Blood Demon leader did not think much. Over the years, it had devoured many humans who had come to the secret realm for training from various factions, and not all humans were as fierce as that woman who carried a sword. An ordinary human could be pounded into pulp with one punch. All of you die. It clenched its claws into fists, raised them above its head, and brought them down heavily. Huai felt the pressure from the Blood Demon leader. He drew a semicircle on the ground with his foot, then took a deep breath, gathered power in his right arm, and suddenly struck out. Boom! The ice surface shattered. The Blood Demon leader's face was filled with shock. His towering body staggered backward, his arms numb, as if he had struck a wall forged of steel. Damn! So fierce. Are humans producing prodigies again? Then it saw Su Huai also wearing a look of shock, and even flying backward. Su Huai was acting. Although he thought playing the fool was stupid, and he had never concealed his strength along the way, this was the entrance examination of the Yenuera Immortal sect, and it was highly likely to be broadcast live. A 17-year-old youth taming a 4th-grade snow maiden could be described as a genius, and exchanging blows with a 6th-grade blood demon could be explained by monstrous talent. But if he defeated the enemy in one move, what would the elders who might be watching him think? Good lad, stronger than the elders sneaking into our sect. What are you up to? Speak up. Are you a spy or not? Could Su Huai say he came to flirt? No. Even ghosts wouldn't believe that excuse. There was no way to explain. Exposing his full strength would inevitably arouse suspicion from the elders of Yenuera Immortal sect. Then forget about passing the exam and staying in the sect to flirt. If he wasn't captured and dissected for research, it would already be thanks to the Yenwei Emperor's righteousness and kindness. Therefore Su Huai had to act. He had to portray a positive character skilled in forbearance, ideally falling into a disadvantage during the fight with the blood demon, then breaking through in the midst of battle. Finally, a hard-won victory, then a crooked smile. Perfect. No one understood the Dragon King better than Su Huai. Without further ado, Su Huai wanted to spit a mouthful of blood into the sky, but biting his tongue hurt a bit. So he switched tactics, pretending to forcibly swallow the blood in his throat, then flushing his face, trembling his right hand slightly, and gritting his teeth as he glared at the blood demon. Blood demon. So strong. The blood demon leader swallowed, his expression uncertain. At that moment, Su Huai suddenly shouted, "Monster, your life is mine." Then he stepped forward and charged at it. The blood demon leader was enraged. His brain capacity couldn't handle complex thoughts. Seeing the human charging with a roar, he felt insulted. So it also roared and pounced. Then the two engaged in a seemingly evenly matched bloody man-to-man brawl. 5 minutes passed. The blood demon leader was lightly injured. Su Huai was severely wounded on the verge of death, tottering. 10 minutes passed. The blood demon leader was severely injured. Su Huai was still severely wounded on the verge of death, tottering. Half an hour passed. The blood demon leader was dying. Su Huai was still severely wounded on the verge of death, tottering. Damn. Referee. He's cheating. This bastard has health lock. Even as stupid as he was, the blood demon leader now realized something was off with this human. He began to consider retreat, fighting while withdrawing. But just then Su Huai seemed to read its mind. He shook his tiger-like body, let out a long roar to the sky, and his aura suddenly surged. He broke through. To break through to 5th grade at the last moment. Heaven does not forsake me. Blood demon. Today is your death day. Tired, let's end this. The blood demon leader turned and fled, not even bothering to call his underlings, and scurried into the dense forest at the cliff's base. It had figured it out. That human was a lunatic just toying with it. And finally broke through to 5th grade. What did that mean? So you were only at 4th grade when fighting me. Don't you know your own power level? Seeing the blood demon leader flee, Su Huai hurriedly chased into the forest to finish him off. The blood demon underlings on the ice had been holding their own against the snow maidens led by Shueda, relying on numbers and their magic resistance. But with their leader fleeing, their morale collapsed, and they began to fall into a disadvantage, being picked off one by Shueda and her group. By sunset, when Su Huai emerged from the dense forest carrying the corpse of the blood demon leader, the snow wraiths were already cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the blood demon clan was completely wiped out. On the snow maiden's side, aside from the leader Su Huai, who was in a state of chaotic energy, severely wounded and near death, Shui 18, Shui 19, and Shui 22 were also killed by the blood demon's dying counterattack. But except for Shueda, who was near 5th grade and had relatively complete intelligence, the other snow wraiths were still driven by instinct. They did not grieve for the fall of their comrades. Instead, they were overjoyed at winning the battle. They drifted in groups over the frozen lake like a flock of white ghosts, their laughter eerily chilling. Su Huai tossed the blood demon leader's corpse to the ground. Adhering to the professional spirit of acting to the end, he looked up at the sky and flashed a sly, crooked grin. Bang! Inside a small dark room, an elder slammed the table, grinding his teeth as he said, "This Su Huai. His talent is good, but that smile. It's simply unspeakable. I second that. I want to tear his mouth apart." All right, elderly, relax a bit. Don't be so harsh on the young man. So shouldn't we have a serious discussion about Su Huai's issues? Indeed, we should talk about it. I don't think this kid seems like a good person. The elders chattered, each analyzing Su Huai's information and his performance in the assessment. Su Huai's self-perceived perfect acting was riddled with flaws in the eyes of these old men. They could tell at a glance that his last-minute breakthrough was fake, and his 5th-order cultivation was also fake. After discussion and analysis, the elders concluded that Su Huai was a free-spirited, pleasure-loving, and scheming old fox who delighted in hiding his true strength. As for his strength, the elders unanimously believed it was the 6th order. It couldn't be higher. After all, Su Huai's only 4th-grade spiritual root could not be faked. Without improving his spiritual root, his cultivation was capped at the 6th order, and he would never break through again in this lifetime. I'm very reasonable. After the elders finished their discussion, the great elder Huang Yuan, who had been watching Su Huai's performance the whole time, without uttering a word, and with a numb expression rubbed his forehead, and said, "No matter how much strength he has hidden, it's not a bad thing for the immortal sect, or for the human race." All the elders were stunned. "Why are you so certain, great elder?" Huang Yuan pointed at the information about Su Huai beside the screen. "He is from the Su family of Black Iron City. He is the grandson of Su Chang'e." However, in his battle with the Blood Demon, just now he made many mistakes. Several times the Blood Demon showed openings, but he failed to seize them, which is why the fight was so difficult. "Perfect, I can train him." Huang Yuan curled his lips. "You train him? If you two were to fight one-on-one, I'm afraid that within a minute he would be kneeling on the ground, begging you not to die." However, he did not voice these thoughts. Su Huai's identity and background utterly dispelled the last trace of doubt in Huang Yuan's mind. Although he didn't know how Su Huai had such strength, nor why he had gone to the trouble of infiltrating the Yin Yu immortal sect just because he was Su Chang'e's grandson, he was definitely trustworthy. Even if Su Huai were truly a heinous criminal, the Yin Yu immortal sect could not kill him. On the contrary, they could only use gentle methods to guide and correct him. Because the Yin Yu immortal sect and the entire lower immortal domain owed Su Chang'e far too much. So much that there was no way to repay it. There's no need to discuss him further. Huang Yuan made the final decision. Shang Wanshu, don't interfere with his choices. Let him do whatever he wants. Shang Wanshu frowned, but, "No buts, this is my will." Huang Yuan took a sip of tea. "It is also the Emperor's will." Then, "All right. The Emperor must have his reasons for doing so. We should naturally comply." Shang Wanshu sighed. In his view, such a promising seedling should first be given abundant resources to build up his spiritual root, then thrown directly into the battlefield. To be tempered. In the end, Su Huai's name was also recorded in the notebook. This list was a secret list preliminarily determined by the elders after observing the assessment. Those on the list, if they passed the assessment, could directly become inner disciples of the Yin Yu immortal sect. It should be noted that the outer sect and inner sect differ by only one character, but the treatment in terms of resource supply and other aspects is vastly different. Inside the secret realm, Su Huai was unaware of the debate centered around him that had just taken place in the small dark room. After a fierce battle, he lay on a recliner carried by two snow maidens into the Blood Demon Castle. The points on his identity token had changed from 0 an hour ago to a full 100,000. The Blood Demons killed by the Snow Wraiths were not counted toward his score, though he didn't really care. 100,000 points were enough to secure the top spot in this assessment. According to past years' conventions, the top scorer would receive rewards, and quite generous ones at that. Next, Su Huai rested in the castle for 2 days, and officially renamed the Blood Demon Castle as Huge Wozy Castle. Don't ask, it's just nostalgia. There were some collections in the castle. The valuable ones were all put into his storage ring. Of course, the ex-girlfriends killed and preserved by the castle's first owner, the Viscount of the Blood Clan, had long been devoured by the Blood Demon. On the 3rd day of the assessment, Shweta successfully devoured all the essence, blood, and flesh of the Blood Demon leader, breaking through to the mid-5th order, and with Su Huai's help set up a barrier around the castle, becoming the new lord of the Snowy Plains. On the 4th day, most of the Snow Wraiths stayed behind at Huge Wozy, while Su Huai took several of the strongest ones and left the castle, crossing the frozen soil into the vast wilderness. The temperature in the central wilderness of the secret realm was very high. 4 snow maidens carried the recliner with Su Huai lying quietly on it, while the 5th order Shweta blew cold air beside him, acting as a zero-energy, smart inverter air conditioner. This scene was like Heishan Laoyao leading his minions on a patrol, or like Kongshu Gongzi swaggering through the streets. Su Huai asked Shweta about the situation of this secret realm. Shweta told him that the secret realm was divided into 5 major regions, each occupied by a 6th order demon. The Lord of the Snowy Plains and Frozen Soil was originally a Viscount of the Blood Clan, but after the Viscount was killed, it became that Blood Demon. The most abundant region in the secret realm was the south. The terrain there was varied with stretches of valleys, a warm and humid climate, ample sunlight, and abundant spiritual energy, a very suitable environment for spiritual herbs to grow. Moreover, the lord occupying that area was a 6th order peak Jiao snake that slept for years. Su Huai speculated that the assessees with alchemy or artifact refining talents were probably all concentrated in the southern part of the secret realm. So next he was going to set off to find the rich lady. The secret realm was too dangerous. Without his protection, the rich lady must be trembling with fear. In fact, Chu Siyu wasn't trembling at all. Not only was she extremely lucky, having accumulated enough points to pass the assessment early on, but she also made the first friend of her life while out gathering herbs. That was an unlucky fellow with only 2nd order cultivation. Lacking strength, he planned to set traps to hunt demons, but underestimated the demon's resistance and was bitten by a venomous snake stumbling into the valley. Then he passed out, and just before being eliminated was luckily found by the rich lady, who brought him back to her temporary cave. Yes, this unlucky fellow was Chow Yi. She was the type of assassin who fared the worst in the secret realm, the polar opposite of Huai. For a girl like this, with even lower combat power than herself and little survival ability, Chu Xiu would naturally let down her guard a little. She could even proudly say that with someone like Chao, even if she let one hand go, she could still beat 1.5. After Chao woke up, she was extremely grateful to Chu Xiu, almost to the point of being unable to repay her and willing to be her servant in the next life. Upon learning that Chu Xiu was an alchemist, she took it upon herself to act as her guard. Although the only function of this guard might be to rush forward when a demon attacked, and then immediately die from overeating. Thanks to Chao Yi's strong social skills and ultra-high emotional intelligence gained at the cost of her cultivation, she quickly became friends with Chu Xiu. At least she could get a response when she spoke to her. When their eyes occasionally met, there was no longer panic or discomfort in Chu Xiu's eyes. For someone with severe social anxiety, who would have difficulty breathing when talking to strangers, this was almost an impossible miracle. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Until, on the evening of the 4th day, their identity tokens suddenly flickered continuously, conveying a message and a map covering the entire secret realm. Attention all assassins. Half of the assessment time has passed. We are now announcing the exact locations of 20 Spirit Pearls of points, or the bearers of the Spirit Pearls. Please engage in friendly competition for the Spirit Pearls. Friendship first, point second. The map has been distributed, please click to view. As the prompt sound fell, the small pouch on Chu Xiu suddenly burst into dazzling cyan light. Chao Yi was instantly stunned. Her first reaction was that it was over. It wasn't that she had any thoughts about Chu Xiu's Spirit Pearl. With Chao Yi's upbringing, she would never do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity. In fact, she had already embraced the idea of completely giving up on this assessment. At worst, she could go back and inherit the business, becoming a true rich lady. What she worried about was that their location was exposed. How could the two of them, weak women, possibly defend this Spirit Pearl? See you, let's run. This valley was not particularly secluded, and the cave they were hiding in certainly wasn't well protected from all sides. If someone blocked the exit, they would truly have no way to escape. Chu Xiu pressed her lips together. She had always been a timid soul, one who yielded in most matters, such as when her aunt wanted the inheritance left by her parents, she simply walked away. She knew this was not right, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could never become the bold, fiery girl she wished to be. After all, she suffered from social anxiety and feared everything. Thus, if she were alone upon learning that the Spirit Pearl had become a burden too hot to handle, she might have chosen to discard it entirely to avoid misfortune. After all, the 1,000 points attached to the Spirit Pearl meant little to her. It was merely enough to refine a third-grade spiritual pill. But now Chao Yi was with her. She knew the girl she had saved lacked the ability to pass the assessment, and in her heart, she had wanted to gift her that Spirit Pearl. However, she was not adept at social interaction and did not know how to present a gift properly. Fearing that Chao Yi might perceive her kindness as mere charity, she had been seeking the right opportunity. Having made her first friend at 16, Chu Xiu approached everything with meticulous care, terrified that she might ruin this bond, so painstakingly forged. Without the Spirit Pearl, Chao Yi could not pass the assessment. Chu Xiu looked down at her right hand, which Chao Yi was holding, pondered for 3 seconds, and then resolved to do everything in her power to keep the Spirit Pearl. She raised her head and whispered, I know a place. See, what did you say? You come with me. In quick order, she gathered the alchemy furnace and the displayed herbs from the cave. Leading Chao Yi, Chu Xiu strode out and headed deeper into the valley. Much of the valley was covered in grasslands where spiritual herbs grew in scattered abundance, a truly fertile and blessed land. The two girls followed a clear stream winding this way and that until they soon reached a pool roughly 10 meters wide with bottomless depth. See, why are we here? To find someone to help us. Find someone to help. Who would help us? Chu Xiu squatted by the pool, took out a pill from her small bag, crushed it, and scattered it on the water's surface. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the water's surface churned. Purple-black scales flickered beneath, utterly terrifying. Chao Yi felt her limbs go cold and quickly reached out to pull Chu Xiu. Xiu, quick, run. There's a demonic beast. Don't be afraid. Little Black won't hurt us. Little Black. Whatever lurked in the pool finally surfaced. It was a massive snake as thick as a water bucket, its belly grayish-white, its back scales gleaming with a chilling black-purple hue. Its emerald-green vertical pupils locked onto Chao Yi instantly. A gray-bellied, purple-scaled python. Chao Yi's legs went weak. She could not run even if she wanted to. She had read about this demonic beast in books. The gray-bellied, purple-scaled python was a solitary creature with a strong territorial instinct and possessed the bloodline of the earth dragon. Dragons were the supreme beings among demonic races. The legendary pure-blooded dragon clan was one of the overlords of all demons, an existence that upon reaching adulthood would possess at least 7th rank cultivation. No demonic beast associated with the word dragon was ever ordinary. Even the thinnest trace of dragon blood guaranteed one to be a true, great demonic beast. The gray-bellied, purple-scaled python was one such creature, and one with relatively rich bloodline. According to the illustrated compendium, upon reaching adulthood this species could achieve 6th rank strength, grow to 100 meters in length, and sprout a single horn dominating its territory. Although the python before them had not yet reached adult size, there was already a noticeable bump on its head. It was likely not far from maturity, possessing at least 5th rank strength. Why did Chu Siyu know such a creature of this rank? And why did she seem so familiar with it? Chu Siyu seemed to read her confusion. While gently stroking the python's head and feeding it several second-rank pills, she explained softly, "I came here gathering herbs the day before yesterday. Little Black was injured and couldn't move, so I fed it some healing medicine." Chow Yi's eye twitched. So this great snake was just another pitiful soul, saved by Chu Siyu, much like herself. But why did this simple girl always stumble upon such bizarre occurrences? First the spirit pearl, then a severely injured 5th-rank demonic beast, and now herself who had fainted from poison. Was it unfair to call Chu Siyu a daughter of destiny? If she were a boy, wouldn't she have skyrocketed to fame already? Lucky, skilled in alchemy. Went out to gather herbs, saved a great demonic beast. Now she had a contract spirit. Went out again and picked up a wealthy woman. Now she had a wife and a provider too. This was the protagonist template. In Chow Yi's memory, the last person with the protagonist template was Huai. But as her relationship with him improved, she realized she had misjudged him at first. That bastard had never held the protagonist template. He had been handed the script of a destined archvillain. On the very first day they met, he had taken her, a well-behaved girl, to dig a grave in the dead of night. Not to mention that once they grew closer, he loved freeloading and never paid when eating together. Sometimes when they walked together, he would pluck 2 or 3 blades of foxtail grass by the roadside and chew on them. Truly merciless to every passing goose, cunning beyond measure. Ahem, why am I thinking about that lousy Su Huai when I'm with an earthly angel like Chu Siyu? Making friends was not easy, Chow Yi sighed. But since Chu Siyu could command a gray-bellied purple-scaled python as an ally, they should be temporarily safe, right? This was a 5th-rank great demonic beast. What chance did those examiners have against Chu Siyu's spirit pearl? Relieved, Chow Yi gazed at Chu Siyu, lost in thought. To be honest, this girl was very beautiful, more so than any girl Chow Yi had ever seen. What drew people in most were her bright, clear eyes and her air of untouched innocence. Chu Siyu suffered from social anxiety. Anything could frighten her, sending her into a panic like a foolish rabbit. Yet this very personality was precisely what most easily stirred protective instincts in boys. Of course, a girl with such a personality was also the hardest to pursue, because she would subconsciously reject all social interaction, unless some rogue barged into her world with an irresistible dominant attitude and became part of her small world. How wonderful! Chow Yi sighed lightly, but the gray-bellied, purple-scaled python suddenly raised its head, gazing toward the dense forest nearby. A figure appeared among the trees. Yuan Zhane, 18 years old, 4th rank cultivation, one of the peerless geniuses blessed with a 7th grade fire spiritual root. He was also one of only 2 examinees in this assessment to possess 4th rank cultivation. His sole rival was Tang Sang, who bore a lightning elemental spiritual root. As an only son, Yuan Zhane had been doted upon since childhood. After his powerful talent was discovered, he became the envy of tens of thousands, hailed by countless parents as someone else's child. Yet Yuan Zhane had never grown arrogant. It was not that his disposition was particularly mature, but rather that he had an older sister at home who was 100 times more monstrous than him. Yuan Zhane's father was the sovereign of a mundane imperial dynasty. An imperial dynasty was an existence far above an ordinary kingdom. His father, Yuan Shu, was a genuine 7th rank heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. His father was formidable, and his mother was no slouch either. She was one of the princesses of the Zun Tian divine dynasty, a superpower. Though she was born of a concubine, and not particularly favored, she was still a princess of the Zun Tian divine dynasty. Thus, after his parents had children together, they made an agreement. The boy would take his father's surname, so he was named Yuan Zhane. The girl would take her mother's surname, so his older sister was named Li Sadeo. Yes, the peerless prodigy who had etched her name atop Tingyun Mountain, who began cultivating at 11, reached 6th rank, at 18 7th rank at 20, and was then taken by the superpower Sword Tomb as a sword disciple, dominating an entire era, Li Sadeo. Yuan Zhane's natural talent was indeed exceptional, yet from childhood, he had been constantly compared with his older sister by his family. But alas, humans fear comparisons above all else. By the age of 18, he had broken through to the 4th stage of feat that placed him among the elite, even across the entire immortal realm. Even such a mighty sect as Yanue Immortal Sect, which accepted 100,000 disciples in each assessment, could boast only a handful comparable to him. Yet that very person left him breathless. During the evaluation in Chunyue Valley before the assessment began, he had sparred once with that Tang Sang. The opponent's movement art was swift as startling thunder, utterly suppressing a cultivator who excelled at broad sweeping attacks. Yuan Zhane was furious. At home, he lived in his sister's shadow, and now at Yanue Immortal Sect, must he be suppressed by a fellow wielding the blue-silver entanglement, forever playing second fiddle? Anger trembling cold. When, pray tell, would Yuan Zhane rise again? Convinced of his injustice, he had from the first day of this assessment been frantically hunting demons, single-handedly chasing down swarms of demonic beasts, all for the sake of claiming first place. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until suddenly his identity token transmitted a message. It spoke of the appearance of those 20 spirit pearls. Yuan Zhane had initially ignored it, but on reflection, a single spirit pearl meant 1,000 points, whereas slaying a third-stage demonic beast yielded only 20 points. Damn. He had toiled over the course of 50 third-stage demonic beasts just to match someone finding a single spirit pearl. Moreover, third-stage demon beasts were not so easily found. No. If this continued, Tang Sang would surely surpass him, and he would remain second place forever, an eternal runner-up. Such disgrace, such utter humiliation. So Yuan Zhane promptly took out his identity token. Heaven's blessing. A glowing spot had appeared no more than 10 li from him. What was there to hesitate about? For the glory of Yuan Zhane, he apologized to the fortunate one who had found the spirit pearl. Slung over his shoulder his long blade, he charged toward the glowing spot. Before long, he noticed the light moving farther into the valley. Hey, think you can escape? Not likely. Yuan Zhane tracked them all the way and finally spotted 2 women beside a waterpool deep in the dense forest. His arrival aroused their alertness. The woman in a pale green silk dress drew her long sword and rose to glare at him angrily. The other girl, wrapped in a grayish-white robe, immediately lifted her hood to conceal her face upon seeing him, so he failed to discern her features. But it hardly mattered. In the cultivation world, there was no concept of tenderizing fragrant jade. They were all cultivators. Why should he yield opportunities to grow stronger simply because she was a woman? No matter how beautiful she was. The first principle of cultivation: with no woman in your heart, your swordsmanship naturally becomes divine. Yuan Zhane unsheathed his long blade. He knew that the identity token possessed a life-saving function, and a cess taken to the brink of death would be automatically transmitted out, never truly perishing. So his strike aimed at the girl's neck, seeking to end them in one blow. Clang! The blade shuddered as if striking iron, and a spray of sparks erupted. Upon closer inspection, it was a purple snake tail. Oh, no wonder she concealed her face. She was a snake demon. He saw that behind the hooded girl had suddenly manifested a massive purple-scaled demon snake, its vertical pupils brimming with icy killing intent. Gray-bellied purple-scaled python. At the moment of recognition, Yuan Zhane felt as though plunging into an ice cellar. In the next instant, he gathered his strength for a fierce slash and fled madly into the dense forest. To hell with the spirit pearl. Who cared about those 1,000 points? It was not that he feared the snake, rather those 2 girls were so pitiful. He, Yuan Zhane, would never stoop to snatching treasures from girls. So, sisters, could you please control your snake and stop chasing me? I have a grand future awaiting me. Ooh, I don't wish to be eliminated. Woe is me. Yuan Zhane felt he had never run so fast in his life. If only he could have moved at such speed when sparring with Tang Sang earlier, would he have feared that thunderclap body art? Indeed, great opportunities arise from the brink of life and death. With a crack, perhaps the purple-scaled python realized it could not catch that slippery human, or perhaps it needed to protect Chu Siyu and dared not venture too far. It raised its snake tail and delivered a vicious lash to Yuan Zhane's back, sending him flying out of the valley like a baseball, then lowered its head and leisurely retreated back into the water pool. Yuan Zhane fell from the sky and crashed into a tree with a thud, feeling several ribs break. His back burned with pain, surely his skin was torn open. He gasped for air, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then obediently sat beneath the tree, taking out various bottles and jars from his storage ring to begin treating his wounds. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom why those 2 girls would receive protection from a gray-bellied purple-scaled python. Could it be the contracted spirit of one of them? But what the hell? One of the girls was a 3rd-stage spirit condensation cultivator, and the other only a 2nd-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could they command a 5th-stage demon beast? Taming beasts requires adhering to fundamental laws, you know. Commanding a demon beast 2 realms above one's own strength. That was something the Wanshou Island, renowned for beast taming, could not achieve. Otherwise, the island master, possessing only the power of an immortal king, would long have gone to the Zhongxing Mountains to subjugate the demon emperor and dominate the immortal realm. Unfathomable, absolutely unfathomable. Yuan Zhane sighed and accidentally pulled at the wound on his back, causing him to grimace in pain. Just then a figure appeared that he had been day and night longing for. Oh, Brother Yuan. Brother Tang, what are you doing here? Haha, I was hunting a 4th-stage demon beast, and happened to pass through here. Huh, bragging. With you hunting a 4th-stage demon beast. More like you're being hunted. Cough. Brother Yuan, see through, but do not expose. Yuan Zhane seemed to understand something, paused suddenly, and looked at Tang Sang with a smile. Brother Tang, you came for that spirit pearl in the valley, didn't you? Oh well. And I indeed came for that spirit pearl, and but. Brother Yuan, since you arrived before me, why are you sitting idle here, instead of going in to find the pearl? Because Yuan Zhane leaned against a large tree, Tang Sang did not notice the wound on his back, only sensing a faint trace of blood in the air. Yuan Zhane naturally would not tell the truth. He smiled at Tang Sang and said, I shall not deceive you, brother Tang. That spirit pearl is with 2 weak women. I, Yuan Zhane, would never raise a hand against a woman in my life. Furthermore, not long ago I clashed with a demon beast and was unexpectedly ambushed, sustaining some injuries. Yuan Zhane revealed the wound on his back to Tang Sang. Though they were competitors having previously arranged a duel, they were at least half friends. Thus he did not worry that Tang Sang would take advantage of his vulnerability to attack him. Indeed, Tang Sang saw his wound, merely frowned slightly, and then spoke. Brother Yuan, your injury is on your spine, making treatment inconvenient. Would you like me to apply medicine for you? No need. At least not now, What do you mean? Yuan Zhane smiled. Brother Tang, go fetch the spirit pearl in the valley first, lest someone else beat you to it. When you come out, we can help each other. Help each other, cough, I misspoke. It should be you helping me, Very well. Tang Sang clasped his fists. Brother Yuan, I shall take my leave for now. See you later. Tang Sang plunged into the dense forest. Yuan Zhane began counting in his mind. When he reached 71, flashes of lightning flickered in the forest. When he reached 83, Yuan Zhane shuffled a few steps backward. 3 seconds later, a figure was launched from the sky, crashing into a tree, vomiting a mouthful of blood, with a background identical to Yuan Zhane's. Yuan Zhane smiled and moved beside him. Brother Tang, help each other, help each other. You. Tang Sang raised his head and glared at him, his eyes brimming with shock, indignation, resentment, sorrow, which finally melted into resignation. He took the medicine from Yuan Zhane's hand, putting himself in Tang Sang's shoes. If he had been scolded first and assured there was no life-threatening danger, he would also have played a similar trick on him. After all, only when the strongest competitor was also injured would he have a chance to compete for first place in the assessment. And this truly is mutual assistance. As a special item that guarantees passage through the assessment, the Spirit Pearl undoubtedly holds immense allure for the participants. Especially since the assessment rules explicitly permit competition and trade over them, every Spirit Pearl is bound to stir up a bloody storm. The one in Chu Siyu's possession is naturally no exception. Within less than an hour since the identity token relayed the news, nearly 100 participants had gathered outside the valley, leaning against the trees. And they all shared remarkably similar experiences. First, they arrived at the valley only to find Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang sitting meditatively under a tree at the entrance, their faces inscrutable. Most people didn't recognize them, and even if they felt curious, they didn't overthink it. If someone who knew them asked, the answer they received was righteous and firm. Brother Tang and I have already secured enough points to pass the assessment, so we won't compete with you for that opportunity. Keep up the good work. Look, how noble and selfless. This is the demeanor of a true, strong one. This is the pride befitting a prodigy. Thus the participants believed them and entered the valley one after another, only to be flung out one after another, landing to heal under the trees. That gray-bellied, purple-scaled python seemed to have some strange switch flipped. At first it would show no mercy, eliminating a few reckless humans. Later it deliberately let them escape, only to swat them away with its tail at a fixed spot. Every one of those flung out cast resentful glances at Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang. Those two knew there was a trap and didn't warn them. What kind of strong demeanor was that? But they could only swallow their anger, unable to voice it, for they were no match in a fight. They gritted their teeth and silently recited the word forbearance in their hearts. As it turned out, prolonged forbearance breeds psychological distortion. So whenever a new participant arrived at the valley, the previous victims turned into new dragons. Damn it, everyone came to snatch the Spirit Pearl. Why should I be the only one deceived? I got hurt, and you want to walk away unscathed. On what grounds? Over time, the deceived became accomplices, tricking newcomers. One deceived 10, deceived 100, resembling the earliest form of pyramid scheme in the cultivation world. In just half a day, the valley entrance had evolved into a small market, where people set up stalls to trade various gains from the mystic realm, where they discussed forming teams to hunt demons they couldn't previously handle. As for how to distribute the demon heads, that was every man for himself, of course. Meanwhile, the mysterious legends about this valley, after being artistically embellished by some mischievous schemer, began to spread far and wide across the mystic realm. The gist was as follows. Hey, have you heard? There's a valley in the south of the mystic realm with a spirit pearl inside a beast's lair, and the lair is full of treasures. SSS. This is a great opportunity. Brother Huang, let me tell you a secret. What? An ancient ruin has been discovered in the south of the mystic realm, guarded by a beast with a spirit pearl as a guiding marker. Awesome. Too awesome. I must go take a look. Brother, have you heard? I've heard. At the place where the spirit pearl shines in the south, an immortal emperor's tomb has emerged. Entering the tomb allows one to ascend to the immortal emperor realm in broad daylight and dominate the immortal domain. Rumors are surely exaggerated, but the matter of the immortal emperor's tomb might be true. Let's go. We'll set off now. Haha, I knew it. I Zhang am destined to be a great emperor. The legends about the valley grew increasingly fantastical. That pool of water became the entrance to the immortal emperor's tomb, and the gray-bellied, purple-scaled python became the spirit beast guarding the entrance. As for Chu Siyu and Xiao Yi, needless to say, they must be the chosen spokespersons of the immortal emperor's tomb. Why else would they be protected by the spirit beast? More and more people gathered outside the valley. Those who had accumulated enough points wanted to see if they could obtain a great opportunity. Those who felt they couldn't gather enough points simply gave up on the assessment and came to witness the majesty of the great emperor's tomb. Those ignorant of the truth were ambitious and eager, rubbing their hands in anticipation. But those who knew the truth tacitly kept silent about it. Then they secretly left the valley, and while others were drawn by the rumors, they frantically hunted demons, secretly farming points. Things were developing in a strange direction. Not far from the valley, 4 snow maidens with cold, elegant faces floated with their feet off the ground, carrying a reclining chair suspended in the air. On the chair lounged a black-robed youth, his expression languid and utterly carefree. Wherever the youth passed, demons would retreat far away, and spiritual materials and rare herbs were swept clean. Some participants who witnessed this scene and happened to know the snow wraiths affectionately called him Snowman. As for what a snowman was, who knew? Either a special variant of the snow maiden or the offspring of the snow wraith queen. In any case, it was best to regard him as a peerless great demon. A peerless great demon heading toward the valley further confirmed the rumor that the valley concealed an immortal emperor's tomb. After all, even such a superpower house had been drawn here. However, the one called the peerless great demon was looking speechlessly at the worn-out jade slip handed over by a snow maiden. That jade slip, Shweta had no idea where she dug it up, was oozing visible black mist and stained with blood. One look told it was nothing good. Su Huai sighed, his tone earnest. Shweta, I asked you to gather the nearby spiritual herbs to supplement our household, not to dig up all sorts of strange things and bring them back. This jade slip is clearly cursed. Why did you bring it back? Throw it away quickly. Shweta, feeling wronged, had no choice but to hold the jade slip, then found a random bush and tossed it into it. Su Huai shook his head at the sight, glanced at the green dot on the map, then signaled the snow maidens to move on. Su Huai had known since childhood that you shouldn't take things you find, and curiosity kills the cat. Back when he was in middle school in his original world, he once picked up a mysterious USB drive with a label. The writing on the label was blurry, and only the last character was faintly discernible. It was the character Nai. Su Huai was thrilled, thinking it was some newly released study material. He quickly dragged his roommate to an internet cafe near the school and found a secluded corner. He inserted the USB drive, unzipped, and opened the folder. Then a demonic advertisement for Opal milk drink began flashing wildly on all the screens of every computer in the internet cafe. I want Opal, I want Opal. That day the wind was strong, and he and his disheveled roommate became the most eye-catching guys in the entire internet cafe. It wasn't until many years later that he learned about something called a virus plugin. Since then he had never again been curious about things he picked up outside. Except for the initial period after his transmigration, when he would do anything to become stronger in his subsequent lives, he was extremely cautious, planning everything thoroughly and acting with care. For a jade slip like this oozing black mist, he didn't even need to look at it. He wasn't skilled in curses and didn't want to invite trouble. Even if the curse couldn't harm him, it would certainly disgust him for a while. Of course, it was possible that the curse on the jade slip truly had no effect on him, but that would only prove that the thing was too low level and whatever it contained was useless to him. Su Huai was neither a deity nor possessed of clairvoyance. He remained utterly unaware that amidst the rampant rumors of the spirit Pearl, the chosen spokesperson of the immortal emperor's tomb, was none other than his own wealthy patroness. He dismissed the rumor altogether. Having earned the allegiance of the snow maiden, his understanding of this secret realm far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. All the demons within the realm were captives seized by humanity from various battlefields, the strongest among them being merely a 6th-rank earth demon. How could there possibly be an immortal emperor's tomb? Knowing it was false, why then did he set out for the valley? Certainly not for the 1,000 points offered for the spirit pearl, but because the valley had gathered a multitude of people, making it an ideal place to gather intelligence. Sharing his skepticism were the high-tier demonic beasts lurking in various corners of the realm, such as the overlord of the southern region, the thorny blood Wyrm. The thorny blood Wyrm slumbered for years, hoarding power to break through to the 7th-rank heaven demon, take human form, and then devise a means to escape the realm's prison. Yet its seclusion did not render it oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Numerous demonic beasts in the southern reaches served as its eyes and ears, periodically reporting the realm's happenings to ensure it remained connected to the world. The thorny blood Wyrm was well aware of the valley rumored to house the immortal emperor's tomb. After all, the gray-bellied, purple-scaled python, dwelling there like itself, possessed the bloodline of a dragon, with a faint chance of ascending to dragonhood. When the rumor reached its ears, the thorny blood Wyrm instantly dismissed the possibility of an immortal emperor's tomb. The so-called great opportunity spoken of by humans was, in its view, most likely a precursor to the python's transformation. Thus it decided to emerge from seclusion. Not to congratulate the python on its transformation, but to hunt it down, absorb its bloodline power, and use it as a foundation to surge to the 7th rank. And it was not alone in this ambition. Other fifth-rank great demons from the southern region shared similar intentions. Thus the rumor, originally fabricated to deceive, fermented through layers of telling, morphing into a colossal falsehood that stirred unrest across the entire southern region of the realm. Human trialists from the immortal realm, hidden great demons from the south, and lurking specters and monsters. Chu Siyu and Chao Yi had no inkling of the terrifying, perilous scene they were about to face, all because of the lies of two tricksters. Chu Siyu, lighthearted and carefree, continued her alchemy. Afterward, she took out a drawing board and sat by the pool painting. She depicted a dense forest with water, herself, Chao Yi, and the purple-scaled python. Yet the picture was monochrome, much like her world, vivid and rich, yet seemingly so monotonous and simple, undisturbed by ripples. Kill. The assessment is almost over. Instead of lingering here in indecision, let's all take a gamble together. Charge in and seek our fortune. No way. That's a fifth-rank beast. We may have numbers, but none of us are even fourth rank. Charging in would be suicide. What about Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei? They left long ago, disheartened, abandoning this opportunity to hunt monsters elsewhere. Huh. With such spirit, they dare call themselves prodigies. Mere cowards. If you're no coward, then why not lead the charge? Why should I be first? Huh. You're a coward too, trying to send everyone else as cannon fodder while you reap the benefits from behind, right? Disgusting, truly. Indeed, utterly disgusting. Damn, you say that again. What of it? Idiot, come out and fight me one-on-one. Fine. Think I'm afraid of you. The temporary camp erupted into chaos. These youths, impulsive and arrogant by nature with similar cultivation levels, refused to yield to one another. Su Huai lurked in the crowd, munching on melon seeds he had bought in the great Yen capital, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Whenever someone challenged another to a duel, he would hide among the crowd, stoking the flames, shouting, "Hit him where it hurts," or taunting them for fighting like women. He reveled in chaos. The 4 snow maidens carrying his palanquin had been dismissed, leaving only Shweta cloaked in a large black robe he had given her, making her appear almost human from a distance. The commotion in the camp persisted for a while before they finally agreed to charge into the canyon together, attacking the purple-scaled python as a group. As for who would successfully slip into the pool and who would be swatted to death by the python's tail, that was up to fate. Su Huai remained with the main force, but despite searching the camp, he found no trace of his wealthy patroness. Asking around yielded no useful information. After all, those who had entered the valley early and seen the truth had long since slipped away to secretly rack up points elsewhere, leaving only the ignorant bystanders wasting time in the valley. Moreover, his patroness always wore a large hood when out, making her hard to recognize, even if seen. What else could Su Huai do? He could only guess that she was still holed up in some corner, secretly refining pills, planning to find her after the commotion over the so-called immortal emperor's tomb died down. However, when the main force surged into the dense forest, they discovered that during their heated debates the pool had already been visited by other uninvited guests. Counting them, there were 6 demons of various forms, all at least 5th rank, each occupying a position surrounding the pool tightly. On the open ground by the pool, a large purple-scaled snake and a blood-red WRM were entangled, biting and constricting. The gray-bellied purple-scaled python was clearly outmatched by the thorny blood WRM, blood seeping from its body, staining the earth. Purple scales lay scattered, reflecting a dazzling yet cruel glint in the sunlight. A snake and WRM locked in combat was indeed a rare sight. Su Huai watched with great interest, pulling out more melon seeds. With a loud thud, the purple-scaled python was flung against a boulder, letting out a pained hiss. Xiaohei. A girl in a hooded robe rushed to the python's side, sobbing as she stuffed healing pills into its mouth. The thorny blood WRM, lacking any sense of honor, understood the importance of pressing the advantage. Its venomous tail lashed out at the fallen python and the audacious human girl. At the critical moment, the python curled into a protective coil around Chu Siyu. The venomous spines pierced its body, causing it to roar in pain again. The last of its strength dissipated, leaving it limp and immobile. Suddenly, Su Huai found his melon seeds tasteless. He hadn't recognized that sob, for in his centuries past he had never made his patroness shed a single tear, let alone hear such a heart-wrenching hoarse cry. But in that moment, he glimpsed the girl the python had died to protect. The thorny blood WIRM let out a cruel, piercing hiss. Its tail swept again, leaving afterimages in the air aimed at the purple snake and that annoying human girl. A mere 5th rank, still a juvenile snake. What could you possibly do to me? Die. I will swallow you whole, inch by inch, and digest you into nothing. Bang. The barbed tail did not tear through the python's body as intended. It struck an arm, sticky, venomous blood dripping from the elbow, but the youth who had blocked the blow stood expressionless. He raised his other hand, and in the void between his fingers a power congealed, like red lightning, forming a long, single-edged straight blade. An overwhelming pressure emanated, making the trialists who had come to hunt the beast feel as if they were struggling for breath, each trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Sensing a fatal threat, the thorny blood WYRM desperately tried to retract its tail. But, with a sharp sound, a cold light flashed, leaving a brilliant red trail in the air. A severed tail fell to the ground. Enraged, Huai slowly rose into the air. Countless fine ripples appeared behind him, and thousands of blood-red arrows materialized, instantly locking onto the fleeing thorny blood WYRM. Die! The wind and falling leaves ceased abruptly. The writhing serpent was pinned to the ground, motionless, only its panicked hisses echoing. Spare me! Spare me! I can be your contracted spirit. I'm about to break through to the 7th rank. Break through in hell. His cold voice resounded across the southern region, causing every demon to shudder involuntarily. Then the youths gathered around the valley witnessed a scene of eerie beauty they had never seen in their lives. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking wind filled the air. Blood-red arrows flashed, raining down like a storm, slicing through ancient trees and boulders, leaving deep gouges. Without pause, each arrow pierced the thorny blood WRM's body, pinning it to the ground. It roared, screamed, and played its final despairing dirge. How long does a 9th rank immortal venerable take to kill a 6th rank beast? Less than a second. Yet the WRM's agonized cries lasted a full 5 minutes before fading into silence. Huai was like a ferocious god of wrath, cruelly torturing the mortal ant that dared challenge his divine might. 36,000 blood-red arrows shattered every scale on the thorny blood WRM, reducing it to a pool of gore, not even a single bone intact. Only then did the spatial seal lift. The trialists looked up at the scene, trembling, their stunned faces etched with horror. So this was a true prodigy. While they were still childishly calling for duels and smugly slashing a 2 to 3 meter sword arc, someone had already soared into the air single-handedly, and in the most spectacular, awe-inspiring fashion. Slaughtered a 6th rank earth demon. In the golden sunlight, the youth descended slowly from the sky. Chu Siyu gazed at him, dazed. Despite her severe social anxiety, she had to admit that at that moment her heart pounded wildly. No girl could resist the dawn that appears in her moment of despair. He dispelled everything, shielding her from the wind and rain with his not-so-strong back, standing firm before all darkness and danger. Moreover, this was already the 2nd time. Are you all right? Chu Siyu shook her head. Seeing the blood still dripping from Huai's arm, she hurriedly rummaged through her small bag, then extended her hand to him. In her palm lay a jade-green pill no larger than a thumb, with fine web-like veins visible on its surface. A 3rd-grade pill, the healing spirit pill. This was the only 3rd-grade pill Chu Siyu had managed to refine so far. She had 4 in total, 3 of which she had just fed to the purple scale python that had fought desperately to protect her. The remaining 1 was originally intended as proof for her assessment. Not afraid of me anymore. Chu Siyu lowered her head, refusing to speak. Huai smiled faintly, turning around. The thorny blood dragon was dead, but the 6 minions it had brought still lingered nearby, neither daring to attack nor to leave on their own. After all, even their leader, a 6th rank earth demon, had failed to escape. Who knew if they too would meet a fate of being pierced by 1,000 arrows if they dared to flee? Huai raised his hand, intending to slaughter them all and root out the evil, but found his sleeve being pulled. Chu Siyu bit her lip. Why, you eat it quickly? You're still bleeding. I'm really fine. This little wound will heal by itself in a moment. There's no need to waste one of your pills. Keep it for yourself, be good. However, although Chu Siyu had a gentle nature, she could be incredibly stubborn at times. Since Huai refused to take her pill, she held onto his sleeve and refused to let go. Somehow, finding the courage, she stood there motionless, staring at him. Huai could not bear that look. Forcing down the urge to pinch her cheek, he took the pill, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed it vigorously. Chu Siyu's eyes widened. No, you can't chew it. Pills are meant to be swallowed whole. Mind your own business, I'll chew if I want. Keep fussing, and I'll chew you up too. Oh. Chu Siyu shrank her head and obediently retreated to the edge of the pool, where a girl with a broken right leg and a dazed, stunned expression lay. Chowie. She was the first to discover that the valley was surrounded by several 5th-rank great demons. Even before the blood dragon attacked, she had fought one of its 5th-rank subordinates and lost narrowly. While it was a crushing defeat, she was nearly one-shot. Fortunately, the purple scale python arrived in time, saving her from being eliminated on the spot. Still, she was injured and could only lie half-propped by the pool, watching the purple scale python battle the blood dragon. Chowie was not as optimistic as Chu Siyu. She knew very well that she and Chu Siyu had life-saving tokens, so they wouldn't die, but that purple scale python was doomed. Having been protected by this fierce serpent all day, it was impossible not to feel some gratitude. But Chowie could do nothing. Chu Siyu was 3rd rank, and Chowie herself was only a 2nd-rank weakling, utterly unable to influence a battle between such great demons. When the purple scale python was bitten by the blood dragon and let out a pitiful howl, Chowie had never wished so desperately for Huai to appear by her side. She even secretly made a wish, willing to sacrifice 10 years of her life in exchange for Huai's timely appearance. Then Huai really did appear. In an absolutely stunning entrance, he killed that ugly, malicious blood dragon with overwhelming force. What is a peerless hero? This is a peerless hero. Chow Yi was deeply moved, thinking that he must have discovered that his dear friend was injured, which was why he was so furious. Should she reward him? She began brainstorming, imagining serving tea, massaging shoulders, and pounding legs. If all else failed, a night of spring. Cough, scratch that, better just pound his legs. Then she saw Su Huai rush to Chu Siyu and ask after her with great concern. Good heavens, he hadn't even noticed her, his friend with a broken leg. Clearly he fancied Chu Siyu for her looks and was motivated by lust, coming out to play the hero saving a damsel. And he wanted leg pounding. I'll pound your head. All that emotion wasted. Chow Yi cried. She just wanted to ask heaven if she could take back the 10 years of life she had just sacrificed in her wish. In the end, Su Huai did not kill those 6 fifth-rank beasts. After calming down, his killing intent was not so strong. On one hand, he didn't want his wealthy lady to see too much blood and think of him as a bloodthirsty demon. On the other hand, this secret realm was meant to train the younger generation of humanity. The demons within were sparring partners, specially captured from various places by the great human ancestors. Even the human female prodigy that Shweta had mentioned, who cultivated in the secret realm a few years ago, only fought those demon overlords without harming them. Oh, except for that so-called vampire Viscount. He was asking for death and couldn't blame anyone else. In just a few days since entering, Su Huai had already killed 2 of the 5 secret realm overlords. If he now killed all the backbone forces of the southern domain, the secret realm would be half ruined. All the monsters would be dead, and unlike a game, they wouldn't respawn. What would the next generation of disciples have to train on? However, while the death penalty could be spared, the living punishment could not be avoided. Su Huai agreed to let those trembling beasts go, but as compensation for ganging up on his wealthy lady. What? You didn't attack. I don't care. Anyway, my wealthy lady was scared. Look at her pale little face, she's about to cry. Damn. What do you mean I scared her? How could I scare her? Keep talking, and I'll kill you. Damn thing, I say it's your fault, so it's your fault. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you've collected over the years to buy your lives. If you don't satisfy me, I'll kill you at any time, okay? The 5th-rank great demons nodded frantically, turned around, and hurried back to their territories to dig up their collections. After dismissing the beasts, Su Huai cast a cold glance at the group of examinees. Those youngsters understood the hint. He was clearly telling them to leave. Damn it, the valley isn't yours. Why so arrogant? Just because you say go, we have to go. I won't walk, I'll run. Hundreds of examinees poured out of the valley in a rustling crowd, and no one mentioned the immortal emperor's tomb again. Even if there really was a great opportunity, so what? A 6th-rank demon had been killed. How could small fry like them compete? Better to focus on hunting demons and accumulating points. The excitement came and went quickly. After the examinees streamed out of the valley, the poolside returned to its former peaceful and serene state. Su Huai walked over to the purple scale python, examined it, and concluded that it was indeed badly injured, but with the pills his wealthy lady had fed it, recovery was only a matter of time. It was only then that he noticed Chow Yi, who had been lying by the pool with no presence. His eyes widened. Holy crap. Chow Yi, what are you doing here? Let's break up, Su Huai. I've been lying here for half a day, and you damn well went to check on that snake before even glancing at me. Cough, sorry, but who told you to wear all green and lie on the ground without moving? TSK, do you even hear what you're saying? How can I move? My right leg is shattered. Tell me how to move. But your left leg is fine, isn't it? You can learn from the 3-legged golden toad, and just hop. Chow Yi didn't want to talk anymore. She gritted her teeth, glared at Su Huai, and began to seethe, tremble, and grow cold. If only she could beat him, if only. I'll endure. Chu Siyu, while pouring a small bottle of medicinal powder onto the purple scale python's wound, secretly watched the 2 of them bicker. After a few days together, she had figured out Chow Yi's character. A girl who was very good at reading situations and speaking tactfully, but kind-hearted inside. But after witnessing Su Huai's brutality, Chow Yi could still grit her teeth at him and speak without much restraint. They must be very good friends, right? Since he could be such good friends with Chow Yi, Su Huai probably wasn't the psychotic murderer she had imagined. Chu Siyu lowered her head and rubbed her face. Somehow as she rubbed, she suddenly made a popping sound and blew a bubble from her mouth. The bickering stopped abruptly. Su Huai and Chow Yi both turned and looked at her with indescribable expressions. Chu Siyu's face turned bright red. In a fluster, she pulled her hood over her head and lowered it so much that she looked like a little ostrich trying to bury its head in the sand. Su Huai almost laughed out loud at the sight. Meow, his wealthy lady was too adorable. Grinning, he pointed at Chu Siyu and boasted to Chow Yi, see my wife. Cute, right? Chow Yi. Chu Siyu, too shy to care anymore, hurriedly looked up upon hearing this and waved her hands tremblingly. No, not wife. Please don't bully me, okay? It was impossible not to bully Chu Siyu. Mutual respect and transactional affection were luxuries reserved for adults. When dealing with a girl like Chu Siyu, one had to be domineering, otherwise they would only grow estranged, drifting further apart. But bullying had its boundaries. Moderate teasing was flirtation, crossed the line, and it became oppression, the kind of behavior that earned one a spot dangling from the city walls. That was the fate of true scum. Su Huai was no scum. He merely wished for Chu Siyu to speak more, to engage with others. Upon learning that the delightfully clueless Chu Siyu had made friends with Chao Yi, Su Huai's heart swelled with joy, even greater than finding a ton of spirit stones on the road. In his past life, across hundreds of years, Chu Siyu had never possessed a single genuine friend. She was socially anxious, reticent, submissive, and her temperament was far from charming. Yet she possessed a face that could topple nations and top-tier alchemy talent. As everyone knows, befriending a prodigy is difficult enough. Befriending a breathtakingly beautiful prodigy is doubly so. And this particular genius carried an innate character flaw. Thus, in his past life, the female disciples who cultivated alongside Chu Siyu on Yaoling Peak largely despised her. Occasional malign whispers about her would earn the whisperer a reprimand from the peak's elders. So everyone came to know that the elders favored Chu Siyu, which only deepened their loathing toward her. Fortunately, Chu Siyu still had Su Huai. Whether burdened by grievances or blessed with joy, she would hide beneath her blankets and confide in him. Sometimes she would throw a petty tantrum attempting to challenge Su Huai's patriarchal status. But after her show of defiance, she would curl into his embrace and whine softly. Chu Siyu, in the throes of passionate love, was overwhelmingly clingy. Yet in his past life, Su Huai was not a disciple of the Xianzong. Unless formally invited, he could not enter Yanyue Immortal Sect at will. Therefore, they had purchased a modest courtyard within Xinyue Valley. From then on, Chu Siyu rarely returned to the sect's main grounds, and her opportunities to expand her social circle were strangled before they could take root. Throughout her entire past life, Chu Siyu's world contained Su Huai, and nothing but Su Huai. Though such devotion flattered his vanity, Su Huai privately felt this existence was overly monotonous and distorted, a profound lack for Chu Siyu. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Su Huai's rebirth had set butterfly wings in motion. Chao Yi, who should have gone to Tianhan Palace in his past life, was brought to Yanyue Immortal Sect by him. Through a twist of fate, she became Chu Siyu's first true friend. When Chao Yi, whose social skills were maxed out, encountered the socially phobic little chick, Chu Siyu. Well, thank goodness Chao Yi was a woman. The minutes ticked by slowly. Soon night fell. Zillion Snake had already regained consciousness, half his body submerged in the pool to heal. Periodically, he would raise his head and roar at Shui, whose spectral form was exposed, demanding combat. Hey, Snow Vengeance Spirit. What business do you have trespassing on my territory? Want to fight? Yet the moment Big Shui raised her gaze to glance at him, Zillion Snake immediately cowered, shrinking behind Chu Siyu. Then Chu Siyu would shiver in fright from Big Shui's scare. Finally, Su Huai would glare at Big Shui, warning her to keep her distance from his wealthy madam. Blast, Zillion Snake had truly mastered the art of bullying through association. Big Shui felt wronged, as while gazing at Su Huai as one might look at a cat, calling me sweetheart when he needs me, telling me to scram when he doesn't. Of course, his gaze toward Chu Siyu also carried a touch of grievance. From Su Huai's own words, Big Shui had learned he was destined to become the contract spirit of his future wife. Big Shui harbored no objection, indeed a flicker of delight stirred within. Now observing the scene, the timid girl before him was unmistakably Su Huai's future wife, and therefore his future master. Then why was his master being bewitched by that sly green tea snake? I'll admit my true form isn't particularly striking, but could it possibly be uglier than that snake? If Su Huai hadn't said the time wasn't right, I'd transform into my third form right now and dazzle you into bleeding from the eyes, you hear me. Furious beyond measure, Big Shui suddenly raised her head and thudded against a tree, venting her frustration. Meanwhile, Su Huai was miserably roasting meat. Because he had just called Chu Siyu his wife, the temperamental one was now refusing to speak to him, huddled beside the pool with an armful of medicinal herbs refining pills. Before Su Huai's arrival, such menial tasks as roasting meat had always been eagerly claimed by Chao Yi. Yet now this grilling ace leaned back with hands behind her head, contentedly counting the stars. She had her reasons for shirking work. Her right leg suffered comminuted fractures. Even with help from alchemist Chu Siyu to regulate her condition, recovery would not be swift. Surely one shouldn't expect a disabled person to cook. Though Su Huai had not refrained from such provocative phrases as cooking requires no legs, or your arms aren't broken, in the end, he always assumed these duties himself. After all, when he had rolled up his sleeves seeking an excuse to dodge labor, he discovered the wounds inflicted by the blood python's tail on his arms had already fully healed. Blame that rich woman. Why refine pills so effectively? I'll crook your backside one of these days. Sensing the malice radiating from behind, Chu Siyu's small hand trembled, nearly ruining an entire batch of herbs. Not long after, a rustling sound erupted from the forest. Both Big Shui and Zillion Snake lifted their heads simultaneously, regarding the rustling bush with vigilant expressions. From within the shrubbery emerged a massive gray bear. This bear was one of Bramble Blood Python's subordinates, the final fifth-order fiend beast to deliver the life-bind tribute. The beasts preceding it had shown considerable sincerity. Most of their delivered medicinal materials were spiritual flora of 4th order or above. One cat demon had even attempted to package herself as a gift for Su Huai. Su Huai naturally refused with righteous indignation. He was not that kind of man. That said, if the cat demon's fur hadn't been orange, Su Huai wouldn't have minded taking her in. Whether she were a cat girl or not was largely irrelevant. What Su Huai truly desired was simply to keep a cat. Orange wouldn't do. Oranges are pigs, not cats. For the following several days, Su Huai and the others lived in extraordinary tranquility, undisturbed by humans or beasts alike. 7 days passed, and the assessment was finally drawing to a close. The assessment is now concluded. Trial takers, please retrieve your identity tokens and prepare for teleportation. The voice of the Grand Elder Huang Yuan of the Immortal Sect echoed through the mystic realm. After 7 days, among the over 100,000 participants, save for those rash ones eliminated early by their identity tokens, fewer than 20,000 remained in the mystic realm. Amid mountains, dense forests, and even swamps and rivers, beams of emerald light began to flicker. The identity tokens once again radiated dazzling light, enveloping one trial taker after another. The medicinal herbs and demon cores obtained during the trial could be taken out, but living demonic beasts could not. Thus Shweta and the purple scale python had to wait by the pond for now. Only after Su Huai or Chu Siyu became official disciples of the Yan Yu Immortal Sect could they privately apply to enter the mystic realm again with an elder bearing witness to form a contract. Only then could they successfully bring them out. This was a necessary procedure. This was to prevent trial takers from being seduced or coerced by demons. Yan Yu Immortal Sect, Grand Plaza. When the trial takers were teleported back, the empty plaza once again became a sea of bustling figures. Friends who had been separated in the mystic realm reunited, endlessly discussing everything that had happened to them there. The most extraordinary topic was naturally the rumor about the immortal emperor's tomb. Though impulsive, the youths were not as foolish as imagined. They had been deceived solely due to lack of information. Now that they were out of the mystic realm and no longer in competition, those who knew the truth could not help but smile and explain. Upon learning the truth, most of the youths who had rushed to the valley turned red with anger. Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei were the last people they dared to offend, and besides, they were not the ones who started the rumor. After angrily investigating, the youths discovered that the true mastermind had long been eliminated by accident and had fled with his luggage to the Chenyu Valley. How infuriating! They would find him sooner or later and beat him to death. Silenced. The stern-faced Grand Elder appeared once again on the high platform, but this time he was not accompanied only by Shangguan Shu and Qin Tairu. 21 elders of real power stood in a row, all of them 8th rank immortal kings, which fully demonstrated the formidable strength and profound heritage of the Yan Yu Immortal Sect. Huang Yuan cleared his throat and announced loudly, "This assessment has come to a successful conclusion. The results are also out. You may check your points and rankings on your identity tokens. If your token remains green, you have passed the assessment. Please stand still. If your token turns red, it means you have been eliminated. You will be expelled from the sect in a quarter of an hour and will undergo cultivation in the Chenyu Valley at the foot of the mountain." Before the Grand Elder had finished speaking, a large number of youths had already pulled out their identity tokens. Some were ecstatic, others were ashen-faced. Some even wept on the spot, their hearts shattered. To these youths, the Yan Yu Immortal Sect was like a dream. Some woke to see the dawn, while others opened their eyes only to be met with pitch darkness. Thousands upon thousands crossed a single plank bridge, and only a fortunate few succeeded. As soon as the trial ended, Su Huai took Chu Siyu's hand and led her to a corner of the plaza. The tokens in their hands all glowed green. In the end, Chu Siyu gave the spirit pearl to Chao Yi. Chao Yi was not the kind of person to feign reluctance. She knew the spirit pearl was precious to her, but for Chu Siyu, a third-rank alchemist, it was a dispensable item. In return, she gave Chu Siyu most of the spirit stones she had. So now Chu Siyu was truly a rich woman. Siyu, quickly check your rank. The two girls were close together. Chu Siyu's face was flushed, and she looked on the verge of tears. Of course it was not because Chao Yi was too close to her, nor because her own rank was too low. It was because that bastard Su Huai was still holding her hand as if nothing had happened, and he had almost counted all the lines on her palm. 69th place Siyu. 4,300 points. Alas, if the first batch of third-rank pills you refined hadn't been used up, the settlement points would have doubled, and you might have even made it into the top 10. Chao Yi sighed, then patted Su Huai's arm. "Hey, Su Huai, what's your rank? Should be first, right?" Chao Yi also noticed that bastard Su Huai was taking advantage of Chu Siyu, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to find topics to ease Chu Siyu's tension. What did it mean to be a true brother? This was exactly what it meant. With a friend like this, how could one worry about finding a wife? Su Huai nodded with an air of profound mystery. "Not bad, my rank is just SOSO. "What is SOSO? You said it was first." Su Huai showed his identity token. On it was clearly marked a 6-digit number, 200,000 exactly. Chao Yi gasped, and even the nervous Chu Siyu was stunned. 200,000. Seeing such a long string of numbers before their eyes still brought a sense of inexplicable shock. The noise in the plaza gradually subsided. The dejected, eliminated ones wandered disconsolately around the sect, wanting to remember, in the limited time, this place they had strived for in their youth. No elder intervened to stop them. This short quarter of an hour was precisely meant to let the heartbroken youths make up for some regrets. At least, let them look around properly. The quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and soon only 500 lucky youths who had passed the assessment remained on the Grand Plaza. Yuan Zhanfei was delighted because his points were exactly 5 more than Tang Sang's, placing him ahead of Tang Sang. But Yuan Zhanfei was also sorrowful, because his ranking clearly showed a 2. Having left the valley early and frantically hunted demons, he was unaware of what had happened later. Now he felt only a mix of mild anger and resentment at having worked hard to defeat his competitors only to have someone steal his victory. Tang Sang, on the other hand, did not feel much. But he was somewhat curious about the person who had won first place. Alright, first of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the assessment. From now on, you are all members of the sect. Keep your identity tokens well. From now on, they will be your credentials for entering and leaving the sect. Huang Yuan looked at the 500 remaining youths in the plaza with a benevolent expression, then waved his hand. The phantom images of 13 small peaks appeared above the plaza. Now let me tell you about the specifics of the sect. He lightly tapped his finger, and the phantom peaks slowly rotated in the air to ensure every youth could see clearly. The Yin Yu Immortal sect comprises 13 main peaks. Blade and Sword Peak focuses on blades and swords, excelling in slaughter. Fist Intent Peak specializes in body refinement, excelling in close combat. Spell Technique Peak focuses on spells for long-range attacks. Shield Concealment Peak emphasizes heavy weapons and the path of defense. Spirit Array Peak specializes in formation arts troop deployment. Finally, there are the Artifact Spirit Peak and the Medicine Spirit Peak, which teach artifact forging and alchemy respectively. Of course, based on your performance in the Mystic Realm, we have already made preliminary assignments for you. Showing you this now is to ask for your opinions. You may raise objections after checking the assigned peak on your identity token and make timely adjustments. The youths quickly turned over their tokens. On the back were indeed different patterns. On Xiao Yi's token was an array pattern. She was assigned to Spirit Array Peak. As expected, Chu Siyu was assigned to Medicine Spirit Peak. As for Su Huai, on the back of his token were 2 icons. One was a flame pattern representing spells, and the other was a simple, crude little fist. Su Huai's mouth twitched in slight exasperation. When he killed the blood demon, he had indeed fought in close quarters, but that was to conceal his true abilities. When he killed the blood flood dragon, he used his most proficient method, so being assigned to the spell technique peak was the most reasonable. But if he had to choose, Elder, I have an objection. Su Huai's objection was actually anticipated by the elders. After all 2 main peaks, they couldn't help it, and no one wanted to miss such a genius. Especially after witnessing him one-shot the blood flood dragon, the elders already regarded him as a prodigy on par with the monstrous sword disciple Li Sideo from the Sword Tomb. Which disciple wouldn't want him? Several peak masters had nearly come to blows in a small room, fighting over his assignment. Huang Yuan had no choice but to assign Su Huai to the spell technique peak based on his dominant performance in the Mystic Realm. But then the Fist Intent Peak Master was furious. Su Huai was clearly a boxer. Hadn't they seen him fight that 6th rank blood demon? Fist to flesh, that was the romance of a man. What right did those spell technique peak mages with their thin arms and legs have to compete with them? Upon hearing this, the spell technique peak master almost struck the Fist Intent Peak Master dead with lightning magic. Neither would yield, and they even went to another mystic realm to fight. In the end, both were battered, and they had no choice but to carve 2 patterns on Su Huai's token and let him choose. And now Su Huai was speaking up to decide his fate. Su Huai said solemnly, Disciple, noticed that there are 2 patterns on the back of this token, but human strength has its limits. The path of cultivation values refinement over quantity. With limited energy, I do not wish to divide my attention to cultivate 2 paths simultaneously. The spell technique peak master nodded. I think you are right. So which is your choice? Su Huai replied, The path of fist techniques is bold and unrestrained. Although I have dabbled in it, I am not proficient. In comparison, the path of spells suits me better. The spell technique peak master was already smiling. You speak sense. Sense my foot. The Fist Intent Peak Master was furious. He glared at Su Huai with wide eyes itching to rush over and beat him up to make him appreciate the charm of close combat. So Elder, I want to learn alchemy. The spell technique peak master. Haha, alchemy is good, you should come study with me. Huh, wait, what did you say? The spell technique peak master's voice suddenly rose. You want to learn alchemy? The master of the artifact peak was utterly bewildered, or rather every elder present, except Huang Yuan, shared the same bewilderment. Almost all the elders were trying to persuade Su Huai, including Chun Tairu, the master of the Medicine Spirit Peak. Did you Su Huai come to the Medicine Spirit Peak to learn alchemy? No, you came to seduce my future disciple. I can't bear to expose you. It was as clear as Sima Zhao's intentions. But Su Huai had a thick skin and he didn't care what others thought of him. After all, none of these elders could defeat him in a fight, so why should he call them his master? The only one who could make him willingly call him master was probably old Chintairu. After all, in his past life, he had shamelessly called him that alongside his wealthy wife. Although this old man was a bit stingy, he treated his disciples extremely well. He treated his wealthy wife like his own granddaughter. Love me, love my dog. Though on the surface he was very dissatisfied with him as his grandson-in-law, Su Huai knew in his heart that this old man often sent him cultivation resources through his wealthy wife. Especially after Su Huai broke through to the 8th rank in his past life. Chintairu would occasionally give Chu Siyu some 8th grade spiritual herbs that only immortal king-level cultivators could use. You must know that at that time his wealthy wife's cultivation was only at the 6th rank. A 6th rank cultivator using 8th grade spiritual herbs risked bodily explosion. So who were those herbs meant for? Need I say more? Chintairu's sharp tongue and soft heart were almost blatant. The elders nearly wore out their lips trying to persuade Su Huai. But no matter how they tried, Su Huai stuck to his guns. Elder, I want to learn alchemy. I won't listen. I just want to learn alchemy. I think I'm a once-in-a-million alchemy prodigy. Believe me, Elder. I am the man destined to become a 9th rank alchemist. No one can stop me from learning alchemy. Huang Yuan watched this farce feeling his head throb. He knew Su Huai's background. This bastard who could make him feel a sense of crisis was at least at the 9th rank. With such strength, there was nothing more to learn from the Yenyue immortal sect. If he wanted to play, let him be. So Huang Yuan waved his hand and made the final decision. Su Huai was finally taken away by Chintairu. Before leaving, he seemed to remember something, and after looking around ran to Chao Yi and said something. Chao Yi froze, then began searching the surroundings. Fortunately, she found a speechless Luo Yuanhe squeezed at the very end of the team. At the same time, Yuan Zhanfei, who had witnessed the elders fighting over Su Huai, finally understood who had taken his first place. He narrowed his eyes and struck a cool pose towards Su Huai, but when he saw the girl beside Su Huai, he suddenly shivered, his back aching faintly. The new disciple induction came to an end. Alchemy was a high-end profession, and those with talent were extremely rare. Including Su Huai, only 4 males and 3 females, a total of 7 disciples, were assigned to the Medicine Spirit Peak. Though named a peak, the Medicine Spirit Peak was actually a vast mountain shrouded in mist. Countless spirit gathering arrays were built here, and everywhere one could see fields of low-grade spiritual herbs. The alchemist residences were located halfway up the mountain, where a long stretch of pavilions and towers had been built. Each disciple could have their own courtyard. Su Huai unhesitatingly chose the courtyard next to his wealthy wife, flashing her a big bad wolf's grin that made her tremble with fear. Witnessing everything, Chintairu took a deep breath, barely restraining himself from throwing this bastard off the mountain, and muttered a threat. This old man's residence is not far from here. If anyone doesn't rest properly at night and sneaks into someone else's yard to do some sneaky business, I will personally break all 3 of his legs. Su Huai nodded seriously. Elder, your righteousness is admirable. I Su Huai detest sneaky people the most. If there really is such a shameless person, I'll break his 3 legs with you. Throw him off the mountain. Chintairu. Alright, now go familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. If you have any questions, you can ask the senior brothers and sisters you meet along the way if they will answer your queries. Oh, by the way, a word of caution. The sect distributes some cultivation resources monthly, but the quantity is small. For more resources, you need to exchange points at the sect's warehouse. This includes your residences and the use of cultivation grounds. All require points. As for earning points, you can go to the war hall to accept alchemy tasks. It's quite easy for alchemists to accumulate points. Afternoon, come to the alchemy hall for a rank assessment so I can gauge your progress. Everyone bowed in unison. Yes, Elder. After Chintairu left, the new disciples got to know each other and then dispersed. The 3 male disciples wanted to approach Chu Siyu as the girl had taken off her hood, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. But seeing the smiling Su Huai beside her, that idea vanished instantly. It was obvious to everyone that the man who had been fought over by the Fistful Peak and the Artifact Peak had feelings for Chu Siyu. Flirt with her in front of him. With their frail alchemist bodies, if Su Huai threw a punch, they'd probably stop making pills and just head straight to the kitchen for a feast. Smiling as he watched the others leave, Su Huai grabbed Chu Siyu, who was about to silently return to her room. Don't always stay cooped up inside. Walk around more. It's good for your social anxiety, you know. Chu Siyu lowered her head in thought, let out a barely audible and let Su Huai hold her hand without struggling. In truth, Chu Siyu didn't dislike this feeling. Before meeting Su Huai, she was afraid of everything, feeling suffocated in crowds, as if danger lurked everywhere. After meeting Su Huai, she only had to fear him, everything else became less frightening. Chu Siyu secretly glanced at Su Huai's profile. The sunlight illuminated the fine hairs on his face, his eyes were bright, and for some reason, he seemed to be smiling happily. Su Huai didn't know what Chu Siyu was thinking. He pulled her to an empty herb field and pointed at the seedlings speaking nonsense with a straight face. Look, this spiritual herb is called Fu Jun, a precious ninth-grade medicine. It's also known as Gong Chao. When it's aged, it's called Lao Gong. Come repeat after me, Lao Gong. Chu Siyu blinked. But this is a seedling of the second grade, Chu Shanju. You're mistaken? No, I'm not mistaken. I say you're mistaken, so you are. Su Huai blushed with anger. If you argue, I'll spank you. No. Then quickly repeat after me, Lao Gong. Chu Siyu pursed her lips and said nothing. She didn't know what Lao Gong meant, but she understood, husband, clearly. Su Huai was taking advantage of her. After fooling around for a long time, Su Huai failed to take advantage of Chu Siyu in any way, so he could only sigh and lead the timid little girl around Yaoling Peak. One moment he was scheming to catch the spiritual crane raised by that old man Chen Tairu for dinner. The next he was muttering about sneaking Chu Siyu to the mountaintop to steal the old man's high-grade spiritual herbs, thoroughly terrifying Chu Siyu. So she could only tug at his sleeve, deliberately slowing her pace, and stroll leisurely along the mountainside, silently, letting him know this was not acceptable. Su Huai was overjoyed. He was merely habitual about his loose talk, wanting to frighten the cute little Chu Siyu, not truly so wicked as to bully old man Chen Tairu. So he was more than happy for Chu Siyu to walk slowly, hoping to have more one-on-one time with her. The two strolled along, and the little girl was no longer as panicked as she had been at first meeting. She listened to Su Huai ramble all morning and occasionally whispered rebuttals. Unknowingly, noon had passed. After having lunch on the mountainside, the two entered the alchemy room that Chen Tairu had mentioned. The alchemy room was spacious, with many alchemists from previous admission cohorts refining pills independently in small rooms. Chen Tairu was currently lecturing to some students in the main hall. All the students from their cohort had arrived, recording notes with serious expressions, though it was unclear how much they had actually understood. Tisks starting to grind right from the moment of entry. Chu Siyu was even more competitive than them. While most of her fellow disciples could only record everything Chen Tairu said about alchemy techniques, and then slowly contemplate them. She had already nearly finished digesting everything, and was attempting to simulate the feasibility in her mind. Anyway, seeing her eyes sparkling and nodding lightly from time to time made Su Huai's teeth ache. He did not know how to refine pills. More precisely, his alchemy aptitude was far worse than his cultivation aptitude. So everything Chen Tairu discussed sounded like a completely new language to him. Every character was clear, but strung together, not a single sentence made sense. After listening for perhaps 15 minutes, just as he was about to doze off standing up, the old man finally waved his hand and dismissed those alchemists, then turned his gaze toward the bewildered newcomers, Su Huai and the rest. Seems everyone has arrived. Then follow me inside. Chen Tairu led them into a room approximately 20 to 30 square meters in size. 7 tables had been arranged in the room in advance. On the left side of each table sat a sheet of white paper, a writing brush, and an inkstone. On the right side were several medicinal herbs and a bronze pill furnace. Find a seat each. After Su Huai and the others had taken their seats, Chen Tairu clapped his hands. Today's assessment is quite simple. Aside from a rare few disciples, everyone has a foundation in alchemy. Saying this, Chen Tairu openly shot a glance at Su Huai as though holding his ID card and reading out the number. But Su Huai had thick skin. Not only did he show no self-awareness of being a poor student, he also grinned at Chen Tairu, which irritated the old man so much he could only clear his throat and look away. However, competition exists everywhere. Our Yaoling Peak, like the other main peaks, has both inner and outer disciples. This small test today will determine your future resource allocation within the peak, as well as your implicit standing. Therefore, I urge you all to take this seriously and avoid carelessness that could ruin your prospects. That is all. Behave accordingly. First, complete the theoretical test on your left. You have half an hour. Begin. Su Huai opened his mouth, but was dumbfounded. What the heck? I've already become an immortal venerable in another world. How can I still not escape the fate of being dominated by exams? He picked up the exam paper on the table and looked at those neat small characters, analyzed the main composition and effects of Yangshi, briefly described the refining steps and precautions for the second grade basic pill. Ling recovery pill, discuss your understanding of alchemy, 3 questions in total. They looked simple and indeed probably weren't difficult. Anyway, Su Huai noticed the other disciples were already gripping their brushes and answering. Su Huai swallowed hard, his head full of question marks. What on earth is Yangshi? Why did I serve rich women many times in my past life and never once hear of a medicinal herb called Yangshi? Damn it, I'm familiar with Ling recovery pill. I used to eat it like candy in my past life. Not only second grade, I barely touched 8th grade once. But how the hell am I supposed to know how to refine it? Never mind, I'll just cheat. With my noble vision, as an immortal venerable, I'll just peek. Just one peek, a billion peeks. He secretly glanced toward the rich girl beside him, but found his line of sight blocked by a gray robe. Looking up, he happened to meet Chen Tairu's face, which was full of disgust. Su Huai withdrew his cheating intentions, picked up the brush, and began to write nonsense with a straight face. The main ingredients of Yangshi are sheep and stone. Sheep from high mountains, grade A spirit stones. Its effect is to fill one's stomach and perhaps a minor spiritual energy recovery effect. Ling recovery pill refining steps: open the lid, put the herbs into the furnace, ignite the fire for purification, then condense the pill, open the lid again, and take the pill out. Precautions: watch the fire carefully, don't burn it to a crisp. Alchemy is the most magnificent art in the world, the most addictive profession. I love alchemists. Finished, clocked out, put down the brush, and gave up entirely. Chun Tairu, sitting nearby, watched Su Huai finish his answers so quickly, his eye twitching involuntarily, close to laughing out of anger. If the elder of the great sect hadn't instructed him to specially look after Su Huai, he could have directly grabbed this blockhead, who only cared about courting girls, and tossed him off the mountainside. He snorted coldly, refusing to pay Su Huai any mind, and shifted his gaze toward Chu Siyu on the other side. Compared to Su Huai's meager few words, Chu Siyu's exam paper was filled with dense, elegant handwriting. Yangshi's original name is Yangshi, and its main ingredient is the crystallized juice of the 4th grade spiritual herb, mount-hiding poplar sprout. Its effects mainly include the following. There are 3 primary methods for refining 2nd grade Ling recovery pills. The first method is: each question was answered with hundreds of characters, flowing and satisfying to read. A standard perfect score answer. About 3/4 of an hour later, all the disciples had finished their papers, and Chun Tairu had roughly reviewed the answers, gaining a general understanding of this batch of new disciples. Next came the practical portion, pill refining. Chun Tairu seemed determined to single out Su Huai. After pacing around the room a few circles, he stopped directly behind Su Huai and announced the start of the second test. Refine a 2nd grade pill, heart-clearing pill. This step had finally arrived. Watching the surrounding disciples orderly toss their herbs into their furnaces, Su Huai could only sigh silently and imitate them. Copying the rich girl was impossible. He knew she possessed extraordinary talent and had a unique skill of haphazard purification. But such an innate gift could not be learned. Furthermore, Su Huai knew his theoretical score would likely not be high, so for this practical test, he had to perform well and not mess around. He refused to believe it. After all, he was a 9th grade alchemist in his past life. How could he possibly fail to refine a 2nd grade pill? Believe in yourself, you can do this. Su Huai. He tossed in the herbs, channeled spiritual energy, generated pill fire, and gently roasted the medicinal materials. Su Huai felt himself getting into the zone, especially after successfully purifying the first herb. Confidence surged, his movements grew smoother, and the flame burned ever hotter. This kid. Could he truly be some alchemy prodigy? Chun Tairu raised his eyebrows and leaned closer to the furnace, peering through the cracks. Inside the fierce furnace flames, a dark, pitch-black mass was churning, contracting, and expanding. Boom. The furnace lid was blasted off, smashing into the ceiling, bouncing back to the ground, and rolling away with a series of loud thuds. Although Chun Tairu also possessed the cultivation base of an immortal king, he was after all an old man whose reflexes were no longer quick. Moreover, he would never have dreamed of being attacked inside an alchemy room. Caught completely off guard, he was swept backward by the explosion's shockwave and landed hard on his bottom. A crisp cracking sound echoed from his old waist. His lips quivering, his face pale, most of his beard singed away, he pointed a trembling finger at Su Huai. Why you? You. Su Huai swallowed hard and gave a sheepish smile. An accident, cough, elder, this is an accident. You damn fool, get out of here and never come back. Su Huai had been thrown out. He stood at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, furious, trembling cold. After the trembling subsided, he made his way down to the foot of Yaoling Peak. Of course, he had not been expelled from Yaoling Peak. Chun Taishi himself had personally escorted him out of the alchemy room. Standing at the doorway, he had said to him, Su Huai, what virtue do I possess to have encountered such a once-in-a-thousand alchemy prodigy in my twilight years? If word spread that I had a disciple like you, this 8th-rank alchemist of mine would surely lose his late-life integrity. This old man truly lacks the talent and learning to teach you. How about this? Let us not make things difficult for each other. I shall grant you a 1st-rank alchemist badge and allow you to retain your status as a disciple of Yaoling Peak. You may return and study on your own. Is that acceptable? What else could Su Huai do? He could only agree. Alas, outstanding individuals are always solitary. Being misunderstood is but a common occurrence. Su Huai sighed heavily and wandered lazily through vast herb fields, meandering within Yinxue immortal sect before finally making his way to the War Hall at its very center. The War Hall, also known as the Mission Hall, was where disciples of the immortal sect received assignments and earned points. Su Huai approached an empty counter and knocked on the dark red wooden surface. Hello. Behind the counter sat a stern-faced, middle-aged man who glanced up at Su Huai. What do you need? I'm a new disciple who just joined this morning. I'd like to ask how I can re-enter the secret realm from the assessment. The assessment secret realm. Let me check. The middle-aged man swiped his hand across the stone slate before him, projecting a multitude of secret realm entrance illustrations in front of Su Huai. He zoomed in on one. Found it. Trial secret realm no. 04, a grade B secret realm. Re-entry requires payment of 100,000 points. Su Huai's eyes immediately widened. 100,000 points. What are you robbing people blind? The man glanced at him robbing. That secret realm has been endowed with a special barrier by a great human prowess. Upon receiving fatal attacks, one can be teleported back unscathed. It is one of the safest trial grounds available. Do you truly believe your life is worth less than a mere 100,000 points? A mere 100,000. Su Huai desperately wanted to slap his identity token right into this man's face and grab him by the collar to tell him, I barely earn 100,000 points for slaying a single 6th-stage demon beast. 6th stage. Do you even know what that means? Alas, he dared not. He could only grit his teeth and ask the next question. Then if I wish to bring out a contracted spirit from the secret realm, what procedures are required? Of course procedures are required. First you need the consent of at least one inner sect elder, and then prepare 100,000 points. 100,000 again. Every demon beast within the secret realm was painstakingly captured by our human ancestors. If you wish to take one away, our adoption fee is naturally required. This is quite reasonable. Half a Xi ago, Su Huai had considered himself a veritable tycoon, with 200,000 points scornful of the deductive expenses for food and lodging within the immortal sect. Half a Xi later, he was already lying on the counter browsing through the miscellaneous little point tasks of the sect. After browsing for a while, he suddenly pointed at a task titled, Clean the Bathhouse, and asked the middle-aged man, Is this bathhouse for men or women? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and sneered, Obviously for men. Do you really think if there were such a pleasant task as cleaning the women's bathhouse, it would ever fall to you? Ahem. True enough. Then please register this for me. I want to take on the spirit-ribbed fish fishing task. Sure. This task requires no check-in. You may head to Chinua Lake at any time. Simply bring the fish you catch directly to me. 100 points per fish with no upper limit. Thanks. Leaving the mission hall, Su Huai ambled over to the position of Daojun Peak. He had come to invite Luo Yuanhe to descend the mountain for a chat. Daojun Peak was a grand peak. This admission assessment had allocated over 200 new disciples to it, nearly half of all qualified candidates. Yet such was unavoidable. Cultivators, after all, mostly harbor dreams of soaring on flying swords, yearning both for the free-spirited elegance of killing 10 men in 10 paces, leaving no trace for 1,000 li, and for the peerless majesty of sword chi sweeping 30,000 li as single swords chilling 19 provinces. Sword cultivators were simply the most popular major in the cultivation world. Moreover, with so many disciples, Daojun Peak could not follow the elite path like Yaoling Peak, where every individual is personally taught by the Peak Master. They upheld the principle of cultivating Gu. In short, aside from the fixed weekly sermon, disciples of Daojun Peak could only rely on themselves for cultivation. Those who rose to prominence became inner sect disciples, those who did not continued to endure and train on their own. It was wonderfully free. Thus the idle Luo Yuanhe was easily persuaded out by Su Huai. Su Huai cleverly called it fishing to cultivate one's temperament, and took Luo Yuanhe to the foot of the mountain to go fishing. Chinua Lake contained all things under heaven. Legend held it was the remnant sea I left behind when some ancient ocean dried up, harboring numerous precious spiritual beasts within. Spirit-ribbed fish, being a third-rate spiritual beast, were certainly present. Su Huai's fishing skills were excellent. In merely half a Xi by the lakeside, he had already reeled in more than a dozen spirit-ribbed fish, each about half a meter long. Of course, this may have been because his bait was a fifth-rate spiritual herb. That herb was a very special small fruit, its flesh encased within a thick outer shell. Only the medicinal fragrance would escape, while the flesh inside the shell remained untouched. Spirit-ribbed fish possessed little intelligence, who once they bit onto the fruit, they refused to let go. Su Huai would then haul them out of the water. The fish caught the bait unscathed. Truly the first among freeloader artists. Luo Yuanhe also had his catches, though few, only 3. Not understanding the value of spirit-ribbed fish, he callously handed them all over to Su Huai. The fishing bobber twitched once more, yet Su Huai ignored it this time, for he had his ears perked toward 2 anglers beside him who were packing up to head home. Angler 1, I no catches again today. Angler 2, be grateful then. A week ago someone actually drowned in this lake. Angler 1, oh, I know that person. He was suffocated alive by water, his corpse swollen from soaking. I was actually present when he died. The murderer who did it was absolutely terrifying. Angler 2, indeed terrifying. But regardless, that murderer is in serious trouble now. Angler 1, what trouble? Angler 2, the one who drowned was the Holy Son of Tianhan Palace, dispatched to capture his runaway betrothed. I heard that the Holy Son is furious and has sent others to investigate. The fishing companion packed up his gear and gradually walked away. What are you planning to do, Su Huai? Luo Yuanhe, who had also overheard the conversation, lost his interest in fishing. He gripped the dry fishing rod, his brow furrowed, like a philandering outlaw buying cigarettes on the street, who suddenly finds his own wanted poster printed on the package. Su Huai lifted the foolish fish that had greedily taken the bait, gazing at the rippling circles on the water. What does the Tianhan Palace investigation have to do with me? A sharp intake of breath. You? Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Luo Yuanhe, you lack life experience. Su Huai sighed. In the world of martial arts, one is bound to get hurt. So that night, I disguised myself using a face that wasn't my own. Besides, don't forget where this is. The people from Tianhan Palace want to bully a disciple of Yinyue sect on the territory of the Yinyue immortal sect. What audacity! Luo Yuanhe nodded half understandingly, and then asked, whose face did you use then? Naturally my best friend, Yin Shu. His hands trembled. Luo Yuanhe opened his mouth, wondering if it was still too late to break off ties with Su Huai. There had always been a touching legend about Xinhua Lake. It was said that in the distant Huanggu era, a monk who had secluded himself in the mountains passed by the lake and encountered a blue bird with broken wings that had just transformed into human form. The monk initially intended to slay the demon and eliminate the menace, but the woman transformed from the blue bird suddenly knelt before him, declaring that she had hidden in the mountains and sees never harming anyone and dared not harbor any intention to harm. If the monk would spare her life, she would become a humble maidservant and follow the cultivator forever. Whether the monk was moved by compassion or not, he ultimately did not swing the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. Being a servant was of course a jest. In those times humans and demons were at odds, meeting meant life or death, and the idea of a symbiotic contract was out of the question. To dare associate with demons was to be a heretic deserving of death. Moreover, he was a Buddhist cultivator with a pure heart and few desires, untouched by worldly affairs. How could he travel with a female demon? The monk dared not risk universal condemnation, so he merely said to the blue bird, I wish to rest here for a few days. If during this time you do no evil and behave well, I will spare you. During their time together, the blue bird remained dutiful and obedient, like a clumsy maiden of the inner chambers, insistently washing and cooking for the monk. After several days, the monk finally lowered his guard, planning to share a final vegetarian meal with the blue bird before departing at dawn to journey to the next mountain and sea. But that night the blue bird revealed its sharp claws and venomous beak. She mixed a poison that suppressed immortal power into the porridge, felling the monk who had let down his guard. That night the monk broke 4 precepts in succession. When he regained consciousness the next day, the female demon had long since fled into the mountains and disappeared without a trace. The monk's eyes wept blood. His Tao heart completely shattered, his cultivation realm continuously falling. In one night, he descended from immortal to mortal. In the end, he sat in meditation by the lake for 7 days, his body decaying, while his soul transformed into a great serpent, sinking to the bottom of the lake, never to see the light of day again. The truth of the story could no longer be verified. But Su Huai, who was planning to pack up his rod and return to the mountain, intending to have dinner at a tavern at the foot of the mountain, merely revealed a contemptuous smile after hearing the storyteller finish this tale. He dared to assert that this bizarre rumor must have been deliberately spread by the Yinyue immortal sect. A mediocre little scenic spot. Just make up a bedtime story and instantly it becomes a trendy, internet-famous check-in destination. Su Huai had seen such tricks all too often. However, this contempt turned into utter astonishment when the tavern owner produced a piece of cyan scale feather. Especially when he felt the silver serpent ring on his hand, which had remained still for a long time, suddenly tighten. This astonishment was particularly pronounced. Green feather. Wanna find it. Find it. Kill it. The serpent's hissing echoed deep in his mind. Su Huai gently stroked the ring. He did not know the identity of the blue bird in the story, nor who Wanna was in the serpent's mouth, but seeing the usually calm and indifferent serpent so heart-wrenching, he figured that the entanglement between the serpent and the bird must be no less than the hatred of a murdered father or a stolen wife. I promise you I will help you find it. I swear. The serpent finally calmed down slowly, its ruby-like eyes growing even more crimson and eerie. Boss. Su Huai fixed his gaze on the tavern owner, who was displaying the cyan feather in coordination with the storyteller, and revealed a gentle smile. Is this feather for sale? No. The tavern owner shook his head. If you wish to see it honored, guest, feel free to look. But this cyan feather is an heirloom passed down from my ancestors. I dare not defy ancestral teachings for a paltry profit. I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. The tavern owner's body jolted, and in an instant he made a decision that defied his ancestors. 10,000 spirit stones. It was enough to buy his entire tavern. Boss, think it over. If you think it's not enough, I can add a bit more. No, that's enough, more than enough. This honored guest, please take it. Wait. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, a warrior clad in ice blue heavy armor suddenly appeared at the tavern entrance. His thick helmet and visor covered his entire face, revealing only a pair of gray eyes. The warrior dragged a blood-stained tiger head broadsword. Before he even entered, a thick smell of blood spread out, causing some diners to frown and show displeasure. A 6th-level Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse. The diners all recognized the man's background. After cursing softly, they averted their eyes. After all, no one would truly offend an Earth Immortal over a trivial matter. Thanks to the intimidation of his cultivation, the warrior dragged his sword all the way into the tavern and reached out to grab the cyan feather from the owner's hand. With a slap, his wrist was caught. He looked up at Su Huai's grim face. Let go. Heh, are you f***ing crazy? I'll warn you one last time, let go. Su Huai was almost amused despite his anger. Not only did he not release the warrior's hand, but he slowly tightened his grip, deforming the bracer on the warrior's arm. You're robbing me and still think you're in the right. That arrogant. The warrior narrowed his eyes and finally turned to face Su Huai. He said word by word, I am from the Tianhan Palace Enforcement Squad. This azure heaven feather involves a secret of my Tianhan Palace. Before you intervene, I advise you to weigh whether you can bear the wrath of Tianhan Palace. Still threatening me, eh? Crack. Su Huai's hand suddenly tightened, but the warrior seemed to have already seen through his intention. With a twist of his arm, the entire bracer came undone, executing a golden cicada, shedding its shell maneuver. The moment he broke free from Su Huai's grip, the tiger head blade in his hand scraped a string of sparks across the ground, slashing across Su Huai's chest and abdomen. At the same time, his body shot backward to avoid any potential counterattack. Boom. A bloody surge of air rose up, slicing the tavern counter into a heap of rubble. However, Su Huai's body was nowhere to be seen in the dust. Am I being too kind to you? A whisper suddenly came from beside his ear, and cold sweat instantly broke out on the warrior's back. He slashed backward with his hand, but the tiger head blade was caught by someone's hand, unable to move an inch. Bang! A single punch smashed directly into the samurai's heavy armor visor, driving both the visor and his thick helmet into a dent on the restaurant floor. I am from Tianhan Palace. I am your father. You fool. The highest form of face slapping is to strike before your opponent can even utter a threat or mockery. Crack. Another punch, and the visor was covered in cracks. Su Huai's fist was scraped raw, oozing blood. Yet far from caring, he wore an even more manic grin, punching again and again, driving the samurai's helmet into the floor tiles time and again. All the noise in the restaurant vanished, leaving only the sound of bones striking metal echoing repeatedly. A quarter of an hour later, the samurai lay motionless. The restaurant fell deathly silent. Su Huai wiped the blood from his fist and kicked the dented helmet away with a scoff. Tianhan Palace Enforcement Team. Exercising jurisdiction across borders as if they mattered. Shopkeeper. Why yes. Yes. The shopkeeper's legs trembled as he gripped the pillar and handed over the blue feather. Gee, guest. Relax, you'll receive every spirit stone owed to you. Su Huai extracted spirit stones from his storage ring, arranging them into a small mound in the main hall. Payment in full for goods delivered. The blue feather felt cool to the touch, and the moment it made contact, the little snake ruthlessly shattered and consumed the energy within, leaving it dull and lifeless. At the same time, more detailed information surfaced in Su Huai's mind. Daiwona Blue Feather Demon Race Exile Trader. Lakebed's Secret Realm. Su Huai stroked his chin. Honestly, it was already strange that Tianhan Palace would send someone to Changyue Valley to investigate the cause of Chu Siyu's uncle's death. The holy son of Tianhan Palace, the eldest prince of the Dahuang dynasty, Sima Zhu, didn't seem like the kind of fool who would casually offend the Yangyue immortal sect over a woman he'd never met. Especially now that Chu Siyu had passed the assessment and become a formal disciple of the Yangyue immortal sect. Sending someone to investigate and search for Chu Siyu unable to enter the Yangyue immortal sect's mountain gate meant this was destined to be a fruitless search, a mere formality. Moreover, they had sent one of Tianhan Palace's elite, a member of the enforcement hall that held some renown throughout the entire immortal domain. But combining that with what the samurai had just said, Sima Zhu's dispatch of investigators regarding Chu Siyu's uncle's death was likely just a pretext. His real objective was the blue feather in Su Huai's possession, or perhaps more broadly, he coveted the secret realm at the bottom of Qingyue Lake. The Tianhan Palace enforcement team commanded respect wherever they went. Unfortunately for him this time, he had encountered Su Huai, who already held no favorable impression of Tianhan Palace. He seized the samurai by one leg and dragged him out of the restaurant all the way to the lakeside. He suddenly pried off the samurai's dented helmet, then pulled a mushroom from the back of his head. With a splash, he tossed the corpse into the lake. Mushrooms again, truly tasteless. Luo Yuanhe had been following Su Huai, watching the samurai's body make a splash on the lake surface before slowly sinking to the bottom. He suddenly found Su Huai somewhat sinister. Damn it, not even bothering to hide it. And why was there a mushroom on that guy's forehead? Really terrifying. After dealing with the samurai's corpse, Su Huai didn't continue wandering around the foothills, but instead returned directly to the immortal sect with Luo Yuanhe. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. The Yangyue immortal sect had stood in Changyue Valley for thousands of years, and some folk tales and legends might be found as historical records in the sect's library. After returning to Yaoling Peak, Su Huai glanced toward the neighboring courtyard and noticed Chu Siyu had not yet returned. Elder. The elder responsible for guarding the library was curled up in a corner, his face obscured. Seeing Su Huai enter, the elder merely opened his eyes to size him up, then whispered the instructions. Outer sect disciples may access the first and second floors. Inner sect disciples may reach the third and fourth floors. Only true disciple status grants access to the top floor. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Su Huai produced his identity token. For reasons unknown, although Chun Teru looked down on this unreliable new disciple, he had ultimately granted him intersect status at the last moment. In fact, records of strange occurrences were mostly concentrated on the expansive first floor. Su Huai quickly located the account of the cyan bird legend near Qingyue Lake. However, unlike the folktale, the records omitted any mention of monks replacing them with countless ordinary people and rustic folk. The cyan bird was like an enhanced version of the snow woman shape-shifting to confuse lost mortals in the mountains. Monks weren't the only ones deceived. Before them came Taoist priests, commoners, and even immortals. They were all drained of their vital essence. Their cultivation dissipated within mere days until they became dry bones. Thousands of years ago, Emperor Yingyue was the last victim chosen by the cyan bird. In the end, the emperor saw through the cyan bird's scheme, destroyed her physical form, and imprisoned her soul in the secret realm beneath the lake for eternity. Su Huai flipped through the ancient text and found a rough map at the end showing the approximate location of the lakebed's secret realm. Attached beside it was a route diagram and 4 peculiar illustrations. The first illustration depicted endless magma, pitch-black iron chains, and shackles with a sealed cage containing a snake, a bird, and a girl in a red dress wearing bells. In the second illustration, the girl had somehow obtained a key, pried open the cage, and secretly untied the chains binding her. But the bird suddenly let out a piercing scream, awakening the guards watching over the cage. The third illustration showed the girl locked back in the cage, the snake, enraged by the bird's betrayal, tearing at each other until a sharp fang shattered. The bird fared no better, losing one wing to the snake's attack and unable to fly again. In the final illustration, the cage held neither the bird nor the barefoot girl with bells, only a toothless snake curled motionless inside. Su Huai could roughly surmise the connection between the silver snake ring and the cyan bird in its mouth. Holding the book, he registered with the guardian elder and returned to his courtyard. By now the moon had risen high. Candles burned in the neighboring courtyard. Chu Siu must have returned from the alchemy workshop and was preparing to rest. Su Huai retrieved a food container from his storage ring and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, open up quickly." Upon hearing Su Huai's voice, Chu Siu cracked the door open just enough, her bright eyes appearing crystal clear in the darkness. A faint gardenia scent hung in the air. Su Huai could tell she had just bathed her damp hair, cascading over her shoulders, looking adorably silly. "Open up." "Oh." The door swung open, and Su Huai walked to the small table in the courtyard, setting down the food box before beckoning to Chu Siu. "Come here." Once she approached, Su Huai guided her to sit on a stool, then positioned himself behind her, his fingers tracing patterns as he formed a small array. Soon warm air began to blow from the array. As Su Huai used his hand to separate Chu Siu's hair and speed the drying process, he contemplated how he might infiltrate the depths of Qingyue Lake. The small snake resided within the finger of the buried Stars mountain range. But what secrets lay hidden within the lakebed's secret realm? That cyan bird. Or perhaps the person trapped alongside her in the cage from the illustration. Su Huai's thoughts raced. Moonlight cascaded down as Chu Siu sat on the stool, nose slightly scrunched, eyes like water, her ears burning red. In the elder's chamber of the Yingyue immortal sect, the same dim, cramped room stood with a row of white candles illuminating the long table at its center. The powerful elders were seated on both sides of the table. The pristine white walls reflected the stark candlelight, giving the gathering an eerie cult-like atmosphere. Unlike the previous clamor, the small room was dead silent, all eyes fixed on the old man at the head of the table. The old man was hunched, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets, yet his gaze was ethereal and piercing, as if he could see through the void into the river of time, glimpsing the future that had yet to unfold. "Lu Qinghai, how is the task I assigned you progressing?" Reporting to the great emperor. The elder named Lu Qinghai rose and bowed slightly to the old man. If Su Huai were here, he would surely recognize this Lu Qinghai as the elder in charge of the mission hall, whom he had labeled a crafty merchant. His gaze was filled with reverence and devout sincerity. "I have already induced the Holy Sun to descend the mountain and arranged for someone to deliberately display the feather of that beast from the lake before him, placing it into his hands." The elder of the library pavilion also stood up. "The ancient scroll the great emperor instructed me to give him was taken by him at dusk. He must have read it and discovered the secrets within." "That is good." The old man nodded slightly. "Great emperor, there is one more thing this old servant does not understand. Speak freely." All eyes were on the library pavilion elder. He straightened his back and asked, head bowed, "Since the founding of our sect, there has never been a precedent for appointing a holy son. Why this time?" "I admit that Su Huai is extraordinarily gifted, possessing 6th rank strength at such a young age, but the Grand Elder has only observed him secretly a few times. His character is still unclear. Should the matter of the Holy Son be reconsidered?" The old man paused, then replied, "Appointing him as Holy Son was not Huang Yuan's decision, but mine. In that case, this old servant has no objections." Everyone. The old man at the head of the table hid his hands within his wide sleeves, a faint icy blue light emanating from his eyes. "You may all rest assured regarding the Holy Son. If you employ someone, do not doubt them." Su Huai is a cautious individual. What he conceals is far more than you imagine. The situation in Chiguay Abyss grows more severe by the day. 6 years ago, Su Chang'e killed a ghost emperor at the cost of irreparable injuries. I am but an old man on the verge of death. We who carry the torch are like the white candles on this table, stable, feeble, casting some light, yet devoid of the power to ignite a wildfire. The old man lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the stone walls, reaching the distant figures of his other old friends. You all know my condition. I am but a guttering candle liable to be snuffed out by an accident at any moment. The future, after all, belongs to the young. Great Emperor. The elders bowed their heads, a somber air filling the small room. Yet the old man withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Enough. You are all old relics of hundreds or thousands of years, more or less the same. For all I know, you might outlive me. Who are you putting on that mournful face for? The mournful atmosphere dissipated considerably. The Yanue immortal emperor chuckled softly, his form fading away like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. After the Yanue immortal emperor departed, the elders in the small room turned their gazes to the grand elder Huang Yuan. After all, the great emperor was permanently stationed at Chiguay Abyss, only sending a projection like this when there was something to convey. The sect's daily affairs were decided by the grand elder. Everyone. Huang Yuan cleared his throat, his eyes narrowing into slits. I know that many of you harbor reservations about the appointment of the Holy Son. His gaze swept over the elders. Some were indifferent, some kept their heads down, and a few met his eyes. Huang Yuan sighed and continued, throughout the entire immortal domain, there are 4 major powers with the deepest foundations. The Xuantian divine dynasty is the strongest. But in truth, when it comes to heritage and strength, our Yanue immortal sect is not inferior to it. The sect has sat at the pinnacle of the immortal domain for hundreds, even thousands of years, never surpassed or overthrown. Especially with the great emperor guarding us, Yanue has no worries. Therefore, most of you have long lost the sense of vigilance in times of peace. Before learning of the great emperor's injuries, some of you were even thinking of securing second place and striving for first, dominating the immortal domain. You have been used to being strong and lofty. It is understandable that you cannot suddenly accept having a holy son above you. Is that not so? The elders remained silent, refusing to speak. If they could, who would not want to be the strongest? All of them were gray-haired elders. The relatively younger ones were only outer sect elders, still accumulating seniority, not even qualified to enter this small room. Yet suddenly the sect had a new position of holy son, whose authority surpassed even these inner sect elders, second only to the great emperor. Especially since this holy son was a newly admitted disciple. Though powerful, it was hard to command respect. Huang Yuan looked at the elders, paused for a moment, then raised his hand to extinguish the white candles on the table. A person's death is like a lamp going out. The great emperor has guarded the Yanue immortal sect for over 2,300 years, more than 1,000 of which were spent deep in Chiguay Abyss battling the alien ghost emperors. Immortal emperor-level powerhouses do not age, but they too can tire, be wounded, and be killed. Emperor-level beings are not immortal and indestructible. 6 years ago, the critically wounded and dying Bihu immortal emperor Su Chang'e in Chiguay Abyss. Did that not wake you up and make you abandon your pride? Which of you dares to guarantee that our Yanue great emperor will not be the next Su Chang'e? Elder Lu, can you guarantee it? Or perhaps Elder Li can guarantee it? No one spoke. The elders who had been named were the most vocal objectors, but now they could only keep silent and bow their heads. Huang Yuan tapped the table and continued, since we are discussing this issue today, let us speak frankly. The Xuantian divine dynasty has the crown prince Liao, who at 27 entered the 7th rank heavenly immortal realm and can fight demon kings. Tianhan Palace has the 6th rank holy son Sima Zhu, who can draw mountains and part rivers, possessing the 9 yang divine body. The sword tomb has the unparalleled swordsman Li Sadeo, who dominated an era with his sword that spanned the heavens and has already broken through to the 8th rank, surpassing even you in strength. So now tell me, what does the Yanue immortal sect have? No successors. To put it bluntly, 100 years, 1,000 years from now, if the great emperor unfortunately falls, who in the Yanue immortal sect can once again shoulder the burden? Is it me, the grand elder, stuck at the mid-immortal venerable realm for my entire life? Or you intersect elders who have long given up hope of advancing and can only guard the sect? Think carefully, all of you. Huang Yuan's voice echoed in the small room. His words were harsh, but they were the truth. After his speech, a long silence ensued. Huang Yuan did not disturb the elders, but sat in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Elder Fong, who guarded the library pavilion, was the first to break the uneasy stillness. Grand Elder, there is another matter. Speak. The spy sent by Tianhan Palace to Qinyue Valley was killed by our sect's holy son Su Huai at the foot of the mountain. Upon learning of the spy's death, Tianhan Palace has just sent a communication to our sect inquiring about the reason. Huang Yuan's hand trembled imperceptibly. Do you know the cause of the conflict? The Tianhan Palace spy tried to seize something from the holy son. Then, killing him is fine. Just make up an excuse to reply to them. Understood. Announcement from Yenue Immortal Sect. We express our profound condolences for the unfortunate demise of your sect's enforcer. After investigation, the cause of death has been determined to be accidental drowning. Please accept our condolences. Tianhan Palace. Our enforcer was a 6th grade Earth Immortal cultivator. It is impossible for him to drown. We request your sect to conduct a new investigation. Thank you. Announcement from Yenue Immortal Sect. Our investigation is absolutely reliable. Please refrain from making unreasonable demands. Tianhan Palace. Tianhan Palace. For the sake of the long-standing friendship between our sects, we have decided to dispatch an enforcement team to conduct our own investigation in the Huai Valley region. We request your cooperation. Announcement from Yenue Immortal Sect. Do not cause trouble. If a large number of Tianhan Palace personnel enter our territory without authorization, we have reason to suspect that your sect is attempting to steal our secrets. Tianhan Palace. What exactly constitutes a large number? Announcement from Yenue Immortal Sect. More than one person is a large number. A friendly reminder. Our Grand Elder was just lamenting that the spirit pattern fish in Huai Lake are getting thinner. Announcement from Yenue Immortal Sect. If your sect insists on sending an enforcement team into Huai Valley, we cannot guarantee that they won't also accidentally drown. Inside Tianhan Palace, the elder responsible for communication with Yenue Immortal Sect crushed the communication crystal in his hand, grinding his molars nearly to dust. A threat. This is a blatant threat from Yenue Immortal Sect. What the hell does accidental drowning mean? The victim's face was bashed in. Is your lake really that savage? Drowning someone and then using the lake water to smash their face. Besides, that was a 6th grade Earth Immortal clad in a 6th grade spirit artifact armed to the teeth. It's not some random cat or dog. How could he possibly drown? If you're going to make up an excuse, at least make it plausible. Say he accidentally provoked a passing expert and was killed and dumped in the lake. What did Yenue Immortal Sect say? A steady hoarse voice sounded in the communication elder's ear. The elder turned around, bowed slightly to the young man who had appeared behind him without his notice, and replied in a low voice. Yenue Immortal Sect was very dismissive and refused to allow us to send our own investigators. Humph. As expected. The young man leaned back on the soft ornate chair, crossed his legs, and toyed with a 7th grade beast core in his hand. Do you think? Maybe it was those old geezers from Yenue Immortal Sect who killed him. Holy Son, watch your words. The communication elder quickly made a silencing gesture and glanced at the communication crystals on the counter, ensuring they were all turned off before letting out a sigh of relief. After all, Yenue Immortal Sect is a righteous faction. It's unlikely they would make a move against our people. Of course, even if it really was their doing, there's nothing we can do about it. He was just an ordinary enforcer, and anyway, it's not worth antagonizing Yenue Immortal Sect over him. Please, Holy Son, do not mention such conjectures to others in the future. I understand. A slight smile curled at the corner of the young man's lips. He rose, patted the communication elder's shoulder, then withdrew his hands, and slowly walked toward the inner chamber of the Tianhan Palace Elder Hall. Yenue Immortal Sect. Sima Zhu remembered that the woman he had set his sights on in the Dahuang dynasty had fled there. The woman's uncle had assured him that he would bring her back, so Sima Zhu used his connections to send that dog-like middle-aged man to Huai Valley. But her uncle died the very next day, killed, without explanation, his body dumped into Huai Lake. This time the enforcer he sent, aside from investigating the Huai Lake's secret realm, had also been entrusted by Sima Zhu to inquire about the woman's situation. But he too died, slaughtered without a trace, his body also thrown into Huai Lake. Sima Zhu clicked his tongue, a faint glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had long transcended the lowly pleasures of the flesh. The process of those women, going from resistance to humiliation, from weeping to despair, was the main source of his spiritual gratification. Thus only when his chosen prey struggled desperately could Sima Zhu find greater excitement when he finally possessed her. Su Huai, of course, was not as twisted as Sima Zhu. Chu Siyu was submissive. Having grown familiar with Su Huai, or rather having been saved by him twice and later discovering that holding his hand brought her an inexplicable sense of peace, she had long lost the courage she once had to grab a knife and fight this rogue to the death. Now even when bullied, she dared not resist. She could only widen her eyes and let him mess up her hair, braiding it into an ugly, oversized plait. Shameless. The shameless Su finally let go of his wealthy lady's hair. He picked up the food box he had brought from the table. Why, oi? Because you still won't admit you're my wife and I can't make you squeal yet. No, don't say it. Chu Siyu lowered her head, covering her burning cheeks with both hands. She realized this rogue's face was incredibly thick, saying such flirtatious words in a girl's courtyard late at night, without even blushing. The food box was packed with small pastries. The reason he had taken a long detour to the town at the foot of the mountain for dinner was to find the small tavern he and his wealthy lady had frequented in his past life. Their spicy chicken was unparalleled, numbing spicy and crispy. It was his wealthy lady's favorite dish. In his past life, whenever he angered her, he would storm out and buy a full plate of spicy chicken from that tavern. Then he would go home, do nothing but sit at the dining table, and within a minute his wealthy lady would appear beside him. Crispy, spicy chicken, choose you trap. But the spicy chicken had a fatal flaw. It had a strong, pungent smell. As everyone knows, many parts of the human body are delicate and cannot withstand such stimulation. If forced, they would turn red and swell. Those who understand, understand. For example, lips. Chu Siyu was weak in skill but strong in desire, like a Cantonese person who loves extreme spiciness. Every time she ate, her lips would become terribly swollen. Cough. Those with dirty minds should face the wall. The other pastries Su Huai brought back were also snacks his wealthy lady loved in his past life. Sure enough, the moment the food box opened and the spicy aroma spread through the air, Chu Siyu was immediately captivated by the contents. Su Huai saw her secretly swallowing. What's this? Crispy, spicy chicken. So do you want to eat it? Chu Siyu nodded. Call me husband, and I'll give it to you. Chu Siyu shrank back, forcibly averted her gaze, and stared at the bare sapling in the yard. No, I won't. If you want, you don't get to eat. I have money, I can buy it myself. You won't find where to buy it. There's Chow E. Sai. Su Huai had miscalculated. He hadn't expected it would be so hard to coax his wealthy lady into calling him husband early. Even the crispy, spicy chicken couldn't do it. What could he do? Could he really take the whole box of pastries back to eat alone? He could only sigh at the long road ahead, then find an excuse to push the food box in front of Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu was a peculiar girl. She was reserved at first, taking small bites, but then she gradually got into the groove and stuffed whole pieces into her mouth. Within 3 minutes, she was tearful from the spiciness, her small mouth gasping, but even so she didn't put down the chicken. Maybe this was what they meant by painful pleasure. In fact, the courtyard gate had been left open the whole time. After all, they were alone together. Although in Su Huai's eyes they had been husband and wife for centuries, from Chu Siyu's perspective they were still just friends for now. Leaving the door open was to put her at ease. So when Huang Yuan came looking for Su Huai and walked up to the courtyard, he saw this scene: Su Huai standing there leering at a girl, his face beaming with a perverted grin. And he kept saying things like, "Is this chicken good? Swallow it all, take it slow. Do you want to rest? Is it too big to swallow? It's like this the first time." Utterly indecent phrases. And the girl in front of him. Her cheeks were flushed, her face stained with tears, drenched in sorrow, sweat beading on her forehead, and she was making muffled sounds. God damn it. As the grand elder of Yenyue immortal sect, Huang Yuan was instantly furious. Damn it, Su Chang'e was a man of honor. How could he have such a perverted, despicable grandson? Sneaking into a fellow female disciple's courtyard in the middle of the night, leaving her in tears and daring to ask if it was good. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Su Chang'e. Huang Yuan raised his hand and sent a stream of spiritual energy lashing towards Su Huai's back. In the nick of time, just as the sneak attack was about to succeed, Su Huai turned his head and dispersed the stream with a single palm strike. In the next instant his figure had already appeared behind Huang Yuan, his fist aimed at the latter's heart. As a fellow 9th grade immortal, venerable Huang Yuan reacted in time. He raised a spiritual shield to protect his chest. But Su Huai suddenly changed his tactic. The iron fist aimed at the heart altered its trajectory mid-strike and slammed into Huang Yuan's gaunt, aged face. Bang! Cracks spread across the courtyard wall. Huang Yuan was embedded in the wall, a look of shock in his eyes. That bizarre punch was unavoidable. To some extent it defied the most basic laws of heaven and earth, bearing a faint trace of an imperial-grade martial technique. And it didn't belong to any known imperial-grade technique. Fortunately, Su Huai had held back, not using any immortal power, only pure physical strength. Otherwise, caught off guard, Huang Yuan would have at least been severely injured. This kid is terrifyingly formidable. But he's a bit unscrupulous, deceiving and ambushing an old man over 1,000 years old. Huang Yuan was still dumbfounded until Su Huai pried him off the wall and helped him into the small courtyard. The look he gave Su Huai had shifted from initial disgust at a pervert to disgust at a monstrous pervert. Both were disdain, but the latter carried a hint of astonishment that the former lacked. Grand Elder. How are you here? Su Huai chuckled carelessly, without a shred of guilt for having just bullied an old man. After all, to be honest, it wasn't him who struck first. That punch of his could at most be considered self-defense, not even excessive force. The reason he was now supporting the old man was that he feared the old fellow might just lie down on the ground and refuse to get up without a few million spirit stones. Su Huai had been tricked by an old man like that in his previous life. Back then he was still a Foundation establishment stage rogue cultivator, hadn't yet met a wealthy woman, and happened upon an old man setting up a street challenge claiming to be the 980th generation inheritor of hard Qigong. He boasted of an indestructible diamond body and declared on the spot that he was invincible below the third-order spirit condensation realm. Anyone who could break his hard Qigong would be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Su Huai was broke at the time. His heart stirred, so he rushed onto the stage and punched the old man. He didn't know whether the hard qigong was real or fake, but the old man immediately spat out 3 large bowls of blood, sat on the ground, clung to Su Huai's leg, and wept, accusing him of beating an old man for no reason. In the end, not only did he swindle away the mere dozen or so spirit stones Su Huai had on him, but he also demanded that Su Huai become the live-in son-in-law of his several hundred-gene slim daughter, forcing Su Huai to flee over the city wall that very night. He nearly lost both his money and his freedom. Pain. Too much pain. The scheme was just too deep. Of course, not everyone is as shameless as that old man. Huang Yuan, being of high moral standing, would never extort anyone. He was helped to a seat at the stone table, and only then realized that Chu Siyu was genuinely eating chicken. Her face was flushed, and she was gasping because it was spicy. Awkward, extremely awkward. It was all that bastard Su Huai's fault. Why did he have to say those misleading things when a little girl was just eating spicy chicken? Huang Yuan shot Su Huai a glare and reached into his sleeve. Su Huai, hand over your identity token. What the hell? Su Huai's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? I went through life and death trials, worked so hard to pass the assessment, and you want to expel me just because I accidentally punched you? Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The bruise on his left eye socket was clearly visible. A 9th rank immortal venerable was already groping for his own Dao, seeking the opportunity to break through to immortal emperor. Huang Yuan's Dao was returning to simplicity, returning to nature. Eat when hungry, sleep when tired, travel on foot, deliver messages face to face instead of telepathically. He often disguised himself as a mortal and went down the mountain to experience life. Unless necessary, he never easily fought with others. He was always amiable. If you didn't push him to the brink, you would never know how strong he was. In the martial world, people like him had a very affectionate nickname, the Sweeping Monk, or rather a sly old fox. Of course, this method had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that after decades of tempering, his cultivation became more condensed, and he vaguely touched the threshold of the late immortal venerable stage. As for the downside, he had to try to adapt to the life of a mortal. For instance, the fist print on his face could be easily healed by channeling immortal energy, but he insisted on applying some ointment and letting it heal naturally. How frustrating. It had that vibe of the twisted mouth Dragon King playing the pig to eat the tiger. The old man and the young man stared at each other in silence. Huang Yuan was thinking about how to take out the Holy Sun token without arousing Su Huai's suspicion and resentment, and then completely turn Su Huai into a part of the Yenyue immortal sect. As for Su Huai, that bastard's wickedness surged. He was thinking about whether to beat the old man one more time to vent his anger before being expelled, preferably blackening the other eye too. Then before the Yenyue immortal emperor could make a move, he would leave a harsh word, 30 years on the East Bank. This Yenyue immortal sect is blind to talent. I'm better off leaving. The two were each harboring their own schemes, while Chu Siyu, that simple-minded girl, sat quietly with her head bowed, not daring to speak. With Huang Yuan, an outsider, present, her social anxiety had kicked in again. She was trying to minimize her presence, only occasionally sneaking a piece of pastry into her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed out like a hamster hiding in a corner and secretly eating. As she nibbled, she couldn't help but pick up another piece of spicy chicken and pop it into her mouth. Burp. The sound of the burp was very soft, but in the silence of the moment, it was unusually clear. Feeling Su Huai turn his head to look at her, Chu Siyu's ears quickly flushed red, and she lowered her head, even further, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Huang Yuan, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During the silence, just now, he felt uneasy with a vague sense of foreboding, but with Chu Siyu's burp, that feeling of panic instantly dissipated. At the same time, he also figured out some things. Su Huai might not have a sense of belonging to the sect, but the little girl he liked did. He had heard that in the afternoon Chun Tairu had taken her as a closed-door disciple, making her a direct disciple of Yaoling Peak. Good heavens, he had been overthinking. He had been treating Su Huai as an immortal venerable on equal footing, but upon careful thought, which of the things that bastard did had anything to do with the status of an immortal venerable? It seemed he had always regarded himself as an ordinary disciple, and his purpose in coming to the sect was all too clear. Chasing girls, nothing shameful about it. Since he came to chase girls, and the girl he liked had become a direct disciple of the Yenyue immortal sect, could he bear to remain just a minor outer disciple? How embarrassing would that be? In the future, if the two of you get together, wouldn't his status in the household plummet? He would be overwhelmed by this little girl. Therefore, after deliberation, the organization, taking pity on you, decided to give you a Holy Sun identity. Reasonable. More than reasonable. Thinking this, Huang Yuan finally withdrew his hand from his sleeve, holding a small silver token. Sensing Huang Yuan's movement, Su Huai snapped back to attention and fixed his eyes on him. Good heavens, he was holding something in his hand, gleaming with cold light. Clearly a hidden weapon. Meow, this old man is not playing by the rules. I must strike first. Su Huai threw a punch, leaving a purple-black fist print on Huang Yuan's other eye. Huang Yuan tilted his head back, his body trembling. For centuries, ever since he broke through to the 9th rank and became an immortal venerable, he hadn't suffered such humiliation in centuries. I came to find you in the middle of the night to give you a promotion and wealth, and this is how you repay me. Is this repayment or a beating? Today if I don't teach you a lesson, how can I continue to manage the immortal sect as Grand Elder? He took a deep breath, his robes fluttering without wind. Youngster of the Sioux clan, dare you follow me into the secret realm for a battle? Why not? Come. Huang Yuan formed hand seals, opening a rift into the secret realm at the entrance of the small courtyard, and plunged in first. Su Huai sneered, about to follow when his sleeve was tugged by Chu Siyu. She blinked her big watery eyes without speaking. Although she didn't know why Su Huai kept bullying the old man, she recognized the old man's identity. She had seen him during the assessment yesterday, the Grand Elder of the Yingyue Immortal Sect. The Grand Elder must be very strong. Su Huai reached up and ruffled her hair. It's nothing, just a doddering old man. If you can't finish eating, just leave it. Don't force yourself. If you like it, I'll buy you more tomorrow. If I don't come back for a while, go back to your room and sleep. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Be good. Chu Siyu pursed her lips, not minding Su Huai touching her head, but trying to meet his eyes. Her voice was very soft. You must be careful. How formidable was the Grand Elder of the Yingyue Immortal Sect? 60 years ago, when the battle at the Ghost Weeping Abyss grew intense, most of the sect's elders had marched to war alongside the Yingyue Emperor. A certain demon venerable caught wind of the news and sought to infiltrate the sinking Moon Valley for a surprise attack, but he never returned. No one knew what transpired within the valley, except that after that year, Grand Elder Huang Yuan constantly toyed with a crimson 9th-grade demon core in his hands. Within the trial's secret realm, with a thunderous roar, the pitch-black night was illuminated by azure and silver light. Two colossal spiritual discs separated by 1,000 li hung like two moons of different hues. Su Huai, dropping the act. I've already been expelled, why bother pretending? Su Huai stood aloft in the air. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had unleashed his full power, and he felt his blood boil with exhilaration. Yet the colorless immortal power from his past life had inexplicably taken on a tint of silver white. When released, it bore both the lightness of the wind attribute and the sharpness of the metal attribute. Its precise nature remained elusive. In contrast, Huang Yuan's attribute was unmistakable. With a flick of his hand, wind blades scattered wildly, as if he fully grasped the truth that firepower outweighs precision, and they directly blanketed Su Huai's position. Su Huai advanced, and Huang Yuan retreated, clearly a turret-style fighter. Yet this old scoundrel was also a wind attribute cultivator, exceptionally swift, making it impossible to close the distance. Give chase. Chasing was out of the question. Though Su Huai excelled in close combat, and would win if he caught up, the process of pursuit would be agonizing, making him look like a fool being kite. This was just a sparring match, not a life-or-death struggle. Pleasure was all that mattered. So the moment Huang Yuan began forming his array, Su Huai assumed his stance. He was going to face off against Huang Yuan in a beam clash. He spread his arms wide, and behind him emerged thousands of silver vortices faintly laced with blood-red patterns. Countless crimson arrows shot forth, colliding with the wind blades and annihilating each other in midair. This was the same technique he had used earlier to slay the 6th-tier flood serpent, but this time the range was broader, the arrows thicker, and its power incomparably greater. Between the two, bursts of light radiated from the collision of their immortal powers. The residual force swept over mountains, rivers, and vegetation, scarring 100 li of land into a barren desert. Countless low-tier demons trapped within the realm perished from the shockwaves, while the stronger ones fled madly into the distance. Huang Yuan, what do you think of my king's treasury? Not bad. Another self-created martial technique. I don't have that many original creations. I stole this one from someone else. Oh, such a peerless skill. Who created it? A flashy rich guy named Goldie. After the beam clash concluded, Su Huai twisted his neck, his bones cracking audibly. He raised his right hand, compressing his immortal power into a silver great bow. Take this arrow. Silver light converged, and the bowstring thundered like a lightning bolt. Huang Yuan's body flickered, and the silver arrow grazed past his ear, striking a great mountain behind him. With a roar, the mountain shuddered. The thumb-thick silver arrow blasted a hole nearly 100 meters in diameter, and its momentum undiminished. It continued until it embedded itself into the boundary wall of the secret realm. The entire realm trembled. Good lad, you're serious? Huang Yuan's white beard quivered as he raised both hands. The rocks, trees, and grass on the ground rose into the air, condensing into rows of dozens of meters-long spikes that shot towards Su Huai at breakneck speed. 13 volleys of simultaneous fire, each shrieking through the air. Su Huai chuckled softly, clasped his hands together, and then pulled them apart. A colossal silver array disc manifested before him, standing horizontally to block all the stone spikes. Though the array disc was extremely sturdy, it could not withstand the relentless bombardment. Huang Yuan flicked his wrist, and fierce winds howled from all directions. Neither would yield. Both unleashed their immortal power without restraint, deploying an endless array of techniques. The 6th-tier overlord of the western region was a 4-winged demon wolf. It crouched behind a massive boulder, intending to flee when a blood-red arrow pierced through its wing. A piercing pain shot through its mind. The entire wolf was pinned to the ground by a single arrow. It dared not howl, struggling silently, gritting its teeth as it tore at the wing it had once prided itself on. Before it could catch its breath, it saw the youth wreathed in silver light lift a mountain peak and hurl it at the azure-robed old man. The old man laughed heartily, sweeping out a colossal wind blade. The hundreds of meters tall hill was sliced smoothly from top to bottom, like jelly, sending rubble tumbling and raising clouds of dust. How terrifying! Ever since it had been captured by humans on the battlefield of the demon abyss, the four-winged demon wolf had not witnessed such a spectacle of battle in decades. What would it feel like to be crushed by a mountain? The four-winged demon wolf did not know, nor did it wish to find out. But the split mountain peak seemed to be homing in on it, flying straight toward the pinned wolf. No, I cannot die. I am still young. I have just broken through, not even transformed yet. It howled, roared, tore off its wounded wing, and sprinted madly in the shadow of the mountain. It had to escape. It would break through to the 7th-tier celestial demon. It would make a name for itself after escaping from here. It would. Splat. The mountain buried everything. Perhaps 500 years later, a man named Tang Sanzang would pass by the foot of the mountain, rescue the demon wolf imprisoned beneath, and take it to the Western paradise to seek the true scriptures. Or perhaps a pangolin would accidentally dig a hole, releasing the demon wolf sealed by the mountain, and then accompany an old woodcutter in planting a calabash seed. But alas, this is neither Journey to the West nor Calabash Brothers. The demon wolf died with a roar, crushed into a gruesome pulp. The other demons who witnessed this were terrified out of their wits, abandoning even their hard-earned treasures and fleeing desperately to the unaffected areas. Herbivores, carnivores, demon sheep, and demon wolves, ghost rats, and cat demons all fled together in a frenzy of cooperation. Natural enemies. Don't make me laugh. Natural enemies are nothing compared to natural disasters. Only if we survive can we talk about natural enemies. And indeed, it was a natural disaster. Su Huai and Huang Yuan fought through the entire night, their immortal powers depleted after unleashing a barrage of ultimate techniques. To suppress the demon's cultivation levels, the spiritual energy within the secret realm was pitifully sparse. Without replenishment, and with reckless expenditure, their skills grew weaker as the battle dragged on. By dawn, they had resorted to melee combat with condensed weapons. Unexpectedly, that old scoundrel Huang Yuan was actually quite skilled with a sword. If Su Huai hadn't known that he had already risen to become the de facto ruler of the sect, he would have seriously suspected this guy was a spy sent by the Sword Tomb to the Yinhua immortal sect. At the same time, Su Huai realized he had miscalculated. The idea that closing the distance would guarantee victory was utterly wrong. Huang Yuan's physical body was indeed weak, but Su Huai's was even weaker. No matter how much the old man had declined, he was still an immortal venerable. What about Su Huai? His cultivation had followed him through rebirth, but his body was still that of a 17-year-old youth. Though younger, more vigorous, and more enduring, damn it. He wasn't as tough as before. His cultivation kept him from shattering at the slightest touch, but he could only barely hold on with his rich experience in close combat. Lad, how about we both stop? Haha, old man Huang, are you running out of steam? Bah? Who says I'm out of steam? I could fight you for another 3 days and 3 nights. Fine, you're tough. I'll stop. Su Huai dispersed the long blade in his hand, and Huang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. They both landed on the ground, disregarding any dignity, and lay flat on their backs, panting heavily. The land stretched for hundreds of li, covered in rubble and ruins. Awesome. Su Huai gazed at the gray sky and suddenly shouted. This battle reminded him of the centuries of arduous cultivation in his past life. Confirming that his cultivation was indeed intact, his heart felt immensely relieved. All the hardships and pain had not been in vain. Huang Yuan also burst into hearty laughter. As the grand elder of the sect, he had too many concerns to attend to. With the emperor away campaigning at the ghost-weeping abyss, he, as the second in command, had to stay behind. Decades of restraint released at last left him feeling invigorated and utterly refreshed. After all, his Tao was one of following nature, not that he was incapable of taking action. Lad, catch. Su Huai saw Huang Yuan toss him a silver token. He held it up. On one side were 13 different patterns corresponding to the 13 main peaks of the Yinhua immortal sect. Flipping it over, the 2 large characters, Yinhua, were engraved. Old man Huang, what is this? The Holy Sun token of the Yinhua immortal sect. Huang Yuan also stared at the gray sky. From this day forth, you are the Holy Sun of the sect. Internally, you may act on behalf of the emperor in important matters. Externally, you represent the sect with full authority, commanding all elders and disciples. Sigh. Is it really appropriate for me to have this? This is the emperor's decision. Su Huai put down the token and fell silent. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuan asked, at this moment, what are your thoughts? Nothing special. Old man Huang, let me ask you something. Speak. Since I have such great authority as the Holy Sun, can I move into Chu Siyu's courtyard? Su Huai smacked his lips. As a Holy Sun, it's perfectly reasonable for me to guide the medicine's spirit-peak disciples in alchemy in the middle of the night, isn't it? You think I don't see through your real intentions, eh? The elder and the younger seemed to set aside their differences, chatting like old friends within the secret realm. discussing the responsibilities and duties of a holy son, and the authority he wielded and his ambitions. During their conversation, Su Huai also brought up the matter of the Azure Phoenix at Qinhua Lake, but Huang Yuan merely told him not to worry. Someone would naturally report to him at the elders' meeting in 7 days. When dawn's light fell upon the earth, the two finally emerged from the secret realm. With a clearer sense of Su Huai's strength now in mind, Huang Yuan resolved to depart from the immortal sect for 2 days to venture into the weeping demon abyss and capture some demon clansfolk to bring back. After all, the trial's secret realm had been devastated by nearly a third due to their battle. Numerous low-ranked demons had been caught in the crossfire, even a 6th-tier overlord had perished. On top of that, Su Huai had secretly taken a 5th-tier gray-bellied purple-scaled python with him upon leaving, as well as the new overlord of the northern secret realm, the Zonling Snow Resentment Spirit. The already wounded secret realm was compounded in its suffering. If they didn't replenish it with more demons, soon this trial secret realm would likely be completely useless by the next immortal sect assessment. As for Su Huai, he naturally returned to Chu Siyu's small courtyard. The little girl clutching her packed food box was fast asleep with her head resting on the stone table in the courtyard. Su Huai took a robe from his storage ring and gently covered her with it. Then he sat across from her quietly watching her sleeping face. The girl would occasionally pucker her lips in her sleep. Wonder if she'd rinsed her mouth after devouring so much spicy and sweet food last night. Su Huai couldn't resist leaning closer, hesitating whether to steal a kiss while she slept. But alas, the girl's slumber was light. She fluttered her eyelids and blinked open her drowsy eyes as he leaned in. Su Huai's eyebrow twitched as he forced an awkward smile. I just noticed something on your face and was going to help you wipe it off. Chu Siyu shrank her neck slightly. You're back? You just got back? Go inside and sleep. Okay. Chu Siyu, still half asleep, hugged Su Huai's jacket and shuffled into the room. She didn't even bother closing the door, just flopped onto the bed, nuzzled the pillow twice, and was asleep again. Su Huai sighed. After much hesitation, he abandoned the thought of slipping in to share the bed, instead closing the door for her. The girl's guard around him kept lowering, and he wasn't sure when he'd lose control and act like a beast, so he could only keep reminding himself it wasn't time yet. Chu Siyu was only 16, with nearly a month remaining until her 17th birthday. Though this girl appeared silly and cute on the surface, the lack of parental love since childhood and a relative who coveted her family's wealth had made her deeply sensitive inside. Su Huai could take the initiative in some not too presumptuous affectionate gestures like holding hands or patting her head. But for that final step, he wanted to wait until she was willing. After all, Chu Siyu wasn't some NPC he could easily conquer in a dating game. She was the partner he intended to spend his life with. This wasn't called simp behavior, it was respect. Just as in his past life, Chu Siyu, a 9th-grade alchemist of prestige, specialized in pills that enhanced spiritual root grades. Mutual devotion like that. This was true love. After closing the windows and doors, Su Huai pulled out a large bag of sesame-sized plant seeds from his storage ring and scattered them evenly throughout every corner of the courtyard. Then he shoved the shrunken purple-scaled python into a water vat in the corner of the yard. Only then did he clap his hands, climb over the courtyard wall, and return to his own room to wash up and sleep. He slept until evening before being awakened by incessant knocking. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he opened the courtyard gate. What is this? In reply, Holy Son, this is cultivation resources the Grand Elder instructed me to deliver before his departure. The ring was the smallest capacity storage ring with barely a cubic space, yet inside were 2 white jade boxes and a large collection of bottles and jars. The boxes contained 7th-grade treasure herbs for enhancing spiritual root aptitude, while the bottles held pills for cleansing the marrow and strengthening the physique. As expected, the one who understands you best isn't necessarily a friend. It could also be an opponent you've clashed with. Just yesterday evening, his physical weakness had been exposed in battle, and this afternoon, Old Man Huang had already sent someone with pills to nourish his flesh and meridians. Those 2 7th-grade spiritual herbs with mild properties were precisely calibrated to the limit his 4th-grade spiritual root could tolerate. Is this the treatment a holy son of a major sect receives? Loved it. Holy son. Moi. Su Huai grinned so broadly, it was as if happiness were written across his face. Does the elder have other matters? Tianhan Palace has sent someone to Qinhua Valley again. Before the Grand Elder departed, he instructed us to follow your orders, holy son. How do you suggest we handle this? Su Huai raised an eyebrow. Who's coming? Are they Tianhan Palace disciples? Or, indeed some disciples, but leading them is Zhang Jintian, Peak Master of the Washing Sword Peak at Tianhan Palace. The elder paused, then added, he is an 8th-stage immortal king. 8th-stage immortal king. Su Huai narrowed his eyes. What are they here for? The elder replied, they claim to bring new disciples for exchange and learning. Exchange and learning, huh? That's easy enough. Organize their itinerary and send it to me. You needn't concern yourselves with what comes next. I'll bring people and have a good exchange with them. Su Huai's expression darkened, lost in thought. Yes. Oh, and have someone spread some news around Xinhua Valley later. May I ask, Holy Son, what news should be spread? Su Huai leaned close to the elder's ear and related a story. The elder swallowed hard after hearing it and hurriedly descended the mountain. As the moon climbed above her eyebrows, the diligent Chu Siyu returned to her small courtyard from the alchemy room. Her master Qin Tairu had informed her she needn't practice at the alchemy room tomorrow. The reason was that Tianhan Palace had sent disciples for an exchange visit, and as a direct disciple, she needed to represent the medicine spirit peak and participate in the activities. Chu Siyu had originally refused. She was a socially anxious person who only knew how to refine pills and eat. What could she possibly exchange with others? Was it a competition over who could burn hotter in their furnace? But her master also mentioned that her neighbor Su Huai, that ruffian, and Chao Yi from the Spirit Formation Peak were both on the exchange list. That made Chu Siyu feel less apprehensive. After all, her master was right. Su Huai was a ruffian. He thought she didn't notice, but that morning he leaned his face uncomfortably close trying to take advantage of her. That was too much. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Chu Siyu hugged her knees and gazed once more at that courtyard wall. She felt she might be poisoned. For tonight, Su Huai hadn't come to bother her, and she actually found herself unaccustomed to it, experiencing a strange sense of boredom with nothing to do. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully dragged the stone stool to the wall, stood on it, found it insufficient, and stacked another stone stool on top. Finally, she could see over. Meanwhile, Su Huai was drawing ghostly faces on a wooden mask. Crimson red base, ferocious scars, a creepy grin, and hollow eyes. This was the most crucial step in the plan he would execute next. The more eerie the mask, the better. After finishing the final stroke, Su Huai pressed the mask to his face and lowered his voice, producing a chilling yike, yike, yike of sinister laughter. What acting? What voice? The Academy Awards owed Su Huai an Oscar. Between laughs, his gaze suddenly met a pair of terrified wide eyes. Chu Siyu was clinging to the top of the wall, half her head visible. She had intended to secretly peek at what Su Huai was doing, but instead discovered some terrifyingly frightening creature in his courtyard. Already timid by nature, the fright stole her breath entirely. Instinctively stepping back, she missed her footing and tumbled backward with a loud thud. There's a ghost. Holy crap. Hearing Chu Siyu's trembling voice, Su Huai quickly discarded the black cloth draped over his shoulders, stashed the ghost mask into his storage ring, and immediately vaulted over the courtyard wall to protect his wealthy benefactress. Where's the ghost? Don't be afraid, benefactress. I'm here to protect you. Some people are naturally bold, fearing nothing. Some are naturally timid, fearing everything. Chu Siyu's courage lies somewhere in between, a kind of Schrodinger's courage. After all, as a social phobic, whenever she enters a crowded place, her breathing quickens, and she becomes extremely nervous. Yet this very person dared to sneak out of the great wilderness dynasty alone and follow a strange elder to the Yenhua immortal sect to study cultivation. She also dared to rush into a secret realm to rescue a 5-tiered giant serpent, the gray-bellied purple-scaled python, which others considered hideous and ferocious. Suddenly seeing such a red-faced monster, Chu Siyu was indeed stunned. But after falling off the stone bench, she suddenly remembered that she was at the Yenhua immortal sect. This was one of the safest places in the entire immortal domain. How could such a terrifying ghost appear? Yet when she saw Su Huai climbing over from the next courtyard, the courage she had mustered vanished without a trace. The strength that surged from her body quietly dissipated. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. There's no ghost. That was just an illusion. Ignoring the embarrassment of being suddenly picked up by Su Huai, Chu Siyu tightly clutched his clothes with her small hands. I saw it. There really isn't. You're lying to me. Su Huai paused, took a deep breath, and took out the ghost mask he had drawn from his storage ring. Look, that ghost was actually me in disguise. The moment Chu Siyu saw the ghost mask, she couldn't help but shudder. Then she bit her lip and looked at Su Huai. Why did you scare me? I didn't mean to scare you. You were the one peeping at me. I wasn't peeping. Then what were you doing holding onto the courtyard wall? Chu Siyu stammered and fell silent. Su Huai carried her into the room, placed her on her small bed, and then reached out to stroke her head. Were you scared just now? Are you feeling better now? Chu Siyu wanted to shout loud and clear, I'm not afraid at all. I'm a super brave little girl. But she couldn't speak, because just now her not-so-bright little mind suddenly realized something she couldn't accept. Su Huai, this rascal, had somehow unconsciously become a very special presence in her life. Especially when danger struck. When Su Huai was around, Chu Siyu's social attribute 99, courage minus 99. She was a little ostrich who feared danger, but not people. When Su Huai was absent, Chu Siyu's social attribute minus 99, courage 100. She was a little quail who feared hardship, but not people. This person was too strange. He must have cast some undetectable enchantment on her. Chu Siyu, have you broken down? She lay on the small bed, slowly moved her hand to the quilt, then quickly pulled it up to cover herself completely. Oh God of the blanket, please bless me. Su Huai stood by the bed watching his wealthy lady perform this self-deceiving act, and twitched the corner of his mouth. He hadn't originally planned to tell Chu Siyu about the ghost mask since she also had to participate in the upcoming exchange with the Tianhan Palace. The silly rich lady might accidentally let it slip. And then the plan would fail. Although this plan was only to satisfy his own mischievous streak, and failure wouldn't matter much, it was still his source of joy. Never mind. After all, when he married the rich lady in his past life, he had sworn never to lie to her. Su Huai reached out and gestured twice at the position of Chu Siyu's bottom, but ultimately his hand did not fall. He turned around and began to survey the rich lady's boudoir. It was simple and tidy with a few paintings and some pigments placed by the window. Painting was the rich lady's greatest pastime besides alchemy, though her style was odd and her technique in the eyes of Su Huai, who had been influenced by modern art, was utterly terrible. Su Huai walked to the canvas and looked at the latest one. It depicted a pool outlined in black lines, a large serpent, and 3 tiny figures. The overall image was monotonous with only 2 figures daubed with sparse colors. The figure sitting by the pool was greenish. Definitely Chao, that woman who loved green clothes. Wow. So the one stretching out his arms to shield the big snake, and the other little figure must be him. Truly heroic and full of swagger. Even the crooked lines couldn't conceal Su Huai's peerless handsomeness. But why was the clothes painted black while the head was filled with yellow? Defamation. Your Honor, she is slandering me. He never expected that Chu Siyu, who looked silly and cute on the surface, was actually so dark-hearted. Secretly implying that his mind was full of yellow filth, wasn't she? Su Huai secretly picked up a brush and fiddled with the canvas for a while. Then he returned to the bedside and knocked on the edge of the bed. Rich lady, you sleep now. I'll be going. A muffled voice came from under the quilt and a small hand reached out holding a small porcelain bottle. For you. What's this? Not poison, is it? The small hand slowly withdrew as if unwilling to give it. Su Huai wished he could slap himself. Damn, he was too used to speaking cheekily and hadn't reacted in time. He quickly grabbed the little hand, pried the bottle from her grip, poured out a pill, and popped it into his mouth. Sweet. A third-grade returning spirit pill of excellent quality. The rich lady was truly a genius at alchemy. Having only joined the medicine spirit peak 2 days ago, she had already mastered the refinement of another third-grade pill. Crushing the pill and swallowing it, Su Huai deliberately made a gulping sound. What's given cannot be taken back. Even if it were poison, I've eaten it. Oomph. While the rich lady had learned to hum from the bed already, would lying down and moaning be far behind? Su Huai gestured at the quilt again. I'm really leaving now. I'll come call you tomorrow morning. The door was gently closed. A moment later, a small head emerged from the quilt. Chu Siyu tiptoed off the bed, opened the door a crack to glance at the empty courtyard, then relocked the door and ran to her canvas. The little figure representing Su Huai was still ugly, but now held a small light blue flower in his hand. And the little figure that originally represented Chu Siyu had been painted with a light blue dress, delicate features, and a pair of colorful wings behind her back. In the painting, she wore a sweet smile, gazing intently at the ugly yellow-faced man in front of her. Chu Siyu reached out and poked the yellow-faced man's head, letting out a soft laugh. Sinking Moon Valley. Su Huai, of course, wasn't going to obediently sleep. He was only 17. How could he possibly sleep at his age? Moreover, the people of the Tianhan Palace had already arrived at Sinking Moon Valley. As the holy son of the Yanyu immortal sect, it was his duty to welcome the honored guests from afar. In his left hand an iron chain, in his right a steel hook. With the ghost mask on, he cared for no one. Su Huai found a secluded corner, leaped into the sinking moon lake, dived to the bottom, and began to quietly await his prey. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? About the ghost of Chinua Lake. You don't know? There's a juicy story. Tell me quickly. 3 years ago at our Nanxiang dock, the fisherman who was killed and sunk to the bottom of the lake. Do you remember? Of course it's Gui Jiaoqi, right? He was the best fisherman in Chinua Valley. The aquatic beasts that died under his iron hook numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. It's a pity. He was killed by someone. Yes. I remember the culprit was a renegade disciple of Tianhan Palace, later captured by the enforcement team sent by our Yanyu immortal sect and executed publicly. What? Why are you healing? Am I wrong? I don't know if you're right or wrong, but I know that Gui Jiaoqi's vengeful spirit has returned to claim lives. SSS. He specifically hunts Tianhan Palace people. Shut up. At a tavern at the foot of the mountain. A certain accompanying elder of Tianhan Palace could no longer tolerate the gossip around him. He slapped the table hard, interrupting the valley dwellers' conversation. The scolded valley dweller glared at him a few times, and upon noticing their Tianhan Palace attire, began to taunt them. Hey, who do I think it is? It's the Tianhan Palace people. Just Gui Jiaoqi's prey. What are you so proud of? This isn't your Tianhan Mountain. This is Chinua Valley, the territory of Yanyu immortal sect. That's right. The Tianhan Palace elder trembled with anger. As an old man who only ate, slept, and took pills, how could he argue with these commoners who had been struggling in Chinua Valley? Yet despite being scolded, he dared not strike. If a Tianhan Palace elder killed someone on Yanyu immortal sect's territory, it might become the spark for an all-out war between the two great sects in a matter of days. So the elder could only silently recite the mantra of forbearance. After all, their intentions were not pure, ostensibly for exchange and study, but in reality to investigate the disappearance of the previous enforcement team. Normally, a mere enforcement team member dying would be no big deal. Tianhan Palace was not like Yingyue Immortal Sect, which placed great importance on the lives of its disciples. But the key was that the enforcement team member had another identity. He was a secret medicine man cultivated by the Grand Elder. Being discovered as a medicine man was not a big deal. They could simply claim they didn't know why that person was a medicine man. They could even turn the tables and accuse someone else of deliberately killing a Tianhan Palace disciple using the corpse to plant medicine and then discarding it to slander Tianhan Palace. After all, if Tianhan Palace were truly cultivating medicine men, how could we let him run around and deliberately send him before Yingyue Immortal Sect to be exposed? Tianhan Palace is not stupid. This is clearly a frame-up by someone who wants to provoke contradictions among us major powers and undermine unity. Don't you think so? If you don't believe me, come to Tianhan Palace and investigate. But of course you won't find anything. The matter of the medicine men is known only to a few trusted confidants of the Grand Elder, even within Tianhan Palace. The others still think their sect is great, glorious, and righteous, loving the sect, and willing to die for its honor. This is a case of deceiving themselves, and how could they not deceive others? Moreover, the medicine man cultivation base, by some unknown means, was buried deep beneath the Tianhan Palace mountain protecting formation, and only the Grand Elder could open its entrance. For others to discover the base, they would have to destroy Tianhan Palace and completely demolish the mountain protecting formation. And these medicine men walking the world were deliberately released by the Grand Elder of Tianhan Palace to confuse the public. He was eager for others to discover one or two, then go to Tianhan Palace to investigate. After the investigation found nothing, this big pot could be conveniently shifted to the demons. Thereafter, no matter how many medicine men they cultivated, and whenever large numbers of people suddenly disappeared, they could blame it on the demons. After all, Tianhan Palace had been proven to be good guys. So the exposure of the medicine man identity was really not a problem. Or rather, from the moment that medicine man's corpse was discovered, Tianhan Palace had already confirmed his exposure. What they feared was why, despite the medicine man's exposure, Yingyue Immortal Sect, which had always been intolerant of faults, was silent and showed no reaction at all. The Grand Elder of Tianhan Palace was even ready to accuse Yingyue Immortal Sect of slander and demand compensation for emotional distress. But after waiting so long, Yingyue Immortal Sect instead sent them a death notice asking Tianhan Palace to mourn. A cat discovers a mouse's weakness, but instead of catching the mouse, it reaches out to pat its head in comfort. This is too terrifying. So Tianhan Palace must figure out why. If investigation fails, then exchange should be fine, right? So they dispatched a peak master along with his 4 outstanding disciples and an accompanying elder to visit Yingyue Immortal Sect. But who would have thought that as their group landed by the lake, before even entering Chunyue Valley, they heard rumors of someone hunting Tianhan Palace disciples on the shores of Chunyue Lake. And they heard it all the way. How some elders could even recite the story backwards. After scolding the gossip and being rebutted a few times, the Tianhan Palace group all looked grim. As the saying goes, 3 people spreading a rumor can create a tiger. When rumors are repeated enough, even falsehoods almost become truth. A female disciple of Tianhan Palace, her heart wavering, secretly asked the elder in a low voice, "Elder, who 3 years ago did our Tianhan Palace really have a renegade disciple who killed someone here?" "Bullshit." Elder, who shook his beard. "In decades, Tianhan Palace has never expelled a single disciple. How could there be a renegade?" Indeed, Tianhan Palace only takes and never releases. There are no renegade disciples. After all those disobedient disciples, all inexplicably disappeared, captured to be used in alchemy. The female disciple scolded by Elder, who lowered her head and dared not ask further. At this moment, the leader of the group, Zhang Jintian, the peak master of Shijian Peak of Tianhan Palace, spoke. "Elder, who calm down, don't be angry. A little gossip, just break it." He lifted his teacup, sipped the bitter tea, and squinted his eyes toward the boundless night outside the window. "But you must know, rumors also have a source. This is clearly someone fishing with a story, luring us to the lake." Elder, who pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood. He lowered his head and respectfully asked, "Peak Master, shall I go to the lakeside to investigate?" Zhang Jintian nodded lightly. "The Grand Elder informed me that around noon today Huang Yuan appeared at the Chigue Abyss battlefield. That means Yingyue Immortal Sect currently has no immortal sovereign in residence. The strongest is only on par with me. Those elders will certainly be mindful of my strength and won't provoke me at this time. So you will be safe on this trip. You can take Shuer and Zhiruo to broaden their horizons." "Yes, Peak Master." Elder, who led the 2 lowest-ranking disciples of the group, in a bow and withdrew. 1 male and 1 female, exactly Yin Shu and Situ Zhiruo. Yin Shu was fine. It had been over a month since he parted from Su Huai. After returning to Tianhan Palace, he regained his determination, worked hard, and after receiving a mysterious pill from his master, successfully broke through to the 4th stage. On this trip, he certainly harbored the intention of seeking revenge on Su Huai. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could exchange a few moves and wouldn't be instantly KO'd by a casual slap, right? But Situ Zhiruo's mood was complicated. Upon arriving at Tianhan Palace, she realized that her once proud talent was nothing. Previously she thought that Yin Shu, who reached the third stage at 18 and was appointed as a direct disciple, would be very strong and hold a high position in Tianhan Palace. But after joining the sect, she discovered that Yin Shu was the lowest ranked among the direct disciples, the junior apprentice brother. His words carried little weight, and he was submissive. Oh no, now Yin Shu is second to last, the bottom has become her. Junior sister Zhiro, don't overthink. Take it step by step. At least I think you've done very well so far. Yin Shu saw Situ Zhiro lowering her head, and after hesitating repeatedly decided to comfort her. Elder Hu, walking ahead, also heard Yin Shu's words. He turned his head to look at Situ Zhiro. He had some understanding of this direct disciple who had been specially recruited by the peak master of Shijin Peak himself. He knew she had a worthless fiancé who had transformed and had now joined the Yenyuer immortal sect. Elder Hu chuckled lightly and said, Situ Zhiro, do not belittle yourself. Since you were accepted as a direct disciple by peak master Zhang, you must have your merits. Even if your former fiancé suddenly awakens, so what? A boy from the wilds entering a great sect and learning how vast the sky is will surely fade into mediocrity. Not everyone has the good fortune like you to skip the outer and inner sects and become a direct disciple. On this exchange, if you are fated to meet, he will certainly be cowering in some unnoticed corner, secretly envying you, who shines brilliantly on the stage. Situ Zhirua pursed her lips and nodded firmly. Yes, Tianhan Palace is big, but Yenyuer immortal sect is also big. No matter how strong Su Huai is, he is only strong in the Dian dynasty. In a great immortal sect, he also has to start from the outer sect. Even if he has some heaven-defying luck, he would at most be a direct disciple like her on equal footing. Why should she feel inferior? Having reconciled her thoughts, Situja breathed a sigh of relief and no longer hung her head in dejection. The three of them made no further stops along the way, so they soon arrived at the Nanxiang pier that the valley dwellers had mentioned. Yin Shu and Situja were both somewhat cautious. However, Elder Hu, after sweeping his spiritual power over the calm lake surface, seemed unconcerned. In his detection, the lake contained only some spirit fish and a few second- or third-rank aquatic demon beasts. After all, he was a 7th-rank cultivator. To completely evade his detection, one would need to be at least an 8th-rank immortal king, but such formidable figures were invariably lofty and revered. Gurgle gurgle. Before Elder Hu could finish his words, a large number of bubbles suddenly surged from the lake's surface, and the faint sound of iron chains scraping against each other could be heard. Rumors are just rumors. Once we spend the night safely by the shore, the rumor about a vengeful ghost hunting disciples of the Tianshu Palace will soon collapse of its own accord. The Elder Hu. Don't be afraid. It's just some trickster. At that moment, with a swish, a steel hook the size of a human had burst out of the water. Elder Hu chuckled disdainfully, raised his hand to form a seal, and in the blink of an eye constructed a green formation plate that completely shielded him. He turned around, intending to show off to Yin Shu and the others, when he heard a crisp crack from the formation plate. The large hook curved around his neck, and the chain attached to the hook wound tightly around him several times. Then with a thud, it viciously pierced his shoulder. Elder Hu roared in pain, reaching for the hook, only to feel the chain abruptly tighten with a bang. It seemed as if a demon king was lurking beneath the water, dragging Elder Hu inch by inch into the lake. Situzhao and Yin Shu watched helplessly as Elder Hu struggled, roared, despaired, and finally all sounds were swallowed by the lake water. Save him. How? How could they? One was barely at the 4th rank, the other not even at the 3rd. What could they possibly do? Yin Shu wanted to step forward and help pull the hook, but having spent too long on Shijin Peak, he had long been instilled by his senior brothers and sisters with the refined selfish philosophy of let others die rather than yourself. That hesitation cost the precious time for rescue. If the master questioned them afterward, what would they say? Don't ask, just say they tried but failed. And Situ Zhirao. She still barely retained her compassion and genuinely wanted to save Elder, who after all the Elder had just comforted her. But fear got the better of her. She was a pampered young lady whose most brutal act had been participating in a group kill of a 3rd-rank demon beast. How could she ever have faced a vengeful ghost claiming a life? And the victim was a 7th-rank elder who had just been chatting and laughing with her. Sorry, Elder Hu. My legs are too weak, I can't save you. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The elder had sunk to the bottom of the lake, disappearing from sight, but the lake's surface bubbled again, and a bizarre head emerged. In the darkness, it was hard to see clearly, only vaguely discernible red skin, large, and pitch-black eyes, a scarred face that seemed to be laughing. Through the hole in the ghost mask, Su Huai looked at Yin Shu and Situzhao on the shore deliberately, making his voice hoarse and ferocious. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. The silt at the bottom of the lake will devour you all. Ha 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 ha. He flung a steel nail, embedding it into a huge rock by the lakeside, then sneered and sank back into the lake. Why didn't he kill them? Because sometimes the living are far more effective at spreading fear than the dead. And indeed that proved true. When Yin Shu and the other, having recovered their composure later that night, returned to the inn with the steel nail, even Zhang Jintian had become somewhat skeptical of the valley's legend. Elder who had remained at the 7th-rank celestial realm for decades with deep foundations and had consumed many elixirs provided by the Grand Elder. Even Zhang Jintian, who possessed the strength of an immortal king, could not have killed him with a single casual move. If Yin Shu and the other had not exaggerated, how powerful must the thing in the lake be? Could it be that Huang Yuan had secretly returned to the Yanyue immortal sect and staged this eerie performance? What would be his motive? What benefit would he gain? Just to kill a 7th-rank elder, and then scare the guests from the Tianshu Palace who had come for a friendly exchange. Huang Yuan didn't seem like such a trickster. Moreover, the steel hook that Yin Shu brought back had Zhang Jintian's name carved on it with a cross drawn in tainted blood. Damn, even Zhang Jintian was starting to feel uneasy. He was silent for a long time before finally telling his 4 disciples not to approach the lake anymore. At midnight, Zhang Jintian sat cross-legged on his bed, mulling over the strange events they had encountered on their journey, trying to find clues about the so-called Blood Alley ghost from the fragments. As he pondered, a sudden gale swept through the street. Windows and doors rattled, making a series of noises. The sound of metal scraping against the ground began to echo on the street. Zhang Jintian's eyes snapped open. At that very moment, the window of his room burst open with a bang. A horrifying blood-red face appeared outside the window. The ghostly face let out a piercing low laugh, saying nothing, just staring straight into Zhang Jintian's eyes. Damn, there really is something unclean. Zhang Jintian reacted with lightning speed, condensing his celestial power and striking a palm toward the window. The sound of flowing water echoed on the street. His attack missed. The wind died down, and the street gradually returned to silence, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But Zhang Jintian found a pool of blood on the wall with his name scrawled crookedly beside it. This is too much. The aura of that ghostly thing was indeed not Huang Yuan's, but it was definitely much stronger than his own. Zhang Jintian swallowed hard. He had a strong urge to immediately turn back and go home. Your Yanyue immortal sect has a foul thing in it. Exchange. Exchange what? I suggest you drain the Qinhua Lake at once. But turning back was impossible. If they fled before the exchange with the Yanyue immortal sect even began, word would spread, and the Tianshu Palace would become the laughingstock of the entire celestial realm. Their disciples would lose face whenever they went out. So Zhang Jintian could only forcibly comfort himself, treating the thing as a ghost from the Qigui abyss that had been hiding in Qinhua Lake undetected. Now that Huang Yuan was away, the Yanyue immortal sect's high-end combat power was weakened, so it had come out to stir up trouble. That reasoning actually made sense. So he was just caught in the crossfire, an innocent victim. Hiss. That's quite logical. No, the Tianshu Palace helped the Yanyue immortal sect take the blow and lost an elder. Shouldn't you at least offer some compensation? After a series of meticulous deductions, the fear in Zhang Jintian's heart finally subsided a little, but he no longer dared to move around carelessly. He could only obediently wait at the inn for the Yanyue immortal sect to send someone to escort them up the mountain. At the break of dawn, Huai returned to his small courtyard. He was somewhat displeased, for the elder he had dragged into the water yesterday had nothing of value on him except a few pills. He hadn't even taken those pills himself. It didn't take a genius to guess they were likely refined from human materials. Sigh. Consider this a fisherman's most bitter defeat, returning home empty-handed. After stowing his equipment in his spatial ring, he rushed to the bathing room to wash away the mud from his body, then donned the sacred sun attire prepared for him by Huang Yuan. A plain white robe adorned with scale patterns around the waist and embroidered crescent moons on the cuffs. Wearing it, he indeed bore the aura of an exceptional young master, as rare and refined as jade. Of course, it would have been better if he hadn't worn this outfit while scaling a girl's courtyard wall. Only after leaping down from the wall did Huai discover that quite a few people had already gathered in his benefactor's courtyard. Everyone stared in shock as he effortlessly climbed over from next door, then turned their bewildered gazes toward Chu Xiu, who stood blushing with her head bowed in silence. Damn it! Being a sacred son is this enjoyable? Huai wanted to shout at them, don't misunderstand. The joy of being a sacred son is beyond your imagining. But he had no shame, whereas Chu Xiu did. To avoid making his wealthy patron choke from embarrassment, he silently swallowed all his raucous remarks. Chu Xiu Chao, Yuan Zhanfei, and Tang Sang, along with one elder assigned to assist Huai, were all outstanding disciples of this generation. Chu Xiu specialized in pill refinement, Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang in combat, and Xiao Yi in social affairs. Actually, she was simply brought along by Huai to look after his wealthy patron. No past generation disciples were brought along, for few of them resided permanently within the sect. Most were undergoing trials in the weeping ghost abyss, battling against the ghost race. The elder, surnamed Su, was the same one who had delivered items to Huai yesterday, and he was also the one who had spread rumors about the Blood Alley ghost shadow below the mountain. At this moment, Elder Su was utterly speechless, and after a long pause he could only offer a remark. The sacred son truly does not follow conventional paths. Ahem, forgive me, elder. I was merely trying to save time. Ordinarily, I do come through the door. Indeed, he did come through the door, because every time he returned, he went straight to his wealthy patron's courtyard and only climbed back to his own room after she had fallen asleep. But that phrase, ordinarily I come through the door, had exposed the sacred son's shameless habit of frequently harassing female disciples. Noticing the disciples' gazes growing increasingly strange, Su Huai realized he had spoken carelessly again and hastily sought an excuse to change the subject. Why are you all gathered here? Elder Su regarded Su Huai expressionlessly. We intended to wait at the sacred son's courtyard, but unfortunately, it seemed you had not yet returned. So we could only rest here in Junior Sister Chu's courtyard. Su Huai nodded. Since we are ready, let us descend the mountain together to welcome our distinguished guests. Then let us be off. Elder Su raised his hand and whistled, and suddenly several eagle cries rang out across the sky. 6 figures, each several meters in size, darted through the clouds, circled a few times before diving downward, and landed with wings folded outside the courtyard. 5th-rank demonic beasts, divine rune eagles. Normally, descending the mountain on foot was fine. Everyone was not one for idleness, and the exercise could strengthen their physical bodies. But today, with guests from the heavenly cold palace visiting, they naturally intended to make the grandest impression possible. As for why only 5th rank? Because 6th-rank demonic beasts could attempt human transformation, and such creatures, even if willing to submit, would only yield to a single master. How could they possibly serve as public transportation? One per person. Elder Su was instructing the disciples on how to briefly command these divine rune eagles, while Su Huai secretly slipped a pill to the eagle leader. The divine rune eagle leader tilted its head and swallowed the pill. Su Huai patted its head and fed it 2 more, then suddenly turned and called out to Elder Su. Elder Su, old Su, come look at this quickly. This eagle seems to have an upset stomach. What? Elder Su hurried over from among the disciples and examined the divine rune eagle's condition. Su Huai winked at the leader, and as a 5th-rank demonic beast with developing intelligence, close to transformation, it immediately understood and dramatically collapsed onto the ground. Then it kicked its claws and shrieked at Elder Su. The meaning was roughly, oh no, my knees, my hips, everything aches. Master, I can't work today. Whoever wants to deal with it, I simply cannot fly. Elder Su was utterly baffled. These divine rune eagles were precious creatures raised by the great elder, fed on spirit meat from immortal valleys and drinking mountain spring dew. How could they suddenly fall ill? Elder Su sighed and was about to whistle for another when Su Huai patted his shoulder. Old Su, there's no need for such trouble. I'll just share with someone else. Elder Su instinctively glanced toward Chu Siu, who was feeding the divine rune eagles a bottle of 3rd-rank spirit pills as though they were worthless, a serene smile on her face. The eagle lowered its body, offering its head to Chu Siu to stroke, clearly about to be won over. The other eagles nearby grew envious and resentful, growling fiercely at the favored bird, as if desperate to shove it aside and take its place. Su Huai naturally noticed this and asked softly, Old Su, these eagles, are they all female? Yes. Among the divine rune eagle clan, besides the leader being male, the rest are female. That's good then. What does the sacred son intend? Nothing, I was just thinking. If that eagle were male, it could serve as a gift for the heavenly cold palace guests. Since it's female, then forget it. Elder Su opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. The divine rune eagle leader on the ground, who had been about to crawl over to share food with its concubine, shivered violently and lay still, playing dead. Su Huai declined Elder Su's invitation to share an eagle, claiming concern that junior sister Chu Siu's low cultivation at the 3rd rank could not properly control a 5th-rank demonic beast, and positioned himself behind her for hands-on instruction. Only Chao Yi, with her 2nd-rank strength, grumbled complaints. Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei pretended not to notice, feigning ignorance. If during the examination they had harbored ambitions to compete with Su Huai, learning of his battle against the 6th-rank blood python and how he had subdued it, utterly extinguished that competitive spirit, they couldn't hope to match him. Completely outmatched. The two quietly acknowledged Su Huai belonged in the same tier as Li Sideo, a true prodigy, and turned their rivalry toward competing for 2nd place among this generation at Yinyue Immortal Sect. Elder Su led from ahead, keeping his distance to avoid temptation. Chu Siu's breathing grew ragged. Because the shameless man behind her was loudly claiming he feared heights while tightly holding her waist, his hands secretly wandering over her stomach. Chu Siu, you can do this. Throw this rogue off the eagle right now. Of course, it wasn't really possible to lose it, because this scoundrel understood exactly when to stop, and he knew all too well the art of gradual progression. At first, he didn't even touch her. Only after they became familiar did he unknowingly take her hand. Once she grew accustomed to holding hands, he would come over to blow dry her hair and bring her food. Did Chu Siu have no guard? She did, but not much. Because every intimate move Su Huai made was perfectly timed, just a little beyond her psychological tolerance. For instance, when he held her hand, there were so many people around that she could barely breathe, so Su Huai naturally took her hand and led her to a less crowded place. Or when he blew her hair dry, it was precisely when her hair was still wet, and she couldn't alter the spiritual energy attribute to produce a warm breeze, so he came over to help. And now he screamed so heart-wrenchingly about his fear of heights that she couldn't bear to blame him for being forward. It wasn't abrupt either. Under Su Huai's silent erosion, Chu Siu's emotions were more of shyness than disgust. She couldn't handle it. This man understood her too well, from every aspect of life to her hobbies and personality. He always managed to immerse Chu Siu in subtle details, making her revel in the moment. It was as if they had been living together for a long time, a plain yet warm sense of happiness. But to say he was proper would be a lie. They say love grows over time, and Chu Siu found that reasonable. But how long had she known Su Huai? Even counting from the day he secretly sent her flowers before the assessment, it was merely 10 days. 10 days. In just 10 days he dared to hold her waist. If it were a month or half a year, would she be pregnant with his child? Too terrifying. No. Chu Siu, you are still young, be reserved. At least, resist a few more times. Chu Siu gritted her teeth and reached out to pry Su Huai's hands away, wanting him to stop holding her. But before she could touch him, her hand was caught, instead held within his palm. Chu Siu's heart trembled. Fine, let it be held. It wasn't the first time anyway, and it was better than having him touch her waist. As for Su Huai, he had no idea what the rich lady was thinking. He only knew he was terrified. So terrified that the corners of his mouth nearly reached the back of his head. He couldn't help but bury his face in the rich lady's hair, trying to conceal his inner joy. Ahem, fear. Chao Yi watched his slick moves from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, back when he traveled with her, he was a straight man who would bundle up his own coat while watching a girl shiver. Now with Chu Siu, he instantly transformed into a Casanova, each move more impressive and flirtatious than the last. In just a few days, Chu Siu, a social phobe, actually took the initiative to hold his hand. Got it. I'm not worthy anymore. Chao Yi gritted her teeth and glared at Su Huai. He noticed her gaze, and even flashed her an extremely smug smile. Scoundrel. Such a scoundrel. Chao Yi trembled with rage. But he was the Holy Son, and she had probably been promoted to inner disciple this morning thanks to his special attention. In that sense, he had done her a favor. So infuriating. Even more furious than Chao Yi was Zhang Zhentian. Early in the morning, elder whose body was retrieved by the people at Nanxiang Dock. His body was bloated from the water, and all his valuables were gone. This was the second Tianhan Palace disciple to die in Xinhua Lake. And he was a 7th-rank elder. His death fully confirmed the rumor about Gui Jiaoqi and the Tianhan Palace outcast, and the rumor was changed to Tianhan Palace elder. Now everyone said that 3 years ago a Tianhan Palace elder had taken a fancy to Gui Jiaoqi's wife, killed Gui Jiaoqi by virtue of his high cultivation, and sunk the body in the lake overnight. So now his vengeful spirit was claiming lives. This was obviously fake. A Tianhan Palace elder killing someone in Xinhua Valley. Did they think the Yanhua immortal sect above was just for show? If I really dared to kill, I would have slaughtered all you idiots long ago. I would have captured you all, refined you into low-grade pills, and fed them to the dogs. How could I be here being stared at like a monkey? You valley dwellers of Xinhua are utterly uncivilized. You all deserve to die. Damn it, I should never have come. I, Zhang Zhentian, a dignified immortal king, have never suffered such humiliation. If this wasn't Xinhua Valley, if Yanhua immortal sect, I'm never coming again. So did the valley dwellers not know this was fake? Of course they knew, they weren't stupid. But that didn't stop them from laughing and pointing at the Tianhan Palace people. After all, the two major sects had never been on good terms. It was a kind of intangible enmity. Even if the rumor was false, so what? Everyone was a top-tier drama lover. The thing in the lake didn't harm the innocent, so they could all enjoy the Tianhan Palace gossip. In short, the Tianhan Palace people were isolated. Zhang Zhentian prepared early to go up Yanhua Immortal Mountain, but after waiting with a few disciples at the agreed spot, for nearly an hour the Yanhua Immortal sect people never showed up. He grew increasingly impatient, and his anger burned hotter. Just then an eagle's cry slowly echoed. Su Huai, who had been clinging to Chu Siu and shouting about his fear of heights just a minute ago, suddenly laughed heartily and leaped off the back of the divine talisman eagle. I have long admired the reputation of Zhang Peak, master of the sword-washing peak of Tianhan Palace. Su Huai, holy son of Yanhua, specially comes to test your skills. Before he even landed, his fist wind had already arrived. Silver spiritual energy gathered in midair as Su Huai punched toward Zhang Zhentian. Boom. Dust and smoke rose, and the earth cracked. Zhang Zhentian shook his numb arm, his blood and qi surging. He stared in shock at the spirited young man in white robes not far away. 8th rank. He swallowed hard. At such an age with such cultivation. Where did Yanhua Immortal Sect find a monstrous genius no less than Li Sadeo? Su Huai politely smiled at Zhang Zhentian. A show of force was something every faction did when receiving visitors, especially since Yanhua Immortal Sect and Tianhan Palace had never been on good terms. Zhang Zhentian had expected a show of force, but he never imagined it would be so stunning. Meanwhile, in the Tianhan Palace camp, Yan Shu and Sima Zhuo reacted even more strongly. The two were stunned speechless, especially after hearing Su Huai's cultivation level from their own master's mouth. 8th rank. Yan Shu recalled his earlier behavior of drawing his blade on Su Huai, and suddenly felt incredibly impressive. Years later he could pat his chest and tell others, I Yanshu once drew my sword against an 8th rank powerhouse at the 3rd rank and walked away unscathed. He only suffered a harmless slap. Yanshu smiled bitterly, utterly dejected. Sima Zhurua covered her mouth, her entire body trembling. Holy Son, 8th rank. Elder Hu, didn't you say he would watch me from an unnoticed corner as I shone on the stage? The Holy Son of Yenyue Immortal Sect. So strong. Sima Zhurua's senior brothers and sisters exclaimed in awe. 8th rank. Much stronger than our Tianhan Palace's Holy Son, right? Indeed, our Holy Son is still preparing to break through to the 7th rank. Su Huai. That name sounds familiar. The female disciple suddenly slapped her forehead and turned to the silent Sima Zhurua. Junior sister, the fiancée who broke off the engagement with you, was also named Su Huai. They share the same name. Why, yes. Same name. Such a genius, and coincidentally the one for this exchange. How about we go and get to know him later? A male disciple sneered. Get to know him. He's a true dragon soaring in the heavens. Do you think you vulgar beauties can just make his acquaintance? Give up that hope. The female disciple glared at him. Mind your own business. Maybe he likes my type. Overconfident woman, how ridiculous. These words were like arrows piercing deeply into Sima Zhurua's heart. She suddenly crouched down and began to sob quietly. Is Situ Zhurua pitiful? Most pitiful. At least that was how Yanshu saw it. Full of youthful arrogance, she believed she had been admitted to a top-tier sect, so with unwavering resolve, she defied her grandfather's dying wish and went to break off the engagement with the village chief's foolish son from the neighboring village. After all, she was rising in the world. How could a phoenix on the verge of transformation ever be content to remain perched on an old telephone pole chirping alongside common sparrows? That is why when Situ Zhurua went to annul the engagement, she maintained a veneer of proper etiquette on the surface, yet harbored an unshaken sense of pride within. Though the language of the break was couched in delicate terms, an unmistakable sense of superiority lingered between the lines, an implication that he no longer measured up to her. But later, as she traveled by train to the great city, she learned that the village chief's simpleton son intended to seek out a master and cultivate his skills, and his abilities seemed considerable. Situ Zhurua found herself reconsidering. Perhaps this man was not as inferior as she had imagined. A marriage might not be entirely unacceptable after all. So she resolved to set aside her pride and offer him the chance to restore what they had once broken, envisioning a future where they would both ascend together as a scholar and a beauty, a union worthy of acclaim. Best of all, she could honor her grandfather's dying wish while achieving this outcome, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet who could have predicted that when she hinted at reconciliation, the village chief's foolish son would dismiss her entirely, instead setting his sights on marrying a wealthy woman from the city. Truth be told, she was furious then, wrathful and stung. She vowed to prove to him that not every sparrow could transform into a phoenix. Today you ignore me, tomorrow you cannot reach me. The thought was not flawed. Upon arriving in the great city, however, she discovered that while she had indeed joined a top-tier sect, she ranked at the very bottom within it. The sparrow had climbed the branch but failed to become a phoenix. It had merely shed its old skin and transformed into a common pheasant. Meanwhile, that man she had cast aside now ascended through the ranks with ease, bypassing the usual trials, and stood equal to her own master, revered as an idol by her senior disciples. The ancient saying proved all too accurate. 30 years the river flows east, 30 years it shifts west. The pain cut deep into her very soul. She was only 18, a girl who should have never endured such suffering in this life. Situ Zhurua grew increasingly wronged with each thought until she could no longer contain herself and broke down crying, curling into a ball around her knees. Zhang Jintian, still reeling from Su Huai's overwhelming power, suddenly heard his junior disciple's sobs and felt dark veins throbbing at his temples. I'm not dead yet, what are you crying for? Who the hell wanted to cry for him? His master's thunderous voice only made her feel more aggrieved. But with Zhang Jintian's fearsome reputation preceding him, she stifled her sobs after a few gasps and dared not weep further. Sigh. That man must be reveling in this sight, knowing how broken she was. She lifted her tear-blurred eyes toward the man who caused her pain, only to find he had not noticed her at all. Instead, he hurried eagerly toward a divine symbol eagle that had just landed. He smiled and extended his hands as if to scoop down the girl with bowed head from the eagle's back. Thwack! Another arrow pierced straight through her heart, and Situ Zhurua's lips quivered. How remarkably honest he was, to come to the Yenyu Immortal Sect purely to chase women, and apparently already succeeding. After demonstrating his dominance to Zhang Jintian, Su Huai wandered off on his own to seek Chu Siyu. His purpose had been accomplished, his role fulfilled. With Huang Yuan absent from the sect, Yenyu Immortal Sect needed to establish dominance over Zhang Jintian and seize the initiative in these exchanges. Thus the Holy Son Su Huai had to appear, displaying his monstrous prowess to let Tianhan Palace know that Yenyu Immortal Sect's future was bright. The underlying message was clear: Yenyu Immortal Sect was no longer the same as Tianhan Palace. After all, their Holy Son could break through at any moment, joining the rarefied few at the world's pinnacle. Nothing like your 6th realm gutter rat. Should relations sour, they could crush them effortlessly. So behave yourselves during these exchanges, understood? Yet simultaneously Su Huai could not afford prolonged contact with Zhang Zhentian. The Blood Alley Ghost Shadow plan was far from over, and Su Huai still needed to avenge his sixth life lost to Tian Han Palace's pill refinement. Zhang Zhentian had to die. If he engaged too extensively with Zhang Zhentian, a veteran hundreds of years old and utterly cunning, it would be dangerously easy for him to uncover the connections between Su Huai and the Ghost Foot 7. Furthermore, Su Huai feared that further contact with Zhang Zhentian would cause him to lose control and kill the wretch on the spot. The news that the holy son of Yen Yu immortal sect had openly slain a Tian Han Palace peak master would spread across the heavens, and the two immortal sects would inevitably plunge into direct conflict. In truth, there was one thing Tian Han Palace had guessed correctly. Within Yen Yu immortal sect, several high-ranking members were already aware of their foul practice of refining humans into pills. After all, Su Huai was no fool. He would not insist on executing his revenge alone through such reckless maneuvers. The morning prior within the trial's secret realm, Elder Huang Yuan had handed Su Huai the Holy Sun's token, and Su Huai promptly disclosed this hidden information to him. He had also shared much of his conjecture regarding Tian Han Palace with Huang Yuan. In his view, if he simply relayed this to the Yen Yu Immortal Emperor, who would then inform the Tian Han Immortal Emperor, the latter would certainly take it seriously and prepare accordingly. That elder who secretly refined human pills would be unable to stir up trouble. But Huang Yuan had immediately rejected the proposal. The old man gazed upon the night sky. That morning light had not yet fully dispersed, and spoke several words that sent chills racing down Su Huai's spine. The great emperor once told me, the Tian Han Immortal Emperor, who had stagnated for nearly a millennium, has recently shown a sudden surge in his aura, his pressure growing ever stronger. It was merely these few words that abruptly enlightened Su Huai. He had previously regarded the Tian Han Immortal Emperor, who fell victim to the Grand Elder's schemes, his divine soul incinerated, his demise shrouded in disgrace, as nothing more than a pure victim. But now reflecting upon it, the Tian Han Immortal Emperor may not have been unaware of his close brother's actions. In fact, it was possible that he himself was the true architect behind the human pill scheme. However, the executor of the plan harbored even greater ambitions. Employing methods unknown to him, they gradually laid traps, ultimately transforming the very initiator into a pill themselves. The immortal domain was terrifying indeed. That morning Huang Yuan had hurried to the Weeping Demon Abyss under the pretense of capturing demons to fill the realm's vacancies, but in truth, he went to consult with the Yen Yu Immortal Emperor about this matter. Before departing, Huang Yuan recalled the precedent of Tian Han Palace's enforcers whose bodies had sunk to the lake bed, and specifically instructed Su Huai regarding the palace's visit. Those from Tian Han Palace may die, but not at our hands within Yen Yu Immortal Sect, and certainly not within the Sunken Moon Valley. So the moment he learned Zhang Zhentian led the delegation, the plan was already set. Zhang Zhentian would never return to Tian Han Palace alive. The ideal outcome would see him killed by Ghost Foot 7 somewhere between Yen Yu Immortal Sect and Tian Han Palace. It would also serve to build the reputation of Ghost Foot 7, gathering renown for future righteous deeds, killing the wicked and pacifying the violent. Careful, miss. Su Huai paid no further attention to those from Tian Han Palace. Instead, he continued playing his part, embodying the image of a wastrel holy son, possessing cultivation, yet neglecting proper duties, fond of harassing female disciples within the sect. Chu Siyu winked at him, but ignored his outstretched arms. Instead, she patted the divine symbol eagle's neck and carefully descended along its spread wings. Su Huai stroked his chin thoughtfully. This eagle couldn't stay long. Sensing his gaze, the divine symbol eagle shuddered instinctively and folded its wings. Before Chu Siyu could step clear of the wings, she stumbled and fell straight into Su Huai's arms. The great holy son instantly transformed, his expression beaming with delight, and gave the divine symbol eagle a covert thumbs up. Smart and promising. Tell your leader to name you Empress of the Divine Symbol Eagles. Since the two sects were operating under the guise of friendly exchange, it would hardly be appropriate to draw weapons upon meeting. By all appearances, after greeting each other, the four disciples each brought should introduce themselves, get acquainted, and then perhaps share cultivation insights together. However, the two senior disciples from Tian Han Palace noticed something amiss about this exchange. Junior martial brother Yin Shu seemed relatively normal, but the junior martial sister, who was usually gentle, gracious, and polite, appeared utterly distracted and forlorn. Then there were the four from Yen Yu Immortal Sect. That female disciple named Chu Siyu kept her head bowed the entire time, not so much as glancing at them, occasionally whispering a few words to the girl beside her. The girl beside her, named Chao Yi, did offer polite responses from time to time, but her replies were nothing more than empty filler, mere nods and murmurs devoid of any substance. Perfunctory. So thoroughly perfunctory. That bloody idiot, before departing, master had specifically instructed them to build rapport with the Yen Yu Immortal Sect disciples, hoping to extract information. Now look at this. What relationship was there to build? They wouldn't even acknowledge him. Fine. It's understandable for girls to be reserved around strangers, but those two boys behind them surely couldn't ignore everyone so completely. After all, we are direct disciples of Tianhan Palace. As senior martial brothers and sisters who walked the path of cultivation several years before you, our cultivation has already reached the 5th stage. We proactively sought you newcomers out to share our experience. How could you possibly turn down the opportunity to listen? And so the eldest disciple of Tianhan Palace's Shi Jinpeak flashed what he considered a warm and sunny smile, and quickly approached the 2 male disciples from Yanyu Immortal Sect. Haha, I am Chun He, the senior direct disciple of Shi Jinpeak at Tianhan Palace. Might I ask how you 2 junior brothers are addressed? I am Tang Sang. Yuan Zhanfei. So you are junior martial brother Tang, and junior martial brother Yuan. May I ask which peak master's direct disciple each of you is? Cannot say. His attempt at conversation was met with silence, and the smile on Chun He's face grew somewhat stiff. He gave his second junior martial sister a subtle signal, but unfortunately his love-struck junior sister was too busy stealing glances at the Yanyu Holy Sun to pay him any mind. Chun He was beside himself. Smile? I am a direct disciple of Tianhan Palace, the eldest disciple of Shi Jinpeak. I must not anger myself. When his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sword behind Yuan Zhanfei's back, he found his topic once more. Junior martial brother Yuan practices the sword path. Haha, I too am a swordsman. If you have any questions about the sword Dao, we should open our hearts and exchange views freely. Yuan Zhanfei glanced at Chun He. No need, thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but if I have questions about the sword, I will ask my sister. Chun He smiled. The sword path is one in which knowledge transfers across disciplines. The more we discuss, the better. My own understanding of swordsmanship may well rival your junior martial brother's sister. Yuan Zhanfei stopped in his tracks, looking at Chun He with utter seriousness. After a 3-second silence, he spoke slowly. My elder sister is Li Sadeo of the Sword Tomb. Forgive the intrusion. Chun He covered his face with his hand and hurried away from the 2 Yanyu Immortal Sect juniors, never wanting to speak again. Damn it. Your elder sister is the holy son of the Sword Tomb. Why in the world would you not cling to that powerful family, but instead come crawling to Yanyu Immortal Sect as some rookie newcomer? Your elder sister surnamed Li, then why the hell do you bear the surname Yuan? Come to deceive me, come to bully an old man well into his 20s. And what about the rest of you? Do all disciples of Yanyu Immortal Sect lack such basic manners? As their elder senior martial brother, I proactively sought them out to chat and build rapport, and they treated me like air the entire time. Do you even know what politeness is? Exchange, my ass. Looking now at the very front of the procession, Zhang Jintian and Elder Su walked ahead together. As Su Huai's assistant, Elder Su bore the burden of chatting with Zhang Jintian and maintaining friendly relations between the 2 sects. For certain special reasons, those wishing to enter the territory of Yanyu Immortal Sect were required to climb the mountain steps on foot and could not simply ride flying beasts as they had on the way down. Thus the entire group faithfully climbed the mountain path. But the higher they climbed, the more uneasy Su Huai felt inside. Only when everyone reached the end of the stone steps did Elder Su continue to smile and explain Yanyu Immortal Sect's facilities to Zhang Jintian. Haha, Peak Master Zhang, please look. Ahead lies the first protective barrier our sect has erected, the heart-striking gate designed to probe one's true intentions. Zhang Jintian looked up and exclaimed, truly worthy of Yanyu Immortal Sect. Such an array is remarkably exquisite. Though I wonder why anyone would deliberately leave such a large hole in it. Haha, that is naturally because, wait, a large hole. What large hole? Elder Su paused, looked toward where Zhang Jintian was pointing, and his face drained of color. With a wailing cry, he stumbled and threw himself toward the shattered hole in the heart-striking gate barrier. The hole was fully 2 meters tall, an intentional act of destruction for all to see. How is this possible? How is this possible? Master, old servant, I am so sorry to you. Elder Su was a member of the Spirit Array Peak, and the one who had originally erected this heart-striking great array was his own master, the former Peak Master of Spirit Array Peak who had perished on the battlefield of the Weeping Ghost Abyss. To see his master's great array breached so badly was devastating. He knew it would likely take 3 to 5 years for the array to heal itself. No wonder he felt such sorrow and indignation. Su Huai felt sorrow and indignation as well. As the holy son of Yanyu Immortal Sect, he had no desire to damage his own sect's spiritual array, but he had no choice. This damn array blocked him at the mountain gate every single time under the pretext of impure motives. It was clearly malfunctioning and should have been taken apart and repaired long ago. If he hadn't made a fixed hole, how could he ever enter? He could tolerate the obstruction during the entrance examination, but he was already the holy son of Yanyu Immortal Sect now. Why was it still blocking him? Could there truly exist a holy son barred from entering his own sect's mountain gate? Su Huai felt wronged, yet he could not voice his grievance. Setting aside the matter of scaling the courtyard walls of the female disciples inside, that was neither here nor there. Within barely 10 days he had already disposed of 3 corpses in the sinking moon lake, and at this point he wasn't even certain whether his own heart was pure. So at moments like these he could only put on a face of deep regret and approach to comfort Elder Su. Old Su, please do not grieve so deeply. This hole looks fresh, The vandal who broke it surely has not fled far. We can investigate. Only then did Elder Su wipe his tears and grit his teeth. The Holy Sun speaks truth. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. This old man will make that thief suffer a fate worse than death. Exactly. This Holy Sun also demands he suffer a fate worse than death. Tell me, Old Su, have any suspicious figures appeared around our sect's territory recently? Suspicious figures. Could it be some valley dwellers from the sinking moon valley below the mountain whose obsessions have twisted into demonic urges seeking to force their way up? Su Huai shook his head. Impossible. To breach this great array without anyone noticing requires at least the strength of a ninth-order cultivator. Ninth Order. Speaking of strange ninth-order powerhouses who have appeared near the sect recently, there is only. Elder Su turned his head and stared deathly at Zhang Jintian. Zhang Jintian, who had been so delightfully gloating and enjoying the spectacle just moments before, suddenly lost his smile. He felt an invisible weight settle upon his shoulders, as though a black cauldron had been placed squarely upon his back. Elder Su of course knew that Zhang Jintian's suspicion was minimal. After all, he had no motive. The heart-examining array was not a mountain-protecting formation. Its sole purpose was to select disciples. Even if it were merely a hole, or even completely destroyed, it would have little impact on the Crescent Moon Immortal sect. Would Zhang Jintian take such a great risk just to remove a single hurdle from the sect's next recruitment? It made no sense. Yet aside from him, Elder Su truly could not think of another suspect. In the Sunken Moon Valley, the only ones capable of breaking the heart-examining array were the sect's peak masters and elders, and recently, the only one who had entered and exited the sect was the Holy Sun himself. Would the Holy Sun break the array? Of course not. He wasn't insane. Overwhelmed with grief, Elder Su failed to notice that their Holy Sun, feigning an inspection of the crack in the array, skillfully slipped through the hole into the mountain gate. In the end, Elder Su could only force himself to pull himself together, step through the heart-examining gate, and enter the sect. The disciples followed one by one. Among them, Chowi, the only one who knew the truth, lowered her head once again, marveling at Su Huai's shamelessness. Zhang Jintian lingered at the rear. Instead of following his disciples through the main gate, he imitated Su Huai, pretending to examine the crack, and slipped inside. Truth be told, when he heard Elder Su explain the function of the heart-examining gate, a sliver of panic crept into his heart. After all, a man who could use his own disciples as alchemy ingredients could hardly be considered upright. In previous visits to the Crescent Moon Immortal sect, the elders from the Cold Heaven Palace had never mentioned that the heart-examining gate remained active all the time. He thought it would be deactivated after the assessment. Oh, the elders who normally handled exchanges with the sect were from a different faction than those involved in talent research. They were normal cultivators, so that was fine. Fortunately, even though I didn't make this hole, I must thank the one who did, sparing me from being blocked by this wretched gate and suffering utter humiliation. Thank you, stranger. Zhang Jintian thought no one noticed his little move, but Su Huai had been glancing his way intentionally or otherwise. Those blocked by the heart-examining gate were not necessarily pure villains. They could be hot-tempered, selfish, overly lustful, or excessively greedy. Su Huai didn't know which category he belonged to, but he was certain he had a conscience, though perhaps not much of one. Moreover, during his 8th life's assessment, he had not failed at the heart-examining gate, but in the secret realm, because he was too weak and was eliminated by a 4th-rank beast on the first day. So when he first entered the heart-examining gate in this life, he didn't simply walk through physically, but confidently charged straight into it. The result proved. Everything changes. Yes, it must be the heart-examining gate that had changed, rejecting him, this still innocent, still kind-hearted sunny youth. Being blocked by the gate was not disgraceful, but not even daring to enter, and directly crawling through the hole, certainly indicated a guilty conscience. The moment he withdrew his gaze, Su Huai also confirmed his mental kill list. The 4 disciples Zhang Jintian brought could all live. The others didn't pay much attention to how Zhang Jintian entered, especially Elder Su, a talkative technical geek who had spent his entire life in the sect and had few devious thoughts. At that moment, he was solely focused on returning to the spirit array, peaked to find someone to repair the heart-examining array, and had little inclination to entertain the guests. Thus, after entering the sect, he arranged accommodations for Zhang Jintian and his group, gave a brief overview of the rules, and hurriedly left. He trusted that the Holy Sun would handle everything. Indeed, Su Huai did not let him down. Within 5 minutes of Elder Su's departure, Su Huai pointed at the blazing sun in the sky and said to Zhang Jintian, "It's getting late, Peak Master Zhang. I'll have someone bring you lunch shortly. Let's call it a day for today's exchange." All right. Many places in the Crescent Moon Immortal sect are top secret. Please do not wander around. Otherwise, if any misunderstandings arise, it would be a pity to damage our harmonious relations. Don't you agree, Peak Master Zhang? What could Zhang Jintian say? He could only nod. In the past, he could have defiantly accused the sect of being perfunctory, flicked his sleeve, and crossed the lake to return home. But times had changed. Beneath the mountain in the sunken moon lake lurked something that could kill him. He had been sleepless all night waiting to enter the sect to ensure his safety. Moreover, the main objective of this exchange and the covert investigation were far from complete. Could he leave? He could not. He would endure hardship, bloom like a plum in frost, wait for the sun after rain, and burn his boats. Well, forget the burning boats. As long as the green hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood. Su Huai didn't care what Zhang Zhentian was thinking. He led Chu Siyu and the others out of the guest courtyard, walked to a corner, and patted Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang on the shoulders. Junior brother Yuan, junior brother Tang, I have a task for you. Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang straightened their chests. Holy Son, just give the order. Excellent. Full of spirit. Then starting tomorrow, I'd like you to spare 1 or 2 hours each day to take the 4 disciples from the Cold Heaven Palace sightseeing. Aside from the sect's secret areas or the female disciples' dormitories, feel free to go anywhere. Eat, drink, have fun, or even go kill demons in the trial's secret realm. All expenses are on the sect. After all, this is a friendly exchange between two sects. We can't be too perfunctory. Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang nodded, indicating their understanding. Then you two go back and rest today. Yes, Holy Son. We shall take our leave. If you encounter any confusion in your cultivation, you may come to my courtyard before sunset. If I have time, I can clarify some doubts for you. Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei were both intrigued. They knew Su Huai's strength, at least 8th rank. Guidance from such a powerhouse was far superior to the likes of Chun, he that rotten potato, and stinking bird egg. Even Yuan Zhanfei, who could shout, "My elder sister is Li Sadeo," valued Su Huai's promise greatly. The two left together, already discussing where to take the Cold Heaven Palace guests the next day. Tang Sang suggested visiting Fist in Tent Peak to watch boxing matches, then dragging a few Fist in Tent Peak disciples down the mountain for fun. The senior sister of Fist in Tent Peak was Tang Sang's fiancée, and such opportunities to use the sect's funds for public outings were rare. Yuan Zhanfei snorted coldly, lecturing on the principle of no woman in heart naturally divine in drawing the blade. He also claimed to have found a peerless sword technique called the Sunflower Manual and offered to sell it to Tang Sang for 5,000 spirit stones. The two started arguing as they walked, and before they were halfway home, they diverted to a dueling arena for a one-on-one fight. Su Huai watched their back-and-forth bickering, which looked more and more like a pair of love-hate rivals. A strange, philosophically charged symbol inexplicably popped into his mind. He quickly shook his head. Such thoughts must not be entertained. Tang Sang was a normal man with a fiancée. But this Yuan Zhanfei, Li Sadeo's brother. Did Li Sadeo have such a brother in his past life? Whatever, none of my business. Su Huai turned to look at his own rich lady, and a trace of tenderness, barely perceptible, appeared in his eyes. Take this chance and go down the mountain for a few days too. Expenses covered. Xiao Yi licked her lips. I heard that in a couple of days there's an auction in Sunken Moon Valley. Su Huai, if you're not afraid of the elder in charge of the sect's spirit stones killing you, go ahead and buy. I'm broke anyway. Tisk's so stingy. Damn it, Xiao, I'm not a wealthy businessman like your father. If you want money, ask your dad. Xiao Yi's eyes spun, seeming tempted by Su Huai's suggestion, and she immediately began plotting how to fleece her father. Su Huai silently mourned for Qiao Yang for 2 seconds, then pulled Chu Siyu aside. Rich lady, I need to tell you something. What? That mask from last night, do you remember? Red. Remember, no matter what you hear down the mountain, don't tell anyone about the mask. Keep it as our little secret, okay? Chu Siyu looked up at Su Huai and nodded gently. She hadn't planned to tell anyone anyway. Su Huai raised the corner of his mouth, reached out to pat the rich lady's head, and asked softly, do you want to go to the auction Qiao Yi mentioned? Chu Siyu hesitated for 2 seconds. Never been. If you've never been, go with Qiao Yi and take a look. It's in Sunken Moon Valley, anyway, very safe. Rich lady, give me your storage bracelet. Oh. Chu Siyu removed her bracelet and handed it to Su Huai. It was just an ordinary storage spiritual artifact without the function of recording soul imprints. But Su Huai had no intention of prying into Chu Siyu's privacy. He simply transferred a large number of spirit stones into it, then helped her put it back on her wrist. Take these spirit stones first. If you see something you think is good, buy it for me. Of course, if there's something you like, you can buy it too. Consider it an advance betrothal gift from me. Chu Siyu panicked, immediately waving her hands repeatedly. No. Don't want betrothal gift. It's a must. How can you marry without a betrothal gift? Chu Siyu grew even more flustered. Don't want to marry. I say you'll marry, so you'll marry. I'm the holy son, you have to listen to me, understand? Or else I'll spank you. You're a pervert. You're the pervert. Su Huai rolled his eyes and patted the rich lady's head. Alright, I'm just kidding. Not now, but later. Not later either. Chu Siyu suddenly fell silent. She felt that if she continued this development and said she wouldn't marry, she might end up slapping her own face in the future. So she said nothing. Su Huai noticed the rich lady's little thoughts and felt a sudden surge of joy. He tried to pinch her cheek, and though she trembled, she didn't dodge. Damn. Major progress. If he could pinch her face, how far could seeing her legs be? After 2 pinches, Su Huai reluctantly withdrew his hand. I'll be going now. Go have fun with Qiao Yi. Take care. I will. All the way from the Crescent Moon guest residence to the Elder Hall, Su Huai's face beamed with joy. Only when he reached out to knock on the door of the Elder Hall and sat down in the small dark room on the Holy Sun's seat did the smile gradually fade. The powerful elders of the Crescent Moon Immortal sect and all the peak masters had gathered here. The Grand Elder Huang Yuan, rumored to be still in the abyss of wailing ghosts this morning, was conspicuously seated at the head. Everyone is here. He tapped the empty table. This elder meeting has two main matters for discussion and deliberation. First, the secret realm at the bottom of Sunken Moon Lake is about to open. The Sword Tomb and the revered Divine Dynasty have already responded, promising to send immortal king-level combat power. As for the Cold Heaven Palace, it seems the candidate for the secret realm exploration is Zhang Jintian. Does anyone have anything to say? It has been over 70 years since the last opening of the secret realm at the bottom of the lake. During that expedition, the entire Zun Tian Divine Dynasty was wiped out. My sect and the Tianhan Palace suffered heavy losses, and a Xian Wang from the Sword Tomb also perished. However, aside from some inconsequential spiritual herbs, all major sects gained nothing. Gu Hanshan, Peak Master of Fist and Tent Peak, rubbed the back of his head and continued, Chief Elder, is it truly still necessary for us to explore that secret realm? Yes. Huang Yuan stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his voice resolute. The previous exploration only covered 1/3 of the secret realm. We have yet to fully understand its nature. However, Chun Taru, Peak Master of Medicine Spirit Peak, who rarely spoke, gently shook his head at this moment and said, this old man agrees with Peak Master Gu's viewpoint. The Peak Master of the former Sword and Blade Peak, who was responsible for the escort, went missing within the secret realm. Not a single word reached us until the realm sealed, leaving his fate entirely unknown. The few disciples who barely survived were mostly crippled. Chief Elder, cultivation and life experience should not amount to senseless sacrifice. This old man believes the matter of the lake bottom secret realm still requires further deliberation. Chun Tairu's voice was unhurried, yet all the elders and peak masters present fell silent. Those disciples who perished a century ago included many personal students who had spent day and night alongside these elderly elders, prodigies who had gathered from every corner of the immortal domain. They were young and vibrant, their paths of cultivation shining brightly. As long as they practiced diligently, breaking through to the 6th or 7th stage in the future was a certainty. What they lacked was merely the crucible of life and death trials and the accumulation of immortal power. The original lake bottom secret realm was hardly lethal. It could only be described as a training ground with elevated risks. Before sending disciples out for training, the Yanyu Immortal Sect had already dispatched elders to thoroughly investigate the outer perimeter of the secret realm. It was precisely suited as a training ground for those disciples. But that time, someone from an unknown faction had disturbed something deep within the secret realm, causing the entire realm to suddenly erupt in violent turmoil. The entrance and exit sealed shut, demons fell into frenzied rage, the earth trembled and cracked, and various natural disasters wreaked havoc in relentless succession. Most of those youthful prodigies permanently lost their lives within the secret realm due to its sudden violent eruption. And it was not only the Yanyu Immortal Sect that suffered heavy losses. The other 3 supreme powers that had similarly dispatched disciples into the realm also bore significant casualties. Shintairu was correct. The path of cultivation involves competing against heaven, against earth, against all creation. But it does not mean charging headlong into certain death clad in rags at level 20 to solo a max level boss. That was not life and death training, that was recklessly rushing toward one's own demise. From that point onward, the powerhouses of all major factions deliberately began capturing certain demons and monsters, working together to maintain the trial secret realm, a relatively safer training ground. Huang Yuan closed his eyes and sighed deeply, remaining silent for a long while. I will make the journey. Su Huai, who had quietly observed the meeting for nearly half the day, finally spoke. But before anyone else could react, Chun Tairu immediately voiced his objection. Absolutely not. Chun Tairu's whiskers trembled with vehement intensity. You are the sacred son of our sect. How can you recklessly endanger yourself? Elder Chen, please compose yourself. Su Huai leaned back in his chair, meeting the gaze of each peak master, an elder who looked toward him, then clasped his fingers and smiled. Chief Elder knows my strength well. Entering this secret realm will pose no life or death danger. Chun Tairu remained opposed. I reiterate my words. You are the sacred son of our sect. If something were to happen to you within the secret realm. Su Huai turned to Huang Yuan and asked, Chief Elder, may I ask which Xian Wang expert the Sword Tomb has sent? Most likely the current sword disciple. Su Huai raised an eyebrow and looked at Chun Tairu. This risk. Lisa Deo can take it, but I cannot. Am I not as strong as she? That is different. People from the Sword Tomb are all madmen who care nothing for their own lives. As long as they hold a sword, there is no risk beneath heaven they would not dare take. Enough, Elder Chun. All 4 great sects intend to send representatives into the secret realm. As the host, could our Yanyu Immortal Sect truly send no one at all, word would spread, and we would be ridiculed by all under heaven. Chun Tairu bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then fell silently. Meanwhile, Gu Hanshan, peak master of Fist Intent Peak, who had first raised objections, spoke up once more. If that is the case, I shall accompany the sacred sun on this journey. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Gu, but please allow me to decline. Moi. Surely the sacred sun does not believe this old Gu would be a burden to you. It is sufficient that Elder Gu understands in his heart. There is no need to voice it aloud. Gu Hanshan. Huang Yuan tucked his hands into his sleeves and spoke to conclude the matter. Very well. The matter of the secret realm is settled. Next, the second issue I wish to address is Tianhan Palace. The candlelight in the small dark room flickered erratically until dusk when Huang Yuan finally blew it out. The matter concerning Tianhan Palace had occupied the elders' discussion throughout the entire afternoon, with reactions ranging from shock to fury. Shun Tairu, who devoted himself to alchemy and regarded it as a sacred belief, was even more vehement. Upon learning of Tianhan Palace's human pill incident, he instantly transformed into an unrelenting critic, berating the Tianhan Palace chief elder relentlessly for half an hour. Phrases such as curses upon his lineage and ancestry came endlessly one after another. Time and again he invoked scathing insults directed at the Tianhan Palace chief elder's parents, calling him an orphan cursed at birth. After seeing off all the elders and extinguishing the candlelight, Huang Yuan finally exhaled with visible relief and turned to look at Su Huai, who remained seated. How do you feel? Su Huai shook his head, somewhat troublesome. He indeed troublesome. All affairs of the sect, both major and minor, converge and accumulate within this modest meeting hall. The great emperor guards the weeping ghost abyss, so all these burdens fall upon my shoulders. In the future, these responsibilities will also be passed to you. Su Huai's body stiffened. I refuse. You are the sacred son of our sect. Old Huang, between the two of us, who do you think will break through to immortal emperor first? Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. Naturally you. Then if I become immortal emperor, and you remain an immortal venerable, who do you think will handle the menial affairs of Yanyu immortal sect? Su Huai patted Huang Yuan on the shoulder. Furthermore, after breaking through to immortal emperor, I may spend some time at the weeping ghost abyss, relieving Emperor Yanyu of his duties, at least allowing him a period of rest. By then you can entrust all these matters to him. After all, this is Yanyu immortal sect, not Su Huai immortal sect. Huang Yuan wore a thoroughly exasperated expression. A gift from the great emperor entrusted to me to deliver to you. It was extremely heavy and cold to the touch. Su Huai stayed in his small courtyard, studying the strange stone before him, which he had never seen before. He asked Huang Yuan, who said he didn't know what it was either, only that it was definitely a treasure. Hiss. The ring on his finger suddenly emitted a faint sound, transforming into a silver serpent that raised its head and met Su Huai's gaze. You're awake. This is a strange stone. Su Huai was momentarily stunned. Strange stone? What is it? A key. A key, eh? How do I use it? Put it in your mouth. Damn, that's so unhygienic. Su Huai swallowed. Who knew if that old man Yanyu had used it? And he had to put it in his mouth. He would never do that in his life. Pressing it against your forehead works too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Huai sighed in relief, closed his eyes, lifted the strange stone in his palm, and gently pressed it against his head. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Just as Su Huai couldn't help but open his eyes to ask the serpent if it was playing a trick on him, his head suddenly felt heavy, as if his soul was being violently pulled by something, and his consciousness went blank. When he woke up again, Su Huai was completely bewildered. 2 blood moons hung in the sky, and everything around was pitch black. He could barely make out that this was a wilderness. He was right in the middle of the wilderness. His white holy sun robe was extremely conspicuous under the moonlight. Out of an instinct for stealth, Su Huai subconsciously wanted to change into black clothes, but when he touched his hand, the storage ring that should have been on his index finger was completely unusable. What's going on? Rustle, rustle. A strong wind suddenly blew across the wilderness, and a large swarm of strangely shaped butterflies appeared in the night sky. Su Huai squinted, suddenly feeling a chill of horror. Those weren't butterflies. Those were the skins of living beings covering the sky. Bone-clinging spirits. Shit. This is the Chigue Abyss. He was numb. Yanyu Emperor was unethical, throwing me, a new holy son who had only been in the sect for a few days, into the Chigue Abyss to kill monsters. Even a capitalist would kneel and kowtow. Forget it, let's fight first. Su Huai spread his hands, but the surging immortal power he imagined did not appear. He was like a fake Su Huai posing for a long time, but no power manifested from his body. If I were you, I'd run first. Damn. The storage ring is useless, but this fake ring can still work. Without needing the serpent's reminder, Su Huai was already running. Unfortunately, his careless attacking posture just now had revealed his position, and his white clothes made it impossible to hide in the darkness. The skins covering the mountains and fields surged toward him like bats chasing moths. Within 10 minutes, he was overwhelmed by the skins. Su Huai dead. Huh. In the small courtyard of Yanyu immortal sect, Su Huai suddenly staggered, his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Just now he had experienced a new way to die. He was overwhelmed by a ghostly creature called bone-clinging spirit, countless sharp tubes piercing into his body, instantly sucking him into a shriveled human skin. The strange stone in his hand emitted an eerie black light. Su Huai crouched on the ground for a long time to recover, then gritted his teeth and reached out to press the serpent on his hand, which was gloating. What the hell is going on? I told you it's a key. What kind of key? Was that place the Chiguay Abyss? It didn't look like it to me. It's the ghost realm. What the hell? You can think of it as the depths of the Chiguay Abyss. The function of the strange stone is to be a key. It allows you to explore the ghost realm with a pure body. Bullshit pure body. I don't want to be pure. I want power. The power to instantly kill those bone-clinging spirits. Then you can fight your way in from the Chiguay Abyss directly. Forget I said anything. Su Huai casually tossed the strange stone onto the table. To hell with the ghost realm. Why would I, who could be an immortal venerable in the immortal realm, go to someone else's territory to be a weakling? I'm not a masochist. Damn, it's terrifying. Power rating 9. 7 potential rating 4. 99. Not. What do you mean? Through the strange stone, you can temper your soul strength. The opportunities your consciousness gains in the ghost realm will also reflect on your body, enhancing your power and talent. Even if the cultivation systems are different. The cultivation system is no different. 1st to 10th rank control of authority. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. The Chiguay Abyss had never seen a power above Ghost Emperor, so they were all about the same, and the power divisions were similar. Su Huai silently picked up the strange stone from the table. What a good thing. I wronged Yenue Emperor. Yenue Emperor, forever his good brother. It was still evening, not yet completely dark. The rich woman was still in the alchemy room learning alchemy. Su Huai took a deep breath and decided to try again. He took out the blood-colored ghost mask from his storage ring and changed into a black robe. Then he pressed the strange stone to his forehead, and his consciousness was pulled again. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he crouched low, chose a direction, and moved slowly under the cover of night. Whoosh! The wind began to blow again. But this time the sky, full of bone-clinging spirits, did not notice Su Huai, who was wrapped in a black robe and motionless. They drifted with the wind and soon disappeared over the horizon. Su Huai breathed a sigh of relief. He tightened his robe, and his shadow also tightened its robe. Something seemed off. He looked down at his shadow, only to see it suddenly open its hands, grab its own head, and with a crack twist its head off and hold it in its arms. Su Huai. Bang. Su Huai overturned the stone table in front of him. Can't play. Too many dirty things, simply unplayable. First the first-rank bone-clinging skin, then the second-rank shadow-attaching spirit. Since Su Huai successfully shed mortality and became an immortal, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? In less than 10 minutes, he had died twice in a row. If he kept dying, his mind would break. He obediently put the strange stone away, pushed open the courtyard gate, and stood with his hands in his sleeves in front of Chu Siu's door, pondering life. Now only the rich woman could bring him a little warmth. But after waiting a long time, the sun still refused to set. After thinking it over, Su Huai decided to go check on the honored guest from Tianhan Palace. He couldn't kill him now, but he could scare him, right? Because I'm unhappy, so I'll make the Tianhan Palace guy unhappy too. That way we can empathize with each other. That's a unique form of communication. Very reasonable. Donning the ghost mask and black robe, Su Huai concealed his aura and slipped into the guest courtyard of Yenue Immortal Sect from the shadows. At that time, Zhang Jintian was drinking tea in the small courtyard. A gentle breeze passed, and a few golden leaves fell from the apricot tree, creating a charming atmosphere. Zhang Jintian was relaxing his mind, about to recite a poem, when he suddenly glimpsed a blood-red head popping up over the wall. Shit. He trembled all over, thinking he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes, but the red head on the wall didn't disappear. That eerie thing gave him a twisted smile, and the next moment it vanished into the shadows without a trace. As if it had come specifically to see him. But Zhang Jintian was completely shaken. His hands trembled, and he had no mood to drink tea. Who knew when that thing would jump out and stab him? He hadn't expected that even the grand formation of Yenue Immortal Sect couldn't stop that thing. Right? Yenue Immortal Sect. I need to inform Yenue Immortal Sect. There's a dirty thing in your mountain gate. Start searching immediately. The main alchemy hall of Yaoling Peak was not small. To accommodate the newly initiated disciples, every day at sunset the main hall of the Alchemy Peak would feature a master alchemist of at least the 6th rank who would publicly demonstrate the method to refine a commonly used pill. Chu Siu had learned to refine those 3rd-rank pills through such observations. As for her master, Chen Tairu had not yet begun teaching her alchemy. On the first day of her apprenticeship, when she formally became his disciple, Chen Tairu gave her a spark of fire. The flame was a pale blue, its heat contained within. When Su Huai first saw it, he thought it was some kind of heavenly fire, but later he learned that the flame was merely a spiritual fire that old Chun had retrieved from the bottom of a volcano and nurtured with immortal energy, far from as formidable as the legendary exotic flames. These days Chen Tairu had been teaching his young disciple to control the spiritual fire, passing on some insights. Su Huai, hands tucked in his sleeves, slipped into the hall just as the elder of Yaoling Peak on the central platform was refining a 4th-rank clear heart pill. This was a life-saving elixir capable of neutralizing most common toxins in the immortal realm. On the market, a single clear heart pill sold for around 1,000 spirit stones. TSK. Alchemists were indeed a lucrative profession. The key to refining the clear heart pill lies in the final step. During condensation, a petal from the clear water lotus must be added to activate the pill's medicinal effects. But the peak master of my Yaoling Peak, Elder Chun, when refining this pill, would add an extra purple cloud grass. Although this made the pill taste bitter, it could increase the medicinal efficacy by another 10%. The elder's gestures changed rapidly, channeling spiritual energy from his palm into the furnace, tempering the nascent pill. Chu Siyu was not yet capable of refining 4th-rank pills. But that did not stop her from holding a small notebook, squeezing into the empty corner at the front, and recording every word the elder said. However, when noting the addition of purple cloud grass, she drew a small circle beside it. Every alchemist had their own little quirks. For instance, the current #1 alchemist in the world state, Preceptor Li Zhongyuan of the Zuntian Divine Dynasty, liked to add some bitter herbs without affecting the pill's efficacy. This was known as recalling bitterness to appreciate sweetness. According to him, it was meant to inspire the younger generation of the dynasty to understand that consuming pills was not a good thing, thereby cultivating a cautious attitude. It was unclear whether it worked, but it was said that every disciple of the Zuntian Divine Dynasty adored him. Each year during the anniversary celebration, disciples would bring gauze and, gritting their teeth, polish the statue of the state preceptor in front of the imperial palace until it shone. Over time, the statue's hair was worn away, and the state preceptor, as if under a mysterious curse, soon lost all his hair and became a kind-hearted old man. Chu Siyu was the opposite, as she liked to refine pills into various fruit flavors like eating candy. After the purple cloud grass entry, she drew a small mark to indicate that she would find ways to remove the bitter side effect. She was truly too gentle. I was moved to tears. Su Huai quietly squeezed through the crowd and stood behind Chu Siyu, drawing sidelong glances from many disciples, especially some senior disciples who had not yet seen Su Huai cast angry looks at him. It wasn't about jealousy. Rather, over the past few days, Chu Siyu's timid nature had spread. This junior sister was gentle and never used her status as a personal disciple to act spoiled. Instead, she arrived earlier than most disciples every day and stayed until dark. She was talented and hardworking. How could anyone not love such a junior sister? In just a few days, Chu Siyu had become the acknowledged treasure of Yaoling Peak. After learning that being close to strangers made her uncomfortable, everyone would leave a small empty area for her during the public alchemy demonstrations. At first it was in the center, but soon Chu Siyu noticed, thanked them, and quickly moved to a corner. And now, a strange male disciple deliberately stood so close to junior sister Chu. He even stretched his neck to peek at her notes. Damn, why is your gaze wandering? Why are your eyes glowing? Are you really looking at the notes? He even dared to smile. Shameless. Utterly shameless. What malicious intent could Su Huai have? At first he was indeed looking at the wealthy lady's notes. But damn, he couldn't understand them. The notes were illustrated. He could barely recognize that the big circle was the furnace, the chicken claws represented hands, and the leaves were some kind of spiritual herb. A modern Picasso. Terrifying. Unable to comprehend the drawings, he had to look at something else. He was 186 meters tall. The wealthy lady was 167 meters, and he was exactly a head taller. From his vantage point, he inevitably caught a glimpse of the scenery partially hidden by her collar. First, her delicate collarbone. Further inside, a small curve astonishingly white, like fine jade. Su Huai felt his nose grow warm. This fellow student, the elder who had just finished alchemy, could no longer hold back. He was merely an outer sect elder, and although he knew the sect had acquired a holy son, his rank did not allow him to attend the Black Room meetings. Thus, he had never seen the holy son's face. He only knew that after finishing his demonstration, he spotted this lecherous male disciple peeping at the youngest personal disciple of Yaoling Peak. Outrageous. How did such a despicable person pass the entrance exam of my Yenyue immortal sect? The elder was furious, directly pointing at Su Huai, who looked up with a bewildered expression. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Your gaze is wandering, not paying attention. It seems my humble 4th-rank pill is no challenge for you, is it? Ahem, elder eye. No need to make excuses. You come up and demonstrate the refining method of the clear heart pill. If you fail, do not blame me for recording your name and giving you a failing grade on your year-end evaluation, ensuring you never become an inner disciple. Su Huai was stunned. The surrounding disciples of Yaoling Peak were looking at him with schadenfreude. Chu Siyu seemed to finally notice someone beside her. She felt a bit annoyed. The physiological reaction of discomfort when approached by others seemed to have completely failed in Su Huai's presence. She didn't know if it was because she had gotten used to it or something else. Hearing the elder force Su Huai to refine pills, she unexpectedly showed a hint of schadenfreude, as if the timid little rabbit had unknowingly learned a touch of fox's cunning. Su Huai opened his mouth, then touched his ring. He had intended to pull out his holy son token to show off, but upon meeting Chu Siyu's gaze, he withdrew his hand. He strode up the steps and stood beside the elder. Elder, you really want me to refine a pill? What are you afraid? Why would I be afraid? It's just the quality of this furnace. The elder reached out and tapped the furnace on the platform. This furnace is named Purple Haze, a 6th rank spirit artifact specially crafted by the elder of Artifact Spirit Peak. It certainly won't hold you back. 6th rank. Then I can rest assured. Su Huai touched the corner of his mouth to hide his smile. Elder, the clear heart pill is too simple. How about I demonstrate a self-created pill? Self-created pill? The elder immediately became respectful, putting away his contempt. Most alchemists merely followed the old ways, learning recipes passed down by predecessors. If someone could create a new pill, even if it was only 1st rank, they deserved admiration. Pleased. The elder gestured and respectfully stepped aside. Su Huai grinned, pulling out a large handful of medicinal herbs from his storage ring. These herbs were the ransom that the 5th rank demonic beasts in the Trial's secret realm had offered to save their lives. The lowest quality among them was 4th rank. Now not only the elder, but even the alchemy disciples below, who didn't know Su Huai, all thought he was an unknown master. After all, to use so many high-grade herbs, he must be refining at least a 5th rank, or even 6th or 7th rank immortal pill. Open the furnace, start refining. Flames blazed. Su Huai took a deep breath and slammed the stone platform. Several medicinal herbs were bounced up and sent into the furnace by his palm wind. Tongues of fire swept across, stunning all the watching disciples. Only the elder, who stood nearby, watched helplessly as half of the herbs were instantly scorched. Elder, this. Su Huai glanced at him. Elder, don't worry. It's all part of my plan. All right. After a moment of burning, Su Huai repeated the trick, tossing batch after batch of herbs into the furnace, changing hand gestures several times with calm composure, displaying the demeanor of a master. The disciples were all stunned by this expert. Their master had taught them that alchemy must not be rushed, each step must be meticulously performed, otherwise even a slight mistake would cause the medicinal properties to become disordered. At worst the pill would be ruined, at worst the furnace would explode. But this expert, before them, executed a series of movements that flowed like clouds and water, appearing chaotic, but actually orderly, and in just a moment waves of medicinal fragrance wafted out. This purification technique was actually even faster than the Peak Masters by a few degrees. The elder of Yaoling Peak trembled, his lips feeling immense heartache. He watched with his own eyes as the herbs melted and withered in the furnace, the medicinal power draining away like mad, just like burning firewood. How could there not be a medicinal fragrance? Is this alchemy? This is wasting herbs. The elder was about to speak again, but Su Huai let out a loud shout at that moment, scaring the words back into his mouth. Then Su Huai took out a bottle of pure mountain spring water from his storage ring, reached out to open the furnace lid, and poured it all in from above. Elder, disciples, so alchemy requires adding water. The disciples finally snapped out of their initial shock and began to suspect that Su Huai was messing around. At this point, the elder no longer intended to stop him, because adding water had completely ruined the herbs in the furnace, leaving absolutely no chance of recovery. Forget it, let him be. It can serve as a negative example. Su Huai didn't care what the elder was thinking. He squinted slightly, watching the medicinal paste in the furnace risk burning again, and couldn't help but take another bottle of mountain spring water, open it, and add water. After repeating this 4 times, the medicinal paste was finally burned into a clump of unknown mush. He quietly extended his immortal power into the furnace, condensing a pair of illusory hands. Then he grasped the mush and began to knead it. The elder of Yaoling Peak broke into a cold sweat. So the reason pills are round is that alchemists roll them by hand. Bullshit. He could no longer hold back. Stop. Pill formed. Su Huai interrupted him again, forcefully slapping the furnace. A fist-sized, perfectly round pill flew out of the furnace mouth and hovered silently above Su Huai's palm. It was actually refined. But why is this pill so big? How are we supposed to swallow it? Chew it up and swallow it. But aren't pills not supposed to be chewed? You have a point. The disciples were far away and lacked cultivation, so they didn't notice Su Huai's wild moves. They thought that through his messing around, he had actually concocted a very new kind of pill. They couldn't help whispering among themselves. The elder's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to expose the truth, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Chintairu appeared in the hall at some point, having witnessed Su Huai's series of wild maneuvers. He now had a head full of black lines and a very complicated gaze. The Holy Sun came from Yaoling Peak, which was naturally the pride of Yaoling Peak. As the Peak Master, he was considered half a master to Su Huai. How face-saving that sounded. But damn it, the Holy Sun couldn't refine pills. Is it wrong to not know alchemy? The Holy Sun's talent was so high he could defeat an 8th rank immortal king at a young age. Dare you say he's not capable? He was the successor of the immortal sect appointed by the great emperor. He was the face of the Yanyue immortal sect. How could he possibly be wrong? Therefore, not knowing alchemy was not the Holy Sun's fault, but the fault of his incompetent master, who taught him. Su Huai had already noticed Chintairu coming down. Seeing this old man looking at him with tears in his eyes, his hand hidden in the wide sleeve trembling like Parkinson's, Su Huai sighed. Elder Chin, your hand. It's nothing, I just burned it while alchemy. Alas, why can't you be more careful? Just in time, this ultimate great supplement pill has just come out. Elder Chen, take it to replenish yourself. Chen Tairu suppressed the urge to slap Su Huai to death, forcing a smile uglier than crying. Thank you for the Holy Sun's kindness. But this old man still wants to live a few more years. Damn it, who would dare eat this pill? So big, more than a dozen high-grade herbs mixed together. If eaten now, he'd probably see his long-dead master by evening. When his master asked how he died, would he have the nerve to say he was poisoned by a pill refined by his own disciple? His master, who valued alchemy as his life, would probably jump out of the coffin and expel him from the sect that very night. Su Huai also knew he was being a bit difficult, so he awkwardly rubbed his nose and stuffed that pill into his storage ring. Chen Tairu took a deep breath. Holy Sun, Elder Su is looking for you everywhere in the sect. He says there's a problem with the distinguished guest from Tianhan Palace, and he wants to discuss it with you, the person in charge of the exchange event. Ahem, then I'll take my leave. Holy Sun, go quickly, don't keep the guest waiting. Su Huai slowly walked down the steps, took Chu Siu's hand, and quickly walked out of the alchemy room. After Su Huai had gone far, Chen Tairu let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the bewildered disciples below, he announced loudly, that person just now is the Holy Sun of our Yenyue immortal sect. He is. Ahem, he is a 1 in a million alchemy genius. His methods are only suitable for himself. You must not imitate him. The disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. The Holy Sun. So it's the Holy Sun. No wonder he's so unconventional. But he seems to have taken away the junior sister. So what if he did? The junior sister didn't refuse. Maybe they are already Dao companions who admire each other. TSK. Damn it, I oppose this marriage. Piss off, they are a perfect match. How does a monster like you get to oppose? Whoa, my first love ended before it even began. Ignoring the disciples' whispers, Chen Tairu reached out and patted the elder's shoulder. Shaolin, are you troubled? The elder quickly bowed his head. I dare not. Chen Tairu gently shook his head and lowered his voice. I know you are upright and dislike lying, but he is after all our sect's holy son. We must give him some face. But, no buts. Even the Grand Elder has to give him face. Those who didn't give him face are now settled at the bottom of Qinyue Lake. Hiss. The alchemy elder, surnamed Lin, recalling the Tianhan Palace disciples who had died in Qinyue Lake recently, couldn't help but gasp. He had heard that another one died last night, a full elder with 7th rank cultivation. Thank you for the reminder, Peak Master. Ahem, no need to be so afraid. The Holy Sun won't kill his own. But if you offend him, he'll definitely play some pranks on you. Moreover, Chen Tairu shook his head. This time the furnace didn't explode, so that's already a success. Although I don't know if that lump was really a tonic or poison. Su Huai didn't know that old man Chen Tairu was slandering him behind his back. Otherwise, he would have shouted defamation and claimed to be a sunny, generous, good young man. Don't believe it. Don't believe it, then ask Zhang Jintian of Tianhan Palace. Su Huai had just arrived at the guest courtyard with Chu Siu when he heard Zhang Jintian's arguing voice from inside. Elder Su, I Zhang swear I'm not lying to you. It's that place, a blood-red head identical to the legend of Ghost Foot 7 from the mountain. It must be a ghost clan that escaped from Chigue Abyss. Elder Su replied calmly but firmly. Peak Master Zhang, please don't make excuses to trouble this old man. Our sect's grand formation has been continuously operating. It's absolutely impossible for a high-level demon to sneak in silently. Zhang Jintian, really. Believe me, your immortal sect is really unsafe. The breaking of the heart-testing formation at the mountain gate is the best proof. Elder Su, Peak Master Zhang, don't be unreasonable. The heart-testing formation is just a 7th rank spirit formation. Even you, Peak Master Zhang, have the ability to break it, right? Zhang Jintian, you suspect me. Elder Su, that's just a reasonable inference. Zhang Jintian, this old man didn't do it. I didn't do it, and that's that. Slap. Su Huai walked out from the corner, his spiritual energy surging, and glared angrily at Zhang Jintian. Peak Master Zhang, you intend to murder an elder of our Yenyue immortal sect. Zhang Jintian, Elder Su. Su Huai squinted, pointing at Elder Su's leg. Elder Su instantly understood, and with a slap sat down on the ground, clutching his thigh, and began to wail. Zhang Jintian, I treated you with sincerity when you came from afar, and I only said the heart-testing formation damage was a suspicion. How could you be so angry and strike me so heavily? Zhang Jintian was completely stunned. The next moment, Su Huai charged from the corner, punching straight at his face. Zhang Jintian was furious. He was truly furious. The Yenyue immortal sect was pushing him too far. He finally stopped hiding his cultivation and gritted his teeth to fight Su Huai. Su Huai grinned secretly, using his immortal power to set up a barrier protecting Chu Siu and Elder Su. Then he deliberately suppressed his own realm to around the 8th rank and began to guide the furious Zhang Jintian to madly destroy the surrounding buildings. In less than 10 seconds of their battle, most of the area outside the guest courtyard was destroyed. Su Huai suddenly grinned, took a palm strike head-on, and was sent crashing into the ruins. At that moment, Zhang Jintian suddenly dared not move. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13. 13 immortal king level auras locked onto him. The 13 peak masters of the Yanyue immortal sect who were staying in the sect sealed off all his escape routes. From the back of the sect, a 9th rank immortal venerable's aura surged. Huang Yuan stepped through the air, his hair and beard flaring, countless cyan flashes faintly visible behind him. Zhang Zhentian, dare to wound our sect's holy son within Yanyue territory. Are you tired of living? Zhang Zhentian took a deep breath. He landed on the ground, put his hands on his head, and slowly crouched down. In the heart of another sect's territory, escape was impossible. The mountain protecting formation was no joke. Even an immortal venerable couldn't withstand it, let alone an immortal king like him. If he didn't surrender, he would die, leaving not even ashes. The ancients were not wrong. Impulse is a demon. His mind was a tangled mess, the clues gradually connecting, and he even began to suspect that the whole incident was a huge conspiracy. He just didn't know where that red-faced ghost foot 7 came from. Could it be that the Yanyue immortal sect was also doing some forbidden things just like them? They used people to refine pills, while the Yanyue immortal sect secretly raised demons, and even raised 9th rank demons. Zhang Zhentian felt that he must have discovered the dark secrets of the Yanyue immortal sect, which was why they set this trap to silence him. Yanyue immortal sect to Tianhan Palace. Notice: in the year 2023 of the Zuntian Divine Dynasty calendar, the Yanyue emperor attained enlightenment and became an emperor in the Qingyue Valley. In June of the same year, he established the Yanyue immortal sect. To date, our sect has endured over 14,000 years. After the fall of the Qigui abyss, our sect resolutely undertook the heavy responsibility of guarding it. For thousands of years, countless elders and disciples have valiantly fought and sacrificed their blood in foreign lands. The theoretical lifespan of a 6th rank Earth immortal is 3600 years, yet the average lifespan of our 6th rank disciples in successive generations is less than 500 years. When foreign enemies invade, someone must take up arms to resist. When the alien races are brutal, someone will inevitably sacrifice. Our tens of thousands of members have never complained. However, yesterday at the 3rd quarter of the Su hour, Zhang Zhentian, the peak master of Shijian Peak of Tianhan Palace, who had voluntarily come to our sect for a visit in exchange for reasons of his own, inexplicably assaulted and verbally abused an elder of our sect. Su Huai, the holy son of our sect, kindly counseled him, but never expected that the villain Zhang Zhentian would suddenly erupt and attack our holy son with the power of an 8th rank immortal king. Su Huai, being young and innocent, could not have imagined Zhang Zhentian's extreme malice. Caught off guard, he was sent flying 100 meters, grievously injured and on the verge of death. The holy son is the foundation of the sect's future and the hope of all elders. Our sect has reason to suspect that Zhang Zhentian's action was deliberately carried out under a secret order from Tianhan Palace with the intent to cripple the future of our Yanyue immortal sect. All elders and disciples of our sect stationed at the Qigui abyss were filled with fury upon learning of this. To resist foreign aggression, we must first secure internal stability. This concerns the survival of the immortal sect. The emperor has already begun handing over war matters and will soon return to the sect to launch a punitive campaign against Tianhan Palace. Hereby announced. This announcement was like a boulder thrown into a pond, stirring waves that could shake the entire immortal domain. Countless people became excited. The Yanyue immortal sect guards the Qigui abyss, the sword tomb, suppresses the demon fall cave, and the Zuntian divine dynasty has established countless kingdoms to govern the mortal order and monitor the Zhangxing mountains. These 3 major powers have long been revered by all cultivators in the immortal domain for their respective duties. Only Tianhan Palace, as the transcendent power with the shortest history and the latest establishment, Tianhan Palace is indeed strong and has deep foundations and occasionally sends some disciples to fight in forbidden lands. But many people don't pay attention to details when looking at things, they only see the big picture. From a macro perspective, Tianhan Palace indeed lacks noteworthy achievements. Therefore, everyone found it natural for Yanyue immortal sect to suddenly challenge them, and immediately placed Yanyue immortal sect in the position of the victim. Especially some forces friendly with the immortal sect soon issued their own announcements. Jianzhong announcement: Huai Emperor declared that murdering the holy son of another sect is to sever their legacy and cut off their lineage, an act absolutely unforgivable. The emperor, reflecting on his own situation, stated that if the sword son of his sect were so treacherously attacked, he would be ablaze with rage and slaughter every high-ranking member of the perpetrator's sect. Huai Emperor is willing to send a manifested avatar to temporarily guard the Qigui abyss on behalf of the Yanyue Emperor, allowing the Yanyue Emperor to unleash his full power and seek justice. Zuntian Divine Dynasty Imperial Edict: First, please let the sword-playing friendly sect refrain from fanning the flames and prioritize the greater good. A war between Yanyue immortal sect and Tianhan Palace would surely result in mutual destruction. Regarding the serious injury of the Yanyue holy son, our dynasty's national teacher is willing to gratuitously grant a 9th grade divine restoration pill to help the holy son recover fully. Moreover, our dynasty's divine emperor is willing to mediate and make arrangements. We believe that Tianhan Palace will also be willing to offer appropriate compensation. Please everyone consider the welfare of the mortal world. Inside Tianhan Palace, a middle-aged man, slightly plump, weighing about 200 genes, stood with a numb expression, covered in sweat, his robe soaked through and clinging to his back. He was the chief clerk in charge of communications within Tianhan Palace, mainly responsible for liaising with the other three transcendent powers. His daily duties were not particularly heavy, but he never expected that everything would be fine in the afternoon, only to return after dinner and find that the Yanue immortal sect had suddenly issued an announcement, every word crying out that Tianhan Palace had bullied them. Finally, they directly issued a war declaration. Before he could even react swiftly, with a bang, the sword tomb jumped out, even offering to help Yanue immortal sect guard the Chigue abyss, so they could attack Tianhan Palace with peace of mind. And then the Zuntian divine dynasty was no better. They blathered on about the greater good, pretending to be peacemakers, but in reality they subtly confirmed the Yanue immortal sect's victim status. Without any investigation, they were already rushing to convict Tianhan Palace and demand compensation. Isn't this targeted persecution? Just because our Tianhan Palace is young and bears less responsibility, we are to be excluded and isolated by the alliance, and even a single announcement can demand compensation from us. Last time when an elder of our sect died, we asked you to investigate, and you brushed us off with the excuse of accidental drowning. Now you inexplicably claim that our palace's peak master murdered your holy son and directly threaten us with war. This is workplace manipulation. So disgusting. The chief clerk was furious, trembling, and cold. As a disciple of Tianhan Palace, he wanted to issue a counter-announcement telling the entire immortal domain that Tianhan Palace was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed by anyone. But he dared not, nor did he have the authority. Grand Elder, what should we do? The chief clerk bowed his head. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden hut of no more than 20 or 30 square meters. From inside the hut came intermittent violent coughs, making one worry that the person inside might suddenly cough up a lung and die. Issue an announcement to apologize first, then ask the Yanue immortal sect what they want, cough cough. Don't we need to contact Peak Master Zhang first and ask about the situation? No need. From inside came the faint sound of drinking water. A beautiful maidservant opened the wooden door, revealing the image of the old man within. He had short gray-white hair, neatly combed, casually draped in a sky-blue robe, his face extremely aged, with deep-set eyes lifeless and somber. The old man sat in a wooden wheelchair, raising his head to look at the clerk standing outside with his head bowed. Since the Yanue immortal sect dared to issue the announcement, it proves they are not afraid of our investigation. Zhang Jintian must have indeed attacked the Yanue holy son and left evidence. He is definitely already under control now. Even if you send a message to him, you will get no response. Do as I say. Give the Yanue immortal sect whatever they want as much as possible. Let Sima Zhu take the compensation items. Does the Grand Elder mean we let the holy son go and bring back Peak Master Zhang? No, Zhang Jintian need not return. The opening of the Lake Bottom secret realm absolutely cannot be missed. If Zhang Jintian returns with Sima Zhu's cultivation, he won't get far. I will write a personal order for him to stay by Sima Zhu's side and follow Sima Zhu's commands. Alright, my body is not well. If there's nothing else, you may go. Yes, Grand Elder, your subordinate takes leave. The stout clerk bowed and retreated backward out of the secluded valley. Inside the valley was a small pond. The Grand Elder of Tianhan Palace sat in the hut, staring blankly at the calm water surface. His hand rested on his chest and abdomen. Beneath the gray robe, his skin was pitch black, with a hideous scar, nearly 30 centimeters long, on his upper abdomen, exceptionally terrifying. His aged hand trembled slightly as he felt the powerful heartbeat emanating from the non-human heart within him, remaining silent for a long time. Announcement from Tianhan Palace to Yanue immortal sect regarding the injury to your sect's holy son. Our sect's Grand Elder deeply apologizes. We are well aware of the immense contributions the Yanue immortal sect has made to the entire immortal realm, and we have always held the utmost respect for your sect, 120%, with no intention of offending you. Upon investigation, Zhang Jintian, the peak master of the sword-washing peak of our sect, was recently ordered in secret by the Grand Elder to venture deep into the Burial Star Mountains to slay an 8th-rank demon fox skilled in beguiling hearts. The reason for the sudden outburst was likely due to the hidden injuries left by the demon fox's death throes, which momentarily clouded his mind. Our sect is willing to compensate for the unintended consequences caused by his chi deviation. Please, in view of Peak Master Zhang's merits in slaying demons for the human race, spare his life. Tianhan Palace respectfully acknowledges. Yanue Immortal Sect announcement. Since your sect has shown remorse, and the matter indeed has its reasons, our sect, out of consideration for the world under heaven, is willing to make concessions. However, our sect's holy son Su Huai has suffered severe injuries. His meridians are shattered, his foundation damaged, and the cultivation he had painstakingly elevated yet not stabilized has unfortunately fallen under this blow. After deliberation among the elders, we request that your sect provide the following compensation. First, 1 9th grade meridian restoration pill needed to repair the meridians. Second, 2 9th grade foundation stabilizing pills needed to mend the foundation. Third, 5 ninth grade ascension pills needed to restore cultivation. Fourth, our sect's holy son, having suffered this blow, has his Tao heart damaged. Please provide compensation for mental anguish, 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, when Zhang Jintian assaulted the holy son, he destroyed numerous buildings. These structures were built by our ancestors at the founding of our sect, imbued with deep historical significance. Our sect's finances are strained, so we request an additional 10 million high-grade spirit stones from your sect for repairs. Hereby announced. Hiss. The chief secretary of Tianhan Palace drew in a sharp breath. Just opening your mouth and demanding 8 ninth grade pills. Do you think they are cabbages, eh? The number of ninth grade alchemists in the entire immortal realm doesn't even fill one hand, and our Tianhan Palace doesn't have a legitimate ninth grade alchemist. The human pills refined by the Grand Elder, would you dare to take them? And 20 million high-grade spirit stones, high-grade. Converted, that's 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. Yanue Immortal Sect, are you damn desperate for money? Why not just rob us outright? The whole world knows Yanue Immortal Sect is asking for an exorbitant amount, but the whole world also thinks it's quite reasonable. Who told you to go and attempt to murder their holy son? Haven't you heard that his foundation was damaged? A damaged foundation affects potential. What's wrong with asking for more compensation? But the whole world never imagined. Su Huai, whom they sympathized with, was at that very moment sitting in a small pavilion of the Yanue Immortal Sect, cross-legged, grinning, as he issued announcements through a communication crystal. That's right. He personally sent all those announcements. Zhang Jintian's full-power palm strike didn't even break his defense, but only left a red mark on his chest, which has now almost faded. This whole act was to blatantly extort. When the Tianhan Palace affair is eventually exposed, the Yanue Immortal Sect certainly cannot swallow this fat piece of meat alone. Tianhan Palace is not a genuine soft persimmon, it's not that easy to squeeze. Most likely all the righteous heroes of the world will be gathered to jointly punish the traitors. After the war, the spoils will naturally be divided among all. If not now, when would they sneak a bite of the exclusive feast? Huang Yuan, sitting opposite Su Huai, quietly took a sip of tea and let out a soft sigh. So dark. Even he, the Grand Elder of the Yanue Immortal Sect, thought Su Huai was dark. It seems that the sect's affairs truly cannot be handed over to Su Huai in the future. Otherwise, within a few years, the Yanue Immortal Sect would turn into the Yanue Demon Sect. But doing this once in a while is harmless enough. The sect is strong, but there are so many places to spend money. The stock of spirit stones is not much. 10 million high-grade spirit stones is by no means a small amount for a transcendent power. Moreover, Su Huai had just said, of the 5 ascension pills compensated by Tianhan Palace, he only wanted 2 for himself. The remaining 3, 2 for the Great Emperor, and 1 for him, the Grand Elder. 9th grade pills. Huang Yuan hadn't had many either. After all, their Yanue Immortal Sect's medicine spirit peak master, Old Man Shun, was only an 8th grade alchemist. Truly embarrassing. Huang Yuan was reminiscing about the taste of a 9th grade pill he had eaten decades ago when he turned and saw Su Huai suddenly clutching his chest, lying pale-faced on the small bed. Huh, what's going on? A few seconds later, Huang Yuan noticed a small head stealthily poking out from the door of the small pavilion. Got it. Chu Siyu was hiding outside the door. She was simple-minded and couldn't understand the intricacies of what had just happened. She had been led by Su Huai, then he suddenly let go of her hand and rushed toward the Tianhan Palace elder who had come to the Yanue Immortal Sect for an exchange. Before she could react, she was surrounded by a protective immortal force, and then she witnessed Su Huai being struck down from the sky by that elder's palm, sending dust flying everywhere. At that moment, she was completely stunned, standing dumbfounded with her mouth agape, her mind blank. Tears inexplicably welled up, and she instinctively walked toward where Su Huai had fallen, only to bump into the protective barrier. It wasn't until several elders dug Su Huai out of the rubble and carried him away on a stretcher with expressionless faces that her master, Chun Tairu, finally found her. And after trying to break the protective barrier without success, he told her with a dark look that Su Huai was fine. Therefore, as soon as the protective barrier disappeared, she inquired from her master and found this small building specially provided for Su Huai's recovery. However, after learning that Su Huai was not seriously injured, she was less worried. But with the Grand Elder present, she only dared to hide at the door and sneak a peek. Cough. Cough, cough. Su Huai let out a cough identical to the Grand Elder of Tianhan Palace. Then in a hoarse voice he said to Huang Yuan, Grand Elder, I am no longer in danger. You are occupied with myriad affairs, there is no need to waste time guarding this disciple. Huang Yuan looked down at the freshly brewed high-grade immortal tea in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching. When there's trouble, it's Grand Elder. When there's no trouble, it's Old Man Huang. I see the affection has faded, and I'm an eyesore. Trying to drive me away. That absolutely cannot happen. Chu Siyu is only 16. Who knows what inappropriate request you, a beast, might make while pretending to be ill in a secluded room with a young woman. Su Huai, you are our sect's holy son and have suffered such severe injuries. Right now, nothing in the Yanue Immortal Sect is more important than you. I think it's better for me to stay here and watch over you. Su Huai. Since the Grand Elder cares so much for this disciple, how about your 9th grade ascension pill? Damn, you little bastard threatening me. Huang Yuan's eye twitched, and he flew into a rage, slamming the table and standing up. Sorry to bother, I'll leave now. Huang Yuan silently gathered his sleeves, not even bothering to say goodbye to Su Huai. As he walked out the door, he only gave Chu Siyu a kind smile. Chu Siyu bowed her head in greeting. After Huang Yuan had gone far, she slipped into the room and looked at Su Huai's pale face, instantly feeling a pang of pity. Are you alright? I'm not alright at all. Su Huai said in a faint voice, his face full of weakness. Rich lady. They all say I'm not seriously injured, but I'm in so much pain. Chu Siyu opened her mouth, then bit her lip, and began frantically pulling out pills from her storage bracelet. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. Before long, the bedside was piled with bottles and jars. But in Chu Siyu's hand, she held a piece of fruit candy. Eat some candy, it won't hurt anymore. Seeing that the rich woman was about to cry, Su Huai could no longer bear to tease her. He took the candy from her palm, peeled off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. It was orange-flavored, just an ordinary candy. Chu Siyu stood by the bed, stealing glances at him. Rich woman, where did you get this candy? Chu Siyu lowered her head. Chowie gave it to me. Oh, don't just stand there like a fool. Sit down. Su Huai patted his small bed. Chu Siyu pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds, gazing at that small bed. In the end, she still didn't sit directly on it. Instead, she hurried to the tea table, where Huang Yuan had just been drinking, and dragged over a small stool to place in front of the bed. As long as she didn't get on that bed, it didn't count as sharing a bed. Then Chu Siyu was still a reserved little girl. Su Huai's eyebrow twitched as he quietly watched his rich woman deceive herself. Only after she settled on the small stool did he finally bite down on the hard candy, producing a crisp cracking sound. Didn't I just have Chowie take you for a walk down the mountain at noon? Why did you run to the alchemy room again? I did go. I had lunch with Chow E in Chinua Valley at noon. What did you eat? There was crispy, spicy chicken, poached prawns, snow fungus, and lotus seed soup, 8 treasure blood duck, braised spirit pattern fish, shredded potatoes, with chili Chinese cabbage, and also spicy rabbit heads. Holy crap. That's so lavish. Chow E said you'd reimburse. Bullshit, it's the immortal sect reimbursing. Not me. Rich woman, you need to remember collective property and personal property must be kept strictly separate. The best arrangement would be that what belongs to the sect is mine, and what's mine stays mine. Got it. That won't work, that's not right. I'm the Holy Son, and I say it's fine. Seeing Chu Siyu's obedient expression, wanting to argue but daring not to, Su Huai couldn't resist wanting to tease her again. Rich woman. Moi. Rabbits are so cute, why do you want to eat them? Chu Siyu. Rabbits have parents too, they have family and friends. If you eat the rabbit, how heartbroken would its family be? Chu Siyu opened her mouth and replied softly. The rabbits for the spicy rabbit heads were caught by Chow E at the farm down the mountain. There are lots of rabbits there, and they steal grain. Plus their whole family was caught. So no family would be sad. Su Huai suddenly fell silent. Damn it, no family would be sad. This cruel woman Chow E could actually describe a whole family massacre in such an elegant way. No wonder when they first met she could dig a grave and bury someone alongside him without changing expression. Just as Su Huai was brewing up how to badmouth Chow E, the door to the room was pushed open again. Su Huai watched Chow E and Luo Yuanhe walk into the room, his eyebrow twitching. Why are you two here? Chow E placed the fruit in her hand on the tea table and paused. Master Chun from Yaoling Peak sent us. He said you were severely injured, unable to move in bed, and asked us to come visit you. SSS. Damn, old man Chun. I finally managed to get the elder out of the way, and you pull this stunt on me, bringing 2 bigger third wheels. Do you really think I'm that kind of person, taking advantage of being sick to make improper requests of your little disciple, then cleaning you out in this shabby room? Su Huai's face turned ashen. Chow E leaned in and looked him over. I knew you were fine. I'm in big trouble, nearly died. Tisk, you can only fool the naive, see you. Chow E clicked her tongue, took an orange from the fruit basket, and started peeling it herself. The Holy Son is critically injured. If something really happened, those people from Yaoling Peak would never leave your side until they found a way to save you, doing everything they could to keep you alive. And would the Peak Master really come personally to find 2 ordinary disciples like me and Luo Yuanhe, and ask us to bring you something when we came to visit? Here, a bottle of Qingxin Dan. Damn it. Qingxin Dan, what is the old man hinting at? Su Huai sighed. Chow E was indeed smart. But it didn't matter anyway. This whole scheme was crude enough that anyone with eyes could see it was an open conspiracy. With the Lake Bottom secret realm about to open, even if the Zhuantian Divine Dynasty and Sword Tomb had suspicions about this extortion, they would never send anyone to Yenihue Immortal Sect to investigate. Nobody was familiar with Tianhan Palace. The Tianhan Immortal Emperor had been in seclusion for years and barely met with the other immortal emperors. Su Huai even suspected that since both Sword Tomb and Zhuantian Divine Dynasty were cooperating so well, perhaps Emperor Yenihue had notified them in advance. As for the extorted Tianhan Palace, they had at least confirmed one thing: now Yenihue Immortal Sect had most likely discovered their medicine man plan. This extortion was the first confrontation between the 2 great sects. Would you give Yenihue Immortal Sect what they wanted? If you gave it, the next round of confrontation would continue. If you didn't, what if Yenue Immortal Sect really flipped the table, risking mutual destruction to crush you? Their cause was justified. If Emperor Yenue personally intervened, even if he couldn't destroy Tianhan Palace, he would definitely force the Tianhan Immortal Emperor, who had been in seclusion for over 100 years, to come out early. At that time, all those secret arrangements the elder of Tianhan Palace had made against the Tianhan Immortal Emperor could be discovered, and everything would come to nothing. After all, trying to assassinate an immortal emperor, how difficult was that? In short, if they agreed to Yenue Immortal Sect's extortion, Tianhan Palace would lose many things, but the plan could still proceed. Tianhan Palace would lose, but the elder wouldn't. If they refused, the two sects would go to war, and the Tianhan Immortal Emperor would come out of seclusion. At that point, Tianhan Palace might not be destroyed, but the elder would definitely lose badly. If you were the elder of Tianhan Palace, what would you choose? Anyway, Su Huai was certain that the elder didn't want to lose. This was the understanding between two veteran schemers. Luo Yuanhe was a bit awkward. He wasn't particularly close with Su Huai. Unlike Chao Yi, who was a close friend he could speak freely with, or Chu Siyu, the woman whom Su Huai cherished. At most, he could be considered a fellow townsman. They say when fellow townsmen meet, tears fill their eyes. But Luo Yuanhe had personally witnessed how Su Huai had conned that fellow townsman Yin Shu. Now that Su Huai had become the Holy Sun, he was even more afraid, with no desire to cling to someone powerful. Who knew what shady things Su Huai might do outside one day, or whether he'd suddenly shout out, "I, Luo Yuanhe of Yenue, dare you to come to the Immortal Sect and chop me down." He was terrified that before he even left the mountain gate, legends about Luo Yuanhe would start spreading across the world. Su Huai noticed his awkwardness and smiled at him. "Brother Luo, long time no see. How have you been?" "Pretty good. Brother Su is truly extraordinary among men. In just a few days you've already become the Yenue Holy Sun. When word reaches the great Yin dynasty, Brother Su will likely become a model everyone sings about." Cough, just lucky, just lucky. However, Brother Luo, in a few days I'll need to ask for a small favor. The dispute between the two immortal sects came to a close with the Tianhan Palace capitulating, ceding territory, and offering reparations. The storm that had threatened to engulf the entire immortal realm gradually subsided. That holy son of the Yenue Immortal Sect, purportedly gravely wounded and near death, seemed to vanish like a fleeting bloom, disappearing entirely from the eyes of all in the immortal realm, with not a whisper of news to follow. 5 days later, Sima Zhu, the holy son of Tianhan Palace, embarked alone upon a diplomatic mission to the Yenue Immortal Sect, bearing all manner of reparations. Word spread that the Tianhan Palace had paid a steep price, inviting the state preceptor of the Zuntian divine dynasty to intervene, just to gather the several ninth-grade pills demanded by the Yenue Immortal Sect. Yet when the Tianhan Holy Son went to pay his respects, the elder on duty barred his entry, citing the Holy Son's severe injuries and refusal to receive guests. Slowly, the immortal realm returned to tranquility. The smaller and larger sects, along with unaffiliated rogue cultivators, continued to struggle at the lower rungs of the cultivation world, hunting demons and cultivating day after day, dreaming of the day they might rise above their circumstances. The great Yin dynasty Black Iron City, the Su family residence, bustled with uncommon vigor that day. Not long after the incident in which Tu Sijia had come to rescind the engagement, barely a month had passed when the elders of the Su family once again gathered to receive a distinguished guest from afar, the Yenue Immortal Sect. This honored guest was none other than Luo Yuanhe, son of the Lord of Luo City, who had only recently been accepted into the Yenue Immortal Sect. He carried out the task assigned by Su Hua, personally escorted by a 7th-stage elder back to the great Yin dynasty. He had assumed his role on this journey was merely ceremonial, with the elder handling all principal matters. But to his utter astonishment, upon reaching the outskirts of Black Iron City, the elder came to a halt and refused to proceed further. When he inquired, the elder replied, "Above the 4th-stage entrance is punishable by death." Such was the iron law of Black Iron City. That was precisely why he, a newly broken through 3rd-stage disciple, had been dispatched to undertake this arduous journey. Now arriving alone at the Su estate, surrounded by the scrutinizing gaze of the Su clan elders, a trace of unease stirred within him. Though Su Hua had instructed him before departure that there was no need to show deference to these venerable old farts of the Su mansion, he was no fool, like his sister Luo Xin, lacking emotional intelligence. He knew better than to take those words at face value. What brings a disciple of the Yenue sect to our humble Su estate? The man seated in the principal position spoke first, breaking the awkward silence. Luo Yuanhe raised his head, looked at him, and offered a respectful greeting. "Lord Su, I have come on behalf of the Holy Son of the Yenue Immortal Sect to deliver certain items." The Holy Son of the Yenue Immortal Sect. Su Zhengheng's brow furrowed. "Our Su family has no ties to the Yenue Immortal Sect. Why would your sect's Holy Son bestow gifts upon us? And what manner of treasure is this?" Luo Yuanhe's eyelid twitched. Black Iron City, rooted in the buried Star Mountain range, was somewhat insulated from news. He could understand that. But Lord Su Zhengheng, the boy's own father, hadn't even deigned to inquire about his son's affairs. His son had already risen to become the second in command of an immortal sect wielding authority equal to that of the sect's grand elder, and this father could still claim that his family had no connection to the Yanue immortal sect. What nonsense. No wonder Su Hua had instructed that so many precious items be sent back, omitting a single tribute for his own father. Oh wait, there actually was one for him. A single 4th grade Qingxin pill. But since the man himself showed no concern for his son, Luo Yuanhe had no intention of volunteering information. He retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. Lord Su, these are gifts from the Holy Sun for you. The wooden box was taken by a maid nearby and presented to Su Zhengheng, who sat in the principal seat. Frowning, Su Zhengheng opened the wooden box and beheld the Qingxin pill within. A 4th grade Qingxin pill. Confusion clouded his face. Yet the Holy Sun of the Yanue immortal sect had gone to such extraordinary lengths, sending someone all the way from thousands of miles away merely to present him, a minor city lord, with a pill for dispelling poison. What was the meaning of this? Was he being cursed with poisoning? Su Hua was hardly so malicious. He had simply remembered while preparing gifts for his grandfather that he also had a father. Since Su Zhengheng as a father had shown him no kindness, Su Hua felt it improper not to reciprocate with basic decency. Sending several 9th grade pills to the old man wouldn't have made him flinch, but handing them over to Su Zhengheng, whom he simply couldn't bear to part with them. Coincidentally, Chun Tairu had asked Chao Yi to deliver a bottle of Qingxin pills, so he casually tossed in one and specifically instructed Luo Yuanhe to procure an elegantly styled box at the mountain's foot. Su Zhengheng regarded him as a wicked spawn, yet he returned the favor with a precious 4th grade pill, repaying ill will with virtue. Such exemplary filial piety this Su Hua truly was. Still bewildered, Su Zhengheng sat in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Luo Yuanhe rose once more from his seat and bowed before Su Zhengheng in the manner of a junior. Lord Su, this humble one must also deliver certain items to Elder Su Chang'e. Pray tell, where lies the elder's residence? So there is also a portion for my father. Su Zhengheng felt he had grasped a thread of clue. His father Su Chang'e had once traveled far and wide for a period, but that chapter of his life remained a blank slate, known to no one, impossible to unravel. Now with the Yanue immortal sect suddenly sending gifts, could it be that the Yanue Holy Sun had some connection to his father? As a Holy Sun, he would surely be young, certainly too young to be an old friend. Then, was he the descendant of an old friend, or perhaps? The visage of Su Hua flashed through Su Zhengheng's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Admittedly, that rascal had displayed considerable strength over a month ago, surprising him somewhat. But it had been less than 2 months since the boy left home. How could he possibly have transformed into the Holy Sun of the Yanue immortal sect? Not even the most fantastical tales from mortal markets would dare write such things. Ruling out these possibilities, a terrifying and astonishing hypothesis slowly emerged in Su Zhengheng's mind. It was common knowledge that both he and his father had lost their wives in their youth. Could it be that his father, like him, had remarried after losing his wife and sired another son with a different woman? Doing the calculations, it was entirely plausible. Su Zhengheng swallowed hard. No wonder his father had suddenly found inexplicable reasons to beat him these past few days. Just yesterday, for the first time in memory, his father had invited him to share a drink. But halfway through, his father pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and complained that the sun was so blazing hot it irritated his heart. Then he proceeded to beat him soundly. What grievance? Reflecting upon it now, it was undoubtedly because his father's illegitimate son had become accomplished, causing his father to grow ever more discontent with him, the legitimate son, hence the daily fabrications of excuses to punish him. Blazes. He knew all too well about this. He himself had treated Su Hua, that wretched spawn, exactly the same way. Who would have imagined that karma had turned its wheel? Lord Su. Luo Yuanhe noticed that Su Zhengheng had not responded, his eyes wide and vacant in a daze. Unable to bear it, he offered another reminder. Only then did Su Zhengheng snap back to consciousness, waving to summon a maid and instructing her to lead Luo Yuanhe to Su Chang'e's courtyard. However, as Luo Yuanhe was nearly at the threshold of the reception hall, he rose once more and with immense trepidation asked, "May I inquire? Your sect's Holy Sun. What is his name?" Luo Yuanhe glanced at him with an odd expression. The Holy Sun's surname is Su. Su. As in the character for locust tree. Thud. Su Zhengheng sank back onto his chair, his face frozen in disbelief. This answer was far more staggering than any secret illegitimate child. A torrent of complicated emotions surged through Su Zhengheng's heart, whether he should feel proud of his eldest son or mournful for his own past deeds. Every elder in the hall fell utterly silent. In the reception hall, not even a needle dropping could be heard. Only the sound of Luo Yuanhe's receding footsteps rang out, each step seeming to imprint upon their hearts or perhaps upon their faces. Knock, knock, knock. The old wooden door was rapped upon, and a hoarse, aged voice drifted from the courtyard. "Come in, little one. Then I'll trouble you, senior." Creak. Even though he moved with great care, the wooden door still emitted a mournful groan, leaving Luo Yunhe somewhat embarrassed. Under the old tree in the courtyard lay a reclining chair. Su Chang'e, his face gaunt and weathered, rested in the chair as though just awakened, his eyes half closed, as he offered Luo Yunhe a warm, kindly smile. Old things, let it creak. It's nothing. I am Luo Yunhe of the Yanyue Immortal Sect, paying respects to Elder Su. Oh, no need for such formality. Su Chang'e waved his hand, and the water kettle on the table began to gurgle and release steam. Little one, did that kid Su Huai send you? Exactly so. Luo Yunhe raised his hand in a formal gesture of respect, but Su Chang'e merely pointed toward his stone stool beside him. Sit. I don't care for tea, and I imagine you're too young to be accustomed to my liquor, so all I can offer you is plain water. I do hope you won't mind. I wouldn't dare. Elder Su, this visit of mine comes at another's behest. I've come to deliver certain items to you. Deliver items? Oh, what kind of items? Luo Yunhe perched carefully on the edge of the stool, his back straight, and began withdrawing objects from his storage ring. First came 3 crystal jars, nearly transparent, and each about the size of a human head. Through the walls of the jars one could see liquids of extraordinary clarity, though somewhat viscous. These are spirit elixir brews, secret recipes crafted at the alchemy peak of our immortal sect. His Holiness the Sacred Sun obtained them from Peak Master Chun at considerable cost. The price had been steep. Su Huai had publicly requested them from Peak Master Chun right before Luo Yunhe's eyes. If Chen Tai-Ru had refused, Su Huai would have invoked his Sacred Sun status and forcibly moved into the courtyard of Chen Tai-Ru's junior disciple, sharing a bed with them. At noon, Peak Master Chun had been so flustered his limbs went cold, and with clenched teeth he had reluctantly produced 3 jars of spirit elixir brew. Yet Su Chang'e merely smiled. Without speaking, his eyes filled more with gratification and affection. Hadn't the Sacred Sun claimed Elder Su was a die-hard wine lover? A hint of puzzlement lingering in his heart, Luo Yunhe went on to produce 10 red-sealed wine jars made of pottery. These were commissioned by the Grand Elder of my sect as a gift for Elder Su, brewed at Chenyue Valley Winery. The Grand Elder specifically asked me to convey a message. He said, the cheap wine from Chenyue Valley has gone up in price again. Now it's 5 jars for 2 spirit stones. The Grand Elder spent 4 spirit stones on these wines, and he feels quite the sting. Luo Yunhe stumbled over his words, unsure how to continue, but Su Chang'e burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Haha, old man Huang is still as stingy as ever, but when it comes to wine he truly understands, this old man. Seeing Luo Yunhe's bewildered expression, Su Chang'e swayed in his recliner and explained with a smile, young one, you're too young to understand. Back when I was fighting alongside others at the Weeping Ghost Abyss, your Grand Elder handled logistics. After every major victory, we would split into 2 groups and take turns holding celebration banquets. This Chenyue wine is inexpensive yet potent. If there was an emergency, using immortal power to dispel the drunkenness wouldn't make anyone feel guilty about wasting fine wine, which is why it was so beloved among the soldiers. When everyone gathered to guard the Ghost Abyss and held celebrations, all expenses were charged to the Yanyue Immortal Sect. The battlefield was enormous, with over 800,000 soldiers stationed there. The costs were certainly not trivial. Over time the expenses piled up higher and higher, and old man Huang, who managed the logistics, naturally felt the pinch. He would shout about banning alcohol in the military, yet at the same time secretly order the expansion of the winery at the mountain's base. Truly what a greedy fellow. Su Chang'e's cloudy eyes filled with nostalgia as he picked up a wine jar, tore open the red seal, and took large gulps. After a few sips, Su Chang'e glanced at the 3 precious jars of spirit elixir brew and shook his head with a smile, though deep down he felt even more pleased with his grandson Su Huai. The two had spent 6 or 7 years together. How could that little rascal not know he preferred fiery strong wine? The reason he brought these elaborate lower alcohol elixirs was simply to let the old man taste fine things. Though the intent behind his grandson's gift differed from that of his comrades, both truly touched Su Chang'e's heart. So he was happy. Meanwhile, Luo Yunhe sat on the edge of the stool, appearing meek and compliant on the surface, while internally feeling utterly numb. No wonder there was such a strange rule as prohibiting those of 4th realm or above from entering Black Iron City. This elder of the Su family was actually a hero who had once guarded the Weeping Ghost Abyss, and daring to call the Grand Elder Old Man Huang suggested his cultivation must be at least on par with the Grand Elder's. This tiny Black Iron City truly sheltered hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Did the Sacred Sun know how formidable Elder Su was? No, of course he knew. 9th grade pills required at least 8th realm cultivation to consume, otherwise the body would either reject the nourishment or be overwhelmed and burst by the immense medicinal power. Yet the Sacred Sun had sent back 3 pills, 1 meridian reviving pill to heal damaged meridians, and 2 root firming pills to repair one's foundation. To dare sending them like this proved that even if the Sacred Sun hadn't known before, he certainly knew Elder Su's cultivation level by the time he sent the pills back. In fact, it was highly likely that these 9th grade pills, meant only for use after suffering grave injuries, had been specially acquired. or requested by His Holiness the Sacred Son on behalf of Elder Su. Otherwise, he could have simply had the alchemy peak refined pills of other grades and sent those back. Luo Yuanhe was utterly stupefied. Why did every move these powerful figures seem planned in advance? Even before the results unfolded, someone like an ordinary person like him couldn't fathom what they were doing. Was there really such a need to be this competitive? Damn. He obediently took out 3 small porcelain vials, handling them with extreme care as he placed them on the table, fearful of even the slightest bump. These vials looked unremarkable on the surface, but the value of their contents dwarfed that wooden box given to Su Jingheng by 1,000-fold, nay a 10,000-fold. Su Chang'e also raised his brows, glancing at the 3 jade vials. These are, replying to your question, Elder, the one on the left is the Meridian Reviving Pill, and the other 2 are Root Firming Pills. These are precisely what His Holiness specially had me bring back. Su Chang'e's hand gripping the wine jar trembled slightly. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. Unlike Su Jingheng, ever since Su Huai left home, he had been using his network of connections to gather news of his grandson. After all, 9 was the ultimate number. When he learned of the list of pills Su Huai had requested from the Heavenly Cold Palace, Su Chang'e had already harbored certain suspicions. Now, though the aged, withered eagle lacked the strength to smooth the path across the sky, the fledgling spreading its wings had already begun to give back. Late autumn. The sky was a flawless azure with rosy clouds stretching for 1,000 miles. A few sparse withered leaves drifted from the treetops into the silent moon, lakes stirring up ripples that spread outward. The valley dwellers who once made a living by fishing had all been evacuated. The empty lakeshore was left with only 2 rows of uniformly dressed disciples of the Yanyue sect and a few isolated honored guests from the Tianhan Palace. At the front of the crowd, a young man in a black robe yawned and patted the shoulder of the elder beside him. Still not here yet. The appointment was for this morning. They should be arriving soon. Tisk, it's so early. I want to sleep. Holy Son, given our current cultivation level, we should no longer indulge in the lethargy of sleep. My, so old Su, are you telling me how to do things? I wouldn't dare. Elder Su lowered his head with a look of grievance. Receiving guest disciples from friendly sects was the duty of the Holy Son. He as an elder was only there to assist. But ever since the incident of Zhang Jintian's rampage at the Yanyue Immortal Sect, Su Huai had used the excuse of severe injuries to shut himself up in his small tower every day, never once stepping out. In the morning, he would sleep straight through to noon. The Holy Son of the Tianhan Palace had visited 5 times in a row, each time being turned away at the door, not even given a shred of face. Yet strangely enough, the Tianhan Holy Son remained unperturbed by such treatment. Now finally seeing Su Huai, he was still smiling warmly. Su Huai folded his arms, closed his eyes, and rested. It wasn't because he was actually sleepy, but because his mind was utterly exhausted. In the days of recuperation, besides teasing the wealthy woman who brought him meals at fixed times, he had spent his spare moments constantly using the strange stone to explore the ghost domain. It was like playing a horror game. Only this game was torturous. He had lost count of how many times he had died in the ghost domain. In short, he had grown accustomed to dying again and again. Moreover, he had discovered that the mental training seemed to enhance his potential. In just a few days, his perfect 4th grade spiritual root had not only advanced to the 5th grade, growing thicker, but had also acquired a faint silver sheen. His cultivation base also seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet while the strange stone was beneficial, overuse came with unavoidable side effects. Prolonged mental consumption left Su Huai feeling weary. Noticing the gaze of the Tianhan Holy Son Sima Zhu, Su Huai turned around and grinned at him, and at Zhang Jintian, who was standing beside him with his head lowered, flashing a sunnily bright smile. Seeing that Su Huai had finally acknowledged him, Sima Zhu was about to speak, when Su Huai suddenly turned away again and began whispering to the elder at his side. Old Su, is Zhang Jintian being released just like that? Elder Su also glanced at Zhang Jintian and replied softly, we have no choice but to let him go. The Tianhan Palace has paid the ransom in full and even sent their holy son to negotiate. They have been very courteous and sincere in their apologies. It would be improper to keep Zhang Jintian any longer. Su Huai clicked his tongue. True, but why is Zhang Jintian so docile? I thought he would be full of hatred for us. Elder Su swallowed his saliva and lowered his voice again. Holy Son, you may not know. After Zhang Jintian wounded you that day, the Grand Elder soon arrived and subdued him, sealing his cultivation. Later he was taken away by Peak Master Gu of the Fist and Tent Peak and used as a punching bag for several days and nights. The old man could hear his screams, even from the Spirit Array Peak. Peak Master Gu was ruthless. He deliberately fetched a large batch of healing and life-saving pills from the Medicine Spirit Peak, then beat him, healed him, and beat him again, cycling endlessly. Zhang Jintian's Dao heart was nearly shattered by the beating. No wonder he's so obedient now. Hiss! Su Huai gasped in shock. Peak Master Gu. Truly a model for us all. What about the young disciples from the Tianhan Palace? They are still under house arrest in the guest quarters. Then keep them detained. Without my explicit permission, no one is to release them back to the Tianhan Palace. Yes, Holy Son. As they spoke, the clouds in the sky suddenly began to churn. Against the rising sun, 6 snow-white horses with fiery orange-red stripes appeared in everyone's sight. These were flame-flying horses with wings on their backs, hooves that trod fire, and a neigh that faintly echoed with a dragon's roar. Yet such divine beasts were harnessed with reins pulling a carriage made of immortal gold. Impressive. Noticing the ambiguous glint in their holy son's eyes, Elder Su quickly introduced, according to the proper travel protocol of the Zuntian divine dynasty, the son of heaven rides 6, a feudal lord, 5, a minister for a grandee, 3, a scholar, 2, and a commoner, 1. Given the standard of this carriage, the person inside must be either the divine emperor himself or the crown prince who has already begun to assume imperial authority. Holy son, we absolutely cannot steal these horses. Su Huai twitched his mouth and glared at Elder Su. Elder Su, do not slander me. Am I the kind of person who robs and plunders? Elder Su silently glanced at the people from the Tianhan Palace. Su Huai gritted his teeth, powerless. The carriage descended from the clouds, seemingly about to plunge into the lake. But the 6 flame-flying horses simultaneously folded their wings, gradually drawing closer and gathering together. Their flaming hooves lightly touched the surface of the lake, then they continued to gallop as if on solid ground. Only a few ripples remained, the disturbance no greater than a fallen leaf entering the water. Su Huai felt a pang of envy. What was this? This was the ultimate sports car of the cultivation world. Stylish and stable. So he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It even works on land, sea, and air. Holy son, we really can't. Shut up. Old Su. Su Huai of course knew he couldn't steal them. The flame-flying horse was a unique beast of the Zuntian divine dynasty, said to be the offspring of a white dragon and a flying horse. As for how exactly that came about, he didn't know, and he didn't dare ask. In his past life, Su Huai had spent most of his time in the Silent Moon Valley, and when he did travel, he flew on his own. What could he do? Even an immortal lord had no surplus resources. As a rogue cultivator in his past life, even if he had good things, he would share them with his wealthy woman. How could he afford a mount? Low-tier ones were boring and high-tier ones were too expensive to maintain. Unlike these flame-flying horses. High potential, handsome, the only drawback being their low intelligence. Even if they broke through to the 6th or 7th rank, they couldn't transform. The flying horses stepped onto the lakeshore, snorted, and the carriage came to a steady halt before the crowd. Click. The carriage door was opened from inside. A young man wearing a purple gold crown and dark silver dragon-patterned armor was the first to step down. Behind him followed 2 towering generals exuding bloodthirsty aura and an imposing presence, giving the first impression of battle-hardened warriors. But both generals were at the 8th rank. Haha, my apologies everyone. I encountered some unexpected delays on the road and arrived a bit late. The purple-crowned young man swept his gaze across the lakeshore, quickly guessing the identities of nearly everyone present, and walked straight towards Su Huai. You must be the Yanue holy son Su Huai, brother Su. Indeed, I have long heard of Crown Prince Li's reputation. Su Huai smiled and extended his hand, but unexpectedly the young man opened his arms and gave Su Huai a hug. Damn too familiar. The cold armor touched and parted. I am Li Ao, Crown Prince of the Zuntian divine dynasty. Su Huai, holy son of the Yanue sect. Su Huai twitched the corner of his mouth and noticed that Sima Zhu, the holy son of the Tianhan Palace, had quietly approached. He stopped and bowed to Li Ao. Brother Li, it's been a while. Li Ao raised an eyebrow at the sight of him. Oh, isn't this the famous holy son of the Tianhan Palace? Sima Zhu were both transcendent powers. Your Tianhan Palace shouldn't play favorites. When will you send someone to visit our Zuntian imperial city? I think that Zhang Jintian fellow would be a good choice. Send him, and our divine dynasty will certainly treat him with the utmost courtesy. Sima Zhu's eyes flickered. He knew Li Ao was mocking him, but his smile remained undiminished as he replied softly, Brother Li is joking. I have no authority to decide on matters of inter-sect exchanges. However, I will mention Brother Li's suggestion to the Grand Elder and let the Elder Council deliberate on it properly. Li Ao suddenly laughed and reached out to pat Sima Zhu's cheek. Holy son of the Tianhan Palace, I haven't forgotten about the Great Desolate Kingdom incident. This extremely insulting gesture made Zhang Jintian behind Sima Zhu raise his head. But before he could make a move, the 2 generals brought by Li Ao silently drew their weapons. Zhang Jintian hesitated for a second, then lowered his head again. In the past, he would have fought for the sake of pride, even if it meant 1 against 2. He might not win, but he could escape, and he wouldn't die here. But after experiencing the conspiracy of the Yanue immortal sect, Zhang Jintian was afraid that if he made a move, those 2 seemingly imposing generals would immediately fall to the ground. And then they wouldn't get up without a few 9th-grade pills. Seeing Zhang Jintian back down, Li Ao let out a sneer. He personally straightened Sima Zhu's collar. Sima Zhu will play slowly from now on. I don't understand what the Crown Prince means. Su Huai didn't know what conflict existed between these 2 heirs of major powers. He watched Li Ao suddenly start cursing, and then humiliate Sima Zhu, completely baffled. But that didn't stop him from silently enjoying the drama. Especially when he saw Sima Zhu remain calm and composed, speaking to Li Ao with equanimity. He had to give the Tianhan Holy Sun credit. This level of endurance was at least on par with a divine turtle, a ninja turtle so terrifying. Sima Zhu continued to play dumb, and Li Ao wasn't angry. He clapped his hands, and one of the generals behind him turned around, ducked into the carriage, and let out a small pony. That horse was exceedingly small, with a tangled coat and no trace of beast bloodline. Clearly a common inferior steed. The general led it before Sima Zhu. Li Ao pointed at it, and said to Sima Zhu, it's been so long since we last met, and I have nothing to give you. This horse matches your temperament perfectly. I now present it to you as a gift. How does that strike you? Then I thanked the crown prince. Puffed. Before Sima Zhu could finish his words, several strands of viscous blood splattered upward, staining his face. Turning his head, he saw Li Ao withdraw the short blade he had plunged into the horse's neck. Looking into Sima Zhu's eyes, he said slowly with a laugh, "Look, your horse is dead." Holy crap. Having witnessed Li Ao's outrageous maneuver from start to finish, Su Huai was utterly astonished. This crown prince. How could he be even more ruthless than he, the saint son of Yanhua? How utterly sickening. The esteemed Zuantian divine dynasty, which governs all under heaven. How could it have such an uncouth air? The most critical point was that even now Sima Zhu had not flared up in anger. He merely lost his smile, silently raised his sleeve, and wiped the blood from his face. This guy's endurance skill must be maxed out. Haha. Sima Zhu dead. Sima Zhu, you keep pretending, why don't you keep up the act? Sima Zhu glanced at Li Ao, his expression blank, then tucked his hands into his sleeves, turned around, and walked away in silence. Seeing Sima Zhu directly turn and leave, Li Ao laughed joyfully instead. He turned and draped his arm over Su Huai's shoulder, pulling him further away as if Sima Zhu were something filthy. But Su Huai silently raised his hand and removed Li Ao's arm from his own shoulder. The smile on Li Ao's face froze. He looked up and met Su Huai's eyes, which were filled with disdain, a look like one would give an arrogant, brainless, villainous lackey. Brother Su, don't look at me like that. Crown Prince Li, why do you treat the saint son of Tianhan this way? You must know that the Tianhan Palace is our allied sect. By doing this, are you not afraid of provoking conflict between the two sects, leading to a chaotic war among the immortal gates and countless casualties? I, Su Huai, hereby condemn you by name. Li Ao was dumbfounded. Damn, wasn't it your Yanhua immortal sect that was clamoring for war? Wasn't it you who, using the excuse of a severely wounded saint son, made exorbitant demands on the Tianhan Palace? And now you remember that the Tianhan Palace is an allied sect. How dare you, a lively and bouncing dying saint son, condemn me? Li Ao gritted his teeth and explained, Brother Su, you may not know this is a personal grudge between me and that hypocritical little man Sima Zhu. A personal grudge? What grudge? Our Zuantian divine dynasty has a set of extremely cruel and rigorous procedures for selecting the crown prince. Every royal descendant is secretly sent into the mortal world at the age of 5, their identity concealed and entrusted to ordinary commoner families to be raised. They are not brought back to the palace until the age of 16. And during those 11 years, the survival of the royal descendant depends entirely on themselves and their foster parents. Even if a prince or princess starves or freezes to death, the divine dynasty only observes and records, never interfering in the slightest. Su Huai sighed, truly ruthless. Li Ao also sighed, indeed ruthless. However, our dynasty, after all, bears the responsibility of governing the world. Those who grow up within the deep palace walls in silk and satin know the world, yet do not truly know the world. Such royal offspring can become generals, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, or barons. But they alone cannot become emperors or kings. This is the rule established by the divine emperor. Su Huai nodded. So how did you come to hold a grudge against Sima Zhu? Li Ao lowered his eyes. That year the place I was sent to was the kingdom ruled by Sima Zhu's father, the Dahuang dynasty. The couple who raised me gave birth to a daughter when I was 9. When I left at 16, she was 7. Su Huai shuddered. You wouldn't be that beastly. Li Ao was stunned, then his eyes widened as he understood Su Huai's implication. You scoundrel! How dare you insult me? Ahem, go on. Li Ao gritted his teeth and continued, after being brought back to the imperial city, I was cut off from all outside contact and sent to a secret place for training. Thus I had little to do with that girl. I had even forgotten her face and voice. Su Huai, damn, the royal family is heartless. What heartless? Not all siblings have to like each other. That girl didn't like me either. Ahem, you're right. Go on. 2 years ago, through my own efforts, I was established as the crown prince of the divine dynasty. According to the law, the family that raised me was to be taken in by the divine dynasty and supported in the imperial city. But when the dynasty's agents secretly arrived in the Dahuang dynasty, they only brought back a haggard, middle-aged man. The girl had been abducted at the age of 15, her fate unknown. My foster mother died of grief shortly after. I later secretly sent people to investigate. No clues. I went to the Tianji pavilion to request a divination, but the elder remained silent, only handing me a white candle. Later, for certain reasons, I learned that in the year the girl disappeared, the Tianhan saint's son Sima Zhu had returned to the Dahuang dynasty and passed through that small town. Li Ao narrowed his eyes, glancing at Sima Zhu. The white candle from the Tianji pavilion, a young and beautiful maiden, her disappearance. These three factors linked with the lecherous and perverted Sima Zhu make the answer all too obvious. Unfortunately, the Tianji pavilion dared not offend the Tianhan palace and refused to testify. I could find no evidence or clues. The imperial court would never go to war with the Tianhan palace over an ordinary girl from the Dahuang dynasty, so the matter had to be dropped. But the court could let it go. I could not. After all, I am only a crown prince, not yet able to be as selfless and heartless as His Majesty the Emperor. If I ever get the chance, I will personally kill that scum Sima Zhu and tear him to pieces. Su Huai reached out and patted Li Ao's shoulder in consolation. Then he suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly, "Sima Zhu. Li Ao says he will definitely kill you in the future. Clean your neck and wait." Li Ao was stunned for a moment, but he was not one to be coy. He licked his lips and made a throat-slitting gesture at Sima Zhu. Sima Zhu narrowed his eyes and cast a cold glance over. The two stared at each other. Su Huai, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, watched with a broad grin. However, his smile soon faded, for at that moment a chill quietly spread. A figure in a white dress appeared in the sinking moon lake. A woman with a cold expression carried an ancient sword. With each step she took, the calm lake's surface froze into thick ice. The woman was not particularly beautiful, but the scene made her seem like a celestial descending to the mortal world, evoking no trace of irreverence in anyone's heart. Everyone admired her. Only Su Huai felt a dull ache in his lower back on both sides. Sword Tomb, Lisadeo. The figure upon the water was like the moon, each step leaving frost and snow in its wake. Lisadeo stood in the lake, a sword in hand, her cold, clear gaze sweeping over the crowd. With a slight nod, she made no further move. Yet from the moment she appeared, Su Huai could clearly sense that the aura of Li Ao beside him had weakened considerably. Even Sima Zhu, not far away, bowed his head slightly, not daring to gaze upon the woman standing serenely in the lake. Such was the deterrent power of the foremost prodigy of this era. Unlike Su Huai, who was rumored to be at the 8th rank but had been severely wounded by Zhang Zhen's palm, Lisadeo had long established a fearsome reputation across the immortal domain with her ancient sword. When she first entered the 8th rank, she had fought against an elder of the Sword Tomb who had long lingered at the mid-8th rank on the summit of Huainan Mountain. With a single sword strike that shook the heavens, she emerged victorious. That was a battle record of solid substance. A celestial venerable who had come to observe the ceremony let out a long sigh, declaring outright that within 1,000 years the immortal domain would surely gain another supreme immortal emperor. When that time came, with 2 emperors from one sect, the Sword Tomb would dominate the immortal domain for 10,000 years to come, standing alone at the pinnacle. This was an era ruled by Lisadeo. All the prodigies of this generation were crushed under her weight, barely able to breathe. Except, of course, for Su Huai. In his previous life at this same age, Su Huai had been struggling bitterly to improve his talent and break through to the 2nd rank. The name Lisadeo had been to him like the bright moon in the sky, utterly unattainable. In the centuries that followed, he gradually made a name for himself in the immortal domain. By then, Lisadeo had already faded from the view of the masses stationed year-round in the demon extermination abyss. Moreover, the vision of the Sword Tomb having 2 emperors never came to pass. The Sword Tomb's old immortal emperor, Emperor Huai, after Lisadeo broke through to the immortal emperor realm, ventured alone deep into the demon extermination abyss and was never heard from again. Su Huai's only 2 impressions of Lisadeo were first her ranking among the top 5 on the immortal list, and second the 2 icy-cold immortal blades. Holy Sun, everyone has arrived. Shall we open the great formation sealing the lake bottom's secret realm now? Elder Su asked Su Huai in a low voice. Su Huai responded. Rubbing his waist, he took a dim orb from his bosom and began channeling immortal power into it. Once the immortal power was saturated, the orb suddenly erupted with a brilliant deep blue light flew from Su Huai's hand and in an instant vanished into the clouds. An enormous formation disk covering the entire sinking moon valley silently emerged, threads of golden patterns flowing from every corner of the valley converging into the lake bed. The sinking moon lake's secret realm had 2 gates. The first was the realm's own gate, opened 100 years ago, which had unleashed countless beast hordes, giving the Crescent Moon Immortal sect a great headache for quite some time. After that event, Huang Yuan, with the aid of the great emperor's Dharma body, used the Crescent Moon Immortal sect's protective grand formation to add a locked new gate to the secret realm. A few days ago, the realm's native gate had already opened. Now the orb Su Huai used opened the second gate built by the Immortal sect. Splash! After the golden patterns faded, a massive whirlpool suddenly churned in the lake. An extremely dense concentration of natural spiritual energy radiated from the whirlpool, enveloping the entire sinking moon valley. The valley residents who had lived there for generations, as well as the young cultivators who had recently failed the entry assessment and were forced to stay behind, had all received advance notice. They quickly found a place to sit cross-legged, eager to seize this heaven-sent opportunity. The great elder of the immortal sect appeared at the foot of the mountain gate, hands clasped behind his back, his aura as a ninth-rank, celestial venerable, spreading far and wide. His task was to maintain the grand formation during the secret realm's opening and to deter any petty villains in the immortal domain. Everyone, you may enter. The moment Huang Yuan finished speaking, Sima Zhu, under Zhang Zhen's lead, was the first to dash out from the lakeside, plunging, without hesitation, into the whirlpool at the lake center. Su Huai clicked his tongue. A guy who's usually so cautious. Why is he the first to jump in now? I think he's first. What do you think Zhang Zhen's leap was for? Just to warm up for this sly coward. Trash is trash. Li Ao spat on the ground with contempt. Then he saw Su Huai suddenly extend a hand toward him, palm up. What does Su mean by this? Spitting on the ground. Fine of 200 high-grade spirit stones. Su, don't joke like that. Do I look like I'm joking? Civilized behavior, new customs. This is an iron rule of my Crescent Moon immortal sect. Am I right, old Su? Elder Su's mouth twitched, and he silently lowered his head. If the Holy Sun says so, then so be it. Watching Liao pull out the fine with a face full of black lines, Su Huai patted his shoulder with a grin. Brother Li, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you're a crown prince of the divine dynasty. When you're out and about, you should mind your image. Can't bring shame to the dynasty. Then I suppose I should thank Brother Su. You're welcome. Hiss. Liao sucked in a sharp breath. Brother Su, after this matter, come visit me at the Celestial God City. I'll cover all expenses. I can also introduce you to a few imperial sisters, young and beautiful with looks that could topple kingdoms. No thanks. Why? Could it be Brother Su isn't interested in princesses? No, I just think that given your looks, your sisters probably aren't my type. Brother Su, I'm actually much more handsome than you. Oh, I can tolerate anyone insulting my soul, but I will never allow anyone to insult my looks. Su Huai was about to turn around and let Li Ao witness the fury of a celestial venerable, but saw that Li Ao, as if already expecting it, had already dashed into the whirlpool with 2 imperial generals. And that silent mute Li Sideo had departed even before Li Ao. Su Huai sighed and turned to Elder Su. Old Su, this Holy Sun's journey is fraught with danger, and I don't know when I'll return. Could you do me a small favor? The Holy Sun may command. Su Huai handed Elder Su a key. I've enclosed a valley on the eastern outskirts of Sinking Moon Valley, built a small courtyard, and planted some mortal flowers. Does the Holy Sun wish the old man to take care of them? Exactly. Those flowers are very resilient. Normally they wouldn't need tending to grow well, but I want them to bloom within a month. Elder Su nodded. Understood. Mortal flowers cannot tolerate too much spirit spring water at once. To force them to bloom, one must nurture them carefully and also remove the weeds that the spirit spring water might have spurred. The old man will see to it for the Holy Sun. Then thank you, Elder Su. No trouble. It's just a small courtyard anyway. Who said I planted them in a courtyard? Huh. Didn't I say? I enclosed a whole valley. Elder Su's mouth fell open. Su Huai clapped him on the shoulder forcefully. Old Su, not for free. If I gain anything from this trip, I won't forget your share. Then the old man. Thanks the Holy Sun in advance. All right, your Holy Sun is off. Su Huai turned his gaze sweeping across the many buildings and trees in the valley, meeting the eyes of Huang Yuan, who stood silently at the foot of the mountain. Then with a flicker he vanished into the lake's whirlpool. The canopy was shrouded in gloomy, dense clouds, with a single beam of sunlight filtering through the crevices of ancient trees beneath the gossamer, mist casting dappled shadows upon the ground. And deep within the shrubbery, cloaked in emerald shade, thick vines coiled like living tentacles, binding an unknown colossal skeleton. Su Huai crushed a venomous insect beneath his boot and looked up at the unfamiliar forest around him. Perhaps because the spiritual energy here was denser than the outside world, the trees, flora, and even the venomous insect he had just trampled were all far larger than their counterparts beyond these woods. Everyone who entered the secret realm had landed roughly in the same peripheral area. Yet Su Huai detected no trace of Li Ao and the others. Naturally, he had no intention of searching for them. He drew a formation disc from his storage ring, watching the tiny green, that representing himself alongside the small red, growing ever more distant, and let out a soft chuckle. The beating from the peak master of fist intent was never merely an outlet for anger. It was designed to implant a nearly imperceptible mark within Zhang Zhentian's body. Once inside the secret realm, this mark would serve as Su Huai's guide to finding him. But for now, Su Huai had no intention of making a move. A pig must fatten before slaughter. Besides, dealing with Zhang Zhentian was merely a minor concern. His primary objective remained exploring deeper into the secret realm and gathering intelligence to bring back to Yenyue immortal sect. And, come on, give me a hint. Which way should I go next? A cold sensation spread across his fingers. The miniature serpent from the Ouroboros ring crawled along his arm and perched upon his shoulder. First, determine the direction of the core. Do not use immortal power or soul perception. Why? Su Huai furrowed his brows, just about to release his spiritual sense. This is its territory. Its perception is extremely powerful. Your strength poses a threat to it. If it detects your aura, it will flee directly. Su Huai gazed upward at the overcast sky. He was certain that the entire secret realm was shrouded in thick mist. If he could not use perception, how could he determine which direction the core lay? Could he suppress his cultivation to scout? Huai quickly dismissed the idea. Since the little snake had specifically warned him not to use soul perception, it meant that entity possessed the ability to see through the essence of one's soul. Damn it. If he had known earlier, he would have agreed to bring Guhanshan along. Wait, no? He almost forgot. Although he no longer had Guhanshan, he had Zhang Jintian. Huai immediately pulled out the formation disc again. Then following the red dot's direction, he set off at speed. Who would have thought this insignificant Zhang Jintian had become not only a beacon planted by Yenniware immortal sect beside Sima Zhu, but also a guide leading Huai forward. Jintian maps, always guiding you. Now that is what a true brother is worth. Just wait until the time comes, I will grant you a swift death as thanks. For some reason, Zhang Jintian, who was sprinting through the dense forest, suddenly shivered, and his steps faltered involuntarily. He paused, and Sima Zhu, following closely behind, stopped at once. Peak Master Zhang, what is wrong? Nothing. It's just that I suddenly feel uneasy. Hearing Zhang Jintian's response, Sima Zhu immediately gathered his immortal power and carefully scanned his surroundings. After waiting a while with no sign of danger, he could not help but frown. Peak Master Zhang, you explored this place 100 years ago. How far are we from the location the Grand Elder mentioned? Very far. Zhang Jintian pointed toward the northwest. Last time our group followed the Grand Elder's instructions and headed toward the center of the secret realm. We spent 3 days just traveling. And we cannot fly here. Countless strange birds lurk within the mist. A century ago, their leader alone possessed top-tier rank 8 strength. With the spiritual energy so abundant here, no one knows whether that bird king has broken through since. Even walking carefully in the deeper parts of the secret realm is necessary. The things within are too bizarre. Sima Zhu took a deep breath. Although the lakebed secret realm lay within Yenniware immortal sect's territory, no sect understood it better than their own Tianhan Palace. Because the entities within the secret realm shared a deep connection with their Grand Elder, who rarely emerged. Moreover, a century ago, it was Tianhan Palace that removed certain items from the core of the secret realm, triggering the realm's violent reaction and dragging in the young disciples from the outer zones. Zhang Jintian stood still, searching with his soul power for a moment, then spoke again, that it at the core's location has erected 3 barriers. Only those who survive to reach the temple may present their request to it. Holy Son, although the destination is still far, we are very close to the first barrier. Then let us move quickly. I don't know why, but after hearing you say that just now, I suddenly feel a chill as well. The two set out once more. Half a day later, a massive barrier as black as ink appeared before them. Stretching for hundreds of li and invisible at its edges, it cut off the inner section of the secret realm from the outer. Zhang Jintian halted and swallowed hard. We have arrived, Holy Son. This is the first barrier. Sima Zhu stood beside him, narrowing his eyes as he examined the dark wall. Is this the soul-hiding wall the Grand Elder spoke of? Yes. A century ago, when I was merely a rank 7 elder, 2 immortal kings were dispatched by our sect, and one of them perished here. Later we discovered that each person experienced something entirely different within the wall, impossible to predict. But it seems related to inner demons. Holy Son, please be careful. Sima Zhu smiled. Worry about yourself more. Let us enter together. Yes. Both pressed their palms against the dark wall. In an instant, rippling waves surged across its surface. Countless black arms erupted from within, grasping their bodies and pulling them under. Dark stone chambers, grim iron bars. Zhang Jintian suddenly shivered. He recognized this place. The dungeon at the fist in tent peak of Yenniware immortal sect used for practicing martial techniques. He raised his hand and confirmed his cultivation was sealed. This was something he had only recently endured. Zhang Jintian quietly exhaled. Though he would face humiliation and physical pain again, he had survived the first time. He would surely endure the second. Clank. The sound of iron chains dragging across the floor suddenly rang out. Zhang Jintian looked up and froze. Before him stood a red-faced phantom with chains wrapped around its left hand and a hook in its right. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. What? Why isn't it the fist in tent peak, Master? Ha ha ha. The red phantom laughed viciously. Its steel hook swung wildly, and from 5 or 6 meters away it shot forward like a serpent, embedding itself into Zhang Jintian's head with a sickening thud. Thwack! Zhang Jintian found himself lifted off the ground. Then he was hoisted by the phantom and dragged along by the chain toward the next cell. You're not going to kill me. Confusion filled Zhang Jintian's mind. At the entrance to the next cell, the phantom burst into cruel laughter and produced a pink pill from nowhere, stuffing it toward Zhang Jintian's mouth. Zhang Jintian struggled desperately, trying to spit the pill out. But the phantom pried his jaws open and dropped in a fairy fruit, so sour it seeped into his very soul. Gulp! Instinctively he swallowed. The act pulled the pink pill down with his saliva. Blood surged into a boil and a sinister fire ignited in his abdomen. The phantom threw back its head in laughter and tossed him into the second cell. Zhang Jintian shook his head as his consciousness began to blur. He discovered a figure bound within the cell, one whose appearance was eerily familiar. the Holy Sun of Tianhan Palace. Sima Zhu. But why did the Holy Sun appear so refined? Zhang Jintian instinctively lumbered towards Sima Zhu. Mm. Sima Zhu had a wad of cloth stuffed in his mouth. Upon entering the soul-hiding wall, he had immediately noticed the cell's layout resembled the hidden chamber he had constructed in the Great Wilderness Dynasty. In that chamber, countless mortal girls had fallen to his cruelty, tall and short, young and mature. Those who disobeyed afterward were killed, those who complied were kept in his private manor. He had assumed the soul-hiding wall would merely force him to relive the experience of being dominated by women. Until a burly, flushed-faced Zhang Jintian was suddenly dumped into the cell. Soul-screening wall. Inner demons. The lake-bottom secret realm first appeared 100 years ago, but from what they said, that Grand Elder of the Cold Sky Palace seemed to have ties to this secret realm even before that. Su Huai stood beside the soul-screening wall, lost in thought. He had been tailing them and caught up with Zhang Jun and his companion half a day earlier. Although the two sensed a hint of danger, they could not detect his concealment, thus allowing him to successfully eavesdrop on some information about the secret realm. Su Huai squinted as he studied the soul-screening wall for a while, then probed it with a strand of immortal energy. After taking a deep breath, he plunged headlong into it. He had never encountered an inner demon before, repaying kindness and avenging grievances following his heart. Su Huai's own measure of good and evil was unique. In his eyes, the world was neither black nor white, but a gray mingled of both. Over 9 consecutive lifetimes, totaling nearly 700 years, he could say he had a clear conscience. Even having experienced death many times, it had not left too many shadows in his heart. After all, one grows accustomed to dying after enough times. So what could his inner demon be? A pure white expanse like a dream. Su Huai opened his eyes and found himself outside the gates of the Crescent Moon Immortal Sect, surrounded by dejected young men and women. A single mountain gate split the sunken moon valley into 2 halves. Outside the gate was the bustling life and reality. Inside was the spirited ambition and dreams. This is the scene of my failed assessment in my previous life. Inner demons. That's all. Su Huai raised his hand. Indeed, he only had the strength of a late first stage, as weak as a flailing chicken. He remained unhurried, making no deliberate changes, following exactly the same path as his previous life. In Su Huai's view, if one lacked the power to change much, the path he had walked before was the best one. At first, he thought this illusion would target the wealthy woman, perhaps making her vanish completely from his world. After all, on reflection, that would indeed break his composure. But it did not. After struggling in the valley for over half a year, he still met the wealthy woman behind the sunken moon valley, where she had sneaked down to paint and relax after failing in alchemy. The wealthy woman stood by a riverbank. When she saw a stranger appear in this remote valley, she immediately became timid, but her painting was only half finished, and she was reluctant to pack up and leave. Fortunately, a shallow river about 10 meters wide lay between them. The water not deep, crystal clear to the bottom, yet it gave Chu Siyu a tangible sense of security. Su Huai stopped on the other side of the riverbank. Once the girl opposite had relaxed a little, he suddenly called out to her, "Are you painting?" Chu Siyu flinched and nodded. "Can you paint one for me?" Seeing Chu Siyu silent, Su Huai called out with a smile, "My home is far away. More than half a year ago, I was eliminated by the Immortal Sect. I have nowhere to go, so I can only risk hunting low-level beasts to survive. I don't know how much longer I can last. Can you paint a picture for me, to prove that I once existed in this world?" Chu Siyu looked up at the boy's bright smile, and as if possessed nodded. Then on that canvas full of impressionistic style, she sketched the outline of a human figure. Until dark, the two exchanged no further words. Chu Siyu quietly left the riverbank without even a farewell, leaving behind a messy black and white canvas. One could barely make out the valley from the outline. After she left, Su Huai waded across the stream and saw the painting. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seemed that those who love painting don't necessarily admire Da Vinci or Van Gogh, but they all have been disciples of Picasso. This was the first meeting between Su Huai and the wealthy woman in his previous life. Even the words were exactly the same. That day was Su Huai's 18th birthday. He officially became a rogue cultivator. Though there were some small opportunities from past lives recorded in his mind, as of that day, he was still mediocre and ordinary. Apart from the tremendous courage forged through 7 deaths and the habit of seeing the vileness of human hearts, which instead made him more optimistic, cheerful, and increasingly indulgent in his spontaneity, he had nothing. On the 4th day, after meeting the wealthy woman, Chu Siyu failed again in her attempt to become a 4th-grade alchemist. She carried her easel and once again wandered into the valley that so resembled her former home. A wooden fork was quietly nailed into the riverbank, a hemp rope tied to its top, holding the canvas she had left behind. The colors were vivid. Mountains were mountains, water was water, sky and wilderness stretching endlessly. Only the little figure remained crooked, merely a human shape, without a human appearance. Chu Siyu gritted her teeth, feeling a rare surge of anger. "You paint so well yourself, yet you asked me to paint for you. Are you deliberately mocking me?" At that moment, the boy rolled up his trousers and was spearing fish in the river. Seeing the painting girl appear again, he wiped the river water from his hair and held up his bare fork smiling at her. Thank you for the painting last time. By the way, I've successfully developed my hot pot base. Come have some hot pot later. No need. Come on, my home is not far right over there. Chu Siyu looked in the direction the boy pointed. In the valley, several large wooden stakes were driven into the ground, forming a rough wooden frame, but now it looked like a thatched shelter open to the wind, barely keeping off the rain. In the center of the shelter stood a large cauldron surrounded by piles of seasonings, vegetables, and beast meat. Was he going to live here? Chu Siyu silently clenched her hands. Valley wooden cabin. Except for the lack of light-chasing flowers covering the mountains, it really resembled her former home. Ever since her mother disappeared when she was 6, and her father took her back to the Chu family ancestral home, the valley, in her memory, the warm home, had remained forever in the past. Chu Siyu gazed at the thatched shelter and gently nodded. Thank you. The cabin was indeed crude, with only an earthen stove built in the center and a large cauldron placed over it to start the fire. Su Huai held a cleaver, gutting and scaling the fish Chu Siyu had caught, then slicing them into translucent thin pieces. Embarrassed to sit idle, Chu Siyu carried a small wooden stool and silently tended the fire in front of the earthen stove. The red soup in the cauldron began to boil. Su Huai finished slicing the fish, ran over and dumped a pile of beast meat into the pot. Within seconds, he fished out 2 pieces, blew on them, and stuffed them into his mouth. Chu Siyu opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Stop tending the fire, come eat. This? How? Just throw whatever you want to eat into the pot, then fish it out when it's cooked. It's simple. Seeing Chu Siyu still not moving, Su Huai took a small bowl, blanched a few fish slices, added some meat, and brought it to her. Here, try it. It's delicious. The fish was fragrant and savory with a strong spicy kick. Chu Siyu took the bowl, lowered her head, and took a bite. She immediately fell in love with the unique flavor. The temptation of good food temporarily overcame her shyness. Before long, Chu Siyu, without being taught, began actively adding ingredients to the pot. And she only added meat. She didn't even glance at the vegetables. Sometimes when she saw Su Huai fish out the meat she had just added, she would stare at him with an incredulous expression, then silently add more meat to the pot. Su Huai couldn't help touching his nose, hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, the wealthy woman's downfall began here. One hot pot meal after another, one painting after another. 2 wanderers adrift in a foreign land gradually fostered friendship, and then the friendship deepened, slowly transforming. On a dark, windy night, they quietly became one, turning into an ordinary Dao couple. Everything in the illusion was the same as in his previous life. Over centuries, the wealthy woman gradually grew from a 3rd-grade alchemist to a 9th grade. Su Huai also used opportunities from past lives to lay his foundation, and with the wealthy woman's help he broke through to the immortal sovereign level. By modifying the techniques from those anime in his mind, he became a true all-rounder, his methods unfathomable, and was hailed by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion as the #1 under the immortal emperor. None of this changed in the slightest. Until that night, when Su Huai was invited by a friend to a small gathering and met an assassin on his way back. The illusion's transformation began from that point onward. That assassin was an immortal venerable skilled in concealment and dark assassination, shrouded in form and face wrapped in black mist, leaving no trace that could be detected through soul probing. Under the night moon, traversing the sky, a pitch-black blade slashed out from the shadows, laced with sinister immortal energy, thrusting towards Su Huai's throat. Clang! The blade was caught by a silver ring. The assassin quickly withdrew upon missing their strike. But Su Huai grinned widely, suddenly spreading his arms as a roar shook heaven and earth. Golem chain. Behind Su Huai, a colossal figure towering hundreds of meters appeared, its face twisted in ferocity. It opened its massive jaws lined with sharp teeth, and 19 chains burst forth, perfectly blocking the landing spots the assassin intended to use. Kacha! The assassin was ensnared by the chains, their body going rigid instantly. Golem chain was another skill Su Huai had borrowed from some anime, only its effect wasn't as overpowered as the original. His golem chain could fire 19 chains at once, but they couldn't track targets. When battling opponents at the same realm, no one stands still like a fool, so while this technique held tremendous power, it often missed entirely. But at this moment, used against an assassin whose escape routes had been predicted beforehand, and who had been completely outplayed, it became a truly fatal move. Whoosh! The immortal energy chains shot from the golem were slowly reeled back in. Su Huai crouched before the assassin without uttering a word, reaching out and yanking off his face covering. His pupils constricted slightly. No. Face. He reached out and touched the assassin's skull, discovering it was merely a smooth oval. No jawbone, no eye sockets, not even breathing holes. This thing isn't human. Demon clan, ghost clan, or demonic clan. Or perhaps, because I've never actually encountered an assassin, even the illusion couldn't recreate their true appearance. Damn it. If this is true, then this soul-concealing wall is useless. It was all just empty boasting. I wasted so much time on this. Su Huai rose to his feet and let out a heavy sigh. He seized the pitch-black dagger, plunged it into the assassin's heart, then retrieved a bottle of 8th-grade bone-dissolving water from his storage ring and evenly sprinkled it over the body. Then he unleashed an immortal flame to burn away the assassin's sinful existence. But the illusion still hadn't dissipated. Su Huai put his hands in his sleeves and gazed up at the moon. So far he hadn't sensed any intention from this illusion to test him. Quite the opposite, it felt like it was trying to make up for his past life's regrets. In this life he hadn't tasted the immortal wine his old friend had saved. The assassin's scheme was uncovered beforehand. He wasn't lured to that bamboo forest, and he certainly wasn't ambushed and killed. So what exactly counted as his inner demon? But he had no idea that the soul-concealing wall's real trial was only just beginning. Upon returning to the valley he'd claimed within Chanyue Valley, the sight before him left him stunned for quite some time. His home was gone. Where his wooden cabin once stood, lush green grass now grew undisturbed, showing not a single trace that any structure had ever existed there. Elder Huang Yuan of Yaya Immortal Sect appeared nearby, calling out to demand who he was and why he'd entered Yaya territory. He asked about Chu Siyu's information. Huang Yuan frowned and said that Yaya Immortal Sect had never had such a female disciple. Su Huai immediately understood. The soul-concealing wall's true trial had begun. It had let him live out a relatively comfortable life, then abruptly cut everything off at a certain point. This method was ruthless. After walking out of Chanyue Valley under Huang Yuan's wary gaze, Su Huai sighed heavily. You made the right choice by not going to the bamboo forest. Do not die. A small snake at his fingertip sent a message into Su Huai's mind. He nodded, subtly rose into the air with his hands tucked in his sleeves, and headed toward the great Yin dynasty. In just half a day he crossed the outer region of the Buried Star Mountains and arrived at his homeland. He asked around for news of the Su family in Black Iron City. But the answer he received was that Su Huai, the young master of the Su family, had died young at 17, and Su Chang'e, the family patriarch, had passed away hundreds of years ago from an old wound recurring. Su Huai's mouth twitched. So in this illusion world he had no one who truly cared for him anymore. Not even himself, who had died at 17. Should he go light some incense for himself later? Su Huai smiled, and from then on began traveling the world. His cultivation seemed frozen, year after year, day after day, showing no sign of growth whatsoever. Chigu Abyss, Yunma Cave, Buried Star Mountains. Every forbidden land bore the traces of his footsteps, yet he himself was like a ghost. No matter how many people he met or what he did by the next day, everyone had completely forgotten him. This was the highest form of loneliness. Forgotten by the world, surrounded by crowds with no kin to turn to. Over the centuries, over the millennia, Su Huai spent more and more time sitting alone in silent meditation. Yet every time the soul-concealing wall thought he was about to birth an inner demon and doubt his own existence, Su Huai would always pull off something outrageous. At the end of the first millennium, he went to compete in the Immortal Realm's Grand Alchemist Assembly, performed the refinement of a 9th-grade pill live at the competition, and then blew up the furnace on the spot. While fleeing, he also helpfully stole the neighboring alchemy master's 9th-grade furnace, then hid away somewhere to practice alchemy intensely for 100 years, finally achieving modest success. He became a prestigious 1st-grade alchemist. Tisk some things, you either know them or you don't. Su Huai felt he must have been cursed by heaven. No matter how poor others' talent was as immortal venerables, after a few years of practice, they could at least refine a few 3rd or 4th-grade pills. Only him, with standard procedures, sufficient soul power, and even using a 9th-grade furnace, would inexplicably explode the furnace. At the end of the 2nd millennium, he wrote a letter to Ye Elder Huang Yuan under Li Sideo's personal name, challenging him to a duel atop the immortal realm in 3 days with the loser, leaving behind their kidney. Old man Huang was skeptical, for in his view no one in the entire immortal realm would dare risk pursuit by Li Sideo to make such a joke. So while sending people to verify, he also announced he would enter seclusion and wouldn't emerge for 100 years unless urgent matters arose. At the end of the 3rd millennium, Su Huai wrote another letter to the Divine Emperor of Zuntian Divine Dynasty, roughly saying, "Hello, I am Qian Sihai, Elder of Tianhan Palace. Actually, when Tianhan Palace fell thousands of years ago, I was faking my death. Now I've taken over a new body and rebuilt my cultivation, and soon I'll break through to Immortal Emperor with the divine pill I refined in my past life. You have 2 days to gather 10 billion top-grade spirit stones and deliver them to the purple bamboo forest in the western suburbs of Jinyuan City, or don't blame me for leading my army to destroy your divine dynasty after my breakthrough." To boost the letter's credibility, Su Huai even took a 9th-grade pill to temporarily elevate his cultivation, deliberately leaving behind the aura of a late-stage immortal venerable at the end. The letter's content was fake, but the aura was genuine, so the Divine Emperor decided to personally visit the purple bamboo forest to investigate, at least to arrest the letter's author. The moment he stepped into the purple bamboo forest, he accidentally triggered a trap Su Huai had carefully laid over hundreds of years, sparking a massive fire. The Divine Emperor hadn't forgotten the painful lesson from the Tianhan Immortal Emperor thousands of years ago, and immediately went on high alert, fearing there might be other devastating killing arrays nearby. Naturally, there was no devastating killing array. But as the raging fire spread deep into the purple bamboo forest, not long after, a peerless sword immortal Empress emerged from the bamboo grove. wearing white, her face cold as frost, refusing to listen to explanations. That day Su Huai, who had been watching from afar eating sunflower seeds, finally figured out part of the ranking among immortal emperors, whom Li Sideo ranks above the divine emperor of Xuantian. What a pity, for immortal emperors are still immortal emperors, and if they can't win they can still flee. The divine emperor somehow managed to keep his kidney. From then on, at the end of every millennium, there would always appear an event significant enough to shake the entire immortal realm. But curiously, no one could recall who had caused it. Su Huai just kept defying the soul-concealing wall. They might say he'd gone mad from loneliness, yet whenever he stirred up trouble, he was incredibly cheerful. They might say he wasn't mad, yet he spent days sitting in the valley planting flowers and spacing out. He remained in a state of, guess whether I'm mad or not, Schrodinger's madness if you will. 10,000 years. Su Huai lay in an endless sea of light-chasing flowers, a foxtail grass stem dangling from his lips, planning what kind of amusement he could find at the approaching end of the 10th millennium. But just as an idea formed in his mind, everything around him suddenly began to crack and dissolve. The soul-concealing wall had decided it didn't want to play anymore. A sharp spit. The pitch-black soul-sheltering wall seemed to have swallowed something foul, wriggling for a moment before ejecting a person. Su Huai stumbled, his weathered gaze sweeping over the surroundings before he finally sighed and silently closed his eyes. As one ages, the way one perceives the world undergoes two kinds of transformation. One is becoming increasingly composed and reserved, like a sage who sees through all things, to whom everything in the world is but fleeting smoke. Such people constitute the vast majority. For 300 or 400 years it might be tolerable, but the longer they live and the more they witness, the more they feel that life has lost its meaning. Hence the saying that immortality is not a blessing but a curse. The other kind of people, though equally weathered by time, become more open-minded as they live on. They are equally detached about certain matters, yet they develop a deeper passion for other things. Having experienced much, their personalities become unconstrained and spontaneous, gradually turning into what people call old rascals. Su Huai belonged to the second type, but he was not old, nor had he become a rascal. He was an ultimate fun seeker. After reopening his eyes, the deep-seated loneliness slowly faded from his gaze. He twitched the corner of his mouth, turned around, and raised his middle finger at the soul-sheltering wall. The soul-sheltering wall shuddered, as if about to spit out some more filth. Su Huai's eyes flashed, and he quickly distanced himself, concealing his presence. Two thuds. Zhang Jintian and Sima Zhu were spat out simultaneously, one on each side, neatly aligned. Sima Zhu glanced down at his intact clothes, finally let out a relieved sigh, then turned his head and shot Zhang Jintian a venomous glare. Though he knew it was an illusion, the sensations of touch, tearing, and pain were so real. He was like a tiny boat tossed about under Zhang Jintian's raging storm for 3 days and 3 nights. A profound sense of helplessness and ultimate humiliation ceaselessly assailed his fragile heart. Fortunately, he endured the humiliation and held on. And fortunately, each person's illusion was separate. Even after experiencing such unforgettable shame, it would never be known to another. Otherwise, he would have made Zhang Peak Master taste that living hell. On the other side, Zhang Jintian was also dazed. 3 days and 3 nights. That beast wearing a red ghost mask. Every 5 hours it came to force-feed him a pink pill. His reason remained intact, yet he could not control the surging aberrant fire, nor could he control his body. He could no longer remember what exactly he had done, and he simply did not want to recall. All he remembered was that just before exiting, his lower back ached terribly. Zhang Jintian glanced at Sima Zhu and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Luckily, the illusions were separate, otherwise after this ordeal, given Sima Zhu's nature, he would certainly not let his fellow sufferer live. Then he would have to strike first and find a way to kill this Saint Sun. Ahem, Saint Sun next. Peak Master Zhang, don't talk to me for now. Sima Zhu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Where to next? Just lead the way. You go ahead, I'll follow. Then, please follow Saint Sun. Zhang Jintian took a breath and dashed off into the distance again. After the two had run a certain distance, Su Huai emerged from the shadows. He stroked his chin deep in thought. Little snake, how much time passed in the outside world while I was inside the soul-sheltering wall? A single instant. A single instant. Yes, the soul-sheltering wall is a pure concentration of illusion. It creates a unique illusion based on the entrant's own thoughts. As long as one does not lose one's true mind, no matter how long you stay inside, in reality, it is only a single instant. It's equivalent to the time it takes to take a step. Su Huai nodded, and then asked, what about Zhang Jintian and Sima Zhu? They entered long before me, so why did they come out later than I did? Because they showed signs of losing themselves. But in the end they broke free. The more lost they become, the longer they stay inside. If they become completely lost and end themselves in the illusion, they will never come out. After hearing Little Snake's explanation, Su Huai couldn't help but glance at the soul-sheltering wall again. Sinister indeed. Su Huai withdrew his gaze, took out the Zhang Jintian brand navigator, and continued to follow the footsteps of the Tianhan Palace duo toward the center of the secret realm. At the same time, at the core of the secret realm, Li Sideo, gripping a bloodstained ancient sword, fled without stopping. Behind her, a ninth-tier, three-headed demon bear pursued relentlessly. The massive bear crashed through countless ancient trees, raising clouds of yellow sand wherever it passed. It frequently opened its mouths and spewed beams of black light at the provoker ahead. Lisadeo gritted her teeth and had to abandon her exploration, turning back to run toward the soul-sheltering wall. In fact, she had passed through the soul-sheltering wall even earlier than Huai. She had trained in swordsmanship since childhood. Her life experience was pristine. Anyone who disturbed her cultivation was cut down with a single sword stroke. Her sword heart was untainted, so inner demons were never an issue. Everything had been going smoothly until she stormed a cliff guarded by a group of demon bears. That was the second barrier to the core area. The condition to pass was simple: leave behind an item designated by the demon bears. Apart from the white dress she wore and a few emergency pills, Lisadeo had only her sword. As a pure sword cultivator, could she tolerate someone wanting her sword? Of course not. Since the conventional method wouldn't work, she would just force her way through. Lisadeo immediately drew her sword and slew the 7th-tier demon bear that had demanded her sword. Then, she was pursued all the way here by the overlord of the valley's core area, the father of the slain bear. She had tried to turn and fight back, but between immortal king and immortal sovereign, though seemingly a step apart, there was a chasm. Lisadeo could be invincible at the same level, but fighting across realms. It was not that simple. The three-headed demon bear was thick-skinned and tough. In terms of human cultivation methods, it belonged to the body refinement path. Lisadeo's sword techniques barely broke through its defense like scraping a wound. But one of its magic-infused palm strikes could take her life directly. How could she fight that? It was already impressive that she managed to escape unscathed. Soon the commotion from Lisadeo's side caught the attention of Sima Zhu and Zhang Jintian. After the two assessed the situation and learned that Lisadeo was being chased by a 9th-tier demon, Sima Zhu immediately curled his lips and whispered a few words to Zhang Jintian. After listening, Zhang Jintian pursed his lips, took a gray robe from Sima Zhu, wrapped himself completely, then suddenly soared into the sky, unleashing his power wantonly. Countless strange bird corpses suddenly rained down from the sky. Immediately an enraged cry came from the misty clouds, and a colossal shadow that blotted out the sky pierced through the clouds, shooting toward Zhang Jintian like an arrow. Zhang Jintian quickly descended to the ground, picked up a strange bird corpse, and using the cover of ancient trees, sprinted toward Lisadeo. The two giant beasts were about to collide when Zhang Jintian spotted Lisadeo. He raised his hand and threw the strange bird corpse like a hidden weapon toward Lisadeo's chest. Lisadeo also noticed the disturbance in the clouds, but facing the sudden, hidden weapon, her body instinctively responded with a sword strike. The strange bird corpse was split in two. Zhang Jintian gathered his black robe, let out a strange laugh, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Lisadeo, I am Huai, the saint son of Yinhua. You will die today at the hands of demons, and from now on, the title of #1 genius under heaven will be mine." Holy crap! Huai, who was watching the spectacle from behind a large tree, heard what that bastard Zhang Jintian shouted. His hand trembled, and he instantly lost his good mood, even dropping the sunflower seeds in his hand. Zhang Jintian, I'll fuck your mother. And Sima Zhu, it seems. I can't let you live. Huai gritted his teeth, shook his wrist, condensed a silver light sword, and dashed toward Sima Zhu's hiding place. Zhang Jintian did not notice the holy sun not far away, who was brimming with rage due to someone impersonating him. After he finished shouting, he flashed into the forest. Having swallowed something unknown, his entire aura vanished without a trace in an instant. The leader of the strange birds in the sky lost its tracking target, its black pupils rotated once, and then naturally fixed on Lisadeo. Lisadeo's eyes blazed with fury. The path to the soul-sheltering wall was blocked by the strange bird leader, forcing her to change direction again and flee toward another area at the core of the secret realm. Being chased by a 9th-ranked demon and another top 8th-ranked demon, her journey here was likely to be fraught with danger and little chance of survival. Watching her fleeing figure, Zhang Jintian curled the corner of his mouth, flashed through the forest a few times, and returned to where Sima Zhu was hiding. At that moment, Sima Zhu sat under a tree with his head lowered, his expression unreadable. Holy Sun, the mission is complete. Sima Zhu did not respond. Holy Sun. Don't shout. I know. Sima Zhu remained motionless, his voice extremely weak. A sudden, ominous premonition arose in Zhang Jintian's heart. He wrinkled his nose and caught a faint scent of blood. He narrowed his eyes and looked very closely, only then discovering that the soil beneath his own holy sun was already stained red with blood. The steps he had been taking in that direction immediately halted. Hello there. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The hairs on Zhang Jintian's body stood on end. With a shudder, he spun around and struck out with a palm. With a crack, the ancient tree behind him broke at the sound. The thick trunk crashed to the ground, sending up a large cloud of dust. However, before Zhang Jintian could launch his next attack, his face was suddenly covered and gripped by a hand. Immediately, a surge of vast, immortal power poured out from the palm of that hand. Boom! The airwaves churned. Zhang Jintian's body trembled violently several times, his bones cracking and popping. His skin then oozed large patches of crimson, turning him into a bloody figure. Tisk tsk. Peak Master Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Jintian's eyeballs had already burst from excessive blood congestion, but that tone full of contempt was too deeply engraved in his memory. It's you. It's me, Peak Master Zhang. Weren't you just muttering my name a moment ago? Since you miss me so much, I as a polite and cultured person naturally had to come out and meet you, didn't I? Su Huai tilted his head. All right. By the way, I have to thank you for guiding me along the way. Sima Zhu, who had been sitting motionless on the other side, instantly cast his gaze over, staring fixedly at Zhang Jintian, his eyes filled with overwhelming murderous intent. He had just been pondering why, despite being so careful along the way, Su Huai could so easily find their hiding place. Now everything was clear. One of the two of them was a traitor. Su Huai dragged Zhang Jintian's half-dead body and walked slowly to Sima Zhu. He threw Zhang Jintian aside and wiped his hands. Then, using his fingers as a blade, he cut the fallen tree with immortal power, shaping two tree stumps. He sat on one and placed the other beside Sima Zhu. Holy son of Tianhan, care for a chat. Sima Zhu raised his head, using his hands to support his heavily injured body, and sat on it. However, the tree stump was soon stained red by the blood flowing from his body. Hey, brother Sima, you sure have a lot of blood. Sima Zhu ignored Su Huai's taunt. He looked at the face before him, which was disturbingly young, and combined with the fact that Su Huai could cripple Zhang Jintian in one blow, many thoughts swirled in his mind. He desperately longed to know the secrets of Su Huai. Unfortunately, he was now the fish on the chopping block, not the knife. Su Huai, what do you want to know? Sima Zhu took a deep breath, ignoring the horrible gash on his chest and abdomen, and instead fixed his gaze entirely on Su Huai's eyes. Su Huai met his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Will you tell me what I want to know? There's nothing I can't say. It's just a transaction. With enough bargaining chips, there are no absolute secrets under heaven. Su Huai couldn't help but applaud Sima Zhu's awareness. Then let's first talk about the secret alchemy techniques of your Tianhan Palace. Heh, the Yanyue immortal sect indeed already knows. Sima Zhu narrowed his eyes. The location of the alchemy site is known only to the Grand Elder. The alchemists responsible have long been cut off from the outside world, leaving no evidence. I, along with several other peak masters loyal to the Grand Elder, am only responsible for selecting cultivators who can be nurtured into cauldron humans. Then specially assigned personnel will create accidents and secretly bring them to the designated location for handover. The one responsible for the actions before was Zhang Jintian. In return, on the 12th day of each month, someone would secretly deliver some pills to our residences. As for other secrets hidden behind this matter, I'm not very clear. Su Huai propped his chin on his hand. So which other peak masters in Tianhan Palace are like you, the Grand Elder's people, All of them. All, Few can resist the temptation of those pills. Not to mention that most of the current 8th level peak masters in the palace were nurtured by the Grand Elder from the 7th level. You're not lying to me, I can swear by the heavenly Tao. Su Huai nodded and then asked, next tell me about your understanding of the secret realm. Sima Zhu, however, remained silent. This you can't say, Su Huai asked. I can say it, but bargaining chips, as I said just now. To exchange secrets, you need sufficient chips. Sima Zhu's eyes were gloomy. As a sign of good faith, I have told you a lot, but you haven't yet said what chips you are willing to offer. Su Huai raised an eyebrow. You want me to spare your life? Yes. That's impossible. Su Huai smiled and shook his head. For certain reasons, you've been on my kill list for a long time. Even if this is just one of my avatars. Sima Zhu let his hands hang down, but saw no surprised expression on Su Huai's face. This unfathomable holy son of Yanyue seemed to always wear that annoying smile. Yes, even if you were just an avatar. A silver-white blade instantly swept across Sima Zhu's neck. His head fell, and his expressionless face was directly facing the corpse of Zhang Jintian lying on the ground. Su Huai stood up, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and hummed an unknown tune as he walked deeper into the secret realm, growing ever more distant. With no aura of deterrence, the thick smell of blood soon attracted the hidden demons from the core circle, who devoured the two bodies that once held high positions in Tianhan Palace. Zhang Jintian was completely dead, but Sima Zhu was still alive and well. When Su Huai found his hiding place and cut open his chest with a single slash, he discovered that his soul was not complete. Sima Zhu had cultivated a peculiar doppelganger technique. The avatar he created was different from ordinary external avatars that not only possessed relatively independent thoughts, but also cultivated separately on a daily basis. It had a flavor of splitting oneself into two, dual cultivating, and then merging back into one to become invincible in the world. No wonder Sima Zhu, as the holy son of Tianhan Palace, and possessing the legendary 9-yang divine body, had a cultivation level below the 7th rank. So it was an avatar. I suppose the original body is still hiding somewhere, isn't it? Upon reflection, this approach really fits his Ninja Turtle persona. Truly, he's too badass. After dealing with Sima Zhu and the other Su Huai, who had roughly figured out the central direction of the core area, leisurely made his way and successfully arrived at the valley guarded by the 2nd level's demon bear. Seeker of the divine, leave your arms. Hearing the human words uttered by the 7th-ranked demon bear not far away, Huai sighed. He had essentially figured out the nature of the so-called 3 trials. The first trial planted an inner demon, the second weakened one's strength, and likely the third would have a similar effect. The central god clearly both hoped someone would come find it, and feared that the one who found it would be too strong. But, little bear, your parents aren't even here and you yourself are just a 7th-ranked demon creature. How dare you ask for my arms? Have you always been so brave? Huai shook his arms, and the silver sword in his hand transformed into a longbow. He pulled the bowstring with force and mortal energy converging at his fingertips to form a silver arrow. Whoosh! Rainbow piercing the sun. With a loud bang, the head of the 10-meter-tall demon bear exploded, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. The remaining giant bears on the cliff began to roar. The remaining few 7th-ranked demon bears, along with a large number of 5th and 6th-ranked bear cubs, charged at Huai. Oh, they already have intelligence, yet they're still so unafraid of death. With a snap of his fingers, the king's treasure vault reappeared. Countless arrows continuously flickered in the void. Facing demon bears, which were almost purely defensive and strength-type demons, the blanket of spell bombardment was like a cataclysmic apocalypse. The scene was like a medieval battlefield suddenly equipped with thousands of Gatling guns with infinite ammunition, an extremely bloody one-sided massacre. In a short moment, the roars in the valley completely ceased, leaving only a ground full of bear corpses utterly silent. Huai withdrew his hands and followed the gap on the cliff, sneaking into the lair of the demon bear clan. The demon bear clan did not belong to the Yao category, like the demons of the fallen demon cave. Even if their strength broke through to the 7th or 8th rank, very few demons could transform into human form. Thus their cavern was enormous. Walking deep inside, Huai discovered a large amount of crystals on a huge stone slab, along with some miscellaneous items and bones of other demons. There were no spirit herbs or the like. Presumably the demon bear clan did not store food and would eat anything good they found on the spot. Huai bent down and picked up a purple crystal. He tested it with immortal energy and judged its hardness to be 8th rank material. There were over 100 such crystals. He didn't expect an unexpected gain. Looting is indeed the fastest way to get rich. After collecting all the crystals, Huai looked at the pile of miscellaneous items, most of which were of low value, but a storage ring and 2 swords were exceptionally eye-catching. Both swords radiated a chilling light. With just one glance, Huai recognized them as 8th rank treasure weapons. However, their owners must have been in a battle with vastly unequal strength, so brutal that even the 8th rank treasure weapons had visible cracks. As for the storage ring, its appearance was light gray. Inside there were only a few rare pills and some daily necessities like robes. Presumably the rest of the items had been consumed in battle. Huai suddenly sighed softly. Inside the ring, he found an elder's robe of the Yan Yu immortal sect with 8 crescent moons embroidered on the cuffs. Recalling that in the previous elder meeting, Chun Teru mentioned the former peak master of the sword and blade peak who had been lost in the secret realm exploration 100 years ago, the identity of the ring's owner was self-evident. Huai turned to search the pile of bones. Since many were broken and incomplete, he could only roughly assemble 2 skeletons and put them into the storage ring. As the holy son of Yan Yu, since he had encountered them, it was his duty to bring the sect's elder's remains back for burial. As for the other one, there were 2 swords in the miscellaneous pile, but the former peak master of the sword and blade peak of the Yan Yu immortal sect was not a dual wielder. So the other sword was likely the weapon used by the other skeleton in life. Those who could use 8th rank treasure weapons, and only people from the 4 transcendent powers, had entered the secret realm, so how could the strength and status of that skeleton in life be low? Helping to take out one skeleton was a simple task, but it could earn a considerable favor, an absolute steal. After sweeping up all the remaining valuable items, Huai contentedly left the giant cavern and leaped up the cliff. The cliff was located very high, but since it was the territory of the demon bear clan, no strange birds roost there, and the thin mist shrouding the sky within the core area had also dissipated considerably. Huai stood on the mountain peak and looked to the southwest. Still there were ancient trees blocking the sky and endless mountain forests. The road is long and winding. No wonder Zhang Zhentian said it would take 3 days. After confirming the direction, he leaped down from the 3 cliffs and plunged into the dense jungle. The center of the secret realm was indeed extremely dangerous. Forest clearings filled with man-eating flowers, twisted thorns dripping with deadly venom, several meter-long poisonous insects, and vines silently slithering on the ground. 6th and 7th rank plants and demons were everywhere. 2 days later, when Huai's vision caught a fiery red parasol tree 1,000 zhang tall, and over 100 meters in diameter, his hands were already stained with the blood of 5 8th rank and dozens of 7th rank demons. Finally, almost there, Huai stretched and looked at the towering ancient parasol tree that stood out like a crane among chickens. If the so-called god of the core area was most likely to dwell anywhere, that ancient tree was the prime candidate. After all, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to perch. But to meet the god One must pass 3 trials. The soul-shielding wall and the demon bear cliff had already been cleared, so where was the 3rd trial? Screech. A crisp cry suddenly rang out from the canopy of the ancient tree, resounding across the entire sky. In the mountains, the great demons lurking everywhere roared in unison, as if responding to the god's command. 1, 2, 3. In just a few minutes, Su Huai sensed the presence of 3 ninth-rank demons in the forest, including that 3-headed demon bear. He suddenly felt cold in his limbs. Could it be? He had been exposed. Don't move, conceal your aura. It's not targeting you, someone took it's ordering a search. Holy crap. He had personally sent the people of the Cold Heaven Palace out of the game. So this time the one who angered it was Lisadeo, who was being hunted by the 3-headed demon bear and the strange bird, his fate unknown. Or that bastard Liao, who looked simple and honest on the surface, might actually be the mastermind playing the fool. Su Huai was wildly speculating when a furtive figure suddenly slipped into the tree where he was hiding. The newcomer wore a blood-stained white dress. The ancient sword in her left hand was only half remaining, and her right arm hung limply at her side, soft and weak, at least a comminuted fracture. Damn, Lisadeo. Lisadeo cast a cold gaze at Su Huai and suddenly pulled out a sky-blue crystal from her bosom. Save my life, and this is yours. Why would I save you? With a whoosh, Su Huai fled from the tree canopy. Lisadeo was momentarily stunned. She looked down at her palm and instantly felt terrible. That damned holy son of Yin, you not only refused to save her, but also swiped the blue crystal she had risked her life to obtain. Lisadeo narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then pursued Su Huai with the broken sword in hand. She was severely wounded. Even a casual encounter with a 7th-ranked demonic beast could cost her life. Before setting off for the secret realm, Emperor Huifeng had told her that if she encountered a life-or-death crisis, she could seek help from members of the Yanyue Immortal Sect or the Zuntian Divine Dynasty. Lisadeo was proud, but not foolish. With hope to live, no one would choose death. Now to survive, she could only pin her hopes on Su Huai, hoping that for the sake of the sword tomb, he would give her a hand. Originally, if he was unwilling to save her, she couldn't force it. But that crystal was something she had risked her life for. How could she let it be taken away for nothing? Running ahead, Su Huai naturally noticed her movements, and a few black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. Damn it, if we had no grudges, I wouldn't mind giving you a hand now. But the fucking kidney gouging enmity. Although it was indeed my fault for burning down your house in the first place, you didn't listen to a word of explanation in your past life. You relied on being a celestial emperor and stabbed me twice, without hesitation. Not finishing you off in this life was already generous of me. If I actually saved you, how could I ever face using my own 2 kidneys again? Su Huai zigzagged through the forest, careful not to be discovered and suffer a siege from the 3 ninth-ranked demonic beasts, so he dared not use too much power. After running for half a quarter of an hour, seeing that he couldn't shake her off, he simply dove into a hidden cave. Lisadeo followed right behind. But as soon as she entered the cave, a brick imbued with celestial power whistled through the air, and with a swiftness that outstripped lightning, slapped against the back of her head with a smack. Lisadeo's vision went dark. Her body swayed and wobbled a few times, but surprisingly she didn't faint. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Su Huai with a completely bewildered expression. Damn, you're not even dizzy. Why? Attack me. This is the punishment for not listening to others' explanations. Su Huai said with righteous indignation. She stared into Su Huai's eyes and said word by word, the sword tomb holds my soul tablet, made personally by Emperor Huifeng. If you kill me, you will inevitably incur karmic sin, and the soul tablet will sense it. The Yanyue Immortal Sect has already offended the Tianhan Palace. As the Yanyue Saint Son, you wouldn't want to bring another enemy of the same level upon your sect, would you? Su Huai sighed through the brick to the ground and brushed the dust off his hands. Forget it. You can just hide in this cave by yourself. Su Huai took out a bottle of aura-concealing pills he had found in Zhang Jintian's storage ring and casually tossed it to Lisadeo. This counts as a trade item for that stone. I have my own matters to attend to. I can't stay here to be your bodyguard, a stranger. This bottle of pills is for concealing your aura, and it's very effective. After I leave, I'll seal the cave entrance. From now on, whether you live or die depends on fate. How about it? Lisadeo thought it over, but still couldn't understand why the Yanyue Immortal Sect was close to the Sword Tomb, yet the Yanyue Saint Son seemed to despise her, the Sword Tomb's Jinzi. But in this situation, high-grade aura-concealing pills could indeed be quite useful. She had no choice but to nod. Okay. Lisadeo, today's matter ends here for now. But please remember, we have a grudge. See that brick on the ground? Don't let me run into you again, or I'll hit you every time I see you. What exactly is the grudge between us? Su Huai was silent for 3 seconds. The resentment was started by me, the enmity was sealed by you. Arson in the forest, killing, and kidney gouging. Neither of us is a good person. I'm just a bit worse than you. Before Lisadeo could react, Huai walked out of the cave, struck a palm to send rocks crashing down, and sealed the entrance. He let out a long sigh, opened his palm, and the green crystal lay quietly on it. It was no larger than a pigeon's egg, yet it contained astonishing energy. The silver snake slithered onto his palm, opened its mouth to take the crystal, and swallowed it. How is it? It's done. Go directly to find it. Wait, what exactly is this stone? Why did you react so strongly when you saw it just now? The snake paused for a moment. It is a power crystal. You already know part of the enmity between it and me. Back when it betrayed me, I fought a great battle with it, and we both suffered heavily, our origins damaged. It fled, and I couldn't catch up, so I had to find another secret place to recuperate. The fragments of our origin that shattered were then gathered and evolved by the laws of the celestial realm, forming power crystals. Swallowing a power crystal can directly elevate a person to the early stage of Celestial Emperor. Damn, Huai was shocked. Such a good thing, and you fucking swallowed it all in one gulp, leaving nothing for me. For you it's not a good thing. It's a direct promotion to Celestial Emperor. It can indeed elevate you to Celestial Emperor, but you will be trapped at the early stage of Celestial Emperor for life, and when it awakens you will become a puppet controlled by it. Decades ago my own crystal was swallowed by someone, and within 10 years a Celestial Emperor was created. Who? Suchanga. Huai was stunned. Old man. Yes. Decades before this day of your first life, Suchanga entered the cave where I was resting. He was the first Celestial Realm person to discover me. However, at that time his chi and blood had already solidified, and his soul power had aged. By my judgment, he could not withstand the operation of my authority, so I made a deal with him. I guided him to find my power crystal and become the Celestial Emperor of this era. And in exchange, after he broke through to Celestial Emperor, he would be the lifelong protector of the person I would later choose. But unfortunately, Suchanga went out for 13 years. When he returned, his cultivation was completely scattered, his foundation destroyed, barely keeping alive with some medicines. He returned to that cave, told me the whole story, and brought back a ghost emperor's head. Although I was angry at his high-handedness that ruined my plan, I couldn't bring myself to harshly blame an old man who had already lost the will to live. So I let him go. Then 6 years passed, full of changes. Suchanga secretly guided the first life you to my dwelling place. At that time your soul was somewhat peculiar, faintly feeling rejected by the Celestial Realm's laws, so I saw at a glance that you, like me, were not a pure native of the Celestial Realm. Huai pursed his lips and remained silent. Your condition met my requirements, but your soul strength was slightly lacking. Although it was enough to withstand my power, it was destined to waste one cycle in the process. Wait, cycle? Yes, the black-bellied snake in the cave was the incarnation of my authority. I split off the key to initiate the cycle. Cycle means rebirth. You can understand it that way. Damn, that's your authority. Does that mean if I die now I can come back again? Better not. I was already damaged in origin. In this life, to preserve your cultivation and avoid the correction of the Celestial Realm's laws, I have exhausted most of my remaining power. Huai concealed his aura, leaped onto a large tree, hid himself among the leaves, and crouched on a branch to sort out his chaotic thoughts. If what the snake said was true, then it was undoubtedly Huai's real trump card, and Suchanga, as the snake's first spokesman, had actually always known that he could be reborn. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so he simply asked, "Little snake, can I understand it this way? The old man is actually half your subordinate, so he is different from others. He has memories of my rebirth, right?" Wrong. The snake denied. You underestimate the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm's rank is not low. My authority can only act on individuals not noticed by the world's laws, and only on one individual. In short, for someone like Lisadeo who carries the Celestial Realm's fortune, if a being from outside like me were to inhabit her, it would soon attract the Celestial Realm's attention and be erased by the laws. This also determined that before you fully integrated into the Celestial Realm's laws, Suchanga could not let anyone help you. Otherwise, if your soul accumulated too much fortune before being recognized by the Celestial Realm's laws, and even affected the Celestial Realm's structure, it would easily be regarded as a heretic stealing fortune and be erased by the laws. Just like the illusion you experienced for the first 7 lives, you and I were outsiders in the eyes of the Celestial Realm's laws. Our cycles could not leave too many traces. In other words, Suchanga only knew of my existence, say, relying on your self-proclaimed handsome guy title. Huai swallowed his saliva. He recalled the strange stone pillar he had seen when he went to the snake's cave in this life, on which 8 deep marks were carved, each more forceful than the last. So that was the mark left by the old man. That old man, frail and barely keeping alive with pills, truly had been immensely kind to him. Otherwise, without the snake cycle, he, an outcast rejected by the world's laws, would probably have ended up living a mediocre life and dying of old age in the Black Iron City. Even judging from the inexplicable disasters he had encountered in his previous lives, a blacklisted person, like him, abandoned by the laws, might not even live to die of old age. Perhaps this was the true ending for a transmigrator. Huai sat on a tree branch for a long time before heaving a heavy sigh, lifting his head to gaze at the distant 1000-zhang wudong tree. Can the old master's injury be healed? It's very difficult unless you can find a holder of an authority like revival. What is the authority of that blue bird? Illusion. Can a great emperor control an authority? Only its embryonic form. Then why didn't you tell me this before and suddenly reveal everything when we arrived? Because you are here now. About to step into the great emperor realm. It's burning, my good brother. By the way, do you have a name? She always called me Silver. She. The woman from your past, the one in the painting with you, and the blue bird. Do you have any other questions? Ahem. No, old Silver, let's go. Huai coughed lightly, ceasing his inquiries into the little snake's gossip, and leaped directly from the tree. Locking onto the direction of the ancient tree, he advanced stealthily, moving swiftly. In the mountain forest, swarms of high-ranked demonic beasts continuously spread toward the periphery of the secret realm. The sky was filled with grotesque, monstrous birds, all searching for the thief who had stolen their divine object. 100 years ago, such an event had occurred. Back then, they killed many intruders who entered the secret realm, yet the thief, disguised as a god-seeker, still managed to take away a divine heart, shed by a god. This time they swore to annihilate all intruders. Absolutely, absolutely. They would not fail again. But these demonic beasts could never imagine that over the past century, to counter their searches and pursuits, and to steal more from the secret realm, the great elder of the Tianhan Palace had developed a special aura-concealing pill. Now, for some delightfully understandable reasons, this pill had fallen into the hands of the god-slayer Huai. After dodging and weaving, Huai evaded wave after wave of searching beasts, drawing closer and closer to the Wudong tree. When less than 2 li remained from the Wudong tree, Huai halted. At his current cultivation level from this position, he could already see the entire tree with the naked eye. A 5-meter-wide doorway had been carved into the trunk, which was several hundred meters in diameter. The 3-headed demon bear, having failed to pursue Li Sideo, had lost the favor of the god, and was ordered to guard the ancient Wudong tree beside the door. It scanned the surroundings with a ferocious expression, unaware that a certain human devoid of martial ethics had ransacked its home, made off with all its possessions, and slaughtered its entire clan, leaving it as the sole commander with no troops. Old Silver, what's the plan? Charge straight in. Don't be impulsive. With the power crystal stolen, it will now unleash its authority at any cost to protect itself. The doorway is highly likely to be a realm of illusion. I will handle its true body, but you must hold off those 9-rank demonic beasts and the rest of the 8-rank ones. You must find a way to divide them first. Huai's scalp tingled. Though he was hailed as invincible below the Emperor realm, that was only under the condition of one-on-one combat. Being besieged by such a number of demonic beasts, including 3 of the same rank, was enough to make anyone uneasy. If he truly possessed such power, why would everyone bother guarding the forbidden grounds? They could simply have the Yanwei Emperor block the Ghost Emperor of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, then unleash Huai. He could slaughter the entire Weeping Ghost Abyss in a single day. Divide them. Damn, he should have spared those 2 from Tianhan Palace earlier. Then he could have let them draw some fire first. Huai slapped his forehead in frustration. However, as he was racking his brains for a solution, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before his eyes. An 8-rank general of the revered divine dynasty emerged from somewhere, suddenly roaring, as he slashed a blade through the air toward the 3-headed demon bear's face. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Huai was stunned for a moment, but quickly pieced it together. Like the Yanwei immortal sect, the 4 transcendent powers were no fools. All had caught traces of the clues from the exploration 100 years ago. This time they had tacitly refrained from sending young disciples, and instead dispatched only elites, all aiming for the secrets, or great fortune, within the core area of the secret realm. Thinking this, it was only natural that the people from the revered divine dynasty had sneaked all the way here undetected. But were their generals really this reckless? An 8-rank cultivator daring to challenge a 9-rank demon. Of course, a general of the revered divine dynasty wasn't that reckless. But since he dared to jump out, it proved he had some skill, if not a guarantee of survival. The general struck out with a slash, then fled madly into the forest. This was clearly a decoy maneuver. The demon bear lurched to its feet, with a roar seemingly summoning its companions. But it did not chase after the general. Instead, it grew even more cautious. This was a bear that had studied the art of war. Though it didn't understand the principle of not pursuing a fleeing enemy, it understood a decoy. Huai's mouth fell open. Hidden in another spot, the divine dynasty's crown prince Liao also drew a sharp breath. Pointing at the demon bear, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Aren't demon bears supposed to be all brawn and no brains? The sword tomb has guarded the demon abyss for 10,000 years. Why have they never encountered such a cunning bear? The general beside him also twitched at the corner of his mouth. Leaving aside special types like succubi and intellect demons, the demon race as a whole indeed lacks intelligence. Especially strength-type demons like the bear, they usually don't think too much. Otherwise, those madmen at the sword tomb couldn't have held the demon abyss for 10,000 years without losing a single inch of ground. Liao scratched his head in frustration. Annoying. What now? The treasure trove is right in front of us, but we can't even get in. The general took a deep breath. No choice, Your Highness. We've already startled the prey, and we can't delay any longer, or once all the demonic beasts gather it will be truly impossible. I'll try to hold the beast off for a while. You slip inside. Liao gritted his teeth, pulled out several talismans from his bosom, and pressed half of them into the general's hand. Take these. Tier 1 in dire straits, and it will teleport you 1,000 li, at least giving you a chance to survive. The general was taken aback. Your Highness, but these are what the Divine Emperor gave you for your own protection. If you use them and succeed in obtaining the fortune, fine. But if not, ministers will surely impeach you, saying you lacked foresight and had to rely on the Emperor's gifts to escape. Your prestige in the Divine Kingdom will certainly suffer, and you might what? Life-saving items are meant to be used. I don't care much for this Crown Prince position anyway. A bunch of old fogies squabbling. Is a general's life worth less than a few measly talismans? That position holds little appeal for me. If I'm deposed, I'll gladly go serve as a frontier king at the edge of the Burial Star Mountains. Your Highness, it is my duty to follow your orders and protect you. I cannot accept these talismans. How dare you? I am still the Crown Prince. Li Qi, are you disobeying orders? I dare not. Then stop dawdling and get up there to create an opportunity for me. I obey. The general suddenly knelt on one knee before Liao, then rose, drew a long halberd, and charged at the three-headed demon bear. Liao followed behind him. An 8-rank king's desperate strike, even against a thick-skinned demon bear, could not be ignored. The bear roared, slashing out a palm. Liao seized the gap to approach the wooden door, a smile finally appearing on his face. But the two had underestimated the bear's intelligence. Just as Liao was about to open the door, the general suddenly let out a furious roar. Your Highness, watch out! A bear's shadow loomed over him. Liao broke into a cold sweat and immediately prepared to tear the talisman in his hand. Don't be afraid. Huh. Who? Boom. Huai, who had been sneaking behind Liao, threw a punch at the bear's paw. Fist and paw met, sending a shockwave that stripped the grass within a kilometer. The giant bear stumbled back several steps, while Huai trembled, his blood churning. Brother Su, my ass, get moving. He struck the door with his palm, and the little snake in his hand spat a silver thread, shattering the seal on the door. Cracks spread across the door, forming a jagged hole 2 meters wide. Huai kicked Liao through the opening, then swiftly slipped in himself. A massive door inscribed with demonic runes stood before them. The surface shimmered with an eerie light, and an oppressive aura emanated from within. As the little snake had predicted, the theft of the power crystal had led to the ancient tree where the azure bird resided being now layered with protective barriers. After breaking through the seal on the gate, Huai and Liao stumbled directly into a world of mirrors. All around, reflections of the two of them stretched in every direction. No passageways, no doors leading onward. What's going on? Liao, only 2 steps away from Huai, swallowed hard after surveying their surroundings. Just now. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Su. A mere trifle not worth mentioning. Huai condensed a blade of light in his hand, while the tiny snake on his fingertip flickered with a faint red glow in its pupils, attempting to decipher the mirror world. Brother Su, a drop of kindness should be repaid like a gushing spring. I, Liao, have always repaid favors. Really no need. Huai sighed. Saving you was just a casual act. How could I possibly ask you for that carriage, brotherly? Liao's lips twitched. That carriage is the imperial ride of the Son of Heaven, the ceremonial vehicle of the Crown Prince. It belongs to the Divine Dynasty's treasury. The ownership is not mine to give. What? Even if I don't accept your carriage, you must insist on giving me a blazing flying horse, or else you'll suffer a damaged Dao heart and be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Since brotherly insists on giving, I suppose I can't refuse any longer. Huai patted Liao on the shoulder, his face brimming with sincerity. Good brothers for life. Liao. The blazing flying horse was unique to the Divine Dynasty. There had never been a precedent of gifting one to an outsider. But since Huai had put it that way, what else could Liao do? Huai had just saved his life. A life-saving benefactor had asked. How could Liao, the Crown Prince of the Divine Dynasty, refuse to part with a mere 5th-tier mount? Damn, this guy was too real. Huai grinned. It wasn't that he absolutely had to have a mount. After all, although the blazing flying horse looked impressive in terms of actual flight speed, it couldn't match even a tenth of his own ability to traverse the void. It was mainly for collection. Hadn't the little snake said he was about to break through to the immortal emperor realm? How could he not have a single mount? What? You say Shweta? Shweta was pretty to look at and could be ridden if one really wanted to, but the word ride in that context, could it ever be proper? Other peerless experts rode dragons or tigers, or at least like Huang Yuan had a few eagles. But Huai had a female ghost carrying him through the sky on her back. TCH. Indecent, truly indecent. Besides, Shweta was a birthday gift he had prepared for Chu Siyu. Some tasks were not meant for a little pet. If Shweta did them, what would be left for Chu Siyu? Huai couldn't help but curl his lips. Just then the little snake sent him a message. The 3rd mirror on your left, that is the weakest point, break it. Huai nodded imperceptibly, then raised his left hand under Liao's puzzled gaze, his palm aimed at the mirror the little snake had indicated. Boom. Silver light burst forth, and a crack appeared on the mirror with a sharp snap. Be ready for battle at any moment, mm. The cracks spread continuously, soon reaching the other mirrors accompanied by crisp snapping sounds. Finally reaching a critical point, the entire mirror world shattered with a roar. The true scene inside the parasol tree was finally revealed before the two of them. Twisted vines hung from the inner walls, dotted everywhere with shimmering specks of light, like a shrine inhabited by a deity magnificent and noble. At the four corners of the hall stood ancient stone platforms. The western and northern platforms were empty, their contents already taken, leaving only the bare pedestals. On the eastern platform lay an emerald longbow, its lights swirling, at least a 10th tier imperial artifact. On the southern platform rested a scroll. Su Huai and Li Ao's gazes instantly grew eager. Li Ao glanced back at Su Huai and withdrew his unconsciously stepped foot. He understood clearly, in matters of opportunity and treasures the strong prevail. Despite their earlier brotherhood, such a fragile friendship, easily built, was worthless in the face of absolute opportunity. Only a fool would take it seriously. At least he himself had just entertained the thought of snatching the treasures quickly and then using a divine travel talisman to flee. But he soon suppressed his greed. After all, given the combat prowess Su Huai had just displayed, if Li Ao truly tried to claim a share by force, the most likely outcome would be his ashes scattered by Su Huai before he even touched the treasures. Brother Su. Su Huai gave him a wry smile, then walked step by step toward the eastern platform. He did not rush to take the item atop it. Instead, he bent down to examine the mystical patterns on the pedestal. After staring for a short while, the patterns seemed to come alive, twisting and shifting until they formed a passage of text that Su Huai could understand. The azure bird bore a branch soaring across the vast sea. It nurtured its heart's ambition, seeking to transform into a lawn. Having obtained the method of divine ascension, it examined its own body and found it sullied. Heart ashamed, method flawed, bones damaged. After long deliberation, it finally excavated its old heart, scattered its old methods, and extracted its old bones. What was not abandoned, the heart, method, and bones, were refined separately into a demon heart, a dharma record, and a divine bow, one each. Burning the old flame, forging a new body. Su Huai rubbed his chin. That passage was quite easy to understand. The azure bird was originally a spiritual bird that crossed a vast distance, all to accumulate its own foundation, dreaming of one day transforming into a lawn. Upon obtaining the method of transformation and ascension, it discovered that its body had flaws, making it unworthy of godhood. Because its heart harbored guilt, its cultivation method had defects, and its bones were damaged. So after much hesitation, it dug out its own heart, dispersed its cultivation method, and extracted its bones. The guilty heart was refined into a demon heart. The discarded cultivation method was recorded on a scroll. The damaged bones were forged into a divine bow. Finally, letting go of all attachments, it underwent rebirth through fire. Anyway, Su Huai could not understand the azure bird's logic. If the heart was guilty, digging it out didn't make it guiltless. A flawed cultivation method. Recording it as a treasure was one thing, but forging a bow from its own bones, that was twisted. The little snake on his finger let out a cold laugh. Self-deception. Of course, criticism aside, that didn't stop Su Huai from taking the bow. After all, it wasn't made from his bones, so using it wouldn't feel awkward. An imperial artifact. In all his years, he had never even touched such a fine treasure, let alone used one. As for the scroll, Su Huai picked it up, flipped through it, and lost interest. It was indeed a flawed piece, not even fully recorded. The cultivation method reached the 9th tier, then the content began to deviate. Presumably the defects emerged after the 9th tier. Moreover, this was a cultivation method for the azure bird. If a human practiced it, who knew what problems might arise? Su Huai turned to look at Li Ao. Brother Li, are you interested in this cultivation method? Yes. Would Brother Su be willing to part with it? Li Ao's eyes lit up instantly. He had also seen the items on the stone platforms. That imperial artifact was undoubtedly the most precious. But the cultivation method was not bad either. Even though Su Huai's willingness to give it to him suggested there might be some issues, he was merely the crown prince of the divine dynasty. He could simply take the thing back and hand it over. As for any problems with it, that was the concern of the ministers responsible for compiling cultivation methods. Then I'll give it to you. But before practicing, it's best to have your divine emperor review it first. I'll remember that. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Su. The scroll was thus tossed to Li Ao, who accepted it solemnly. This time, he didn't mention a return gift, afraid that Su Huai would again ask for something he couldn't decide. As for repayment, he would let the divine emperor decide after they got out. After parting with the scroll, Su Huai withdrew his gaze. He had already read the scroll anyway and could write it down from memory at any time. A useless scroll in exchange for a favor from the revered divine emperor. A huge profit. Moreover, he had established a persona of not hoarding treasures alone and sharing with those present. This was the art of human relations. But then, Su Huai looked up at the intersection of the 4 stone platforms. A cyan radiance traced countless fine lines across the floor, converging at the center to sustain a translucent energy barrier. Within the barrier, lying quietly, was an egg. The egg was cyan in hue, its shell covered with fine scales no taller than 5 or 6 centimeters. It was barely larger than a common chicken egg, and without careful observation, it would easily go unnoticed. This egg had not been there initially. It only materialized suddenly after Su Huai took the scroll, and all the luminous patterns on the stone platform flared to life. In the instant it appeared, the little snake's gaze locked onto the protective barrier, and an overwhelming killing intent began to radiate outward. Liao, standing nearby, suddenly shivered. Assuming that killing intent originated from Su Huai, he could only stare in bewilderment. Just moments ago this person had been grinning cheerfully. Why did he suddenly seem ready to kill? That scroll should have been given to him by Su Huai himself, right? He shouldn't have provoked Su Huai. Damn it, could it be because I didn't properly thank him? Fuck, they say keeping company with a lord is like keeping company with a tiger, but how can this bastard's mood swings be faster than an emperor's? Should I return the scroll to him now? Brotherly, leave this place. Huh. Oh, alright. I'm leaving. Liao, completely bewildered, darted toward the exit of the parasol tree. Crunch. Suddenly a faint sound echoed through the air. Liao's rushing body suddenly froze, then he tilted his head motionlessly, a look of utter confusion spreading across his face. The same bewilderment flickered in Su Huai's eyes, but it was short-lived. A cold sensation prickling between his fingers pulled him back to reality. Su Huai shook his head, a hint of relief in his gaze. He looked toward the center of the stone platform. The egg had silently cracked open without warning. A sparrow-sized bird stood on the ground, its sharp eyes staring directly at Su Huai's fingers. It's been a long time. Unlike the little snake, whose gender was impossible to determine, the cyan bird opened its beak with the voice of a cute girl. The little snake tilted its head upward. Daiwana, I have come to take your life. I have come to marry you. What a touching short phrase. Considering the little snake and the cyan bird had traveled together for so long, perhaps even childhood sweethearts, this was practically a romance anime. But inserting those two characters, life, into that short phrase completely shifted the tone. Suddenly the romance anime transformed, instantly tagged with revenge, passion, and battle. The cyan bird's train of thought was not as peculiar as Su Huai's. Hearing those cold words from the little snake, it did not grow angry, but instead tilted its head to study Su Huai. Is this human? Your new master. Little bro, I can follow you too. There are many things cannot accomplish or refuses to do for you, but I can handle all of them. The cyan bird shimmered and transformed, truly becoming a cyan-haired loli with twin tails. She stood about 150 centimeters tall, barefoot, and hovering in the air. A sky-blue feather dress cascaded down past her waist and hips her pale thighs, making Su Huai's eyes ache. He wondered whether she wore anything beneath the garment. Examining her face, her skin gleamed like fresh snow, her eyes bright and spirited, a cyan mark drawn between her brows and delicate cyan scale patterns framing the corners of her eyes. Her gaze drifted across Su Huai's figure, lingering at certain places, and she even extended her tongue to lick her lips. Fuck, who on earth could withstand this? Su Huai scrutinized her with a critical eye. Perhaps one day, if he decided to leave the cultivation world, he could anonymously write a review of demon girls from other races and achieve eternal fame. The cyan-haired loli offered Su Huai a gentle smile, revealing two adorable fang-like teeth. She truly understood men so well. Su Huai swallowed hard, steeled his Dao heart, then callously turned his head away and flicked his wrist to release the little snake. I choose you, go, little silver snake. A crimson light erupted from the snake's pupils. The little snake, merely a few inches long, suddenly roared midair, its body expanding by thousands, then tens of thousands of times. The loli formed from the cyan bird never expected Su Huai to be so resolute and ruthless. At the moment the silver snake lunged, she could only hastily spread her wings and beat them frantically to dodge. Its form continued to swell without limit. Eventually both the snake and the bird grew to 1,000 meters tall, engaging in fierce combat around the ancient parasol tree. Ancient trees shattered and dust billowed. The scene appeared overwhelmingly grand, carrying an almost world-shattering quality, yet the more Su Huai watched, the more uneasy he felt. Too weak. Both the little snake and the cyan bird seemed impossibly feeble in Su Huai's eyes. The cyan bird fared somewhat better. At least it could occasionally deploy techniques reminiscent of shadow clones, causing some trouble for the little snake. But the little snake, that was pure physical combat. It felt like watching two massive tigers fight at a zoo. The spectacle was thrilling, but it didn't match the vibe he expected. At the very least, surely they should unleash some techniques. No wonder the little snake had mentioned earlier that the cyan bird feared a 9th level Su Huai. Su Huai figured he likely possessed the ability to defeat it. What the hell bothered him was how such a weak creature could command 3 9th level demons. Of course, if the little snake were still under his control, it would have contemptuously told him that the world has a profession called support. The little snake's true form was the Ouroboros. Whatever it gained, it had to lose something in return. The Ouroboros possessed the heaven-defying cycle ability, yet it was purely a support-type entity. Not to mention it was far from its full power. Most of its remaining strength had already been devoted to countering the rules of the immortal realm and helping Su Huai cycle through rebirth. Even with all that, Su Huai still complained it was weak. What a fucking scumbag. Meanwhile, the cyan bird was not faring well either. It did possess some offensive capability, but centuries ago it had fallen out with the little snake over certain matters. In its prime, the little snake had been terrifyingly powerful, and their battle had raged so fiercely that both emerged damaged. Until it fled in desperation into the immortal realm. And once inside, the rules of the immortal realm targeted it specifically, causing its cultivation realm to plummet. It was also encountered by Emperor Yin Yue and savagely beaten. Finally dragging along a broken existence, it had hidden within this secret realm, hoping to quietly rebuild its strength. Thank heavens the object the cyan bird had been willing to betray its master for had not been lost. Yet what grieved it was that due to the stain of having betrayed its master, that object refused to acknowledge it. Its path to godhood was severed. Even if it tore out its own heart, drew out its bones, underwent nirvana. No matter how deeply it repented, it could not earn acceptance. This was not even the most despairing part. The true despair lay in discovering that its power was being absorbed by the immortal realm. Not that the realm welcomed it, but that it was being stripped of its strength. The entire world seemed to be targeting this adorable little cyan bird. After the serpent and the bird had fought for a long time, Huai noticed some additional nuances. For instance, when the little serpent expanded to 1,000 meters, it became evident that one of its fangs was smaller than the other. Huai immediately recalled the 4 paintings he had seen at the Yinhua Immortal Sect. They depicted the first battle between the serpent and the bird, with the serpent's scales torn and a fang broken, while the azure bird had one of its wings snapped and fell into a deep valley. The azure bird's anomaly matched the paintings exactly. It kept circling low like a flightless green chicken, losing its aerial advantage and forced to attack the silver serpent's scales with its claws and beak. The little serpent, having devoured the azure bird's crystallized power beforehand, was not only unaffected by the bird's control unlike ordinary beings, but also gained resistance to illusory forces. Thus the two began as equals, but as the fight dragged on, the azure bird realized that despite the increasing wounds on the silver serpent, its combat prowess only grew fiercer. Madman. The tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Faced with the silver serpent's suicidal determination, the azure bird could no longer hold its ground. Cree! A crisp cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The myriad demons in the mountain forest, which had been kneeling in fear and dared not disturb the serpent-bird battle, now received the summons and rushed from all directions toward the center of the secret realm. Huai finally grasped the azure bird's heaven-defying nature. Though wounded and possibly not a match for a 9th-ranked demonic beast in direct combat, it had operated in the secret realm for centuries. Its illusory power had already infiltrated every corner of the realm. All the demons in the secret realm had lived in an illusory world for hundreds of years, being subtly implanted with memories and thoughts of a deity, and they firmly believed in the azure bird's divine status. In the hearts of those demons, it was the sole sovereign. If he had to assign professions to the serpent and the bird, the little serpent was a heaven-defying support, while the azure bird was a natural beast tamer and hypnotist. Now that the serpent and bird were locked in a fierce battle, the azure bird began summoning minions, but the little serpent had only Huai as an ally. It was quite sudden. Huai sighed. Although the enemy outnumbered him and victory was unlikely, the little serpent had saved his life 8 times over 8 lifetimes. Even if he couldn't win, he had to grit his teeth and step up. He only hoped the little serpent could step up its game and finish quickly. As for him, he needed to clear out the small fry first. Huai calmed his mind suddenly, becoming motionless, his face as serene as an ancient well tinged with a deathly pallor. This was one of the few forbidden spells he could master, similar to the demon bone lock he had used in the soul-shielding wall, a technique that consumed immense energy and unleashed terrifying power. Karsus, hear my call. A streak of black light radiated from his pupils. He soared into the air, and the immortal power surging around him instantly retracted into his body, brewing a forbidden secret art. Behind him, a blurred phantom coalesced. A dark warlock shrouded in black mist, its face indistinct. But unlike ordinary warlocks, it wore not a robe, but metal armor. As Huai slowly closed his eyes, the dark warlock raised its staff in its left hand, while the green codex in its right hand fluttered without wind. The sky suddenly plunged into gloom. The fearless low-ranked demons continued their headlong charge, roaring without cease, but the more intelligent demons felt a tremor of unease, their movements subtly slowing. The 3 9th-ranked demonic beasts were most affected. The bloodthorn dragon, the 8-armed ape demon, and the 3-headed demon bear halted, their expressions grave as they stared at Huai, suspended high in the air, and the eerie phantom behind him. They sensed the thick aura of death emanating from the phantom. Requiem. Huai murmured, his eyes still closed. The dark warlock's eyes suddenly glowed with 2 faint green lights. A hoarse, slow, eerie melody quietly began. Pain, ecstasy, tranquility. Each past has its unique beauty. Rejoice in death's embrace. A raspy whisper emerged from the black mist. In an instant, darkness shrouded the entire sky. Countless eerie pillars of light surged upward from the charging demons, and the essence of death began to brew. When the melody ended, tens of thousands of demons stopped in their tracks. The pillars of light upon them exploded violently, turning the core area into a sea of blood and a field of corpses. All demons of the 7th rank and below were annihilated. 8th rank demons were dazed and severely wounded. Only the 3 9th rank demons experienced a surge of chaotic energy and a tremor in their souls. Though affected, the impact was not too severe, though a seed of fear was planted in their hearts. Even the Azure Bird, still locked in combat in the distance, now looked at Su Huai with eyes full of shock and wariness. The sky regained its light. The Death Warlock's phantom had dissipated. Su Huai stumbled, his face pale, his body utterly drained. He hurriedly shoved a pill into his mouth. A 9th rank Ascension Immortal pill. A pill that 9th rank cultivators would only reluctantly prepare when breaking through a minor realm, was now extravagantly used by Su Huai to restore his depleted immortal power. As the pill took effect, his complexion quickly regained some color, but his expression was twisted. Damn it, so bitter. Is that old bastard of the revered Heaven Divine dynasty insane? Even 9th rank pills have to be this bitter. Does he think I'm still at the 9th rank and need to remember hardship to appreciate sweetness? Su Huai now deeply missed the rejuvenation pills refined by his wealthy benefactor in his past life. They tasted like candy. Every time he went out, Chu Siyu would prepare a small bottle for him. Comparison is the thief of joy. Su Huai had no doubt that if these 2 9th rank alchemists opened shops on the same street, the pills from the revered Heaven Divine dynasty's national teacher would only be sold to themselves. After the pill entered his stomach, before its medicinal power had fully dissolved, Su Huai heard another cry from afar. The Azure Bird truly couldn't hold on. It finally realized that the little serpent had devoured the power crystal that belonged to it, gaining resistance to its illusory power. If it continued fighting, it couldn't even achieve mutual destruction. The 3 9th rank demons, hearing the gods' order, could only suppress their fear and grit their teeth as they charged at Su Huai. Although Su Huai's move had an astonishing range and terrifying power as a large area attack, it had little effect on the equally 9th rank highly defensive demons. The reason they had hesitated was to let the other 2 go first. After all, no one knew if that insignificant human had similar single-target attacks. As the saying goes, better the devil you know than the angel you don't. In a crisis, you wait for teammates to charge first. Being the first to stick your neck out never ends well. But now that the boss had ordered, they had to rely on luck. Su Huai took a deep breath. A skill to instantly kill appear. Of course, he didn't have one. What were you thinking? Any being that could cultivate to the 9th rank had their own tricks. At this level, if they truly couldn't win and wanted to escape, a pure cultivator usually couldn't stop them. Although Su Huai, with his many bizarre skills, had the ability to single-handedly kill a peer, it required time to scheme and set up. To instantly kill a peer with a frontal attack, one would need the strength of a 10th rank Great Emperor, forcibly strip the immortal power around a 9th rank cultivator, and use the Emperor's authority to seal all escape routes. No one in the world understood better than Su Huai how a Great Emperor kills a venerable. After all, he had experienced it firsthand in his past life. With a snap, the Emperor's authority locked down, and the venerable became a toy at the Emperor's mercy. Roar! The 3-headed demon bear opened its massive maw and shot a beam of light 3 meters wide at Su Huai's faltering figure. Su Huai condensed a shield of immortal power and raised his arm to block. But his gaze subtly shifted to the 8-armed ape demon beside the 3-headed demon bear. During his time in hiding, he hadn't waited idly. While figuring out how to break into the parasol tree, he had also observed the characteristics of the 3 9th rank demons. The blood dragon needed no introduction. Dragon breath was a staple for all dragons. The 3-headed demon bear had somehow learned a long-range beam attack. Only the 8-armed ape demon relied purely on hitting, smashing, and grabbing. A pure brute force body cultivator. This kind of dumb brute had immense vitality and despair-inducing defense, making it the hardest to kill. But if the goal was merely to restrain it, it was the simplest. Su Huai stood still, blocking the demon bear's beam, while hurling a blade of immortal power hard into the ape demon's face. Human, you seek death. The ape demon roared, spittle flying in all directions. That bear attacked you, yet you didn't retaliate. Instead, you threw a skill at me. What does that mean? Do I look the most vulnerable? The thick-skinned and tough-fleshed ape demon declared it could no longer endure. Among the 3 demons, it was the one least wary of Su Huai, having dedicated a millennium to body refinement. Its strength was second only to the god, and even the demon bear found it difficult to breach its defenses. Even if Su Huai truly harbored some lethal trick, it would at most severely injure it, never achieve a one-shot kill. Thus, after being provoked, it accelerated, instantly distancing itself from the demon bear and the blood dragon, and with all 8 of its mighty hands it slammed towards Su Huai, vowing to crush him into a pulp. However, just as its attack was about to land, Su Huai slowly curled a sinister smile. Idiot, you fell for it. Soul bind. Su Huai's palms clapped together sharply. Space froze and a grand formation rose up. It had been some time since Little Snake and Azure Bird began their battle. How could Su Huai, a cunning old fox who had scrambled and struggled at the bottom for so long, simply stand by and watch others fight? From Azure Bird summoning demons to unleashing the lullaby to clear the monsters, and then condensing a shield to withstand the demon bear's mouth blast from start to finish. Aside from elevating his position, he had not moved a single step. Was it because he couldn't dodge? Of course not. Remaining motionless for so long was solely to lay out this earth-binding grand formation. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Tianhan Palace and the three-headed demon bear. If he hadn't extorted so many high-grade spirit stones from the Tianhan Palace, and scavenged so many high-grade energy-rich ores from the demon bear's lair, he would never have been able to set up this formation. 10,000 years of solitude within the soul-shielding wall was a catastrophe for him, but also a hidden opportunity. Taking advantage of this, he visited many places, secretly read many books, and gained a broad knowledge of the immortal realm's various subjects. Among them, he was especially adept at formation Dao, which was the most compatible with a cunning old fox. Of course, his alchemy also remained consistently performed. The three-headed demon bear continuously roared, bellowed, and pounded against the golden light barrier trapping it. The earth-binding formation, a one-time 9th-grade grand formation, had only one function: to lock the intruder's body in place. When a thing with a single function and a plain name possesses a grade that is disproportionate to its effect, its power is often absurdly high. The earth-binding formation was exactly that kind of thing. Anything caught by it, unless its strength far exceeded the 9th rank, would inevitably be bound, with the binding duration ranging from a short while to a lifetime. Huai even suspected that among the series of earth-shattering killing arrays the Grand Elder of the Tianhan Palace had laid against the Tianhan Emperor in his previous life, the earth-binding formation was included. According to Huai's calculations, although the materials he used for the earth-binding formation weren't top tier, it could still trap the 9th rank 8-armed ape demon for several days and nights. If Little Snake couldn't finish the battle in such a long time, then Huai would certainly have to consider forcibly taking it and fleeing. Now, among the 3 9th-rank demonic beasts, one had been eliminated. The remaining 2 would have to rely on pure brute strength. Huai glanced back at the frenzied Little Snake, swung his arm, and condensed a broadsword and a light shield. Gladiator Huai. Damn it, there was no way around it. Fighting 1 against 2, and the opponents weren't squishy. He had only 1 ascension pill left in his pocket, so he had to choose a fighting style that conserved the most immortal energy. Come fight. The blood dragon and the demon bear exchanged glances, understanding his intention to stall for time. They split into 2 routes, attempting to bypass him, and charged directly toward Little Snake's location. Without a second thought, Huai soared into the air, raised his shield to block the oncoming dragon's breath, and swung his blade in a backhand slash toward the blood dragon's head. Clang! Sparks flew. A shallow bloody gash appeared on the blood dragon's head. It somersaulted in the air, exchanged another blade stroke with Huai, and both were knocked back a dozen meters. Roar! Human, you have failed. The three-headed has already rushed to the battlefield. Thinking you can stop us alone. Dream on. It will come back on its own. Hee self-deception. You don't believe? Huai suddenly smiled. With a flick of his right hand holding the blade, a massive bear head flew out and impaled itself on the blade. Huai took a deep breath, then suddenly turned his back to the demon bear, raised his long blade high, and bellowed, "Three-headed demon bear. Look, what is this?" The three-headed demon bear instinctively turned its head for a glance. Upon seeing the bear head on Huai's blade, it suddenly slowed its pace. It recognized it. That was its 7th child. Not long ago, I passed by a cliff. There was a group of 7th-rank demon bears that insisted I sever my own arms. I was terrified. Huai paused. So I killed all the demon bears. Huai's voice echoed through the sky crystal clear. Azure Bird watched helplessly as the demon bear, which was about to rush to the battlefield to relieve its pressure, halted its charge. Three-headed demon bear. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just a few demon offspring. After this battle, I shall grant you 3,000 demon consorts. You may breed freely. The demon bear rose on its hind legs, its broad chest heaving. It was originally a 7th-rank lord in the demon realm. About 4,000 years ago, a great emperor battle erupted in the fallen demon cave. The aftermath ravaged the area, creating some extremely unstable spatial fissures between the demon realm and the immortal realm. After the demon bear accidentally discovered this, it gathered some other demons, bypassed the fallen demon cave, and sneaked through the fissures into the immortal realm. Initially, they disguised themselves as demon beasts, rampaged through the mortal world, slaughtered a small sect guarding a mountain range, and feasted on the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Humans were weak, nourishing, abundant, and reproduced at an astonishing rate. Virtually inexhaustible, impossible to kill off. No wonder the demon emperor wanted to invade the immortal realm. Those days were the happiest for the three-headed demon bear. Unfortunately, good times didn't last. News of great demonic calamities on the border soon reached the Xuantian divine dynasty. As the divine dynasty tasked with guarding the mortal realm and monitoring the demon beasts, they quickly reached a consensus and dispatched 4 8th-rank elders to exterminate them. Unsurprisingly, the reckless demons were slaughtered in disarray, with most of them meeting their end on the spot. Taking advantage of the moment when those cultivators were slaughtering other demons, the demon bear quietly slipped away, with its dependents frantically fleeing along the path it had come. But that fissure had already been completely repaired. The human cultivators would soon clear out the demons on the main battlefield, and then pursue the survivors that had slipped through the net. The demon bear could only grit its teeth and continue fleeing. Then by a twist of fate, it entered another fissure and fell into this secret realm. Over 4,000 years the demon bear advanced from the 7th rank to the 8th, and then relying on the abundant energy of the secret realm broke through to the 9th rank after surviving countless dangers. It had always been with its dependent that had followed it. Slowly it bred a small tribe. The 4,000 years of peaceful days had worn away most of its memories of the demon realm. It was like a captive prisoner sitting in this narrow secret realm that could be traversed in 2 or 3 days, yearning for freedom day after day. Its dependents and the offspring born over 4,000 years were its only spiritual sustenance. Even above faith. Boom! Azure Bird watched in despair as the 3-headed demon bear turned and charged, filled with boundless killing intent, lunging towards Huai. Sometimes emotions are like a blade. Huai had no idea what profound, inextricable bonds the 3-headed demonic bear felt toward its kin. For apex predators' hierarchy was sharply defined. Mates that spawned together could not rest too near their dominion. No one shares the space beside the sovereign's bed. Yet within the cave where the 3-headed demonic bear made its lair, Huai found ample signs of other demons resting mere feet from its den. Combined with how it had abandoned its post at Demon Bear Cliff to hunt down Lisadeo, it was clear this creature held its kin in deep affection. Slaughter its clan and brandish the head of its offspring before it. That is hardly the path of honor. Yet humanity and the demon race bore an irreconcilable hatred, one of annihilation and extinction. When the demon grave first emerged, legions of demons poured into the immortal realm, slaughtering and devouring human civilians, men, women, the old and young alike, regarding them no better than livestock. The enmity between humanity and demons was not fought over territory or resources. It was a pure struggle for survival, mutual extermination. Moreover, the demons were the aggressors. Mutual enslavement, mutual slaughter. Neither side possessed any concept of righteousness. Thus Huai confessed his own cruelty with fierce self-reproach, yet given another chance, he would still unleash his ultimate technique upon the battlefield without hesitation. Boom! The 3-headed demonic bear's furious strike shattered Huai's spirit-infused shield and sent him flying hundreds of meters. Huai shook his numb arms, condensed a fresh light shield, and still charged toward the bloodthorn dragon, despite his blades swinging in his grip. Having drawn the 3-headed demonic bear's ire, all he needed now was to stall the bloodthorn dragon until Little Snake could break free, relieving the pressure so they could be defeated one by one. The 3-headed demonic bear was now a mad beast, its attacks sometimes striking not only Huai, but also the bloodthorn dragon it had been tailing, as though it could no longer tell friend from foe. This had not been in Huai's calculations. Changing his approach, he dissolved his long blade, produced a chain, instead braced through several of the dragon's assaults, and managed to wrap the chain around the beast's neck. With a sidelong roll, he pinned himself firmly onto the bloodthorn dragon's neck. Gladiator evolved. Dragon Knight Huai. The bloodthorn dragon had no trouble reaching its own back. It sensed immense humiliation from Huai treating it as a mount, and snapped around to breathe dragon fire. Huai grinned, raised his shield to block, and entirely abandoned defense, converting all his spiritual energy into a defensive barrier. At first the dragon was bewildered. What purpose did this human serve, cowering behind its neck like an iron turtle? Just to humiliate my dignity as a dragon. Until, boom, the red-eyed, 3-headed bear loosed another torrent, staggering the bloodthorn dragon as its neck burned with pain. Huai's barrier was struck by the shockwave, dimming immediately. Dozens or hundreds more hits, and his shield would shatter on the spot. But once his barrier fell, the bloodthorn dragon would likely be dead anyway. So when the 3-headed bear launched its second torrent, the dragon immediately flared its wings and twisted away. Bloodthorn, damn it, why do you have to roar so loud? You can't even tell friend from foe. Can I at least dodge when you swing at me? The bloodthorn dragon made no concessions to the 3-headed bear, responding with a dragon's roar and spattering the demon bear's face with drool. Sensho, calm down. Forget this human for now. Go aid Lord Divine One. Divine One is gone. Dead. All dead. No Divine One exists. Sensho's eyes blazed crimson as it roared at the heavens. It sometimes takes centuries to build fanatical faith, yet only a moment to shatter it. It had served its deity for centuries. If the god truly protected it, how could its clan have been slaughtered? After the clan's destruction, the deity spoke not of vengeance or pain, but only of compensation. 3,000 demon concubines. What compared to those loyal companions who had shared its exile in this alien cage since the dawn of consciousness? 4,000 years of imprisonment and hope. Gone. All gone. Sorrow and fury deepened in the bear's eyes. Setting all 4 limbs to the ground, it shook its neck fur and charged the bloodthorn dragon. Madness. You've truly lost your mind. The bloodthorn dragon spread its wings and took to the skies. But as it climbed dozens of meters, the demon bear leaped high, seized both wings with its forelimbs, and dragged it back to the ground. Then it opened its massive jaws and clamped down on the dragon's neck. Shrouded by the beast's gaping maw, Su Huai watched as a pillar of destructive light formed deep within its throat, striking his barrier with devastating force. Crack! The shield sprouted hairline fractures. Su Huai's lip twitched as he frantically channeled immortal energy to mend them. But the Bloodthorn dragon suffered far worse. Unlike the myriad techniques of human cultivators, demonic power typically manifested in physical prowess. But no matter how formidable a body, the Bloodthorn dragon could not endure such torment from the demon bear. A beam of energy meters thick, Su Huai absorbed less than a quarter of the impact while the rest rained down upon its dragon scales. Not to mention the biting damage from a strength-type demon like the bear, which far exceeded its energy blasts. Roaring in anguish, seeing the demon bear refuse to loosen its grip, the dragon turned and breathed dragon fire at its head. Dragon flames scorched the demon bear's fur. Freeing one arm, it swung a massive paw downward, smashing into the Bloodthorn dragon's head as it spewed fire. Bang! Su Huai on the dragon's neck felt the vibration through its bones. He gasped, mentally estimating the severity of the dragon's concussion. The Bloodthorn dragon was dazed by the blow, thick pink fluid pouring from its mouth. Whether dragon saliva mixed with blood, Su Huai could not tell. Buffeted thus, it could no longer suppress its fury and began to fight back desperately against the demon bear. "Sensho, I will kill you." Roar. The two behemoths quickly became locked in a brutal struggle. The demon bear kept its jaws sunk into the dragon's neck, continuously hammering its head with massive paws and tearing at its wings. The Bloodthorn dragon, like a lizard bitten by a puppy deprived of its aerial advantage, could only lash the demon bear's head with its tail and tear at its flesh with dragon claws. Dragon breath was useless. The distance was too close, the wind-up too long. He'd be swatted aside the moment he opened his mouth. Blood splattered unknowingly, dyeing the earth crimson. They fought from daylight into nightfall. Su Huai's defensive barrier was on the verge of collapse. To sustain it, he had already swallowed his last ascension pill. Over those hours, Su Huai had lost count of how many energy blasts the bear had unleashed. Scales and flesh of the Bloodthorn dragon were scorched across vast patches. The stench of charred meat filled the air. After several more quarters of an hour, half a blackened, burnt bone was visible on the dragon's neck. Any ordinary low-tier demon beast would have died countless times over by now. Of course, Su Huai estimated that if the beating continued, the dragon would not survive much longer. Its wings were torn to shreds, its head had endured countless slaps from the demon bear, and one of its dragon horns was broken. Su Huai was infinitely grateful he had scammed the Tianhan Palace earlier, and still had 2 ninth-grade ascension pills in his pouch. Otherwise, he would be the one dead right now. As the aggressor, the three-headed bear fared no better. Its body was covered in bleeding wounds. Of its 3 massive heads, the rightmost had been whipped thousands of times by the dragon's tail. Its skull must have cracked. Its head shape had literally changed. The battle was brutal. Bound and imprisoned, the 8-armed demon ape grew increasingly frantic, its 8 long arms relentlessly battering the earth-binding formation's barrier. It felt utterly duped. A guaranteed victory, only to encounter 2 utter idiots. What about itself? It was trapped solely because humans were too cunning. Despicable humans. Have the courage to release this venerable one for a duel. A mournful cry suddenly rang out from the location of the Wutong ancient tree. Through the gap between the bear's jaws, Su Huai caught a glimpse of the azure bird letting out its final mournful cry, its newly grown right wing once again torn apart by the small serpent. The battlefield over there was even more brutal than his. Azure feathers mingled with silver serpent scales scattered across the ground. The azure bird had lost much of its splendid plumage, its long tail feathers entirely plucked. If not for a closer look, it could easily be mistaken for a mangy chicken. The small serpent had also shed many scales, revealing large patches of venomous blood beneath its silver-white skin. But in the end, it had won this battle. The azure lawn was tightly bound, emitting a defeated cry. That single call was filled with profound resentment, unwillingness, and regret. Even before being swallowed by the small serpent, it cast a look of contempt at the Bloodthorn dragon, which had been desperately trying to save its master, but was instead pinned down and brutally beaten by its own comrades, now gravely wounded and near death. The azure bird wished it could kill those 3 useless teammates. 3 against 1, and they still got 1 killed. How could they play? The azure bird's defeat sounded the horn for a counterattack. Dragging its injured body, the small serpent broke into the battlefield between the demon bear and the Bloodthorn dragon. Su Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He mustered the remaining immortal power within him, dispelling his protection as the silver serpent entangled the demon bear and slipped free from the bear's maw. The scene instantly turned into a 2-on-2 battle. Among the 4 of them, 3 were severely wounded. Although Su Huai was at full health, his immortal power was running low. After all, he was not an emperor. He could not transform his body into the heavens and earth, drawing endless immortal power. Su Huai realized he had slightly underestimated the strength of the small serpent and the azure bird. The demon bear's breath attack hit the defenseless small serpent, leaving only a faint layer of black ash. Only pure force from bites and strikes could cause minor damage. Such high magic resistance. Without much thought, while the demon bear was held back by the small serpent, Su Huai quickly slew the bloodthorn dragon, which was already gravely wounded and near death. Then he joined the small serpent in exterminating the demon bear. When the secret realm was filled with countless stars, the raging demon bear finally let out its last roar. Its remaining bear head was pierced by Su Huai with a silver arrow, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Phew. Finally it's over. Su Huai dispelled the longbow he had formed from immortal power and collapsed to the ground. He did not dare to use the imperial weapon he had obtained earlier in front of the azure bird, for it was forged from the bird's own bones. Who knew if it had some hidden trap left behind? If Su Huai were the azure bird, he would certainly have rigged the longbow. Like it might explode when drawn. Or whoever used it would become its slave. Old silver. Su Huai gasped for air, filling his lungs with the blood-tainted atmosphere. His eyes reflected the stars, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Your great revenge is fulfilled. What are your thoughts? The silver serpent glanced at him with its crimson eyes, shrunk its body to a meter in length, and suddenly opened its mouth to spit out the azure bird from its stomach. The azure bird's power seemed to have been sealed by the small serpent's special method. It landed docilely. It first glanced at the small serpent, then looked at Su Huai and transformed back into the twin-tailed lowly. However, her feather-formed dress was torn in many places intentionally, or not revealing large patches of fair skin. Su Huai lay on the ground and looked at her. You didn't kill it, eh? Your decision. What? The small serpent coiled on a rock. It and I are both supportive beings. We are a special kind of existence, usually choosing to attach ourselves to the strong. It possesses many secrets and knowledge. Keeping it alive would be useful to you. Su Huai propped himself up and looked at the small serpent. Don't you hate it? The small serpent lowered its head and remained silent. Su Huai then turned to look at the lowly transformed from the azure bird. Soft and easy to push over, a twin-tailed lowly, an excellent mount. Indeed not bad. The azure bird lowered its head, secretly relieved. Just before she was about to be killed, she had frantically signaled to the small serpent that sparing her life would be greatly beneficial to both it and Su Huai. Not only did she swear by her true name never to betray again, but she also offered to let Su Huai imprint a soul mark on her. Perhaps it was sheer luck that the small serpent spared her, allowing her to keep her life. As for Su Huai, a lecherous human cultivator, easy to handle. Was Su Huai lecherous? Of course he was. Even merely looking was not enough. This Su fellow even pulled out an ancient book and a brush, turned to a blank page, and began sketching the lowly form of the azure bird. The secret realm was quiet except for the sound of the 8-armed demon ape furiously pounding the formation and the faint rustling of the brush tip across the yellow paper. A quarter of an hour later, Su Huai stopped satisfied. Then, under the unfeeling gaze of the small serpent, he crouched in front of the lowly. In the parasol tree where you dwell, there are 4 stone platforms. On them lie a bow, a cultivation manual, an energy crystal, and a heart. Correct. The azure bird lowly nodded. Then can you tell me what exactly is the function of that demon heart of yours? It contains most of my knowledge. Good girl. One more question. The stone platform records that you obtained the method of ascension. What is that method? The azure bird looked at Su Huai's seemingly kind face and suddenly sensed something amiss in his tone. She tested, I can tell you all these things slowly in the future. Tonight we could do something else. Su Huai blinked. What kind of thing? What you men all like to do. Oh, but I want to know the method of ascension right now. The azure bird confirmed her suspicion and suddenly found it hard to believe. If you kill me, you will never know the secret of the ascension method. Only I know where it is. Su Huai sighed. So you've decided not to tell me. If you let me live, I will tell you later. But you have no later. The azure bird trembled. Don't kill me. I can serve you. I can pledge myself to you. Not just this form. I can become other shapes, whatever you like. No matter what form you take, I don't like it. Su Huai stood up and turned his back. Kill it, Silver. Behind him came a short, mournful cry, followed by the sound of bones breaking and faint swallowing. Su Huai sat on the ground. A moment later, a chill spread from the middle finger of his right hand. He raised his hand and stroked the head of the Ouroboros ring. Why not keep it? In life, one must make choices and sacrifices. But in your past lives, you often said that kids make choices while adults want it all. That was the arrogance of youth. Only when truly grown do I realize that kids want everything while adults know they can't handle it. A person can be shameless, calculating, and take unconventional paths. But no matter what you do, no matter how you deceive others, you must always be true to your own conscience. As you said, in my past lives I achieved nothing, yet I always thought since I've been reincarnated, why not have a harem and live it up? But what's the point of living like that? Then I met Chu Siyu. Su Huai leaned against a broken log and lay down, gazing at the night sky. The top disciple of the medicine spirit peak of the Yenue immortal sect, gifted with astonishing alchemy skills at a young age. A heavenly daughter like that, yet she gave her heart to a penniless, unlucky rogue cultivator like me. Su Huai fell silent for a moment. Corny as it sounds, she gave me everything she had. How could I bear to let her lose? Su Huai smiled and raised his hand, gazing at the clearly engraved Ouroboros ring on his middle finger in the moonlight. Love is like this, and so is friendship. We've been clinging to each other for 9 consecutive lifetimes. How could I, for my own selfish desires, force you to swallow your hatred and keep that bird? If I had done that, would there still be a silver serpent coiled around my middle finger?